In the depth of night, at the Lingjiang airport bar, a dashing young man furrowed his brow at master's wife. I am but 22. Is it truly necessary for you to push me into marriage with such urgency? You are fated to encounter great tribulations. If you wish to evade a lightning strike, you must wed a woman of the Tianfeng physique to break this fate. Do you understand? Lu Fan smirked. The crux of the matter is that I have yet to even lay eyes on the young lady. How dare you talk back, you impudent brat? I am personally selecting a suitable match for you. How could her beauty be lacking? Master's wife, I doubt. What is it? I need my beauty sleep and cannot waste time on you, you little rascal. Goodbye, beep, beep, beep. Did she hang up? Gazing at the disconnected call, Lu Fan sighed. What a misfortune, just as I was enjoying life. I am now being coerced into marriage. Just hours prior, he had been relishing the sun on a foreign beach, only to receive a frantic call from his master's wife summoning him back home. Lu Fan had contemplated refusing, but his master's wife warned him of impending doom at 24 unless he wed a woman of the Tianfeng physique beforehand. Otherwise, he would meet a tragic end by heavenly lightning. Thus, with no choice, Lu Fan returned obediently. In his hand, he held a yellowed marriage certificate, feeling utterly distressed. The name of the girl inscribed was Su Ruohan, the president of the Su Group in Lingjiang. Could it be that my master's wife is a fraud? What does my fiancé even look like? Bored, Lu Fan sipped his tea, occasionally glancing at a few scantily clad, voluptuous women seated on the opposite sofa. They were heavily made up, their faces alluring, their every movement brimming with seduction, particularly the ample curves of their bosoms, which tempted one to pounce upon them. How vulgar, utterly insufferable. Having lost interest after a mere glance, Lu Fan turned away to make tea. That moment, a cold and melancholic voice resonated from the bar. I would rather die than marry that scoundrel, Song Changjia. Lu Fan turned to see an exquisite beauty, tall and striking, sitting alone, drowning her sorrows in drink. Her features were delicate, her skin as pale as snow, with elegantly arched brows and cherry-red lips. Her dark hair cascaded loosely down her shoulders, smooth and lustrous, accentuating her flawless complexion. With a graceful neck, full bosom, and shapely hips, her slender legs formed a perfect scriveturally a vision of beauty. Lu Fan mused how fortunate it would be if his fiancée possessed such beauty. Ah, we share a common plight. Lu Fan approached and seated himself beside the enchanting woman, hoping for a deeper conversation. Hearing his words, Su Ruohan lifted her enchanting gaze and asked, "Are you also being pressured into marriage by your family?" Indeed, Lu Fan nodded. My master's wife insists I marry a woman I have never even seen. I wonder, what if she is a pig? It seems we truly share a similar fate. Let's have a toast. Su Ruohan raised her glass, clinking it with Lu Fan's. And what is your predicament? Lu Fan inquired with a smile. Su Ruohan gently swirled her drink, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. My parents want me to marry the heir of one of the 4 prominent families, but he is nothing but a complete scoundrel. Doe, I see. Lu Fan nodded. The more Su Ruohan thought about it, the angrier she became. Su Ruohan, would rather die than marry him. Your name is Su Ruohan? Lu Fan suddenly paused in surprise. What of it? Is there a problem? Su Ruohan fixed her gaze on him. My fiancé is also named Su Ruohan. Lu Fan blurted out. Upon hearing this, Su Ruohan laughed. Young man, your flirting skills are rather poor. They are not poor at all, I speak the truth. As Lu Fan reached for the marriage certificate, Su Ruohan suddenly felt dizzy and, before he could react, collapsed into his arms. Drunk? Lu Fan was momentarily stunned, placing 2 fingers on her wrist to check her pulse. Poison? His brow furrowed slightly as he prepared to carry Su Ruohan out of the bar. Suddenly, 6 intimidating thugs approached them. The burly leader leered at Su Ruohan in Lu Fan's embrace and sneered, "Kid, this girl belongs to us. If you don't want to die, leave her here. I'll leave your mother." Lu Fan scoffed disdainfully. The man became enraged. "You're asking for it." With that, he waved his hand, signaling his goons to charge at them. Lu Fan sidestepped with Su Ruohan in his arms, then swiftly raised his hand, launching several silver needles that struck the thug's acupoints in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. In seconds, all 6 thugs collapsed. Howling in pain, Lu Fan carried Su Ruohan towards the exit, passing by the fallen ruffians, while the leader continued to shout, "You're finished, kid." You've messed with the wrong people. Do you enjoy shouting? Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, aiming a swift kick at the thug's groin. A cry of agony erupted as the thug curled up, covering himself in distress. Minutes later, at a nearby hotel, Lu Fan observed Su Ruohan tossing and turning on the bed, feeling frustrated. Could you cooperate a bit? The poison she had ingested was a sinister foreign toxin, requiring the afflicted to engage in intimate relations within an hour, or else they would perish. Fortunate indeed that you encountered me. Otherwise, you would have found no solace. Lu Fan pricked his finger, bringing the bleeding digit to Su Ruohan's lips. His body was immune to all poisons, and his blood could neutralize any toxin, including that which afflicted Su Ruohan. Realizing the impending danger, Su Ruohan clenched her teeth, refusing to part her lips. Unappreciative, with a huff, Lu Fan forcefully opened her lips and pressed his finger inside. Cough, cough, cough. Still dazed, Su Ruohan coughed violently, then bit down on Lu Fan's finger. He quickly withdrew his hand, watching her helplessly spit out the blood, feeling exasperated. Are you a dog that you enjoy biting? Fortunately, she managed to swallow some, and the toxin rapidly dissipated, allowing her to drift into a deep slumber. Gazing at Su Ruohan's serene and gentle visage, Lu Fan murmured, "Her name is also Su Ruohan. Could she be the fiancée I seek? What a coincidence to encounter her at a bar just after landing. Oh well, I shall wait until she awakens in the morning to clarify." As night deepened, Lu Fan thought no further and lay down beside Su Ruohan to sleep. The next morning, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the room. Lu Fan opened his eyes to see Su Ruohan clutching her chest at the head of the bed, her eyes wide with fury, glaring at him. Lu Fan glanced at Su Ruohan. "Good morning, you are finally awake." Su Ruohan's face flushed crimson, her teeth clenched in anger. "Beast, return my virtue." Memories of the previous night flooded her mind, and upon seeing the scene before her, she spiraled into a frenzy, realizing she had unwittingly spent the night with a stranger. Instinctively, she believed her purity had been violated by the man before her and lost her composure. Lu Fan retorted, "Why the outburst? I didn't even touch you last night. What is the meaning of this blood?" Su Ruohan questioned, pointing at a crimson stain on the bed sheet. Lu Fan extended his finger, which he had injured the previous night. "That is my blood. You were drugged at the bar last night, and I saved you. Do you understand?" "I don't believe it. How do my clothes end up removed?" Su Ruohan clearly struggled to accept the reality. Lu Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You took off your own clothes. I never laid a finger on you. If you still doubt me, go to the hospital for a checkup. That should suffice, right?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Su Ruohan's anger softened slightly, yet she remained furious. "Fine, just wait. I'm going to get checked. If I find my innocence compromised, I will definitely report this." With that, she stood up, ready to leave the room. Lu Fan suddenly grasped her arm. "Wait, don't be so hasty to leave." Su Ruohan turned back and asked, "Do you have something else to say?" Lu Fan inquired urgently, "Are you Su Ruohan?" "Your father is Su Tianhua." "Correct. What does that matter to you?" Su Ruohan replied. "My fiancé is also named Su Ruohan," Lu Fan declared. Enraged, Su Ruohan immediately shook her head in denial. "That has nothing to do with me. I am not the Su Ruohan you are looking for." At that moment, she only wished to escape this place of turmoil as quickly as possible. "Is that so?" Lu Fan scoffed. As he released Su Ruohan's arm, she dashed out of the room. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Fan murmured, "Could it be that it's merely a coincidence of names? Never mind, I shall go directly to Su Ruohan's residence." Half an hour later, Su Ruohan exited the hospital with the test report in hand. Glancing at the conclusion, she sighed in relief the man had not deceived her. She was still pure. Did I misunderstand him? In the South District of Emerald Bay, at the Su family villa, you ungrateful wretch. Your audacity grows with each passing day. You dare to stay out all night. Tell me, where were you last night? In the villa's grand hall, a well-groomed, plump, middle-aged woman was berating Su Ruohan, who had just returned from outside. This woman was none other than Su Ruohan's mother, Li Feng. "I have told you countless times, even if it means death, I will never marry someone like Song Chengjia." Su Ruohan glared at Li Feng, enunciating each word. "You ungrateful girl. What's wrong with young Master Song? Why are you so stubborn?" Li Feng said, raising her hand as if to strike Su Ruohan. Seeing Li Feng's raised hand only fueled Su Ruohan's anger further. For the sake of family interests, you disregard my happiness? If you wish to hit me, go ahead. It would be better to just end my life. This is outrageous. Li Feng trembled with fury. Su Tianhua, look at the daughter you have spoiled. Unable to remain silent any longer, Su Tianhua, who had been sitting quietly, finally interjected. Enough. Can't you two cease your quarrel? Ruohan, you must heed your parents regarding your marriage. As for young Master Song, you will marry him, whether you like it or not. Dad, you're pressuring me too. Su Ruohan felt aggrieved, seeing her usually loving father now pushing her into a corner, leaving her feeling despondent. Su Tianhua felt helpless at this crucial juncture. Only the Song family could save the Su family. That moment, a security guard, visibly battered, rushed in from outside. Sir, Madam, Mississippi, it's bad. Su Tianhua stood up, hands clasped behind his back, and asked, what has happened? The guard, clutching his bleeding nose, replied, Sir, there's a man outside who insists on seeing the Mississippi. He claims to be her fiancé. Fiancé? Su Ruohan furrowed her brows. Upon hearing this, Li Feng's expression turned flattering. Oh, if it is Ruohan's fiancé, why not invite him in quickly? Yes, indeed. What are you waiting for? Su Tianhua chimed in, hurriedly preparing tea. However, the guard, looking embarrassed, added, No, he's not young Master Song. He's an unfamiliar man. Not young Master Song. Both Su Tianhua and Li Feng were taken aback, quickly shifting to disappointment that if he's not young Master Song, then why on earth is he allowed to enter? Does anyone just waltz into the Su family? The guard stammered, Madam, we tried to drive him away, but he beat us up. As he spoke, he gestured towards his bruised face. Li Feng, humiliated, pointed at the guard and berated him. What? 8 of you guards can't handle one man. Useless. What purpose do you serve? Wait. Su Tianhua began to pace the living room, deep in thought. What is it now? Li Feng inquired. Could Ruohan's fiancé be him? Li Feng's eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean? Does Ruohan truly have a fiancé? Seeing the change in Su Tianhua's expression, Su Ruohan too felt a flicker of doubt arise within her. After a moment's contemplation, Su Tianhua turned to the guard and asked, Did he mention his name? I believe it was Lu Fan. The guard replied, Lu Fan? Su Tianhua was taken aback. It truly is him. Su Tianhua, what do you mean by that? Li Feng was left bewildered. Have you forgotten the old man's instructions before he passed? Our Ruohan was betrothed since childhood. Li Feng furrowed her brow with realization. Oh, now, I remember. Why has he come at such a critical moment? Su Tianhua immediately declared, I shall go meet him. Just then, Lu Fan entered from outside, and oh need, I have arrived. As his words fell, every gaze in the room turned towards Lu Fan, who stood at the entrance. Sir, it's him, the guard said, pointing at Lu Fan, his voice trembling. The moment Su Ruohan laid eyes on him, she sprang from the sofa, pointing at Lu Fan in astonishment. It's you? Lu Fan turned to follow her gaze, stunned to see the enchanting woman he had rescued the previous night from the bar. Upon returning home, Su Ruohan had changed into a seductive black dress, appearing even more captivating. What are you doing here? This is my home. Of course I am here, Su Ruohan replied. Her cheeks flushed. She had begun to recall the events of the previous night and realized that Lu Fan had indeed saved her. Yet, the thought of spending a night with him in the hotel made her feel shy. This is your home? Lu Fan chuckled lightly. And you still claim you are not Su Ruohan? Chapter 3. I am here to annul the engagement. Lu Fan scrutinized Su Ruohan closely, a faint smile gracing his lips as he reflected on her appealing appearance, which aligned with his preferences. Su Ruohan, however, was utterly bewildered. During their encounter at the hotel, she had assumed this man merely fancied a casual flirtation. To her astonishment, he was indeed her betrothed. At that moment, Li Feng cast a dark, appraising gaze upon Lu Fan. His lips were passable, yet his entire demeanor exuded an air of poverty. With a single glance, Li Feng dismissed Lu Fan from the depths of her heart, muttering under her breath, how could that old fool have arranged such a match for Ruohan? My daughter's partner must be none other than the heir of the Song family. The Song family is one of the 4 prominent families of Lingjiang. What is this impoverished lad even worth? I shall never allow Ruohan to associate with someone of his ilk. Perceptive to the unfolding tension, Su Tianhua was the first to speak, wearing a genial smile as he turned to Lu Fan. Young Fan, I presume you've come today regarding the engagement matter? Lu Fan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Please, take a seat. He gestured, directing Lu Fan to sit nearby. After Lu Fan settled in, Su Tianhua continued. Just a moment. I have some exquisite tea. I shall prepare it. With that, he moved toward the back, prompting Li Feng to hastily follow him. Seizing the opportunity while Su Tianhua prepared the water, Li Feng urgently inquired, Tianhua, you're not seriously considering allowing Ruohan to marry that penniless boy, are you? Of course not, he replied. This matter was specifically entrusted to me by the old man before his passing, and I made a solemn vow at his bedside. Since this lad has arrived, we shall merely entertain him, offering a subtle warning to dissuade him. Do you understand my intent? Upon hearing this, Li Feng exhaled in relief. So that is the case. You startled me. I thought you were genuinely willing to marry off our daughter to this impoverished fellow. How could I be so foolish? He scoffed. Moreover, thinking positively, perhaps this boy is merely a concealed wealthy heir. He might even surpass the Song family in stature, don't you think? Li Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Then you must thoroughly investigate his background later. Rest assured, I shall take care of it. At that juncture, only Lu Fan and Su Ruohan remained in the hall. Lu Fan broke the silence. What a coincidence, meeting again. What on earth is going on? How did you suddenly become my fiancé? She asked, confusion etched on her face. The marriage was arranged by my master's wife. I had no desire for it. Lu Fan longed for a carefree life, reveling in the freedom to pursue romantic interests, which had always been his ultimate aspiration. Your master's wife? Indeed. My master's wife. In this day and age, how can such arrangements still exist? It's quite bothersome. Since his earliest memories, Lu Fan had been cultivating with his master's wife, Lu Linglong, on the mountain, mastering both martial arts and medicine. According to her, Su Ruohan possessed a rare celestial physique, prompting her to select this union for Lu Fan while he was still young, demonstrating her earnest intentions. However, had it not been for the calamity that threatened his life, Lu Fan would not have returned at all. At that moment, Su Tianhua and Li Feng emerged from behind. Xiao Fan, how old are you this year? 22, Lu Fan replied candidly. Su Tianhua chuckled. Oh, Ruohan is 21 this year. You both are of marriageable age. Indeed. Lu Fan nodded lightly. I remember when I was 22, I had already become the vice president of our group. Xiao Fan, you are quite the remarkable young man. What is your current occupation? I would consider myself flexibly employed, Lu Fan responded nonchalantly. Before Su Tianhua could speak, Li Feng, increasingly agitated, remarked, flexibly employed? Doesn't that mean you're unemployed? Young man, no offense intended, but our Su family is quite reputable in Lingjiang. With your standing, do you truly believe you are worthy of Ruohan? Lu Fan laughed in response. Reputable in Lingjiang? Surely, you must be jesting. Hey, how can you speak like that? Is our Su family beneath your notice? No, 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 Lu Fan interjected, raising a finger and playfully shaking it before Li Feng. It's not about your family. My sentiment extends to the entirety of Lingjiang. It's all rather lacking. Li Feng was infuriated and considered further debate with Lu Fan. However, Su Tianhua quickly interrupted. Enough. You should say less. Xiao Fan, your aunt has not been well lately. Do not engage with her in such a manner. Not well? Lu Fan cast a discerning glance at her. I study traditional Chinese medicine, and she appears to be in good spirits, hardly resembling someone ill. But since Uncle Su insists she is unwell, I shall take that at face value and refrain from contesting it. Is this how you speak? Li Feng was exasperated. You are the one who is unwell. Su Tianhua then raised his voice. That's enough. Who invited you to interject? As his words echoed, the hall fell into a profound silence. Su Tianhua continued. Nowadays, young people find it challenging to achieve success. Xiao Fan, if you are without a job, what do your parents do? My parents are missing. I am the only child left, Lu Fan replied. After descending the mountain, he had been tirelessly searching for his parents. Yet despite the passage of years and scouring the globe, he had found not a single clue. It was as if they had evaporated from existence, leaving Lu Fan in a state of perplexity. Missing? Su Tianhua furrowed his brow, initially believing the young man's parents to be of significant stature, only to discover they were, in fact, lost. He pondered how the elder had suddenly arranged such a marriage for Ruohan. Was he not pushing his granddaughter in a peril? Drawing from his years of experience in discerning character, Su Tianhua concluded that Lu Fan was truthful. He was simply a poor boy, lacking both a family background and even a job. This further solidified Su Tianhua's resolve to call off the engagement, and he shifted the conversation. Xiao Fan, marriage is no trivial matter. As someone with experience, perhaps you might consider my perspective? Go ahead. The marriage between you and Ruohan was arranged by her grandfather. Initially as a jest, for in this day and age, who still engages in such betrothals? I trust Xiao Fan understands my sentiment. Furthermore, it has been a long-standing tradition in our culture that marriage must be based on mutual compatibility, without proper alignment, even if a couple enters the sacred institution of marriage. True happiness will remain elusive, would it not? Listening to this, Su Ruohan felt a deep sense of discomfort, although she was not well acquainted with the man before her. The derisive comments from her parents conveyed a clear intent to dismiss him, lacking any semblance of decorum. Years have passed, yet it appears you have taken this matter quite seriously. Allow me to suggest this. I will offer you 5,000 yuan as compensation for emotional distress. What do you think? 5,000 yuan is merely an attempt to dismiss me? Lu Fan chuckled softly. With a serene smile, he replied, there is no need for money. Keep it for yourself. Just remember, when you find yourself in dire straits, it was I, Lu Fan, who extended a hand. He then uncrossed his legs and sat up from the sofa. What do you mean by that? Su Tianhua was taken aback. How could this young man speak so audaciously? Lu Fan chuckled lightly. As you mentioned, it has always been about compatibility. The Su family from this small city truly does not measure up to me, Lu Fan. Therefore, let there be no misunderstanding. I am not here to marry your daughter, but rather to annul our engagement. Chapter 4. Utterly arrogant upon hearing this declaration, the Su family erupted in disbelief, particularly Su Tianhua and Li Feng. What status does their daughter hold? She possesses beauty, poise, and capability, a paragon sought after by suitors from far and wide. Yet, this impoverished youth dares to withdraw? What? You wish to annul the engagement? Su Tianhua and Li Feng questioned, incredulous. Indeed, I have no interest in Miss Su, hence my decision to withdraw. The engagement papers can be torn up at your convenience. Lu Fan stated, his tone resolute. Su Tianhua, momentarily at a loss for words, felt a surge of indignation. The Su family had fallen to such depths that anyone dared to belittle them? This young man claimed the Su family was unworthy of him? How audacious! Well then, I have said all that needs to be said, and I shall take my leave. Lu Fan regarded them with disdain before turning to depart, while Su Ruohan intrigued him. Her parents' petty demeanor elicited only a shake of his head in disapproval. Return at once. The affairs of the Su family are not something you can simply dismiss. Li Feng insisted, feeling her pride wounded. Although the Su family in Lingjiang lacks the power of the 4 great clans, they are still members of the 5 Billion Club. The initiative to annul the engagement must come from them. Lu Fan turned back with a cold smile. Oh? You think you can stop me if I choose to leave? As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the security guard who stood silently in the corner, too intimidated to speak. The security personnel of the Su family, akin to Su Tianhua and Li Feng, displayed an air of disdainful arrogance. After Lu Fan asserted his identity as Su Ruohan's fiancé, they refused him entry. The outcome was predictable. In a matter of moments, he had subdued all 8 guards, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Having just endured a beating from Lu Fan, the guards dared not utter a word, much less obstruct his passage. Their retreat was fortuitous, for it meant that Ruohan could soon marry the eldest son of the Song family without any lingering concerns. Li Feng, clinging to her pride, declared, you may leave. But remember that this engagement was called off by the Su family, not by you. Lu Fan merely scoffed. It matters not. Do as you wish. At that moment, Su Ruohan, who had remained silent until then, could no longer contain her fury. She shouted at Li Feng, enough. Even if I were to perish, I will never marry Song Qingjie. You can give up on that notion. Li Feng, incensed, retorted, how dare you? As the altercation escalated between mother and daughter, Lu Fan chuckled at the spectacle. What is there to fear? Do you think I would hesitate? Su Ruohan, with a fierce resolve, stormed over to Lu Fan, grasped his hand, and declared to Su Tianhua and Li Feng, now, I intend to marry Lu Fan. What? Su Tianhua and Li Feng were infuriated at the revelation. You would marry this pauper? This is insurrection. Su Ruohan huffed dismissively, adopting an attitude that signaled her intent to sever ties with them. Turning to Lu Fan, she said, let us leave this house. With that, she took his hand and strode towards the exit, unimpeded by any guard. Even as they distanced themselves, Li Feng's furious shouts echoed behind them. Lu Fan, bewildered, pondered the sudden turn of events. He had intended to call off the engagement, and now he found himself in this predicament. Upon reaching the underground garage, Su Ruohan firmly ushered him into the passenger seat of her Mercedes. "What do you mean by this? Where are you taking me?" he questioned. "You saved me at the bar yesterday, and I wish to express my gratitude. My parents were rude, and I apologize on their behalf. I am disregarding everything. I want to marry you," she stated, her slender, fair arm resting on the steering wheel. Her gaze fixed ahead, her demeanor icy. "Marry? Surely. You jest," Lu Fan laughed incredulously. "I am not jesting. I am serious," she insisted. "Miss Su, I already annulled our engagement before your parents. I know you acted in anger." "No, I wasn't angry. It was simply that we are not suited for one another." "How so? Is it because my appearance does not please you? Your looks are acceptable. It's your figure that leaves much to be desired." "My figure?" Su Ruohan glanced down at her curvaceous form, incredulous. "What kind of figure do you prefer?" "I prefer a more voluptuous physique," he replied. As he spoke, Lu Fan gestured with his hands. "I have a standard of 36, Su Ruohan replied without a moment's hesitation. Lu Fan shook his head, stating, "My minimum requirement is." Su Ruohan interjected, "I can still eat papaya. I still have room for development." Lu Fan was at a loss for words. Was Su Ruohan truly unable to find a suitable match? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Fan declared with conviction, "Su Ruohan, you are a good person. However, we are simply not compatible. I have grown accustomed to being single, and marrying you would hinder my romantic pursuits. I don't believe you are solely after marriage. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sought me out today. Moreover, even if we were to marry, I wouldn't stop you from pursuing other romances." Such a proposition? Lu Fan was taken aback by the allure of Su Ruohan's words. "So, does that mean you agree?" "Who agreed to anything? If it weren't for your Tianfeng physique, I wouldn't even bother with you today." Su Ruohan was momentarily stunned. Tianfeng physique? What is that? The Tianfeng physique, also known as the Purine body, refers to a girl whose bazi is entirely yin. "So that's what it is," Su Ruohan said, gazing intently into Lu Fan's eyes. "What advantage does the Tianfeng physique offer you?" "It can save my life," Lu Fan replied nonchalantly. Su Ruohan smiled with satisfaction. "I understand now. Let's go get our marriage license right away." "Are you out of your mind, Su Ruohan? I've already said we're not suitable." "I don't care. I spent the night with you last night. You must take responsibility." "Who on earth spent the night with you?" "Speak with a clear conscience, Su Ruohan." Lu Fan finally comprehended that this woman had decided to cling to him today. "Well, I am speaking from the heart. The hotel cameras saw us enter the same room," she said, genuinely clutching her chest. Quite ample, quite alluring, Lu Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. "I am innocent. Your threats hold no weight. Now, please don't waste my time. I have to continue searching for a Tianfeng girl to save my life." With that, Lu Fan attempted to open the door and exit the vehicle. If he couldn't find one within 2 years, he feared he would be doomed. The Tianfeng physique was exceedingly rare, and locating such a girl amidst the vast sea of humanity was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. To make matters worse, Lu Fan had high aesthetic standards, further complicating the task. Over a decade ago, his mentor's wife had successfully found a young and beautiful Tianfeng girl like Su Ruohan and had even arranged a marriage contract, a stroke of genius on her part. Unfortunately, Lu Fan could not accept the girl's parents, who were overly materialistic. Suddenly, Su Ruohan's eyes sparkled with a brilliant idea, and a sly smile crept across her face. "I know a girl with a completely yin bazi. Shall I introduce you to her?" Chapter 5. You know a girl with a completely yin bazi? Really? Lu Fan was momentarily stunned. It was exceedingly rare to find a Tianfeng physique, and he was deeply skeptical that Su Ruohan was speaking the truth. "I've lived in Lingjiang for so long. Isn't it normal to know 1 or 2 girls with a completely yin bazi?" "That is a valid point." Lu Fan nodded meaningfully. "What do you think? Shall I take you to meet her?" Su Ruohan's beautiful eyes narrowed with delight, reveling in her ability to discern Lu Fan's thoughts. "Is she beautiful?" "Indeed," Su Ruohan replied without hesitation. "How does she compare to you?" Lu Fan inquired, gazing into Su Ruohan's eyes. Su Ruohan puffed out her chest and confidently asserted, "Of course, I am more beautiful, no question about it. If you are the standard of beauty, then I suppose that's enough. If she pales in comparison to you, what is the point of meeting her?" With that, Lu Fan returned to his seat, appearing ready to exit the vehicle. "I am your minimum standard?" Su Ruohan's anger flared at this statement. In Lingjiang City, if she claimed to be second in beauty, who would dare to claim the top spot? To be deemed barely acceptable by Lu Fan felt utterly absurd. It's already commendable that you are the second woman to meet my standards. Su Ruohan's eyes brightened at his words. It seemed Lu Fan was subtly praising her, which made her heart swell with joy. The first must be your mother, right? She reasoned, understanding that most boys hold a special place for their mothers in their hearts. No, the first is my master's wife. I've never seen my mother's face, only in photographs. Your master's wife? Su Ruohan was taken aback. She is more beautiful than you. How old is she? 35. 35. Su Ruohan was astonished. You'll understand once you meet her. Lu Fan smiled lightly. His master's wife was an extraordinary woman. Though she was 35, her beauty and figure were truly on par with Su Ruohan's. Since Lu Fan ascended the mountain at the age of 7, his master's wife had always appeared to be around 20. Moreover, she possessed a charm that came with maturity, surpassing Su Ruohan in Lu Fan's eyes. Most importantly, she had never been with any man. And Lu Fan had no old master, only this one master's wife. Sometimes, Lu Fan even wondered if she had a peculiar preference, perhaps nurturing him to adulthood before savoring him. All right, I'll take my leave. As Lu Fan prepared to exit, wait. Su Ruohan grasped his arm, blocking him once more. What do you want now? She asked cautiously. Are you truly not going to meet her? Didn't you say she could save your life? I want to meet her. She isn't nearly as attractive as you. Su Ruohan adopted a slightly spoiled tone. Please reconsider. Her beauty is only a shade less than mine, but what? She is. Lu Fan's interest peaked, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. Where is she? I'd be willing to meet her. As Lu Fan finished speaking, Su Ruohan's expression shifted dramatically. You just like women with ample chests. All men are the same. Lu Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. I fear for my son's hunger. You are more concerned about your own hunger. Su Ruohan retorted with a light scoff. If you wish for me to take you to meet her, I have one condition. What condition? Marry me now. You truly are a remarkable individual, finding every possible way to cling to me. That is the condition. You marry me, and I shall take you to meet the girl with an entirely unfavorable fate. This is a fair exchange, advantageous for both of us. The decision is yours. Lu Fan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That is still inappropriate. Even if I marry you, what of it if I find another girl with the celestial phoenix physique? That would be unethical. Where is the unethical part? I have no objections. Why do you care? Besides, my intention is merely a fictitious marriage, a means to appease my parents and the Song family. Once they have given up, we can part ways. This way, no one is hindered. So, you intend to use me as a shield? Lu Fan inquired. Su Ruohan replied earnestly. We are mutually utilizing each other. Lu Fan felt an urge to refuse, yet the allure she exuded was too compelling. Is the woman you know truly of the celestial phoenix physique? If I deceive you, may I be cursed. So you agree? Indeed. Lu Fan nodded. Splendid. Let us depart to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Half an hour later, Lu Fan and Su Ruohan sat on the steps outside the bureau, basking in the sun. The difference was that one of them held an additional red book. Su Ruohan gleefully admired the marriage certificate in her hand, while Lu Fan appeared utterly bewildered. Although the marriage was a sham, the certificate was genuine. This little woman was truly extraordinary, from entering the bureau to changing clothes, applying makeup, and taking the official photo. It had taken her less than 20 minutes. The efficiency left Lu Fan feeling a sense of surrealism. At that moment, Su Ruohan assured him, Rest easy. I, Su Ruohan, am a woman of my word. I will not take advantage of you or deceive you regarding the celestial phoenix physique. Lu Fan chuckled. I am a grown man. Why would I fear being taken advantage of by you? Just tell me when you will take me. Su Ruohan responded readily. By tomorrow at the latest. I will take you to meet her. Agreed. Just then, Su Ruohan's phone rang. It was a call from Li Feng, although she initially hesitated to answer. With the marriage certificate now in hand, she felt little trepidation. Where are you, you little brat? Li Feng's voice boomed from the other end, sounding furious. Su Ruohan retorted without hesitation. Where I am is none of your concern. You have no right to manage me. Young Master Song is at our home. And your friend Nana is here too. You need to come back immediately, do you hear me? Su Ruohan gritted her teeth and replied, Fine, I shall return at once. Emerald Bay, Su family villa. Su Tianhua and Li Feng were in a flurry, eagerly fawning over a man with a delicate appearance. He was none other than Song Qingjie, the legitimate heir of the Song family, one of the 4 prominent families of Lingjiang. and the son whom Su Tianhua and Li Feng had wholeheartedly approved as a suitable match for their daughter. Li Feng, her eyes gleaming with sycophancy, said, "Young Master Song Ruohan will be returning shortly." Song Qingjie politely nodded, responding with utmost courtesy, "Uncle, aunt, there's no rush. You two should take a seat and rest." "Certainly, certainly," Su Tianhua replied, yet his hands were relentless in pouring tea, for the Su family's fate was now intricately tied to the Song family. And offending Song Qingjie was simply not an option. At that moment, Su Ruohan entered, linking arms with Lu Fan. The sight of them together left Su Tianhua and Li Feng utterly dumbfounded. Song Qingjie's expression darkened significantly. Su Ruohan's friend, Shenana, was equally bewildered, her gaze shifting between Su Tianhua and Li Feng, and then to Su Ruohan and Lu Fan, but she dared not look at Song Qingjie. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Steeped in awkwardness, the stalemate was broken by Song Qingjie, who inquired, "Uncle, aunt, is this young man Ruohan's cousin?" Taken aback by the question, Li Feng quickly responded, "Yes. Yes, he is Ruohan's cousin, my nephew Li Fan. They have been close since childhood. It has been years since they last met." "Ah, I see," Song Qingjie said, smiling and nodding. "Ruohan's cousin is indeed quite a remarkable young man." Indeed, Li Feng awkwardly chuckled, fervently hoping that Lu Fan and Su Ruohan would remain silent and assist her in maintaining this facade. However, Lu Fan interjected with a smile. "My name is Lu Fan, not Li Fan, and I am certainly not any cousin or nephew, so please do not misunderstand." The moment those words escaped his lips, Li Feng was left speechless. This audacious young man was inviting trouble, and it was the entire Su family that would suffer the consequences. Su Tianhua shook his head, having anticipated that Li Feng's approach would not work. He turned to Su Ruohan, his voice stern. "Ruohan, what is the meaning of this? Why have you brought this wild boy back?" With an icy demeanor, Su Ruohan articulated each word clearly. "He is not a wild boy. He is my husband." "What?" The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Li Feng erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Su Ruohan, what are you saying? Did you not understand? I said he is my husband." "We are already married," Su Ruohan asserted, producing their marriage certificate and waving it before everyone. At the sight of the certificate, Su Tianhua, Li Feng, and Shenana were rendered speechless, their minds momentarily blank. Song Qingjie maintained a sullen expression, sipping his tea nonchalantly, determined to appear composed and dignified amidst the upheaval. On the surface, all appeared tranquil, yet within, a tempest of fury surged to its zenith. The mere tussle with his cousin had already reached the limits of his tolerance. How could Su Ruohan claim that this man was her husband, and that they had even acquired a marriage certificate? This was the quarry he had set his sights upon. How could he allow other hunters to seize the opportunity? The crux of the matter was that this man, Lu Fan, bore an air of destitution that rendered him utterly incomparable to himself. Calmly, Song Qingjie inquired, "Uncle and aunt, what is the meaning of this?" No sooner had he spoken than Lu Fan retorted without a hint of decorum, "What do you mean? What is the meaning? Are you deaf or a fool? Did you not hear my wife declare that I am her husband?" Upon hearing this, Song Qingjie was utterly taken aback. Throughout his life, no one had dared to confront him in such a manner. Su Tianhua and Li Feng were equally stunned. "Silence!" Li Feng admonished Lu Fan sharply, then hastily turned to Song Qingjie, offering her apologies. "Young Master Song, please do not be angered. The children are merely playing a game of make-believe. Do not stoop to their level." Lu Fan burst into laughter. "Indeed, we are merely playing house. Tonight, we shall commence crafting little figurines." The term crafting little figurines uttered from Lu Fan's lips turned Song Qingjie's face a deep shade of green. His gaze, brimming with menace, darted towards Li Feng. Though he remained silent, his eyes clearly questioning her. "Do you take me for a mere child?" Li Feng, intimidated by Song Qingjie's wrath, involuntarily took 2 steps back, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She quickly wiped them away and stated, "Young Master Song, rest assured, I shall certainly persuade her within a week." "Your assistance is greatly appreciated, aunt," he replied. At that moment, Shenana hurriedly approached Su Ruohan, grasping her arm in an attempt to draw her aside. "Ruohan, what on earth is happening? How did you suddenly acquire a marriage certificate with this unknown ruffian?" Su Ruohan shot Shenana a glare. Having learned that Shenana had acted as a go-between for Song Qingjie and herself, her feelings towards this former confidant had soured considerably. Now, with no preamble, she declared, "I shall reiterate, He is not a ruffian, but my husband, Lu Fan. After declaring this, Su Ruohan turned without a backward glance to return to Lu Fan's side. Lu Fan cast a casual glance at Shin Nana and quipped, "Oh, what is this flamboyant harlot? A madam, perhaps? Your audacity." Shin Nana was left speechless with indignation. Meanwhile, Su Tianhua and Li Feng flanked Song Qingjie like two eager lapdogs, offering only platitudes and explanations. Once all necessary words had been exchanged, Su Ruohan took Lu Fan's hand, determined to leave this place. Her parents and Song Qingjie had already seen their marriage certificate. Surely, they would no longer press them. Yet Lu Fan halted, calmly stating, "Wait, what is it?" Su Ruohan inquired. "This level of pressure is insufficient." Su Tianhua and his wife remained obsequiously deferential in the presence of Song Qingjie. It seemed that Su Ruohan's current tactics might not suffice to dissuade them from their intentions. Having pledged to serve as a shield for Su Ruohan, Lu Fan was determined to execute his duty with exceptional prowess. He paused momentarily, his keen gaze shifting towards Song Qingjie. "Are you Song Qingjie?" "Impudent!" Li Feng exclaimed, her voice laced with fury. "Lu Fan, how dare you address young Master Song so casually? I warn you, apologize to him at once." A subtle smile played upon Lu Fan's lips as he retorted, "Apologize? Does he truly possess the qualifications for that? You insolent brat." Li Feng's anger was palpable, her face flushed with rage. Shin Nana chimed in, her tone sharp and condescending. "You are utterly lacking in manners." Lu Fan replied with a nonchalant smile. "Should you continue to prattle, believe me, I shall leave your dairy in tatters." Infuriated and humiliated, Shin Nana was poised to retaliate against Lu Fan. At that moment, Song Qingjie raised his hand dismissively. "I am Song Qingjie. What is it you seek?" Lu Fan coldly inquired. "Do you harbor intentions toward my wife?" Song Qingjie unabashedly admitted. "Indeed, I have long admired Miss Su." "What of it?" As he spoke, he leisurely sipped his tea, not sparing Lu Fan a glance. "From this day forth, you would do well to keep your distance from my wife, or else what? Do you truly think you can threaten me?" Song Qingjie scoffed. For the Song family was one of the four prominent clans in Lingjiang, wielding power both in the shadows and the light. It was they who issued threats, not the other way around. "You should consider yourself fortunate that I am merely threatening you." With a slight upward curve of his lips, Lu Fan's body suddenly tensed. A fierce gust of energy erupted from him, striking the teacup in Song Qingjie's hand with precision. There was a resounding crack, and the cup shattered, sending a multitude of shards flying like petals in the wind, while scalding tea splashed across Song Qingjie's face. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Startled, Song Qingjie leaped from the sofa, while Shin Nana trembled in fear. "There's a ghost. There's a ghost here." The abrupt turn of events left Song Qingjie petrified. His earlier composure shattered, his innate timidity laid bare as he cowered behind Su Tianhua, utterly disheveled and humiliated. What could have caused the cup to shatter so suddenly? Li Feng was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. In that moment, Lu Fan coldly remarked, "This time, it was merely the teacup that shattered. Next time, it could very well be your head." Chapter 7. Truly, no man is worthy of trust. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Li Feng retorted angrily, "You audacious fool. This is young Master Song. You are courting death." "Courting death? Do you doubt that I could arrange for him to meet his end right here in the Su family mansion today?" Li Feng was momentarily taken aback, her composure shaken by the fierce glint in Lu Fan's eyes. She remained oblivious to the true nature of the earlier incident, believing the cup in Song Qingjie's hand had merely broken by chance. She hastily apologized to Song Qingjie. "Young Master Song, I am dreadfully sorry. The quality of this cup is simply subpar." Meanwhile, beads of sweat began to form on Su Tianhua's forehead. The recent incident was indeed quite perplexing. Yet he was certain that the quality of the teacup was not at fault. What on earth had Lu Fan done? This sudden turn of events compelled him to regard Lu Fan with newfound respect. Su Ruohan also felt a wave of confusion, casting several glances toward Lu Fan. As the party directly involved, Song Qingjie was frightened to the point of losing control, having lived a life of luxury within the Song family. He had never encountered such a threat. However, he was no fool. He dared not linger any longer in the Su household. "Uncle, Aunt, I must take my leave now. I shall return another day." With that, Song Qingjie hastily maneuvered past Lu Fan, fleeing with a speed that rivaled a rabbit's, while Shin Nana hurriedly followed him out. Lu Fan let out a cold snort. "What did you just say? Are you daring to return?" You heard wrong. I'm not coming back. I will never return. Song Qingjie shouted without looking back. Coward, Lu Fan chuckled. You truly intend to marry your daughter to such a coward? What a farce. Lu Fan, do you think you can afford to offend someone like young Master Song? Someone retorted. He wields significant power. Lu Fan scoffed dismissively. Young Master Song is merely the heir of the prestigious Song family, the future successor of the Song group. Offending him means you might as well await your demise. Unperturbed, Lu Fan continued, very well. I look forward to seeing how the Song family intends to deal with me. Li Feng, infuriated, exclaimed, why are you so arrogant? Your demise matters little, but do not drag my daughter down with you. Su Ruohan interjected, my life and death are none of your concern. From this moment forth, my affairs are no longer connected to you. With that, still fueled by anger, Su Ruohan grasped Lu Fan's hand and exited the Su family residence. They drove along the riverbank, during which Li Feng made 5 or 6 phone calls, all of which Su Ruohan ignored, ultimately turning her phone off. Tears welled in her reddened eyes, her frustration stemming entirely from such parents. She never imagined that her once doting parents would exhibit such superficiality, willing to send their only daughter into the jaws of a wolf merely to associate with the Song family. Lu Fan could discern the vulnerability hidden within this seemingly strong woman. Her effort to suppress tears only evoked a sense of sympathy. The atmosphere grew tense as Su Ruohan picked up stones by the riverbank, tossing them into the water. After a prolonged silence, Lu Fan finally broke it. There is something I'm unsure whether to say. Go ahead. When will you take me to meet that cup-sized girl? Huh. Upon hearing this, Su Ruohan froze. Her expectations shattered. She had assumed that even the most oblivious man would offer some comfort. Instead, his mind seemed fixated on that cup. Indeed, men were rarely trustworthy. Moreover, that cup was her longtime adversary. Su Ruohan's already fragile emotions were further threatened by Lu Fan's words. Indeed, jealousy brewed within her. Even though Lu Fan had never even met the cup, she was on the verge of anger, yet upon reflection, she realized that Lu Fan had done nothing wrong. After all, their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit. In such a dynamic, the concepts of right and wrong became irrelevant. Lu Fan gazed nonchalantly at the water's surface, feeling a surge of delight within. This cup size would surely be enjoyable in the future. Su Ruohan shot several exasperated glances at him before, in a huff, declaring, I will take you to meet her now, but do not regret it afterward. Her implications served as a warning to Lu Fan. He was about to lose her. With that, Su Ruohan angrily headed to her Mercedes, leaving Lu Fan by the riverside, scoffing to himself, what is there to regret? Just get in the car. In the Qin family of the 4 prominent families in Lingjiang, the elderly patriarch had fallen ill with typhoid fever. The spacious and bright living room of the villa was filled with many people, among whom the most captivating was Qin Yi, the granddaughter of the old master and currently a physician specializing in internal medicine. At just over 20, she had already become the most favored heir of the Qin family in her grandfather's eyes. Coupled with her unparalleled beauty, it was no surprise that she attracted numerous suitors, including her colleague, Deputy Director of Internal Medicine, Ma Dong. At this moment, Ma Dong stood confidently before Qin Yi, holding a bouquet of flowers, and beseeched her in front of the gathered crowd. Xiao Yi, I truly love you. Please agree to be my girlfriend. Qin Yi, feeling irritated, rubbed her temples and disdainfully glanced at the man before her. Director Ma, I have told you many times that I do not like you and have no interest in you. My grandfather is unwell, and I do not wish to engage in a romantic relationship right now. She could hardly fathom the audacity of this man pursuing her, especially in the midst of her grandfather's illness and in front of so many witnesses. Rest assured, Xiao Yi, your grandfather's illness is in my hands. I have invited my esteemed master, a miraculous physician, who will surely cure your grandfather's ailment. Once he recovers, we can get married, all right? Marriage? What a daydream. Ma Dong's relentless pursuit was wearing her thin, and she felt an overwhelming urge to kick him out of her house. As for the miraculous physician Ma Dong mentioned, his name was Li Sisui, a well-known elder doctor in Lingjiang, renowned for his decades of medical expertise. A practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he had treated many prominent figures with complex ailments, earning him considerable respect throughout Lingjiang. However, Li Sisui was not summoned by Ma Dong. Rather, he was invited by Qin Yi through her connections. Taking advantage of his status as Li Sisui's disciple, Ma Dong had insisted on accompanying him under the pretense of learning from his master. Upon hearing Qin Yi's words, Ma Dong was not disheartened. Instead, he felt even more smug. Xiao Yi, you must not be ungrateful. If my master cures your grandfather, isn't it only natural for you to date me? What a lunatic. Qin Yi cast a disdainful glance at Ma Dong, poised to summon security to expel the unruly scoundrel, when she caught sight of Lu Fan and Su Ruohan approaching. In Chapter 8, Fair Competition, standing at a distance outside the door, Lu Fan was instantly captivated upon his first glimpse of Qin Yi. Her visage was exquisitely sculpted, rivaling that of Su Ruohan in beauty, and her height was comparable as well. However, the aura they exuded was as contrasting as ice and fire. If Su Ruohan embodied the aloof elegance of a frosty CEO, then the woman before him resembled a flamboyant rose, radiating an intoxicating allure and fiery charm. Yet, this seductiveness was not vulgar. It stemmed from an innate, enchanting quality. Undoubtedly, what truly enamored Lu Fan was her voluptuous figure. Her national treasure-level bosom was undeniably ample. With a sharp intake of breath, he mused that he no longer needed to worry about his son going hungry. It was evident that the celestial phoenix destined to aid him was none other than her. Seeing Lu Fan's rapt gaze fixated on Qin Yi, Su Ruohan was immediately consumed by jealousy and pinched his arm fiercely. Startled back to reality, Lu Fan questioned, "What was that for?" With her cheeks puffed in indignation, Su Ruohan retorted, "Why are you looking at another woman?" Lu Fan, displeased, protested, "We agreed not to interfere with each other's pursuits. Why are you starting this already? Do you think you can look at other women without my say?" Su Ruohan huffed. "Let us not forget, we are legally married. An arranged marriage." Lu Fan emphasized distinctly, "An arranged marriage is still a marriage." She shot back. Lu Fan furrowed his brow, perplexed by Su Ruohan's intense reaction upon seeing Qin Yi. Fuming, Su Ruohan scrutinized Qin Yi and instructed Lu Fan, "Go over and greet her." With many people seated in the Qin family hall, and the situation unclear, Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively. "No rush. Let's assess the circumstances first." Su Ruohan insisted, "Let us enter first." "Very well." With determination, Su Ruohan tightly linked her arm with Lu Fan's, refusing to release him regardless of his protests, as if to assert her position. As they confidently entered the hall, they stumbled upon the scene of Ma Dong proposing to Qin Yi. How kitsch, Lu Fan thought to himself. What era is this? Upon their entrance, Qin Yi's gaze flickered briefly to Lu Fan, dismissing him before shifting her attention to Ma Dong and locking eyes with Su Ruohan. Her lips curling into a subtle smile as she remarked, "Oh, isn't this the nun? What brings you here?" "Qin Yi, you old panda," Su Ruohan swiftly countered. "After all these years, I thought you might have developed a conscience and become a decent person. Who knew you still looked as if you were asking for a beating? What is happening?" Lu Fan found himself utterly bewildered. How could these two women begin bickering at their first encounter? With a chuckle, Qin Yi replied, "I was merely joking." "Why so serious? If you can't change this habit, will you ever find a man in the future?" "Ah, indeed. Our Bikuni has declared that she is a person devoted to her career and will not seek a man before the age of 40. Though tinged with a hint of mockery, these words were indeed uttered by Su Ruohan. The term Bikuni refers to a nun, a nickname bestowed upon her by Qin Yi, stemming from Su Ruohan's determined nature. She has repeatedly asserted her intention to remain single and focus solely on her endeavors. After observing for a while, Lu Fan finally deciphered the relationship between the two. Su Ruohan and Qin Yi had been classmates from elementary through high school, sharing an intimate familiarity yet perpetually at odds. Their conflicts so persistent that even after all these years, they still found themselves in a state of bickering whenever they met. Had it not been for the crowd in the hall, which prevented them from losing face, it was likely that they would have resorted to physical confrontation by now. After a lengthy exchange of heated words, both women, parched from their verbal sparring, had exhausted every possible topic to provoke Su Ruohan. Eventually, Qin Yi turned her pointed remarks toward the quietly standing Lu Fan. "Bikuni, who is this? Your man? You're only 21, a mere 19 years away from 40. This is unacceptable. It would be a source of ridicule among our classmates, ha." Su Ruohan, unable to contain her frustration, retorted, "I take great pleasure in this. He is my husband, and we are very much in love, unlike some individuals who don't even have a boyfriend." Qin Yi stifled a laugh. "What else can I say? I envy you. Yet I never imagined our Bikuni goddess would resort to such desperate measures in her choice of a partner." The implication was clear. She was insinuating that the man Su Ruohan had chosen was beneath her. Lu Fan, momentarily taken aback, could not help but interject. Allow me to clarify. I am not her man. I am here to seek you. Huh? Qin Yi blinked in surprise. Seeking me? For what purpose? Lu Fan replied calmly. To offer you an opportunity to engage in a relationship with me. Qin Yi blinked again, momentarily stunned, doubting her own hearing. At this point, the hall erupted in a cacophony of laughter directed at Lu Fan, with none louder than Ma Dong. What is this? A toad aspiring to eat swan meat? Which mountain valley did you spring from? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan cast a glance at Ma Dong, but before he could respond, Qin Yi sharply reprimanded him. Silence. If you utter another word, I shall have you thrown out immediately. Qin Yi had little tolerance for interruptions, especially from Ma Dong, whom she loathed. Seeing her fury, Ma Dong wisely fell silent, fully aware that she would not hesitate to act, especially in her family's domain. You wish to pursue me? Qin Yi first glanced at Lu Fan, then at Su Ruohan. Lu Fan nodded. Indeed, you may not have a complete understanding of me at this moment, and I hold no resentment for that. However, I shall provide you with the time necessary to truly get to know me. As Qin Yi harbored doubts about Lu Fan's confidence, suspecting he might be suffering from an overinflated sense of self, Su Ruohan interrupted her thoughts, declaring, I do not approve. I do not consent to your courtship. Lu Fan was taken aback and asked, What on earth are you doing? You promised that I would be your shield while you helped me find the Tianfeng body, so why the sudden change of heart? Su Ruohan replied, We are now legally married. It's acceptable for you to pursue other women, but not her. I absolutely refuse. Lu Fan was momentarily stunned. It was Su Ruohan who had brought him to meet Qin Yi, and now it was also Su Ruohan who objected. Truly, the heart of a woman is as inscrutable as the depths of the sea. Let's go. I too possess a completely keen constitution and can save your life without her assistance. With that, Su Ruohan attempted to pull Lu Fan away from the Qin family home. Lu Fan found it difficult to articulate his feelings. Please, don't be ridiculous. Didn't I mention that we are not suited for each other? Su Ruohan retorted angrily. What is there that I cannot change? There will surely come a day when we are compatible. She continued to drag Lu Fan towards the exit. Wait. Just then, Qin Yi suddenly called out to them. Su Ruohan halted and turned to Qin Yi, asking, What is it, Big Panda? Is there something else? Big Panda was a nickname Su Ruohan had given Qin Yi, alluding to her ample bosom that significantly outclassed Su Ruohan's own. Humph. Qin Yi huffed, then addressed Lu Fan. I agree to date you. The room erupted in chaos. Miss Qin Yi of the Qin family had unexpectedly consented to the courtship of this impoverished youth. What was happening? Lu Fan smiled faintly. Very well, a wise choice. However, you must understand that it is not merely your agreement to my request. Rather, it is I who am granting you the opportunity to date me. Qin Yi's lips curled into a smug smile. That's fine. I don't mind. Su Ruohan's anger flared. You insufferable panda, what do you mean? Oh, are you deaf or simply unable to comprehend human speech? I said I want to date him. Is that so hard to understand? The two had been rivals since childhood. Anything that one favored, the other would fiercely compete for, whether it be academic achievements or physical appearance, and now it extended to men as well. Since Su Ruohan found Lu Fan appealing, Qin Yi was determined to find a way to snatch him away. You audacious panda, even men must be contested? I tell you, we are already married, and I will not relinquish Lu Fan to you. Qin Yi crossed her arms and smirked. So what if you're married? It's not as if divorce is impossible. What is the big deal? You shameless panda, you have gone too far. Su Ruohan was irate, turning to Lu Fan and demanding, Lu Fan, speak up. Whom do you choose, me or her? A choice? Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had always despised making choices. Upon first meeting Qin Yi, he would have undoubtedly chosen her over Su Ruohan. Yet, after spending the day with Su Ruohan, he realized that aside from her materialistic parents, she was rather agreeable. Conflicted, Lu Fan pondered for a moment before suggesting, How about this? I will give both of you a fair chance to compete. Whosoever impresses me the most, that is whom I shall date. What do you say? Deal. As soon as the words were spoken, the two women locked horns, refusing to yield, and unexpectedly responded in unison. This left everyone present utterly bewildered. The atmosphere fell silent, with all eyes wide in disbelief. What caliber were Su Ruohan and Qin Yi? They were stunningly beautiful. Yet now, they were embroiled in a fierce competition over such a man. Particularly dismayed was Ma Dong, who stood nearby clutching flowers, his expression darkening. If Lu Fan were a tall, rich, and handsome man, he might begrudgingly accept the situation, But how could this ordinary, poorly dressed, an obscure young man so effortlessly win Qin Yi's heart? Ma Dong was unwilling to accept this, itching to leap forward and mock Lu Fan. Before he could act, however, someone rushed out from within, exclaiming to the crowd, "It's bad news. Old Master Qin is on the brink of death." Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was taken aback. The Qin family was upheld solely by Old Master Qin, and should anything happen to him, it would surely cause quite a stir throughout Lingjiang. Qin Yi turned sharply and inquired urgently, "What? Isn't my grandfather suffering from a mere cold? How can he be in such dire straits?" Having lost her parents at a young age and raised by her grandfather, her bond with him was profound, and at this moment, her concern for his well-being was paramount. The servant hastily replied, "It was Dr. Li who said so. Miss Sun, you must hurry to see Dr. Li said so." With no time to hesitate, Qin Yi rushed towards her grandfather's room, several others from the hall following closely behind. After casting a glance at Lu Fan, Su Ruohan softly suggested, "Shall we go and take a look? When I was younger, I often visited Old Master Qin, who treated me with great kindness." Su Ruohan possessed a kind heart. Despite her strained relationship with Qin Yi, she could still discern the gravity of the situation at this critical juncture. Lu Fan nodded. Healing was a physician's duty, and if he could assist Qin Yi at this pivotal moment, it would indeed be a commendable act. The two followed Qin Yi into Old Master Qin's room. The space was modest yet impeccably clean, adorned simply with a large bookshelf and a writing desk, with only a bed remaining. It was apparent that Old Master Qin was an individual who cherished reading and writing. Lu Fan approached the bedside, and soon the room was nearly filled with people. The Qin family surrounded the bed, their faces bearing inscrutable expressions, as if the old man's passing would yield them considerable gain. In truth, only Qin Yi appeared genuinely worried and distressed. Old Master Qin lay unconscious on the bed, his face ashen and his breathing increasingly feeble, displaying clear signs of imminent demise. At that moment, a venerable old man with a youthful countenance stood at the bedside, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel. This was Li Sui. Qin Yi, standing close to Li Sui, looked at him with urgency in her eyes and implored, "Dr. Li, please think of a way. My grandfather cannot be allowed to suffer." Her heart ached, and tears were on the verge of spilling from her eyes. Li Sui shook his head, expressing his deep concern. "I have done all I can. The old gentleman may not last beyond half an hour." At that moment, Qin Yi's aunt, Qin Xiaoping, stepped forward, calmly inquiring, "Dr. Li, what exactly is wrong with my father? He seemed well just a moment ago." The elder had long-standing health issues. His constitution had deteriorated due to years of overexertion. Recently, perhaps due to poor sleep or heightened stress, his current state of unconsciousness was alarmingly severe. It was not merely a typical fever, but rather a stroke. A stroke? Qin Xiaoping was taken aback. Is there any hope for recovery? A stroke, also known as a cerebrovascular accident, is a grave condition for the elderly, and any misstep could be fatal. Despite the worry etched on her face, a flicker of joy ignited within her. Should the elder fail to awaken, she would stand to gain the most. Tears streamed down Qin Yi's face as she fervently pleaded, "Dr. Li, I implore you, please save my grandfather." Alas, Li Sui lamented his own inadequacies as a healer. He shook his head once more, sighing in resignation. The elder's ailment was beyond salvaging, and he felt utterly powerless. At that juncture, Ma Dong interjected with insincere flattery, "Master, do not despair. You are already the finest traditional Chinese doctor in Lingjiang. If you cannot assist, what hope do others have?" He then turned to Qin Yi, suggesting, "Little Yi, your grandfather is advanced in years. Bear the sorrow with fortitude. I shall take care of you from now on. Do not be disheartened. Get away." Qin Yi dismissed his words, ignoring him entirely as she leaned over her grandfather's bedside. Clutching his hand, weeping profusely, "Grandpa, you promised me you would see me married. How can you break your vow?" The others in the room harbored ulterior motives, contemplating the impending upheaval that would ensue should the elder pass away. At that moment, Lu Fan approached Qin Yi, grasping her hand as he declared, "Do not weep. I can save your grandfather." His proclamation astonished everyone present, and they stared at Lu Fan as if he were a fool. Su Ruohan stood at the door, unable to discern the situation clearly. Though Lu Fan had once aided her in overcoming a heartache, she questioned how he could possibly save the elder without access to proper emergency equipment in such dire circumstances. Yet, Qin Yi, Sensing a glimmer of hope in this seemingly hopeless moment, clutched Lu Fan's hand, her voice trembling. Is that true? You're not deceiving me, are you? Lu Fan smiled and shook his head, assuring her, I would never deceive you. Subsequently, whispers erupted among the onlookers regarding Lu Fan's audacious claim. What is happening? Who is this person? I do not recognize him. His assertion of being able to cure the elder was met with disbelief, deemed by many as mere folly. Among the crowd, Ma Dong was the first to confront Lu Fan directly, exclaiming, What was your name again? Lu Fan, right? What do you mean you can cure him? Are you a doctor? If even my master cannot heal the old gentleman, how can you possibly claim you can? Such bravado without any basis. His sharp voice dripped with mockery and scorn, inciting laughter from the assembled crowd. After Ma Dong finished speaking, Qin Yi's aunt, Qin Xiaoping, chuckled as well. Indeed, if even the renowned Dr. Li cannot cure such an ailment, what makes you believe you can? Look at you, what a pitiful sight. Like a wild boy who emerged from some remote valley, speaking so boastfully. At that moment, although Li Shui remained silent, his expression was equally grim. Ma Dong, despite being his own impractical disciple, impatient and proud, with somewhat harsh words, spoke nothing but the truth. It was evident that old Master Qin would not survive beyond half an hour. This was a stark reality that any discerning eye could perceive. Yet, this young man dared to make such audacious claims. Perhaps he meant well, attempting to console the granddaughter of the Qin family, but surely there are more appropriate ways to offer comfort. Lu Fan disdainfully snorted. Old Master's condition cannot afford any further delay. He must be treated immediately. With that, Lu Fan retrieved a total of 13 silver needles from his pocket. Upon seeing this, Ma Dong jumped in protest. Stop. You are desecrating old Master Qin's body. Lu Fan chuckled. The old man is not dead yet, so how can he be a corpse? Are you wishing for his demise? You must not lay a hand on him. If anything happens, can you take responsibility? Lu Fan retorted without holding back. I take responsibility for your mother. Did not your master declare that old master would certainly perish within half an hour? Ma Dong was rendered speechless by the insult, his fury boiling over. How dare you speak such words? Indeed, look at his tattered attire. One wonders where this wild boy came from and how he even entered the Qin residence. Call security and throw this ruffian out. The room erupted once more in a cacophony of ridicule. Enough of this. Qin Yi could no longer contain herself. As the legitimate granddaughter of the Qin family, her words carried significant weight. Instantly, the room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. You all claim that my grandfather is beyond saving. Why not grant him a chance? What are you afraid of? Afraid that my grandfather might survive? Qin Xiaoping interjected. Qin Yi, how can you speak like this? These are all elders here. Do you not possess any semblance of decorum at your age? Qin Yi shot a cold glance at Qin Xiaoping. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You merely covet the Qin family's fortune. I would gladly relinquish it all, provided my grandfather remains in good health. How dare you, girl? Qin Xiaoping felt her true motives exposed, her pride wounded. At that moment, Li Shui proposed. Why not give him a chance? After all, it's better to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. With an outsider stepping in to mediate, the room quickly fell silent once more. Qin Xiaoping refrained from further comment, placing her trust in Li Shui. If even he could not save old Master Qin, what could this young man possibly achieve? Of course, Li Shui had his own calculations. Though he was a man of compassion, the challenge to his authority by this youth left him feeling quite unsettled. The simplest solution at present is to afford Lu Fan the opportunity to embarrass himself before the crowd, which would not only display a magnanimous spirit, but also allow him to swiftly regain his dignity, achieving two objectives simultaneously. Dr. Li was right. One must treat a dead horse as if it were alive, so let's grant him a chance. Chapter 10. The heir of the Ghost Gate. The assembly unanimously concurred with Li Shui's suggestion. The atmosphere finally settled, and Lu Fan extracted his silver needles, performing a brief disinfection before preparing to pierce the acupoint on the elder Qin's face. Just as he was about to proceed, Li Shui abruptly called out to him, "Observe your technique with the needle. You claim to be a traditional Chinese physician, yet you have not conducted a proper examination. You have not performed the 4 diagnostic methods: observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. How can you commence with the needling? Is this not sheer folly? Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation for assessing complexion, listening for breath sounds, inquiry for symptoms, and palpation for pulse assessment. The youth had done none of these. Could he be anything but a quack? How do you know that I have not? Lu Fan retorted. For such a minor ailment, mere observation suffices. Li Shui was about to continue, but Qin Yi interjected. Enough, Dr. Li. I have faith in Lu Fan. Faced with so many witnesses, Li Shui could only acquiesce with a nod. Lu Fan took a deep breath, swiftly retrieving 4 silver needles, which he then inserted into the elder Qin's acupoints, gently twisting them upon insertion. His movements were astonishingly rapid. His wrist flickered like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, the assembly witnessed multiple inconspicuous silver needles embedded in the elder's body. The onlookers were all astonished, silently marveling at the speed. Isn't this reckless? Ma Dong laughed heartily at Lu Fan, mocking, with skills like yours, if you manage to save the old man, I'll eat the feces of the Qin family's dog. I think it's time to call the police and charge this kid with practicing medicine illegally and attempted murder. His words elicited a chorus of laughter. Yet Li Shui felt a chill run through him, filled with dread. He understood well that Ma Dong, lacking any knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture, was utterly ignorant of acupoints. However, he was acutely aware that Lu Fan was not acting recklessly. Every acupoint punctured by the silver needles was executed with remarkable precision, a skill that even seasoned practitioners of decades could not achieve. To the observers, the elder Qin showed no outward reaction. Yet they were oblivious to the surge of vital energy flowing from Lu Fan into the elder's body. As this energy coursed in, the elder's body seemed to suddenly emanate steam, with visible white vapor rising from the acupoints where the needles had been inserted. Li Shui was profoundly astonished. Was it possible that this youth employed the legendary and long-lost Ghost Gate 13 needles? How could this be? The astonishment etched on his face lingered, and the elder Qin's complexion began to visibly brighten. Li Shui was utterly shocked. Could it be that the elder Qin was genuinely being healed by this enigmatic young man? But in the next moment, the elder Qin's body suddenly trembled. Suddenly, his mouth swelled, and then he abruptly arched his body, expelling large quantities of dark red blood, a sight most terrifying, causing those present to retreat in alarm. Accompanying the ejection of blood, old Master Qin's body trembled even more violently, resembling a fit of convulsions. It certainly did not appear to be an improvement. Rather, his condition seemed to have worsened. Moments earlier, in the hall, when Qin Yi had declared her feelings, Lu Fan had unexpectedly interrupted, much to Ma Dong's displeasure, who felt a sharp irritation toward Lu Fan. Upon witnessing old Master Qin's state, he instantly felt exhilarated. This wild brat has committed murder. Quickly apprehend him. Do not let him escape. Just as everyone was about to take action, they heard Qin Yi exclaim excitedly, Wonderful! Grandfather, you have awakened. My precious granddaughter. I have traversed the gates of hell, and the king of hell has refused to take me. It was evident that the previously closed eyes of old Master Qin were now wide open, his gaze spirited and radiant, entirely unlike the signs of a dying man. How could this be possible? Observing the close bond between the old man and Qin, he left Qin Xiaoping in a state of bewilderment. How could someone on the brink of death suddenly appear so vigorous? Standing at the doorway, Su Ruohan was equally astonished. Old Master Qin had indeed been cured by Lu Fan, revealing him to be a genuine miracle worker, not merely boasting. From this angle, he appeared quite handsome. Su Ruohan's heart began to flutter, and as her thoughts raced, she clenched her fists, silently vowing to seize the opportunity with Lu Fan. The onlookers stared at old Master Qin and Lu Fan as if they had witnessed a ghost. The renowned physician, Dr. Li, had been unable to revive him. Yet this wild lad had succeeded? Whispers of astonishment filled the air, and the most embarrassed among them was undoubtedly Li Shui. As a well-known doctor in Lingjiang City, he had been bested by such a youthful upstart. However, Li Shui accepted his defeat with grace, finally confirming that Lu Fan had indeed employed the legendary 13 needles of the Ghost Gate. Master, that lad merely stumbled upon good fortune. He is simply a blind cat encountering a dead mouse. Ma Dong, keenly observing the mood, realized Li Shui was feeling rather disheartened and could not help but shower him with flattery. Enough, you unlearned fool. I, Li Shui, refuse to have a disciple like you. Ma Dong was taken aback. Li Shui usually relished his praise. Why was it ineffective today? Observing the shift in Li Shui's demeanor, the bedroom became lively once more. It seems even this esteemed physician can misdiagnose at times. Indeed, had it not been for this young brother, old Master Qin would likely have long since perished. The thought alone is chilling. Perhaps I should refrain from calling myself a physician in the future. It is simply disgraceful. Li Shui, unfazed by the murmurs around him, approached Lu Fan, saying, "The 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate. Young Master Lu, I never expected to encounter a descendant of the Ghost Gate in my old age. Just now, it was my folly not to recognize your greatness. Please allow me to pay my respects." With that, he clasped his hands and prepared to bow deeply before Lu Fan. "You know the 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate?" Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, contemplating that although the old man's medical skills were lacking, his knowledge was commendable. In this world, few had heard of the existence of the 13 ghostly needles. Li Shui nodded meaningfully, remaining silent for a long time, gazing at Lu Fan with a reverent expression akin to that reserved for deities. The 13 ghostly needles, conceived by the renowned physician Bianke during the Warring States period, was designed to heal ailments caused by malevolent forces. The technique encompassed 13 acupoints, commencing from the Ghost Palace, followed by the Ghost Messenger, then the Ghost Fort, and finally the Ghost Heart. It was not necessary to use all the needles. Treating 5 or 6 acupoints sufficed to dispel illness and banish evil, ensuring that ailments would never recur. Observing Li Shui's respectful demeanor, the onlookers couldn't help but regard Lu Fan with newfound admiration. Could it be that this youth truly possessed the miraculous art of resurrection? Upon hearing about the 13 ghostly needles, old Master Qin was taken aback, recalling his profound connection to this technique. 15 years prior, the 13 ghostly needles had saved his life. Now, on the brink of death once more, he was drawn back from the threshold by the same method. The room was crowded, and the old man refrained from making a scene. Promptly rising to thank Lu Fan, "Young man, I am eternally grateful for your assistance. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am Lu Fan," came the gentle reply. "As a healer, it is my duty to save lives. There is no need for such formality, sir." "Excellent, excellent," old Master Qin exclaimed joyfully. Why don't you express your gratitude to Dr. Lu?" In a moment of excitement, Qin turned and embraced Lu Fan, burying his face in her bosom. "Thank you. Lu Fan, I am utterly in love with you." Lu Fan was momentarily stunned by Qin's unexpected action, the ample softness obstructing his mouth and nose, rendering him breathless. He hastily extricated himself, his face turning crimson as he gasped for fresh air, inwardly lamenting, "Truly, what a figure! I nearly suffocated." Chapter 11. Do you wish to cohabit with me? Lu Fan gently patted Qin's shoulder, saying, "I feel a bit stifled." Only then did Qin realize her breach of decorum, breaking into a charming smile as she released Lu Fan and adjusted her attire. Upon witnessing this, Ma Dong's expression soured. The woman he admired was embraced by another, stirring feelings of discontent within him. Narrow-minded and resentful, he cast hostile glances at Lu Fan. At that moment, Su Ruohan's instincts alerted her to the threat posed to her position, compelling her to act swiftly lest Lu Fan be claimed by this enchanting Qin. Resolving to take action, she maneuvered through the crowd, grasping Lu Fan's arm and strategically addressing old Master Qin. "Grandfather Qin, since your health has been restored, Lu Fan and I shall take our leave." With a radiant smile, Su Ruohan exhibited an air of utmost politeness before the elder. The Su and Qin families have had business dealings in the past. When Su Ruohan was a child, her father, Su Tianhua, often brought her to visit the Qin family, where the elder missed her. Qin took a great liking to the little girl. Over time, despite the diminishing business interactions as Su Ruohan grew older, the elder Qin had not forgotten about the charming little girl. "Is that Ruohan? After all these years, she has grown so beautiful. The evening is still young. Why are you two in such a hurry? Why not stay for dinner before you leave?" "No, Grandpa Qin, we still have a lot of work to finish." "Very well. Then you may go on with your tasks. I shall host a feast to express my gratitude for Dr. Lu's life-saving assistance on another occasion." Lu Fan smiled humbly. "You are too kind, Mr. Qin." "Thank you, Grandpa Qin. We will surely come to visit you again," Su Ruohan said with a smile, pulling Lu Fan away from the Qin residence, their relationship appearing quite intimate. Reluctantly, Lu Fan followed Su Ruohan from the Qin household, his thoughts lingering on the possibility of sharing a dinner with Qin and indulging in deep conversations afterward. However, he found Su Ruohan's insistence quite exasperating. Reflecting on the cherished moments spent close to Qin, Lu Fan felt a sense of pride, recalling the delightful experiences shared between them. Su Ruohan, visibly displeased, forcefully ushered Lu Fan into her Mercedes-Benz. With a decisive slam of the door, she pressed the accelerator to the floor, swiftly disappearing from the Qin residence. As the sky dimmed, Lu Fan grumbled, "Why the rush? Can't we even pause for a meal?" "What meal? You only think about eating. Haven't you had enough with those 2 hefty servings?" Jealousy transformed Su Ruohan's demeanor, and now she treated Lu Fan with disdain, wishing she could simply silence him. Lu Fan chuckled, "What's wrong? Are you envious?" "Not at all. What is so impressive?" "She is exhausting." With a hearty laugh, Lu Fan asked, "So where are you taking me now?" In a huff, Su Ruohan replied, "Home. I want to go back with you. Just find a spot and drop me off on the roadside." Reluctant to see Su Tianhua and Li Feng, Lu Fan was averse to the idea. At that moment, Su Ruohan clarified, "Not that home. I meant my own place." Lu Fan paused, suddenly realizing, "Your own place? What do you mean? Are you suggesting we cohabit?" "Why do you ask? Are you reluctant?" "Of course. What if you decide to take advantage of me?" "You shameless." Su Ruohan felt a sense of pride. Countless admirers from Lingjiang pursued her, yet Lu Fan remained unappreciative, which only fueled her frustration. Disregarding her, Lu Fan shifted the conversation. "I'm hungry now. Let us eat first. After a long day spent with you, I've only had a bottle of mineral water, and I feel utterly exhausted, with my stomach growling incessantly." "I understand." As soon as the words left her lips, Su Ruohan pressed the accelerator once more, propelling the car forward with such speed that it nearly sent Lu Fan's heart racing out of his chest. Initially, Lu Fan had intended to settle for a modest noodle shop, yet 10 minutes later, he found himself escorted by Su Ruohan to a luxurious restaurant. They dined together. But Su Ruohan, lacking the habit of having dinner, indulged only in a few light snacks and fruits. Observing Lu Fan devouring his meal with fervor, she could not help but smirk. "I say, Dr. Lu, can't you eat in a more refined manner?" Unfazed, Lu Fan retorted, "Can refinement be consumed as sustenance? I suggest you eat a bit more. I am not particularly interested in girls who skip dinner. That would cost you 5 points. "What?" Su Ruohan exclaimed, infuriated. This man was utterly unreasonable. While he enjoyed his meal, he seemed to take issue with her eating habits as well. "Just look at you, so thin. Devoid of any flesh, you feel like a walking skeleton. If this continues, your place in my heart will fall below that of Qin Yi." At these words, Su Ruohan's face flushed crimson, unable to fathom how this man could speak so bluntly. It was simply intolerable. However, recalling her rivalry with Qin Yi, she disregarded her own reservations and defiantly declared, "Fine, I shall eat. Who's afraid of whom?" In the next moment, Su Ruohan unleashed her appetite, joining in the feast. 10 minutes later, both lay back on the sofa, rubbing their full bellies. "I can't take it anymore. I've broken my diet today. I feel as if I might burst." Lu Fan regarded Su Ruohan's current state with satisfaction, smiling at the realization that, despite her beauty, it was her down-to-earth nature that made her truly endearing. After catching her breath, Su Ruohan glanced over at Lu Fan, her lovely eyes scrutinizing his face. Although his attire appeared somewhat shabby, he radiated a robust masculinity that only became more appealing the longer she looked. Moreover, he exuded an air of mystery. With her eyes sparkling, Su Ruohan could not resist asking, "Lu Fan, I am quite curious. Who exactly are you?" Lu Fan glanced up at her and replied, "What do you mean by who? I am merely an ordinary person from the mountains." "No, you are lying." Su Ruohan maintained her unwavering gaze, reflecting on the astonishing feats he had accomplished since last night. In the bar, he had single-handedly fended off 6 burly men and had even helped her dispel the poison within her body. This morning, he had faced her parents' cold stares without flinching, remaining calm and composed. He had effortlessly intimidated the arrogant Song Qingjie using unknown means, and finally, at the Qin family residence, he had revived grandfather Qin. Even when the renowned physician Li Si Shui had been helpless, all signs indicated that this man was far from ordinary. Chapter 12. Fond of her lying? Everyone is an ordinary person. Is there something wrong with that? Lu Fan's nature was inherently modest and reserved. He rarely flaunted his abilities unless absolutely compelled to do so. Su Ruohan gazed at him and, with deliberate clarity, remarked, "Anyone can be an ordinary person. But you are certainly not." A chuckle escaped Lu Fan's lips as he observed her earnest demeanor, prompting him to settle down and engage in a more profound conversation. Affecting a serious air, he downed a glass of water and pondered before inquiring, "Have you ever heard of the Ghost Gate?" "The Ghost Gate? What is that?" "It is not merely something, but rather a sect. I am the direct disciple of the Ghost Gate, and, as it stands, the sole disciple remaining. A sect? Really? Isn't that something out of a martial arts novel? You must be trying to fool me. TSK, Lu Fan clicked his tongue. See? I told you. But you don't believe me. What a waste of my charms. With that, he uncrossed his legs, adopting a posture that suggested he was ready to depart. Hey, don't go. Do you think I don't believe you? Please, continue. Su Ruohan, seeing Lu Fan's intention to leave, hastily called him back. Lu Fan asked, "You wish to hear more?" Yes, she nodded. Conflicted about her feelings towards Lu Fan, she found herself simply wanting to sit there and listen to him, even if it meant indulging in his fabrications. You enjoy listening to me, but I am not obliged to speak. I could just leave and go to sleep. Stop right there. What is the fuss about? Lu Fan turned to face her. Su Ruohan pouted, her brows furrowed in distress. After a prolonged silence, she finally voiced, "Do you like Chini?" Lu Fan nodded. "She is all right. I think she is quite impressive." "What do you like about her?" "I like her. Well, you know," he replied with a playful grin, gesturing exaggeratedly. "You." Su Ruohan felt exasperated. Qin Yi's allure had always been her target for ridicule. Yet now it had transformed into a point of admiration. It was utterly intolerable. With determination, Su Ruohan puffed out her chest and declared, "Is mine really that small? I have a decent size as well, you know?" Lu Fan scrutinized her closely this time, noticing for the first time that her attributes were indeed commendable. "Yours is considerable, but it does not surpass hers. I am rather discerning." Su Ruohan was left speechless, a mix of embarrassment and indignation washing over her, nearly causing her to faint from frustration. "Lu Fan, I can't help but suspect that you're doing this intentionally. Perhaps to provoke me because of how my parents treat you." Lu Fan remained silent, but his initial impression of Su Ruohan was indeed clouded by her parents' demeanor. The more Su Ruohan pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. Why should she bear the brunt of her parents' faults? If Lu Fan had a fondness for another woman, it would be one thing, but to contend with Qin Yi, her longtime rival, was particularly galling. They had always been evenly matched, but this time, Su Ruohan felt she had suffered a definitive loss, not merely in competition, but in matters of the heart. "Your silence is an acknowledgement, is it not? You are deliberately vexing me because of your parents, and in truth, you harbor no affection for Qin Yi, do you?" Lu Fan shook his head, declaring, "That is incorrect. You." Su Ruohan was on the verge of tears. "Lu Fan, could you not be so blunt?" At this moment, a few comforting words would suffice. A little white lie would do. Lu Fan shook his head once more, stating, "I do not favor deception. You. Allow me to tell you, Qin Yi is not as virtuous as you perceive her to be. She has been in fights and has a troubled past. She is capable of great mischief. Be cautious, for your affection for her may lead you into a perilous situation." Su Ruohan, how can you speak ill of someone behind their back? It is evident that you do not truly understand her. Understanding is of little consequence. We can discuss it later. Lu Fan chuckled lightly. Later? Are you suggesting you wish to engage with her first? Lu Fan was at a loss for words. "Miss Su, where have your thoughts wandered? When I mentioned later, I referred to the future, implying that there is ample time ahead." "Ample time? Do you wish to engage with her daily?" Su Ruohan's incoherent and increasingly agitated remarks drew the attention of several patrons in the restaurant. Their argument left many astonished, particularly the men. How could this young man provoke such a stunning beauty to tears? Lu Fan was equally bewildered by Su Ruohan's heightened emotions. Hadn't they agreed on a mock marriage? And now, just a day later, it had devolved into this chaos. Terrifying. Women are indeed formidable, further solidifying Lu Fan's commitment to his singlehood. Ultimately, with no other recourse, he conceded, "You are right. I am exactly as you have described." "Ah, so it is true. You are driving me to my wit's end. Go sleep on the street tonight." Upon hearing that Su Ruohan wished for him to sleep on the streets, Lu Fan's spirits soared. "Wonderful. I shall take my leave then. Farewell." With that, he stood and began to depart. However, after only a couple of steps, Su Ruohan realized the flaw in her statement. Sending him to sleep on the street merely provided him the opportunity to pursue Qin Yi. No, that simply would not do. "Lu Fan, come back. Forget it." Lu Fan dashed away, but to his surprise, Su Ruohan pursued him with fervor, catching up in a fit of indignation. Thus, once again, Lu Fan found himself unceremoniously placed in the passenger seat of a white Mercedes-Benz. Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, after all the guests had departed, Old Master Qin discreetly summoned Qin Yi to the backyard and inquired, "Now Now that everyone has left, I have a few questions for you. Qin Yi, bewildered, responded. What is it, Grandpa? Speak. The old man feigned solemnity. This matter must remain confidential. Understood, Qin Yi nodded. From where did you invite that esteemed physician, Lu Fan? Qin Yi hesitated. He came on his own, accompanied by Su Ruohan. He arrived with that girl from the Su family? What is the nature of their relationship? Qin Yi furrowed her brow. Su Ruohan claims that Lu Fan is her husband and that they are already wed. Old Master Qin slapped his thigh and said with great reluctance, married? Oh no. However, it seems that Lu Fan mentioned his marriage to Su Ruohan is merely a sham. Upon hearing this, Old Master Qin transformed his worry into joy, exclaiming, thank goodness, there is still hope. How wonderful. He also mentioned he would grant me an opportunity to engage with him. Old Master Qin's expression shifted to one of surprise. What? Did he truly say that? Indeed. Qin Yi nodded. How splendid. After waiting with bated breath, at my advanced age, I have finally anticipated the arrival of Dr. Lu. In just a few brief exchanges, Old Master Qin's expression changed multiple times, prompting Qin Yi to inquire, Grandfather, what exactly is happening? Old Master Qin chuckled knowingly. You are still young and have not encountered certain matters. Allow me to be frank. Dr. Lu is not someone to be compared with ordinary folk. Chapter 13. A remarkable woman grandfather. What do you mean by this? Old Master Qin, unable to contain his delight, took a deep breath and began. This tale traces back 15 years. 15 years ago? Indeed, back then you were quite young and may not recall much. Your grandfather fell gravely ill, much like today, teetering on the brink of death. I sought the aid of numerous esteemed physicians in Lingjiang, yet all were powerless. Grandfather was seriously ill 15 years ago? Qin Yi found it hard to believe, as her grandfather had always appeared vigorous and in good health, not resembling someone who had once faced a grave illness. Indeed, had it not been for her intervention, I would have perished 15 years ago. Who is she? Qin Yi furrowed her brow. Old Master Qin spoke emphatically, Lu Linglong. The fairy Lu. The fairy Lu? Old Master Qin grew increasingly animated. She was revered by the affluent families of Lingjiang. When that extraordinary woman stepped into Lingjiang, she stirred the entire city, with fortunes rising and falling, lives hanging in the balance, all within her grasp. Even more astonishingly, she was merely 20 years old at that time. To be honored as a fairy at such a young age speaks volumes of her remarkable nature. Had it not been for Fairy Lu's timely assistance, I would have long since departed this world. Thus, my dear ear, you should now comprehend what I mean. Qin Yi nodded, understanding. It was Fairy Lu who cured grandfather's illness. Precisely, one could say that Fairy Lu literally snatched me back from the threshold of death. Qin Yi marveled. How extraordinary. But what connection does Fairy Lu have with Lu Fan? Patience, my dear, allow me to elaborate, Old Master Qin replied cheerfully. At that time, the medical technique Fairy Lu employed to heal me was the long-lost Ghost Gate 13 Needles. The Ghost Gate 13 Needles? Doctor. Li Si Shui mentioned that Lu Fan also utilizes this technique. Could it be that Lu Fan knows Fairy Lu? Indeed, that is the case. The elder nodded thoughtfully. Having just privately confirmed with Li Sisui in front of so many people that he could ascertain Lu Fan's use of the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate. However, the nature of Lu Fan's relationship with the enchanting Linglong was still a mystery. It was no wonder that someone whom even grandfather revered as a deity exuded such confidence. Thus, my dear ear, you must seize this opportunity. I have resolved that Lu Fan shall be my grandson-in-law. What? Exclaimed Qin Yi. Her cheeks instantly flushed upon hearing her grandfather's intention to arrange her marriage. Grandfather, how can you do this? I have only just met him for less than a day. Besides, is he truly as formidable as you claim? Grandfather Qin chuckled, gently patting Qin Yi on the shoulder. I can assure you, this Lu Fan is a true dragon among men. You will surely come to admire him. Yet, Qin Yi felt compelled to voice her thoughts. Although Lu Fan had healed her grandfather's ailment, her agreement to engage with him was merely to provoke Su Ruohan. She had no genuine intentions of pursuing a relationship with Lu Fan. And now, her grandfather wanted her to marry him outright? Ear, do not feel so pressured. I have never forced you in the past, and this time is no different. I can see that the girl from the Su family also harbors feelings for him. If you cannot compete with her, then marrying Dr. Lu as a concubine is something I could accept. A concubine? Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Qin Yi felt as if her worldview had shattered. The Qin family was among the prestigious 4 great families of Lingjiang. And yet her grandfather was suggesting she become a secondary partner to Lu Fan? It was unfathomable to her what significance Lu Fan held in her grandfather's eyes, or how enigmatic he truly was. Nevertheless, the thought of yielding to Su Ruohan and accepting a lesser status was utterly unacceptable to Qin. How could she allow herself to be overshadowed by Su Ruohan? A resolute idea took root in her mind. She was determined to wrest Lu Fan away from Su Ruohan's grasp. Observing the gravity on Qin Yi's face, Grandfather Qin felt a surge of joy. Having raised her himself, he understood her thoughts better than anyone else. She had always been competitive, particularly against that girl from the Su family. Coercive measures would not suffice. He needed to provoke her. Hence, his earlier suggestion for Qin Yi to become a concubine was meant to spur her into action. Truth be told, if Qin Yi could genuinely capture Dr. Lu's heart, even if it meant being a secondary partner, Grandfather would take immense pride in her choice. After all, the legendary powers of Lady Lu went far beyond mere healing. If Lu Fan indeed shared a remarkable connection with her, the entire Lingjiang might soon witness a transformation. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Su Ruohan returned to her residence. It was a modest villa registered under Su Ruohan's name, comprising 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, with an area of approximately 140 square meters. The warm-toned decor, though not as opulent as the Su family estate, provided a uniquely inviting and comfortable ambience. Su Ruohan insisted on having Lu Fan reside here, demanding that he pledge not to leave until her parents consented to dissolve their engagement, embodying the very essence of a domineering little wife. Naturally, Lu Fan was utterly reluctant. Who would prefer to stay here over enjoying a carefree life outside? However, he found himself at the mercy of Su Ruohan's threat that if he refused, she would never accompany him to finalize the divorce. Lu Fan was left speechless, yet he had his methods to deal with this jealous little woman. He emphasized, Su Ruohan, you must understand that it is I who am testing you and Qin Yi, not the other way around. Humph. At that moment, Su Ruohan, still simmering with jealousy, sat silently on the sofa, aimlessly fiddling with the television remote. Lu Fan chuckled and shook his head in resignation. After setting down his backpack, he opened the doors to the 4 bedrooms, selecting his favorite and flopping onto the bed. After a long day, he felt a bit weary and desired a short reprieve. Just then, a roar akin to a lion's echoed from the living room. Lu Fan, you scoundrel! That is my room. In the next instant, Su Ruohan stormed in with a furious expression, as if she intended to devour him whole. Lu Fan sat up from the bed, asserting, what do you mean that it's your room? Didn't we agree on the way here that there are 4 bedrooms, and I can choose whichever I like? That is not how it works. Su Ruohan retorted, utterly baffled. Her own bedroom was adorned in a completely pink, girlish style, and she had presumed that a big man like Lu Fan would never choose such a room. Who would have thought he would pick precisely that one? Infuriating her to no end. Lu Fan, are you even a man? How can you like pink? Lu Fan laughed in response. What is wrong with pink? Am I not allowed to have a youthful heart? Su Ruohan was beside herself with frustration. I can't stand you any longer. I'm going to lay down some ground rules. Ground rules? Lu Fan was intrigued. At that moment, Su Ruohan, still fuming, retrieved a small notebook from the drawer and began drafting regulations for Lu Fan. First, your activities are confined to your bedroom and the living room. You are not permitted to enter my room. Second, without my consent, you cannot bring strangers home, meddle with my personal belongings, or linger in the living room while I am bathing. Third, you must always maintain cleanliness, no littering allowed. As she spoke, she swiftly jotted down the rules in her notebook. As for the 4th rule, I haven't thought of it yet. I'll mention it once I do. After finishing, she tore out the written page and handed it to Lu Fan. Do you understand everything I just said? Absolutely, Lu Fan nodded. However, I have a few questions. Go ahead. You said my activities are limited to the bedroom and living room. What about the kitchen and balcony? Do you think I'm made of iron? Not needing to cook or do laundry? Su Ruohan, without a moment's hesitation, exclaimed, I shall prepare the meals, and I will assist you with your laundry. Lu Fan readily acquiesced. And may I use both the restroom and the bathroom? Certainly, but do bear in mind that there is only 1 bathroom in the house. So you must coordinate your usage with me. No problem, Lu Fan nodded. If there is nothing else, I shall take a shower and retire for the night. Will you step aside, or how shall we proceed? Su Ruohan replied, this is my home. If anyone should step aside, it should be you. Very well, Lu Fan nodded. And as he spoke, he stripped off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique, and proceeded to remove his trousers. The The suddenness of the event left Su Ruohan flustered. Her gaze fixed upon Lu Fan's impressive stature and well-defined muscles, her heart racing as if a fawn were leaping within her chest. "You insufferable rogue. Who permitted you to undress before me? I did provide prior notice, and besides, there is no rule prohibiting me from disrobing in your presence." Flustered, Su Ruohan's face flushed crimson to the tips of her ears. She felt utterly powerless against Lu Fan, who stood clad only in a pair of flamboyant floral shorts. Strutting confidently towards the bathroom, biting her lip in frustration, Su Ruohan muttered, "Wearing such gaudy shorts, how utterly shameless." Upon returning to her bedroom, Su Ruohan tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Her emotions were in turmoil. After a night spent drowning her sorrows alone, an array of events had unfolded within a single day. Lu Fan, a mysterious figure, had abruptly entered her life, leaving her feeling somewhat disconcerted. Despite her impulsive decisions, a sense of joy lingered within her. She had always faced her challenges alone, but now there was Lu Fan. Though he often seemed to be at odds with her, a warmth blossomed in her heart, particularly in the face of pressures from the Song family and her parents, which had eased considerably. The following morning, Su Ruohan stirred from her slumber. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was precisely 6:30. Yawning, she recalled the myriad tasks awaiting her at the office. She needed to return. Following her usual routine of washing up, applying her makeup, and preparing breakfast, the time swiftly advanced to 7:30. As the hour for work approached, she cast a glance toward Lu Fan's bedroom door. Since her rise at 6:30, there had been no sign of movement from within. With a slight pout, she murmured derisively, "It's nearly 8, and this fellow still slumbers. What a lazy pig." She approached Lu Fan's door and knocked firmly 3 times. "Lu Fan, rise and shine. What time is it? You are truly slothful." Silence ensued. Goodness, he is still asleep. Exasperated by the absence of a response, she boldly turned the doorknob, expecting it to be locked, yet the door opened effortlessly. To her astonishment, Lu Fan had already vacated the room. When did he rise? Moreover, the bedding in the bedroom was arranged with meticulous precision, resembling blocks of tofu, and the room was impeccably clean, not a speck of dust in sight, reflecting a lifestyle akin to that of a soldier. Su Ruohan couldn't help but feel a surge of shame. She had previously harbored prejudices against Lu Fan, considering him a slovenly and unkempt man. Yet, the current circumstances starkly contrasted with her long-standing perceptions, prompting her to regard Lu Fan with newfound respect. At that moment, Lu Fan had already been exercising by the river for 3 hours. The daily commitment to early morning training was a fundamental requirement set by his mentor after he ascended the mountain. For 15 years, Lu Fan had adhered to this routine. With only one exception yesterday, the morning was the most opportune time for practice, and Lu Fan was honing his skills in a technique known as the Diamond Dragon Elephant Technique, currently at the pinnacle of the 3rd level. Regrettably, he had not experienced a breakthrough in 2 full years. This stagnation troubled Lu Fan, despite his unwavering dedication to training. He found himself unable to advance to the next realm, placing his hopes on this upcoming worldly trial of heart. There remained a long journey ahead. Just as Lu Fan contemplated returning home, he noticed several individuals stealthily trailing behind him. He halted abruptly and inquired, "Step forward, let us converse." Upon hearing this, 5 men dressed in black suits, concealed behind a tree in the park, exchanged startled glances. Had they been discovered? They had thought they were well hidden. After a brief exchange of looks, the leader declared, "Let us approach him." Shortly thereafter, the 5 men stood behind Lu Fan, who turned to assess them. The leader appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, while the 4 others were tall, muscular bodyguards, clearly seasoned fighters. Lu Fan remained unfazed, offering a light smile as he asked, "What brings you gentlemen to me?" "Greetings, Dr. Lu. I am Zhou Hu. We met yesterday afternoon at the Qin family gathering. I wonder if you recall." "The Qin family?" "No," Lu Fan replied, shaking his head. Zhou Hu was taken aback, feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of his 4 bodyguards. Reluctantly, he asked, "You truly did not notice me?" Lu Fan responded, "With so many people present, why would I pay attention to you? Enough of this. I am pressed for time. What is it you wish to discuss?" "It is this, Dr. Lu. My family's head would like to invite you to our residence for a small gathering." Lu Fan furrowed his brow. "Who is your family's head?" "The head of the Zhou family, one of the 4 great families of Lingjiang, Zhou Ping." "Another one of the 4 great families?" Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, wondering if there were no other individuals in Lingjiang apart from the 4 great families. I understand. Return and inform him that I am unavailable today. If he wishes to see me, let him come to the riverbank at 5 tomorrow morning. Chapter 15. An apology to Dr. Lu. Zhou, who paused, momentarily stunned, pondering to himself how audacious Lu Fan was, disregarding even the head of one of the 4 great families. In Lingjiang, numerous influential figures yearn to befriend the family head. Yet this young man dismisses them with a mere sentence. He audaciously declares that he expects the family head to meet him at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. What arrogance! Dr. Lu, do you not need to reconsider? Zhou Hu emphasized gravely, what you must understand is that it is the Zhou family, one of the 4 prominent families of Lingjiang, that wishes to meet you. The mention of the 4 great families ignited Lu Fan's ire. Their strength was negligible, yet they insisted on projecting an air of superiority. With a disdainful scoff, Lu Fan retorted, and what of the Zhou family? It is already a considerable favor that I have agreed to meet your family head. With that, he turned to leave. How dare a mere physician speak so boldly? Since Dr. Lu has shown no regard for my face, I shall not hesitate to employ force. Seize him, and bring Dr. Lu to see the family head. Yes. With that command, 4 bodyguards sprang into action, one of them barreling towards Lu Fan. A resounding thud echoed as he, like a ferocious tiger, slapped his hand onto Lu Fan's left shoulder, coldly demanding, "Please, Dr. Lu, halt." Lu Fan merely shrugged, scoffing, then delivered an elbow strike to the chest of the assailant behind him. Instantly, a loud crash resonated as the bodyguard's eyes widened in shock, his body jolting violently from the tremendous force that erupted in his chest. The impact sent him flying backward, clutching his chest and groaning in pain. The remaining 3 bodyguards attempted to launch an assault on Lu Fan, but their fate was little better than that of their comrade. With swift precision, Lu Fan dispatched them into the nearby stream, sending a cascade of water splashing into the air. Zhou Hu, witnessing this spectacle, trembled in disbelief. You know martial arts? His voice quivered, a tempest of shock surging within him. He had assumed Lu Fan was merely an adept physician, unaware that he was also a martial arts master. The 4 bodyguards he had brought, all elite fighters, were easily bested by Lu Fan in mere moments, despite the odds being 4 against 1. The astonishment in Zhou Hu's heart was indescribable. When did I ever imply that I lacked martial prowess? Lu Fan chuckled, casually flexing his wrists and ankles. The recent skirmish barely served as a warm-up for him. In the next moment, he strode directly toward Zhou Hu, determined not to let someone who dared to strike at him escape unscathed. Zhou Hu retreated in terror, attempting to intimidate Lu Fan with a stance from the white crane fist, fully aware that his skills paled in comparison to those of the earlier bodyguards. Do not approach. I am quite formidable. As Zhou Hu blustered and retreated, fearful of receiving a punch from Lu Fan was not inclined to grant him the opportunity to escape. In a swift motion, he approached Zhou Hu and raised his fist to strike. At that moment, a black, elongated Lincoln sedan drove up from a distance, and a middle-aged man clad in a black Zhongshan suit emerged from the vehicle. He hurriedly interrupted Lu Fan, saying, "Please, divine Dr. Lu, hold your hand. My subordinate has acted rudely towards you, and I, Zhou Ping, wish to extend my sincerest apologies on his behalf." Lu Fan paused and turned to the roadside, where Zhou Ping, supported by a tall man and leaning on a cane, was hastily approaching. "Zhou Hu, I instructed you to treat divine Dr. Lu with utmost respect, yet you dared to offend him." Upon reaching Lu Fan, Zhou Ping reprimanded Zhou Hu and several of his subordinates. "Master, why have you come in person?" Zhou Hu asked, his face a mask of shame. "How can you even ask that?" Zhou Ping retorted, his anger flaring at the sight of Zhou Hu. "If I had not come, would you not have offended divine Dr. Lu even more? You worthless fool. I apologize, master, it was my mistake." With that, Zhou Hu struck his own face twice in remorse. "Divine Dr. Lu, my subordinate has failed in his duties. I hope you will not hold it against him. Before Zhou Hu left, I specifically instructed him to treat you with the utmost care, but he, accustomed to his arrogance, dared to disrespect you. I shall certainly discipline him upon our return." In truth, Zhou Ping had been present for quite some time, anxious that Zhou Hu might ruin their prospects. He witnessed the scene where Lu Fan disciplined them, and thankfully, he had accompanied them today. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. "It is of no consequence. It is not a grave matter." Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Thank you, divine Dr. Lu, thank you." Zhou Hu quickly reiterated his apologies. "Do not linger. Retreat at once." Zhou Ping commanded again. "Yes, yes." Zhou Hu, along with several bodyguards, stepped aside. Zhou Ping turned to Lu Fan once more, offering his apologies. Please, Divine Dr. Lu, do not take today's incident to heart. I assure you that I will personally bring Zhou Hu to your door to apologize in the future. There is no need for further apologies. Lu Fan scrutinized the middle-aged man and inquired, Are you Zhou Ping? What is it that you seek from me? With utmost respect. Zhou Ping replied, Since Divine Dr. Lu is so forthright, I shall be equally candid. Yesterday, I heard Zhou Hu mention that you cured the old Master Qin of his illness, and your medical prowess is akin to that of Hua Ta. I have long admired your skills and wish to invite you to my residence, hoping you might also assist me in alleviating my long-standing ailment. Is that so? You should have mentioned it earlier. There was no need for such complications. Zhou Ping nodded with a smile. My subordinate's failings have led to this misunderstanding. Divine Dr. Lu, why not accompany me to my home for a visit? No need. Healing and saving lives is the duty of a physician. There is no necessity to visit your residence. Today, let us proceed with this matter here. As he spoke, Lu Fan grasped Zhou Ping's wrist, and within a heartbeat, he declared, Your right leg is unsteady. An injury sustained, with the root of the ailment in your waist. This affliction has lingered for about a decade, has it not? Upon hearing these words, Zhou Ping was taken aback. Lu Fan had astutely identified his ailment and its underlying cause, even pinpointing the exact moment the affliction had taken root. Truly a master healer. Zhou Ping exclaimed, Allow me to pay my respects. Lu Fan hastily interjected, You are my senior. It would be improper for you to bow to me. Such actions could jeopardize your longevity. Master Lu, it has been a decade since this ailment took hold. I wonder if you possess any remedies? A minor injury. Had it been 10 years ago, I could have cured you with a single needle. However, now that so much time has elapsed, it will require at least half a month. Chapter 16. You know nothing half a month to heal? Zhou Ping could hardly believe his ears. For 10 long years, he had sought medical help, yet his condition had shown no sign of improvement. Whenever it rained or temperatures dropped, excruciating pain would pierce through his right knee joint. A torment unbearable. And now, Lu Fan claimed he could remedy this in just half a month? Filled with excitement and hope, Zhou Ping turned his gaze towards Lu Fan. At that moment, Lu Fan stepped forward, pressing 2 fingers firmly on Zhou Ping's lower back, and inquired, How does this feel? Is it painful here? The instant Lu Fan applied pressure, Zhou Ping let out a cry of agony, his face contorting in pain as he tearfully responded, It hurts. Master Lu, please be gentle. Though the pain was intense, Zhou Ping was astonished that Lu Fan could locate the source of his suffering in such a brief span of time. Truly, he was a master healer. It mustn't be gentle. I need to be decisive now. With that, Lu Fan grasped Zhou Ping's shoulder with his left hand, while his right hand suddenly released a powerful thrust against Zhou Ping's lower back, channeling internal energy to clear the meridians. After the forceful push, Zhou Ping staggered forward. Zhou Hu, witnessing this, was alarmed. How dare this young man treat the family head with such boldness? Yet, in that moment, Zhou Ping turned around, laughing heartily. He twirled before the onlookers and cast aside his cane, executing 2 powerful spinning kicks. Zhou Hu was taken aback. Has the head of the family recovered? Remarkable. Truly remarkable. My legs are well. Zhou Ping placed his hand on his lower back and felt a warm current flowing down his right leg, a sensation both comforting and refreshing. Master Lu, allow me to pay my respects. Overcome with excitement, Zhou Ping clasped his hands and prepared to bow deeply. Lu Fan quickly interjected, Mr. Zhou, do not celebrate prematurely. I have merely cleared the stagnant energy in your meridians with my internal strength. This is but a temporary relief. To achieve a complete cure, you will need 2 more sessions of acupuncture. For the next half month, avoid strenuous activities, rest adequately, and keep your lower back warm to prevent chill. Excellent, excellent. I shall remember your advice, Master Lu. Please provide me with your contact information. I will visit you in a week for the acupuncture. Indeed. Zhou Ping regarded Lu Fan with utmost reverence. After sharing his contact information, he turned to Zhou Hu and commanded, Zhou Hu, personally drive to pick up the divine physician Lu. If there are any more blunders like today, I shall not spare you. I understand, Master. Zhou Hu replied. Lu Fan offered a faint smile to Zhou Ping and said, Very well, we shall meet again another day. I must take my leave now. Zhou Ping nodded respectfully. I bid farewell to the divine physician Lu. He watched as Lu Fan's figure receded into the distance. At that moment, Zhou Hu could not restrain himself from asking, Master, must you be so courteous to this young man? You know nothing. Zhou Ping retorted sharply, casting a stern glance at Zhou Hu. How many times have I told you to be more observant? Stop looking down upon everyone. If I had not arrived today, would you not have provoked him? Zhou Hu nodded. Yes, master. But is this young man's medical skill truly that remarkable? When he treated me just now, he didn't use any medical technique. He relied solely on his internal energy, which exceeds mine by far. Exceeds mine as well. Zhou Hu felt a shiver run down his spine. Unlike the other families, the Zhou family had risen through the martial arts, and Master Zhou Ping's strength was unparalleled throughout Lingjiang. Yet now he claimed that Lu Fan's internal energy surpassed his own, indicating the extraordinary nature of this individual. Moreover, as you mentioned, just yesterday at the Qin family, you witnessed him using the Ghost Gate 13 needles to revive old Master Qin. A person capable of such miraculous feats is truly fearsome and not someone our Zhou family can afford to offend. As Zhou Ping reflected, his thoughts drifted back 15 years to that remarkable woman who had turned Lingjiang upside down with her singular prowess. Meanwhile, Lu Fan arrived at a bun shop, intending to savor a couple of buns before heading to the central hospital. His visit to the hospital was not for medical purposes, but rather for two reasons. He wished to converse with Qin Yi, who worked there, and as he was living in Lingjiang, he needed a job. Since he was a physician, the hospital was the ideal place to gain insight into Qin Yi, thereby serving two purposes at once. Having paid 10 yuan, Lu Fan had just settled down with a steamer of buns when his attention was drawn to a mother-daughter pair at the neighboring table. The young girl, named Yi Xiaoxiao, had just turned 18, her fair and delicate face resembling a freshly bloomed lotus. Opposite her sat a woman, Li Malian, aged around 36 or 37, who was Yi Xiaoxiao's mother. Li Malian was also quite beautiful, tall with long legs, her figure voluptuous yet not overweight, her appearance rivaling that of her daughter. However, compared to the young girl, the woman bore signs of fatigue and weariness, the passage of time leaving its mark on her exquisite features. What truly captivated Lu Fan's attention was not their beauty, but rather the heated argument unfolding between them. Mom, I refuse to continue my studies. No matter what you say, I will not go on. You insolent girl. How dare you? If you utter another word like that, do you believe I won't break your legs? The girl exhibited a hint of rebellion, her eyes shimmering with tears as she plaintively exclaimed, studying so much is utterly pointless. I might as well work and earn money early. You won't achieve anything by not attending school. As she spoke, the woman stood up and struck the girl sharply across the cheek. The sound echoed, crisp and clear, though the strike landed on her daughter. It was the mother who felt the true pang of sorrow. You hit me? The girl cried, clutching her stinging cheek. I hide and seek, unable to return home. My classmates look down on me, and now you too strike me. This life holds no meaning. I might as well jump into the river and end it all. With that, Yi Xiaoxiao stormed out in frustration. Xiaoxiao, I was wrong. Please don't do anything foolish. Li Malian exclaimed, her heart racing. Just beyond the Baozi shop lay a river, and the thought of her daughter taking drastic measures terrified her. Without a moment to ponder, she hurriedly chased after her. Lu Fan frowned, having just taken a bite of a Baozi. Upon witnessing the scene, he hastily packed the remaining Baozi into a plastic bag and sprang to his feet, intent on following. However, just as Yi Xiaoxiao stepped out of the shop, she found her path blocked by several burly men. At the forefront stood a bald man, his face marred by scars, exuding an intimidating aura that sent a wave of panic through Yi Xiaoxiao. The bald man seized her by the collar, leering with a sinister grin as he said, "Oh, isn't this the little girl from the Yi family? Where do you think you're running off to? Why not come and have some fun with me?" Chapter 17. A sinister encounter. The bald man was notorious in the area for his ruthless demeanor, and his gang of followers was equally nefarious. In broad daylight, they engaged in their misdeeds, leaving onlookers filled with rage yet powerless to intervene. Merely watching as the bald man gripped Yi Xiaoxiao's collar. Let Xiaoxiao go. Li Malian, typically gentle, transformed into a fierce protector upon witnessing her daughter's distress. She charged forward without hesitation, and catching the bald man off guard, she mustered all her strength to collide with him. Xiaoxiao, let us run. Oh! The bald man stumbled from the impact, loosening his grip on Yi Xiaoxiao. Seizing the moment, Li Malian grasped her daughter's hand, and they made a desperate escape. You filthy woman, I'll have my fun with you today. The bald man scoffed, wiping his mouth dismissively before instructing his henchmen to give chase. The mother and daughter fled frantically, but how could two women outrun several strong men? In a state of panic, Li Meilan and Yi Xiaoxiao dashed into a dead-end alley. Oh no, there's no way out. Li Meilan gasped, her heart sinking at the sight of a wall blocking their path. Turning to look behind, she saw the bald man and his 6 accomplices cornering them at the alley's entrance. With a triumphant grin reminiscent of a hunter, the bald man taunted, "Run. I dare you two to keep running. Bitch, running around every day. Do you really think I can't find you two, or what?" Scared out of her wits, Yi Xiaoxiao clutched Li Meilan's arm tightly, daring not to let go. Li Meilan's face also looked grim. She put on a brave front, patted her daughter's shoulder, and muttered a few words of comfort. Then she turned to the bald man, forcing a smile. "Brother Baldy, we will pay back the money we owe you. But look at our family's situation. 200,000 yuan is no small sum. We really can't come up with it right now. Please, can you give us a few more days? I'm begging you, Brother Baldy." "More days?" Baldy burst into loud laughter. Then his face suddenly darkened. "Li Meilan, you damn bitch. Don't be ungrateful when someone's being nice. You have money to send your daughter to college, but no money to pay off your debt? Do you think I'm a joke? Brother Baldy, Xiao has college fees. She's on a student loan. It's not that we don't want to pay you back." "Student loan?" Baldy snapped. "I don't care about that. Anyway, if you've got money, you pay me first. 200,000 yuan. You have to pay it today. Not a penny less." Li Meilan's face was filled with helplessness and pleading. "Brother Baldy, I'm begging you. We really can't come up with that much money right now. Even if you kill me, I still can't." "If you can't," Baldy leered at the mother and daughter, "how about I help you figure something out?" "What? What way?" "Brother Baldy?" Li Meilan stared at him helplessly. "Haha," Baldy sneered. "Since you two don't have any other skills, why not go into prostitution while you're still young? Honestly, with your looks, earning 200,000 yuan would be a piece of cake. How's that sound?" Li Meilan was furious, but there was nothing she could do to stop him. "What you? Don't be ungrateful. I'm sincerely trying to help you." Baldy grinned lewdly. He wouldn't boast about other things, but he had plenty of ways to deal with these two. "You bastard. Don't push us too far." Hearing this insult, Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back anymore. Her pretty face flushed red with anger. If Li Meilan hadn't held her back, she would have rushed forward to fight Baldy to the death. "Little girl's quite stubborn, still a virgin, huh?" Baldy laughed loudly. "I just love girls like you. How about this, you two come with me. If you do, I'll write off the 200,000 yuan debt. What do you say?" As he spoke, he licked his lips playfully. Baldy wasn't short of money. His only hobby was playing with women. Li Meilan and Yi Xiaoxiao were prettier than any woman he'd ever been with, so he'd never let this chance slip away. Yi Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth in hatred. "You're shameless. I swear I'll kill you." "Haha, you'll kill me?" Baldy waved his hand heavily, ordering his underlings, "Go, catch them both. Today we brothers will have some fun." Li Meilan begged desperately. No, Brother Baldy, I'm begging you, I'll go with you. Please, let my daughter go." "Nope," Baldy said with a lewd smile. "I've got a big appetite. I want both." "Wait a minute." At the moment when Li Meilan felt utterly helpless, Lu Fan approached from behind, leisurely consuming a bun. Upon noticing his arrival, several of the henchmen halted in their tracks. The bald man turned to Lu Fan and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Lu Fan," he replied with a faint smile. "Today, I too wish to indulge." The bald man scoffed derisively. "You wish to indulge? This is hardly your place." "Is that so?" "It seems it is not my place." Lu Fan, casually munching on his bun, sauntered toward the bald man. As he drew near, Lu Fan suddenly struck, delivering a resounding slap to the bald man's face. The loud crack echoed through the air, leaving the henchman momentarily stunned. The bald man, clutching his stinging cheek, seethed with a mix of humiliation and anger. "You're seeking death," he exclaimed, quickly realizing that Lu Fan had come to disrupt their scene. Without a second thought, he raised his hand to retaliate. However, Lu Fan was swifter. He seized the bald man's wrist with his left hand and delivered a knee strike to his abdomen. The bald man's eyes bulged, and his body arched backward in a shrimp-like manner. The tremendous force propelled him like a cannonball against the wall. With a thunderous crash, the wall trembled as the bald man cried out in agony, sliding down to the ground. He rose, clutching his painfully throbbing stomach, and commanded, "Brothers, attack. Let us kill him." As his words fell, 6 henchmen charged at Lu Fan in unison. Unfazed, Lu Fan let out a cold chuckle, tossing a bun into the air. He then delivered a powerful punch to one of the attackers' faces, followed by 2 swift kicks that incapacitated the remaining 5 in the blink of an eye. With a satisfying clap, the bun descended back into Lu Fan's hand, as though time had not been wasted at all. Ouch, that hurts. The 6 men writhed on the ground, moaning in pain. Yi Xiaoxiao and Li Meilan were left in shock. This man was formidable. How could he have taken down the bald man's 5 or 6 henchmen in an instant? What do you say now, bald man? Is it my turn? Lu Fan inquired while munching on his bun as he approached the bald man. The bald man stood in disbelief, pondering Lu Fan's extraordinary prowess. In light of the situation, he was no fool. He dared not act arrogantly any longer. Instead, he attempted to negotiate. Kid, I advise you not to meddle. Chapter 18. I am fierce at night, advise me not to meddle? Lu Fan chuckled, promptly retrieving his phone. Very well, since you wish for me to refrain. I shall call the police and let them handle it. The bald man dismissed him with a scoff. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. What can the police do to me? As he spoke, he fished a small piece of paper from his pocket and declared, Look, this is an IOU personally written by her man, complete with his fingerprint. Think you can weasel out of this? I'm eager to see whom the police will arrest when they arrive. His tone grew increasingly brazen, exuding an air of invincibility. Upon catching sight of that debt note, Li Meilan burst into tears. In her earlier years, she had enjoyed a prosperous life, filled with familial bliss. However, her husband, who proved to be a disappointment, succumbed to the vice of gambling. Once ensnared, he spiraled uncontrollably. Within a mere 2 months, he had squandered their entire fortune at the hands of a notorious gambler. Not only did he lose everything, but he also borrowed money from this gambler to continue his reckless pursuits. Eventually, faced with insurmountable debts and unable to repay, Li Meilan's husband took his own life by jumping into a river, leaving behind only his wife and daughter, Yi Xiaoxiao, to endure the suffering of this world alone. Initially, he borrowed a sum of 100,000, but the casino's loans came with exorbitant interest rates, compounding daily until the debt ballooned to 300,000. Now, Li Meilan not only had to earn a living to support her daughter's education, but also had to repay her husband's debts, a burden that rendered their lives utterly miserable. The gambler boasted, in these 5 years, they have repaid 100,000, yet still owe 200,000. Lu Fan furrowed his brow, well aware of the underlying complexities after years of experience. Were he in such a predicament, he would easily resolve it with brute force. But alas, it was Li Meilan and her daughter who found themselves in this plight. Even if he were to assist them in dealing with the gambler today, tomorrow the gambler would surely return, more relentless than before, worsening their already dire circumstances. The sole solution lay in settling the debt in full at once to eliminate any future woes. Otherwise, the mother and daughter would remain trapped in a perpetual state of distress. Remembering his mentor's teachings about performing good deeds and saving lives, he pondered that helping in such matters also fell within his purview. With a calm demeanor, Lu Fan declared, It is merely 200,000. I shall assist them in repaying it. You will help them repay? The gambler laughed heartily. All right then. Lu Fan joined in the laughter. Brother, is your casino still operational? Of course it is. The gambler squinted. What? Do you fancy a game? Naturally. Every man has his pleasures, though I prefer to play modestly. Perhaps a wager of 1 or 2,000. The gambler scrutinized Lu Fan, suddenly intrigued. If this fellow could wager 1 or 2,000, how could he claim to play small? Yet, noting Lu Fan's shabby attire, the gambler suspected he was merely deceiving him. Let me ask you, do you have any money? If you can produce 5,000 today, I will take you to play. If not, you should leave. Lu Fan smiled. Ah, how unfortunate. I cannot muster that 5,000 today, for all my money is with my wife. Just wait a moment while I call her to bring me some. With that, Lu Fan stepped aside and dialed Su Ruohan. Hello, my dear wife. I am currently at Emin Alley. Please bring me 500,000. I wish to indulge in a few games. Lu Fan understood that he must demonstrate his wealth to the bald man. Only then would he be taken to the casino. There was no way the bald man would agree to a handout. In this situation, Su Ruohan naturally became indispensable. On the other end of the line, Su Ruohan asked. Bewildered, Lu Fan, what do you need 500,000 for? Lu Fan shouted, Hurry. I urgently need the money. Just 500,000. And I'll pay you back tomorrow. All right, I understand. Su Ruohan nodded. Although she was unaware of Lu Fan's circumstances, she could easily manage to procure that sum. Wow. You really are wealthy, huh? At that moment, the bald man's expression shifted slightly as he assessed Lu Fan. Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's just a small amount. 20,000 to help them settle their debts, and the remaining 30,000 for some entertainment. The bald man licked his cracked lips, wondering if Lu Fan was lying. He thought that once his wife arrived, the truth would be revealed, with Li Malian and her daughter present. Even if Lu Fan attempted to flee, it would not matter. Kid, I want to ask again. You don't even know them. Yet you're just handing over 20,000. Are you out of your mind? Lu Fan chuckled, casting a lascivious glance at Li Malian and her daughter. He then leaned closer to the bald man's ear and whispered, "Didn't I just tell you I have a taste for the finer things? Ah, I see now. So you're also interested in them." The bald man suddenly realized that Lu Fan's intentions were similar to his own, albeit more subtle. "I thought you were a good guy. Turns out we're cut from the same cloth." Lu Fan smiled. Men are all the same, after all. Afterward, Lu Fan patted the bald man's shoulder and said, "Brother Bald, wait a moment. My wife is on her way with the money. We'll have a great time then." The bald man laughed heartily. "Sounds good." A few minutes later, Su Ruohan arrived, driving a white Mercedes-Benz that parked perfectly at the alley's entrance. The bald man's eyes lit up. He had initially doubted Lu Fan's claims, but seeing the luxurious car left him speechless. This vehicle was worth over $1 million. No wonder Lu Fan was so confident. He must be supported by a wealthy woman. The bald man and his underlings began to speculate about the kind of affluent woman who would sponsor someone like Lu Fan. Surely, she must be a 50-year-old, 200-pound matron. However, the next moment, the bald man was stunned. The person emerging from the car was not a matron at all, but an exquisite beauty wearing brown sunglasses. What? The bald man and his companions looked back at Lu Fan, bewildered by the situation. "Let us go, Brother Bald. My wife has arrived. We can have some fun now." "How on earth did you manage to find such a wife?" Skills speak for themselves. I'm quite impressive at night. You know what I mean." The bald man wore a fierce expression, and Su Ruohan felt a bit uneasy upon witnessing this. She pulled Lu Fan aside and asked, "Lu Fan, what is going on? How did you get involved with such people?" "I did not provoke them. You need not speak. Soon, we shall head to the casino. Upon arrival, I will instruct you to take the money, and you shall do just that, taking whatever amount I designate. Do you understand?" Su Ruohan furrowed her brows in dismay. "What? Do you think I am an ATM?" Chapter 19. A fortuitous start immediately. The bald man and his few subordinates led the way, with Su Ruohan driving a Mercedes, followed closely by Lu Fan and the mother-daughter duo, Li Malian and Yi Xiaoxiao. Along the journey, Lu Fan elucidated the circumstances to Su Ruohan. Although it was somewhat meddlesome, she was nonetheless supportive of assisting Li Malian and her daughter through their predicament. However, Su Ruohan was quite displeased with Lu Fan's approach. The opponents they faced were notorious bullies in the area, known for their underhanded gambling tactics. Was it not foolish for Lu Fan to engage them in a game of chance? Su Ruohan believed the more prudent solution was to first utilize her own funds to assist Li Malian and her daughter in repaying their debts. Once Yi Xiaoxiao graduated from university and secured employment, they could devise a gradual repayment plan. This way, Su Ruohan would neither charge them interest nor would they have to endure further harassment from the bald man, effectively achieving two objectives with one action. Li Malian too found Su Ruohan's proposal practical and urged Lu Fan to refrain from gambling with the bald man and his crew. Yet, Lu Fan dismissed her suggestion outright, confidently declaring, "Today, I shall outsmart them without a dime to my name." Before long, they arrived at the casino owned by the bald man on the outskirts of Lingjiang City. The establishment was not particularly expansive. It had once been a factory, now abandoned and quite concealed, making it difficult for the average person to locate. Upon entering the casino, one could immediately spot 7 or 8 gambling tables repurposed from pool tables, each surrounded by a throng of fervent gamblers, many of whom were the bald man's henchmen. "The bald man has arrived. Clear the way," one of the subordinates shouted, swiftly vacating a gambling table to create space for the bald man and Lu Fan. "What's this? Bald man, are you here to make a big play today? That girl is quite appealing. Shall we have some fun with her?" Several burly men jeered, their eyes gleaming with desire upon seeing Su Ruohan, captivated by her beauty. Before the bald man could respond, a warning was issued: "Be careful, or you might lose your tongue." It was Su Ruohan's first visit to such a place, though she felt a twinge of fear. She still exuded the poise befitting a scion of the Su family. In stark contrast, Li Malian and her daughter were visibly shaken, for this was the very place where her husband had lost his life. Li Malian harbored a deep-seated hatred for her own inability to demolish this establishment. Simultaneously, a few men with bloodshot eyes regarded the mother and daughter with a ravenous gaze, causing them to tremble with trepidation. At that moment, Lu Fan reassured them. Do not fear anything that occurs here. Remain silent, and I will handle everything. Lu Fan's words acted as a soothing balm for Li Meilan and her daughter, quickly calming their anxious hearts. It must be said that Lu Fan possessed a certain charm. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he exuded an aura of reliability and composure. The moment the bald man made his entrance, a throng of onlookers flocked around, eager to witness the spectacle. Seated at the dealer's position at the gambling table, the bald man rudely propped his leg up and took a deep drag from his cigarette. One of his lackeys inquired, "Brother Bald, what are we playing today?" "Anything goes." "My brother is a guest. Let him decide," the bald man replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards the various gambling tools and games on the table. These tools had been tampered with, and the bald man felt a sense of pride. Regardless of how the game unfolded, he was certain he would emerge victorious. Moreover, he secretly vowed to ensure that Lu Fan would lose so badly that he would be unable to recover, ideally winning the stunning beauty he had brought along as well. "Let's play dice. I prefer something fast," Lu Fan declared, prompting Su Ruohan to place a bank card on the table. "Bring someone to verify the funds." "Dice? Haha. My brother is indeed straightforward," the bald man exclaimed with delight, for dice were the easiest to manipulate and the quickest game to play. The audacity of Lu Fan to specifically request dice thrilled him. Soon, a heavily made-up woman approached Lu Fan with a machine. He swiped his card, instructing Su Ruohan to input the password. The balance appeared swiftly, and the woman gasped, "Brother Bald, 1 million. Ah, as expected from my brother, so extravagant." The bald man rubbed his hands together in excitement and continued, "Let us not waste time. Let us begin, brother. What shall we wager for the first round?" "Let us start with 10,000 to test today's luck." Around them, the lackeys cheered. What a bold move. 10,000 just to test the waters. A group of inexperienced onlookers thought little of it, for to Lu Fan, such amounts were mere trifles. With that, the bald man tossed 3 dice and a cup towards Lu Fan. "It's a simple game of comparing the dice. The first round is yours to initiate." "All right, I shall begin." As he spoke, Lu Fan pulled Su Ruohan onto his lap with his left arm, witnessing his hand wrap around her waist. Envious glances were cast from the crowd. Su Ruohan felt her cheeks flush. She had only seen such scenes in classic gambling films, never imagining she would find herself in such a situation. Yet she understood that she must remain still, lest she disrupt Lu Fan's game. One of the bald man's lackeys offered Lu Fan a cigarette, which he accepted but did not smoke. Instead, he gently patted Su Ruohan and said, "Come." "You shake the dice." Su Ruohan was taken aback, her face suddenly turning crimson. "Me? But my luck is terrible. What is there to fear? Winning or losing is merely 10,000. There is no need to panic," Lu Fan remarked with an air of nonchalance, studying Su Ruohan with a playful expression. "Very well. I shall give it a try," Su Ruohan said as she grasped the dice cup and began to shake it vigorously. After several shakes, she placed it on the table. The bald man across from her pretended to listen to the sounds within the cup, shaking it a few times before setting it down. "I shall go first," he declared, lifting the cup to reveal the dice, showing 3, 3, and 6, totaling 12. "Well done, Brother Bald. Your luck is splendid for the first round. 12 points is quite impressive. Are you feeling anxious, Brother Lu Fan?" Lu Fan chuckled lightly. He felt no anxiety at all. He knew that in the initial rounds, the bald man would intentionally let him win a little. This was a common tactic in gambling, designed to lull one into a false sense of security, preparing them for the larger stakes to come. "Let us see what I have," Lu Fan encouraged as he patted Su Ruohan again. Su Ruohan, flustered and blushing more intensely, followed Lu Fan's instructions and opened the cup. As expected, the dice revealed 4, 5, and 5, totaling 14, 2 points greater than the bald man's score. "Wow, such a high roll." The bald man feigned annoyance, secretly knowing that the outcomes had been predetermined. Lu Fan burst into laughter. "What a great start. My luck is quite favorable today. Pay up, pay up." Chapter 20. The fish is hooked. Brother Bald seems to be having an off day. I've never seen him lose the first round before. Enough chatter. It's just 10,000. The bald man waved his hand dismissively. "Let us keep going. How much are we betting this time?" "Still 10,000, Lu Fan replied. "All right, another 10,000 it is." The bald man shook the cup once more, and Lu Fan took it from Su Ruohan, shaking it vigorously for several moments before slamming it down onto the table. Then, Lu Fan gave Su Ruohan a playful squeeze at her waist and said, "Now, you open it." Su Ruohan felt a twinge of anxiety. fearing she might ruin things for Lu Fan. Taking a deep breath, she opened the cup. 1, 2, 4, 7 points, she lamented. This is too low. We're surely going to lose. Lu Fan pretended to be outraged, exclaiming, what a terrible roll. How can you be so unlucky? Haha, Brother Bald is bound to win this round. The surrounding onlookers erupted in exaggerated cheers. The bald man chuckled to himself, then opened his cup to reveal 1, 1, and 3, totaling 5 points. At that moment, many spectators were left dumbfounded. Indeed, there is no limit to how low the scores can go. Haha, my luck today is truly remarkable, Lu Fan exclaimed. Let us keep going. I'm betting 30,000 this time. I intend to win big. Brother, you're quite bold. 30,000 it is. I'm in, the bald man replied, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Thinking that Lu Fan's enthusiasm was the perfect opportunity for a cheat, both parties shook their dice cups with fervor once more. After opening, Lu Fan rolled 3, 3, and 5, while the bald man rolled 4, 5, and 5. The bald man emerged victorious. Damn it, I lost. I thought I could win 10 rounds in a row. Let us continue, another 30,000. All right. As they spoke, Lu Fan and the bald man resumed shaking the dice cup. At this moment, Su Ruohan's expression shifted slightly. The atmosphere at the table had clearly soured. Anyone with even a modicum of intelligence could discern that the opposition would never allow one to win indefinitely. It would be exceedingly difficult to leave without being thoroughly cleaned out. With this thought in mind, Su Ruohan pinched Lu Fan's waist with a bit of force, attempting to remind him not to get carried away. Upon feeling her pinch, Lu Fan immediately retorted, I'm busy, don't bother me. Su Ruohan bit her lip and pleaded, could you please not gamble so heavily? Just a few thousand at a time would suffice. Lu Fan scolded her in return. Who are you to tell me what to do? A woman is just a woman, lacking ambition. Laughter erupted around them, a chorus of amusement. The bald man took a drag from his cigarette and chimed in, exactly. What can a woman ever accomplish? Let us roll. They each opened their dice cups. The bald man's score was 3, 4, and 6, while Lu Fan's score was 1, 1, and 5, another loss. Damn it, what is going on today? Why does it seem like women have all the luck? Lu Fan exclaimed. Let us raise it another 30,000. You roll this time. In just a few minutes. Lu Fan had already lost 40,000. The bald man couldn't contain his glee, exclaiming, my brother is quite the sport. Su Ruohan took the dice, trembling with trepidation as she shook them a few times. Upon revealing the result, she found a rather unremarkable score of 10. In contrast, the bald man's 3 dice added up to exactly 11. Lu Fan lost another 30,000. Just a little more, Su Ruohan nearly cried in frustration. You're losing my money. Let us stop and leave. I can win it back later. Lu Fan, how about we call it a day? The bald man feigned concern for Lu Fan, although it was merely a psychological tactic on his part. Anyone could see that a gambler who continually loses becomes desperate, eager to recover their losses, unaware that the trap only deepens. Damn, I've already lost 70,000. How could I just stop now? I need to at least break even. Lu Fan insisted. Let us go for another 30,000. You roll again. I refuse to be deterred. Let me roll. My luck isn't any better, Su Ruohan protested. At least you're better than me. Just roll, don't dawdle. Lu Fan then playfully squeezed Su Ruohan, much to the envy of the bald man's henchmen and other players at the casino. The goddess they yearned for was so easily touched by another. How could they not be infuriated? Su Ruohan's face flushed to the roots of her neck, and she couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Fan was feigning interest in the game, taking advantage of her instead. After losing 70,000, she felt no anxiety from Lu Fan. Rather, he exuded an unusual sense of steadiness and reassurance. It was perplexing. With a furrowed brow, Su Ruohan began to shake the dice cup once more. After a dozen shakes, they opened their scores. Lu Fan rolled 3, 6, and 6, totaling 15 points. Wow. 2 sixes. 15 points, incredible. You're the lucky charm for rolling dice. Lu Fan exclaimed in excitement. Haha, what a great score. We're bound to win this time. Su Ruohan responded with delight. The bald man chuckled nonchalantly and proceeded to unveil his dice cup. 5, 5, 6. What on earth? 16. Lu Fan feigned a look of astonishment. Bald brother, you're impressive. The younger subordinates erupted in cheers. It's merely luck, a stroke of good fortune. The bald man waved his hand dismissively, then courteously addressed Lu Fan. All right, brother, it seems your luck isn't quite in today. Let's call it a day. Tomorrow, I'll continue to play with you. No way. I refuse to be swayed by mere chance. Lu Fan retorted, bring out the stakes. I'm betting 300,000. Does bald brother dare to play? 300,000. The onlookers were taken aback. This young man was indeed a tycoon. While others wagered modest sums of 5 or 600, he jumped straight to 1 or 3,000, and now, an audacious leap to 300,000. The bald man chuckled, convinced that Lu Fan had succumbed to excitement. Yet this was precisely the outcome he had anticipated. 300,000, so be it. Why would I shy away? He declared, pushing forward 100,000 in chips, alongside a promissory note written by Li Malian's husband from years past. Brother, didn't you say you would cover the 20,000 for her and her daughter? I'll use this 20,000 as my stake for this round. Is that acceptable? Upon seeing the promissory note, Lu Fan smiled faintly. The bait was taken. No problem. He gestured affirmatively. Good. Before rolling the dice, the bald man preset his points. He programmed a 5, 6, 6. This was the most conservative score that would guarantee a win without raising suspicion of cheating. Unless Lu Fan rolled a 6, 6, 6, victory was assured. The bald man perceived Lu Fan as a novice, believing that such a score was not easily obtained. He chuckled to himself, thinking how easily this naive fellow could be deceived. However, at that moment, Su Ruohan and Li Malian, mother and daughter, turned pale with fear. Su Ruohan exclaimed, Lu Fan, have you lost your mind? 300,000 in one go. Lu Fan replied, what of 300,000? I've already lost so much. If I don't play big, when will I win it back? He shot Su Ruohan a glance, yet subtly reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. For Lu Fan had ample strategies to secure victory in this round. Chapter 21. A simple task with determination, Lu Fan took charge. Gripping the dice cup firmly and shaking it vigorously, the bald man mirrored his fervor, shaking with apparent randomness, yet he knew well that regardless of the tumult, the 3 dice within the cup would ultimately reveal 5, 6, 6, as predetermined. After dozens of shakes, both men placed their cups down on the gambling table. Lu Fan addressed the bald man. I've gone first previously. This time, bald brother shall take the lead. Very well. The bald man smiled, lifting the cup to reveal 5, 6, 6, a total of 17 points. 17 points. Bald brother, you are magnificent. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The dice merely determined the magnitude. And here lies a total of 17 points. For Lu Fan to emerge victorious, he possesses but a single opportunity, to roll 3 sixes. Su Ruohan's complexion turned ashen as she exclaimed, Lu Fan, we are finished. Lu Fan feigned a grave expression, portraying a facade of embarrassment. What's the matter, brother? Hurry and roll. It's all your fault, Lu Fan. 300,000 has just gone down the drain. Lu Fan pretended to be impatient and retorted, silence. Regardless of the outcome, this is the final round. If I lose, I shall cease playing from this day forth. Any further play shall result in dire consequences. The bald man chuckled as he observed Lu Fan. All right, brother, let this be the end for today. It seems that fate is not in your favor. Winning appears rather elusive. Indeed, Lu Fan, I cannot allow you to continue playing, Su Ruohan added. Fine, fine, we shall conclude with this last round. And then I shall abstain from further games. At that moment, including Su Ruohan, none were aware that Lu Fan was the true master of the dice. Having played with his mentor since the tender age of 8, he had become adept in the art of dice manipulation, coupled with an imperceptible infusion of inner strength. Lu Fan could roll any number he desired. As he spoke, Lu Fan swiftly lifted the dice cup, devoid of expectation. The instant the cup was removed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Goodness, 3 sixes. Is this for real? The highest possible combination. This young man has won. Su Ruohan joyfully embraced Lu Fan. Lu Fan smiled and remarked, at last, I have secured a victory. He collected the IOUs and chips, totaling 300,000. Recovering the 100,000 he had previously lost, and simultaneously absolving the 20,000 owed by Li Malian and her daughter to the bald man. A veritable 2-for-1 triumph. At that moment, the bald man's face turned a shade of disbelief as he stared at the 3 sixes before Lu Fan. Damn it, what a stroke of misfortune today. Allowing him to roll the winning combination. Let us depart, Lu Fan said, wrapping his arm around Su Ruohan's waist. All right, let us go, Su Ruohan readily agreed. Hold on. You win money and think you can just leave? That is not how it works. The bald man slammed his hand on the table. and his numerous lackeys immediately blocked Lu Fan's exit. Su Ruohan, unable to contain her indignation, exclaimed, "Is this how you operate? So in your establishment, one can only lose money, but those who win are not permitted to leave?" The bald man was momentarily taken aback by Su Ruohan's words. There were several other players in the casino. "The lady speaks the truth. What are you implying, bald brother? Are winners not allowed to leave?" "Exactly. If you continue this way, who will return to your establishment?" One gambler retorted. "I lost 100,000 to you the other day, and you simply walked away without a word." Among the gamblers were many affluent individuals, some of whom the bald man could not afford to offend. After a chorus of accusations, he broke into a cold sweat. His casino had thrived on deceit, and if he alienated these wealthy patrons, how would he sustain his business? Moreover, he had not truly lost anything. He had merely sacrificed the IOU from Li Malian and her daughter. The bald man pondered for a moment, realizing he could not forsake his business over a mere IOU. He waved his hand and instructed his subordinates, "Step aside and let Brother Lu go. Do remember to visit often, Brother Lu. Just don't forget about your elder brother." Lu Fan smiled faintly, assuring him, "Rest easy, Brother Bald. I shall frequent this place." In truth, Lu Fan intended to return often, as this locale was a veritable treasure trove for prosperity. Where else could one go when funds ran low? As his words faded, the surrounding henchmen parted ways. Thus, Lu Fan departed the gambling den with the mother-daughter duo, Su Ruohan and Li Malian. Once outside, Lu Fan returned the IOU he had won from the bald man to Li Malian, saying, "All right, from this day forth, you owe him nothing. Tear this note up. Oh, benefactor, I scarcely know how to express my gratitude," Li Malian exclaimed, overwhelmed with relief and eager to kneel before Lu Fan. "There is no need for thanks. It was but a trifling effort," Lu Fan replied coolly. "The bald man should not trouble you again. If you feel uneasy, consider relocating. Here is my contact information. Should he harass you again, do not hesitate to call me." Li Malian turned to her daughter, Yi Xiao, saying, "Indeed, we were already contemplating a move. We cannot thank you enough, Lu Fan. Hurry, Xiao, express your gratitude to uncle." "Thank you, uncle," Yi Xiao said politely. "Haha, you may call me brother instead. I am but a few years your senior." Lu Fan laughed heartily, then turned to Yi Xiao, advising, "Focus on your studies and aspire to attend university. Do not quibble with your mother again, understand?" "I understand, Brother Lu Fan," she replied earnestly. "Good." After assisting Li Malian and her daughter in resolving their debt crisis, Lu Fan departed with Su Ruohan. On the way, while Lu Fan was momentarily distracted, Su Ruohan stole several glances at him, finally unable to suppress her curiosity. "Lu Fan, how did you manage that last hand? Did you cheat?" Lu Fan laughed immediately. "Cheat? Am I the sort of person to do that?" With a huff, Su Ruohan retorted. "Then how did you roll 3 sixes?" Feigning mystery, Lu Fan replied, "A magician never reveals his secrets." Su Ruohan blinked and said, "Teach me. I want to win money too." "Teach you? My skills are beyond your reach. Just focus on driving." Lu Fan chuckled again. Thinking only a fool would believe the casino was fair, if one took it seriously, they would surely lose. "Humph, if you want to teach. Then where do you want me to drive you now?" Su Ruohan asked with a hint of pride. Lu Fan, seated in the passenger seat, replied nonchalantly, "To Lingjiang Central Hospital, to find Qin. "What?" Upon hearing this, Su Ruohan slammed the brakes, bringing the car to an abrupt halt, nearly sending Lu Fan flying from his seat. Once she regained her composure, Lu Fan exclaimed, "What the hell, Su Ruohan? Are you attempting to murder your husband?" Exasperated, Su Ruohan retorted, "You want me to drive you to that vixen? Do you have no shame?" Lu Fan remarked, "Do not forget, we are currently in a sham marriage." Su Ruohan, unable to contain her frustration, retorted, "That may be, but it is unacceptable. You cannot expect that." Chapter 22. Confidence arises from strength. Upon hearing Su Ruohan's words, Lu Fan replied, "Your meddling has cost you 20 points. You are now in a precarious position." Lu Fan was not the type to allow others to lead him by the nose. A man, in this world, seeks nothing less than freedom. 20 points deducted. Su Ruohan stared at Lu Fan in bewilderment. What is the total score? To ensure that Su Ruohan and Qin could compete fairly, Lu Fan devised a scoring system in his mind for both of them, where only the victor would hold the genuine qualification to become his fiancée. The maximum score is 100, and both you and Qin start with 60. You now have a mere 30 points left. Should your score drop to 0, I regret to inform you, Miss Su, that you will be entirely excluded from my considerations. With a flushed face, Su Ruohan realized that she was, in fact, pursuing Lu Fan. It is worth noting that the men who vied for her affections could be counted from Jiangnan to Jiangbei, yet here she was, firmly in Lu Fan's grasp. Frustrated, she challenged him. How can you be so confident? Lu Fan chuckled. My confidence is rooted in my abilities. With such strength, I believe you will find yourself more assured. Su Ruohan bit her lip and countered. Though my assets may be modest, I have no shortage of admirers. Why should I hang my hopes solely on you? Attempting to apply some pressure on Lu Fan, she was met with indifference as he replied, That is splendid. Let us proceed to file for divorce, and I shall be free to pursue Qin Yi openly. Upon hearing Lu Fan mention his intention to pursue Qin Yi, a surge of jealousy ignited within Su Ruohan. No one would take away what she desired, particularly not Qin Yi. I object. I will not allow you to be with that vixen, Qin Yi. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan declared, Objections are futile. To win my heart, there is but one way, a fair competition with Qin Yi. You. Su Ruohan was momentarily speechless. Fine, I will take you to see her, but you must not deduct any more points. Lu Fan grinned. No problem. Just drive obediently, and perhaps I may even grant you additional points in the future. Understood. Su Ruohan seethed, nearly driven to exasperation. Were it not for the pressure from her parents and the Song family, she would never demean herself before Lu Fan. Of course, this was merely one factor. The crux of the matter remained Qin Yi. No matter what, she could not relinquish Lu Fan to that enchantress, not even a fraction. With this thought in mind, Su Ruohan pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the car surged forward with a whoosh. Could you please slow down? The sudden acceleration startled Lu Fan immensely. The speedometer shot up to 120. Who could possibly withstand such a pace? Upon reaching an intersection, they were fortunate to encounter a red light, which prompted Su Ruohan to finally decelerate. Lu Fan's heart raced with a mix of trepidation and relief. They were finally safe. Are you even a man? Is this little speed enough to frighten you? Lu Fan chuckled with pride and gazed into Su Ruohan's clear eyes, saying, As for whether I am a man, would you like me to prove it to you tonight? You rogue. Su Ruohan felt an overwhelming urge to punch Lu Fan. He simply smiled and replied, You claim I am not a man, and I wish to prove to you that I am. Is there anything wrong with that? I think not. Why you? Su Ruohan momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Just then, her phone rang. The caller ID displayed Dad. It was Su Tianhua calling. Su Ruohan answered the phone, and before Su Tianhua could speak, she declared, I have already told you. I am married to Lu Fan now. I will not be returning, and I could never marry Song Qingjie. You can give up on that notion. She was about to hang up when she heard Su Tianhua's anxious voice on the other end. Ruohan, please come home quickly. Your mother is gravely ill. What? My mother is gravely ill? Su Ruohan's heart sank at the news. Yes, you must hurry back. All right, I understand. I will return at once. Su Ruohan nodded in a daze. Despite her anger, the bond between mother and daughter was profound, and she could not ignore the urgency regarding Li Feng's condition. After hanging up, Su Ruohan turned to Lu Fan. Lu Fan, my mother is in trouble. I must go home and check on her. Lu Fan nodded. All right, you should go back. I will take a taxi to find Qin Yi. Wait, Su Ruohan called out to him. What is it now? She replied. I would like you to accompany me back. Why would I accompany you? Lu Fan immediately shook his head in refusal. Setting aside the fact that Li Feng's life or death had nothing to do with him, he noted that Li Feng looked vibrant and healthy just yesterday. Hardly someone who would be gravely ill. Su Ruohan said, I suspect my mother might be feigning illness to trick me into coming back. They still want me to marry into the Song family. So, you're not as foolish as you seem, Lu Fan chuckled. If you know your mother is pretending to be ill, why go back at all? Isn't that a matter of caution? If something were to happen to my mother, I would be devastated for the rest of my life. Lu Fan asked, So, you intend to continue using me as a shield? Su Ruohan nodded helplessly. You promised to help me. Besides, aren't you a miraculous doctor? If my mother is indeed sick, you could take a look at her. She clung to Lu Fan's arm, pleading sweetly. All right, I will accompany you. Lu Fan relented, unable to resist a woman's charm. Furthermore, he was a man of his word. Su Ruohan had helped him find the ideal Tianfeng physique girl, and he was committed to assisting her in overcoming her challenges. Su Ruohan exclaimed joyfully, That's wonderful. Lu Fan, I love you. The two turned the car around and soon arrived at the Su family villa. Upon entering, they found Li Feng lying on the sofa, a damp towel resting on her forehead, while Su Tianhua sat beside her, holding her hand. Her complexion appeared quite pale, and she was incessantly moaning. However, such a ruse could only deceive someone like Su Ruohan, for Lu Fan discerned at a glance that she was feigning illness. Upon seeing Li Feng's condition, Su Ruohan was about to inquire with Su Tianhua about her ailment when she noticed Su Tianhua patting Li Feng's arm, saying, "Enough, your daughter has returned. Cease the charade. Ruohan is back." At the sound of Su Tianhua's words, Li Feng abruptly sat up from the sofa, evidently a picture of health, showing no signs of illness whatsoever. Su Ruohan, witnessing this, exclaimed, "Dad, Mom, you two have conspired to deceive me. If we didn't, would you have returned?" Su Tianhua replied with a serious expression, "Do you still wish for me to marry Song Qingjie? Are you aware of what kind of person he is? He revels in his family's wealth and power, indulging in every vice. His life is nothing but a hedonistic spectacle, a debauchery of the highest order." Su Ruohan was incensed, time and again. "You are pushing me into a pit of flames." Seeing Su Ruohan return with Lu Fan, Li Feng's face fell in disappointment, yet she refrained from saying much, merely stating to Su Ruohan, "Young Master Song is still quite young and playful. Marriage will mature him in a few years." Chapter 23. Unsavory Tactics. Su Ruohan scoffed at Li Feng's words. "He is over 30, yet still considered young? He must be a colossal infant. The only way I would marry him is if it meant my demise." Her stance was unwavering, leaving no room for compromise. Li Feng was taken aback, her anger surging. "You ungrateful child. After all the years I've raised you." Finally, unable to contain himself, Su Tianhua, weary and restless, waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Do not burden your daughter with these futile discussions." Upon finishing, he turned to Su Ruohan, sighing deeply. "Ruohan, let me speak frankly. I do not wish for you to marry into the Song family. However, your mother and I find ourselves in dire straits. The Song family has severed our financial lifeline for over a month now. If we cannot hold on for another week, the Su family will face bankruptcy." Su Ruohan gazed at Su Tianhua in disbelief. "Bankruptcy? The company has been thriving. How can we suddenly face ruin?" Su Tianhua, dejected, replied, "The Song family has secretly sabotaged us, leading to a loss of goods valued at 300 million. I was careless and fell into their trap. They belong to one of the 4 great families, and we, the humble Su family, are powerless against them." Feeling as though she had been kept in the dark, Su Ruohan questioned Su Tianhua. 300 million? There was a problem with the goods? Why was I not informed of such a grave matter sooner? Su Tianhua explained, "I did not want to burden you with worry, which is why I kept it from you." At this moment, Li Feng broke into tears, lamenting, "We cannot bear the repercussions of those faulty goods. It won't just be bankruptcy. Your father could face 10 years in prison at the very least. Oh heavens! How will we navigate the days to come?" Li Feng wept profusely, her tears flowing freely. Su Ruohan felt a pang of compassion. How could the situation have escalated to such a dire state? Was there truly no feasible resolution? Su Tianhua shook his head, stating that the sole remedy involved bridging the 300 million deficit within a week. However, this sum was no trifling matter, and only the 4 prominent families of Linjiang possessed the means to assist. Of these families, the only one willing to lend a hand was the Song family. Meanwhile, Lu Fan began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The Song family had ensnared Su Tianhua, orchestrating a 300 million funding gap for the Su family. When the Su family found themselves in their most precarious moment, the Song family would emerge, feigning benevolence to assist the Su family, with the stipulation that Su Ruohan marry their eldest son, Song Qingjie. The Su family faced 2 choices: either marry off their daughter and pretend as if nothing had transpired, or refuse, leading to their inevitable ruin at the hands of the Song family. Lu Fan suspected that the shipment in question had not encountered any issues. Rather, the Song family had resorted to unscrupulous tactics to manipulate the situation, employing a despicable strategy akin to pulling a fast one. The Song family declared that the 300 million worth of goods constituted a bride price for the Su family. Li Feng, wiping her tears with a handkerchief, implored, "Ruohan, I should not have pressured you. I kneel before you. Please save your father and our family." Faced with Li Feng's plea, Su Ruohan found herself at a loss. Overwhelmed by anguish, her eyes glistened with tears as she stood frozen, unable to utter a single word. "Ruohan, it is all my fault. I, your father, have made grave mistakes and should not have burdened you with this suffering." As he spoke, Su Tianhua produced a bank card from his pocket, handing it to Su Ruohan, saying, This card contains 5 million. The password is your birthday. I intended to save it for your dowry, but given the current predicament, you and Lu Fan should leave Lingjiang. Although it's not a vast sum, if you spend it wisely, it could sustain you for the rest of your lives. Su Ruohan shook her head, pushing away the bank card. I cannot be so selfish. Tears shimmered in her eyes, her heart heavy with sorrow. I could leave without a trace, but what about you? Will you spend the rest of your lives behind bars? Alas, such is the plight of humanity. It is my fault for lacking wisdom. I have forgotten all that my grandfather taught me. Had he been alive, the Su family would not have descended into such despair. Su Tianhua felt humiliated, unable to safeguard his daughter's happiness. He longed to weep uncontrollably. At that moment, Su Ruohan clenched her small fist, her voice trembling as she said, "Mom and Dad, please do not be so distressed." She suppressed her tears, forcing a smile to console Su Tianhua and Li Feng. No one felt more conflicted than she did. Two choices lay starkly before her. Either sacrifice her own happiness to marry Song Qingjie and save her parents and the Su family, or turn her back on them and flee, indifferent to their fate. Su Ruohan found herself torn, yet no matter what, she could not bear the thought of marrying someone like Song Qingjie. Moreover, at this moment, Lu Fan found himself entangled in the situation. Just as Su Ruohan hesitated, Lu Fan stepped forward, casting a cold smile at Su Tianhua and Li Feng. 300 million, and you would send such an exceptional daughter into the den of wolves? It is 2022. The Qing dynasty has long since perished, yet you still entertain the notion of marriage alliances and land concessions? What a farce. Lu Fan's nonchalant demeanor left Su Ruohan astounded, while Li Feng retorted with narrowed eyes, "What business do you, an outsider, have making such sardonic remarks? Your entire family wouldn't even earn 300 million starting from scratch." Lu Fan chuckled at Li Feng's comment, replying, "A mere 300 million? You think I cannot manage that? Aunt, you truly underestimate me, Lu Fan." Su Ruohan, taken aback, interjected, "Lu Fan? You're not considering gambling with that bald man again, are you?" Lu Fan shot her a sidelong glance. What nonsense. Even if that bald man sold his entire casino, it wouldn't suffice for 300 million. And you? Lu Fan patted Su Ruohan on the shoulder, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Worry not. I will handle the matter of the 300 million. Do you have a plan?" Su Tianhua gazed at Lu Fan in astonishment. Suddenly, he recalled the old man's dying wish. No matter what, Su Ruohan must marry Lu Fan. At the time, Su Tianhua thought the old man was merely confused, but now, could it be that Lu Fan possessed some hidden extraordinary capability? Turning to Su Tianhua, Lu Fan confidently stated, "Of course, I have a plan. It's simply a matter of filling the 300 million funding gap." The declaration sent shockwaves through the room. Su Tianhua stammered, "You can cover it for us? Is that true?" Li Feng pushed Su Tianhua aside, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Su Tianhua, have you lost your mind? Do you really believe that? If he truly had 300 million, he wouldn't be dressed in such rags while visiting our family." Indeed, Su Tianhua seemed to awaken from a dream. Lu Fan's words were merely a fleeting illusion. Lu Fan chuckled lightly. "It appears you have yet to reach your breaking point. What if I truly could provide your family with 300 million? Li Feng replied, "If you can indeed produce 300 million, we will never again interfere in Ruohan's marriage." "Excellent. That is precisely the assurance I sought." Lu Fan smiled with satisfaction. "If you cannot produce that amount, keep your distance from my daughter." "Agreed." Lu Fan nodded. As long as he resolved this matter for Su Ruohan, their collaboration would be solidified. After finalizing the divorce, he could freely pursue relationships with other girls, relishing the freedom. Having said this, Lu Fan took Su Ruohan's hand, intending to leave the Su residence. "Wait." Suddenly, Li Feng called out from behind him. "What now?" Lu Fan turned back, irritation flickering in his eyes. "When can you muster the 300 million? Do you expect the Su family to wait a decade for you?" Lu Fan extended a single finger, declaring, "1 day is all I need." "1 day? At this time tomorrow, if we do not receive 3 billion, you had better keep your distance from our daughter." Lu Fan gestured emphatically. "Moreover, Ruohan must remain." Li Feng insisted. "Are you truly afraid we might flee?" Lu Fan chuckled, knowing that Li Feng feared Su Ruohan would elope with him, leaving Su Tianhua to face imprisonment. Su Ruohan interjected, "Mom, I will not run away." Li Feng retorted, "If you won't run, why not stay at home?" "Enough." At that moment, Su Tianhua reprimanded Li Feng. "It is our daughter's prerogative to choose her destination. It is none of our concern." Lu Fan smiled contentedly as he took Su Ruohan's arm and left the Su household without a backward glance. This place was a source of sorrow for Su Ruohan. Remaining here would bring her no joy. Once they departed, Li Feng questioned Su Tianhua. What do you mean by this? At such a critical juncture, what if our daughter truly elopes with Lu Fan? What shall we do? What will become of the Su family? Run? Su Tianhua shot Li Feng a glare. Is our daughter that kind of person? Ruohan has been dutiful since childhood. Do you, as her mother, not understand her? Li Feng was momentarily silenced by Su Tianhua's words. He was correct. Su Ruohan had indeed always been exceptionally filial. Do you truly believe that boy can procure 3 billion for us? Su Tianhua asserted resolutely. Even if he cannot, I have made my decision. Under no circumstances will I allow my daughter to marry into the Song family. If Ruohan does not marry into the Song family, you will end up in prison, and the Su family will be doomed. I fear not. The Song family is a den of unscrupulous wolves. They would devour one whole without remorse. It is impossible for Ruohan to find happiness in such a union. As her father, I would rather perish than see my daughter suffer. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Su Ruohan had left the Su family and arrived at the Emerald Bay to clear their minds. During this time, Lu Fan was preoccupied, scrolling through his contacts, troubled by the matter of the 3 billion. Money, to Lu Fan, was merely a number. However, he truly lacked such cash on hand. Not to mention 3 billion. Even 3,000 was a considerable challenge for him. He could only rely on his connections. Who should he approach? Sister Hua from the Magic City? She was indeed wealthy, but always sought to gain more. Borrowing money from her might cost him dearly. Nangong Qian from the imperial capital? She was delightful yet distant, though her father was rather stubborn and incessantly challenged him to chess. Lu Fan shook his head. She was not an option either. With a resigned sigh, Lu Fan felt overwhelmed at the sight of those names in his contact list. Borrowing money was easy, but afterward, he would owe them favors. The last thing Lu Fan desired was to be indebted to anyone, especially those wealthy women who might seek to ensnare him further, which filled him with unease. Noticing Lu Fan's sigh, Su Ruohan calmly remarked, Lu Fan, you need not worry about me. Perhaps this is my fate, born into misfortune. Do not speak. I am busy. Lu Fan gestured for Su Ruohan to refrain from interrupting him. Su Ruohan continued to speak to herself. Although Qin can be a bit sharp-tongued, a tad flirtatious, dressed somewhat provocatively, and possesses an ample bosom, rest assured, she is a good person. Huh? Lu Fan was taken aback. Are you praising her or criticizing her? Su Ruohan replied, I am praising her. If you truly wish to pursue a relationship with her, I will silently wish you both well. Is this how you compliment someone? Lu Fan couldn't help but smirk. Su Ruohan's eyes shimmered with tears as she said, Come on, Lu Fan, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and initiate our divorce procedures. Lu Fan replied, Why the rush? I am still contemplating the matter of 300 million. Lu Fan, I know you mean well, but where are we to find 300 million? I truly do not wish to marry Song Qingjie. As she spoke, Su Ruohan, feeling wronged, wrapped her arms around Lu Fan's head, burying his face against her chest, and began to cry. Don't cry. Lu Fan felt the world darken around him, and his breathing became labored. Let me catch my breath. Realizing her lapse in composure, Su Ruohan quickly moved away from Lu Fan. 300 million. I can genuinely help you acquire it, Lu Fan asserted. I know you want me to be happy. Wiping her tears, Su Ruohan resolutely stated, Forget it. Let us pretend nothing happened just now. She was convinced that 300 million was something Lu Fan could certainly procure. I will call Lu Siyuan and ask her to transfer 300 million to me. As she spoke, Lu Fan retrieved a small black phone from his pocket. This is a communication device designated for internal contact within the Beidou organization. Who is Lu Siyuan? Su Ruohan asked, momentarily taken aback. The one in charge of finances. Lu Fan casually replied. The Beidou organization, established solely by Lu Fan, is a clandestine group serving a covert military faction. It comprises 7 members, each with code names: Tan Lang, He Jun, Wen Chu, Wu Chu, Zhu Min, Lian Zhun, and Lu Siyuan, the formidable 7 stars of Beidou that instill fear in their adversaries, and also the most powerful 7 within the Secret Legion. Lu Fan's code name is Tan Lang, the foremost among them. Although the organization was disbanded after their last mission, the bonds between the members remained strong. Contacting Lu Siyuan for 300 million would be but a matter of a single conversation. Lu Fan chuckled to himself, pondering what the lovely Lu Siyuan might be occupied with at the moment. He was about to dial her number when a middle-aged man approached briskly. "Dr. Lu, what a coincidence to see you here." Hearing the voice, Lu Fan focused his gaze and recognized the man as Zhou Ping. Su Ruohan glanced at Zhou Ping, her heart skipping a beat. Was this not Zhou Ping, the head of the Zhou family among the four great families? What was he doing here? And why was he so amicable with Lu Fan? Isn't this Mr. Zhou? What a coincidence. We just met this morning, and here we are again, Lu Fan chuckled. Where's your cane? Zhou Ping, a man of martial prowess, moved with the grace of a swan, swiftly arriving before Lu Fan. With a respectful clasp of his hands, he remarked, "I have discarded my walking cane. Thanks to the skill of Dr. Lu, my leg no longer pains me while walking." Lu Fan advised, "I recommend you continue using the cane until your ailment is completely resolved. Minimizing strain on your leg will expedite your recovery. Is that so?" Zhou Ping furrowed his brow momentarily, then chuckled. "In that case, I shall have Zhou Hu retrieve it for me later." Lu Fan chuckled lightly. "Let it be. If it is lost, it is lost. There is no sense in retrieving it now. It is not a significant issue. By the way, what brings you here, Mr. Zhou?" Lu Fan inquired. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhou Ping replied, "I reside in this vicinity." "Ah, I see," Lu Fan nodded. Emerald Bay is a wealthy district in Lingjiang, home to numerous prominent figures, including Zhou Ping himself. At that moment, Zhou Ping noticed Su Ruohan standing beside Lu Fan and inquired, "And who might this be?" Lu Fan replied casually, "She is my girlfriend." Zhou Ping erupted into hearty laughter. "Oh, how perceptive of me. I seem to be losing my touch. Forgive me, Dr. Lu." Lu Fan waved off the compliment nonchalantly. "Not at all." Meanwhile, Su Ruohan was taken aback. She found it remarkable that Zhou Ping, the head of one of the four prominent families, could engage in such an easygoing manner with Lu Fan, devoid of any apparent pressure. Conversely, Su Ruohan felt quite anxious. Suddenly, Zhou Ping turned to Su Ruohan and asked, "Dr. Lu's girlfriend? Have we met before?" Su Ruohan quickly regained her composure and responded, slightly flustered, "Yes, Mr. Zhou. My name is Su Ruohan. I visited your company last year to discuss collaboration and had the fortune of meeting you." Ruohan. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow in thought. "Oh, I remember now. You were the representative from the Su group, correct?" Su Ruohan smiled and nodded. "Yes, indeed. Mr. Zhou has a remarkable memory. I wondered why you looked so familiar. I had met you when Zhou Hu was your host." "Exactly," Su Ruohan affirmed with a smile. Zhou Ping then turned to Lu Fan, asking, "Dr. Lu, you appear somewhat troubled. Have you encountered any difficulties?" Lu Fan replied, "Not exactly trouble, merely a minor issue." Zhou Ping, ever courteous, inquired, "What is it? Please share, for I would like to assist you in any way I can." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan regarded Zhou Ping thoughtfully. "Indeed, you are also one of the four prominent families," he recalled. Li Feng had mentioned that only the four families of Lingjiang could provide assistance to the Su family, and Zhou Ping was one of them. Lu Fan had nearly overlooked this fact. Zhou Ping waved dismissively. "What nonsense about the four prominent families. It is merely a hollow title in the martial world." Zhou Ping had always conducted himself with humility and discretion, detesting such meaningless titles, especially those who misused the family's reputation for personal gain. Zhou Hu had faced Zhou Ping's reprimands on numerous occasions for such conduct. Lu Fan smiled. "You are truly too modest, Mr. Zhou. To be frank, I am in urgent need of funds." "Funds?" Zhou Ping was taken aback, pondering how someone of Lu Fan's stature could possibly be in want of money. Reviving the lifeless is indeed priceless. Zhou Ping tentatively inquired, "How much does Dr. Lu require? I wonder if I, Zhou Ping, could be of assistance?" Before Lu Fan could respond, Zhou Ping's heart fluttered at the thought. When such a prominent figure speaks, it is generally a staggering sum. If the amount were excessively high, even the Zhou family would feel the strain. Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively. "The amount needed is rather substantial. I fear it may be beyond your means." Su Ruohan was momentarily taken aback, wishing to immediately correct Lu Fan's misconception. They were merely 300 million short. For the four great families, was that truly a concern? "I can't manage. Does Dr. Lu require 2 billion? Zhou Ping queried, extending 2 fingers. Lu Fan shook his head. 2 billion? That would be unnecessary. 300 million will suffice. Zhou Ping burst into laughter. "Haha, a mere 300 million. I shall have Zhou Hu deliver it to you at once." 300 million. I could hardly bear that at this moment. "Dr. Lu, you are too modest. I, Zhou, intend to gift you this sum, and there is no need for you to return it." Zhou Ping chuckled, patting Lu Fan on the shoulder. 300 million was trivial for them. If they could forge a connection with someone of Lu Fan's caliber, what was 300 million or even 3 billion? Connections are invaluable. Gift it to me? Absolutely not. Lu Fan firmly replied, I am not worthy of receiving 300 million from you, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Ping's resolve was unwavering. This is not appropriate. I have not done anything for you. How could I accept such a large sum without due cause? Dr. Lu has indeed healed my ailments. Is that not enough? You are far too humble. This 300 million shall be considered my payment for your services. You must accept it. Lu Fan shook his head. It was merely a minor ailment. Such a sum is excessive. Zhou Ping grasped Lu Fan's hand, insisting, health is priceless. Su Ruohan, witnessing this exchange, was almost beside herself with anxiety. She wished for Lu Fan to accept the 300 million while avoiding the debt of gratitude to Zhou Ping. Ultimately, Lu Fan relented. Very well, Mr. Zhou. Your generosity shall not go unacknowledged. I will accept it for now, but rest assured, once I have traversed my difficulties, I shall return the sum in full with interest. Dr. Lu, why must you return it? Did I not say this is a payment for your services? Zhou Ping's expression grew increasingly reverent. Lu Fan muttered under his breath, stubborn, you are too kind-hearted. Zhou Ping chuckled, in that case, I shall call Zhou Hu to handle this matter. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone. Lu Fan interjected, there is no need to send it to me. It should go to the Su group. He gestured towards Su Ruohan. Zhou Ping readily agreed. Very well. I will have Zhou Hu arrange it. A few minutes later, Zhou Ping finalized the arrangements, providing Zhou Hu with Su Ruohan's contact information and stipulated that the funds must be transferred to the Su group's account by this afternoon. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Zhou. Lu Fan glanced at the lively Zhou Ping, and after his pain had eased, the man indeed appeared much more spirited. Lu Fan said, I will come to see you this Saturday. Just wait for me at home. Zhou Ping clasped his hands together. I await the esteemed visit of Medical Master Lu. Chapter 26. Collaboration from within and without. At that moment, Zhou Ping felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Since returning from the riverside, he had been contemplating how to repay Lu Fan. What men desire are but a few things: power, beauty, and wealth. Zhou Ping could not offer Lu Fan power, and as for beauty, Lu Fan already possessed the stunning Su Ruohan. So Zhou Ping could only approach the matter from the angle of wealth. It was indeed fortuitous that Lu Fan was in need of money. After transferring 300 million to Lu Fan, Zhou Ping felt a significant weight lifted off his shoulders. After his departure, Su Ruohan stared at Lu Fan as if in a dream. She could scarcely believe that from Lu Fan's promise of 300 million to the actual acquisition of that sum took less than half an hour. Moreover, it had been secured from the Zhou family, one of the 4 prominent families. Su Ruohan gazed at Lu Fan with wide eyes and asked, Lu Fan, who exactly are you? Lu Fan paused slightly and replied, did I not mention before? I am just an ordinary person. I don't believe it. There is no way an ordinary person could be like you. You must understand that the man you just encountered is Zhou Ping, the head of the Zhou family, a notable figure in Lingjiang. Why would he show you such profound respect? Lu Fan chuckled and said, it's because I cured his ailment. He owes me a favor. If you must believe I am not an ordinary person, then consider me a divine healer. Very well. Su Ruohan's frown dissipated, a lovely smile gracing her face as she couldn't help but glance at Lu Fan a few more times. Regardless, the matter of the 300 million has finally been resolved. Lu Fan, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude to you. As she spoke, Su Ruohan suddenly leaned in and placed a kiss on Lu Fan's cheek. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel suite in Lingjiang, Shen Nana draped her smooth, pale leg over Song Qingjia, coyly remarking, Song, you are quite impressive. All right. Song Qingjia pushed Shen Nana away, his impatience evident as he said, I wonder how the Su family is faring. Damn it. Why haven't they sent Su Ruohan to me yet? Don't rush, Song. Nana can also serve you quite comfortably. You know? Song Qingjia hesitated. Though Shen Nana was indeed beautiful, she paled in comparison to Su Ruohan, whose allure was unmatched. He had only entertained the thought of playing with her in a moment of whimsy, but afterward, he felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Only Su Ruohan occupied his thoughts, the true prey he longed to possess. When will I finally be able to be with Su Ruohan? Damn it, this is driving me crazy. Shen Nana remarked, young Master Song, do not be anxious. With the 3 billion yuan funding gap, the Su family will inevitably find themselves in ruin. In time, Su Tianhua and Li Feng will surely comply and allow their daughter to marry you. It was indeed Shinana's idea to manipulate the 3 billion worth of goods belonging to the Su family. Previously, having maintained a cordial relationship with Su Ruohan, Shinana was regarded as a capable assistant by her, allowing her to gain intricate knowledge of the Su family's business, which they did not guard against her. To align herself with Song Qingjie, Shinana endeavored to appeal to his desires, understanding his interest in Su Ruohan, and thus she meticulously devised a scheme against her. This led to the Song family seizing the opportunity to meddle with the 3 billion worth of goods, with Shinana playing a pivotal role in the collusion between the two families. The situation progressed smoothly. Although the Su family had discovered that the Song family had tampered with their goods, they still dared not confront them. Song Qingjie inquired, "What if Su Tianhua refuses to comply and ends up in prison?" Shinana reassured him, even if Su Tianhua were imprisoned, Li Feng would not acquiesce. Moreover, rest assured, based on my understanding of Su Ruohan, she would never allow her father to suffer in prison. Thus, young Master Song, prepare to reap the rewards. Upon hearing this, Song Qingjie laughed heartily, his determination towards Su Ruohan solidified. "Ha, splendid. You truly possess cunning. I shall not neglect you when the time comes." With that, he playfully pinched Shinana. She let out a soft cry, "Young Master Song, you are truly insufferable." Meanwhile, within the Su family villa, Lu Fan and Su Ruohan had already taken their leave some time ago, leaving Li Feng still uneasy. She pointed at Su Tianhua, exclaiming, "Su Tianhua, you are too soft-hearted. Are you not afraid that your daughter might elope with that impoverished boy?" Witnessing his daughter's understanding nature, Su Tianhua's attitude had shifted slightly. He sternly addressed Li Feng. "What is there to fear? If my daughter runs away, I shall simply bear the consequences and go to prison, rather than watch her fall into the jaws of a tiger. Moreover, hasn't Lu Fan already promised to secure 3 billion for us?" Li Feng's expression shifted dramatically. "Su Tianhua, have you lost your senses? Do you genuinely believe that boy can procure 3 billion? He merely seeks to placate you and then abscond with our daughter. If they flee, you'll end up in prison, leaving me all alone. How will I survive then? I might as well end my life now." Seeing Li Feng in such a state of distress, Su Tianhua scolded, "Enough. Can't you exhibit a bit of fortitude? It's merely a matter of waiting a little while longer. If he cannot produce 3 billion before nightfall, we shall devise another plan." After receiving Su Tianhua's reprimand, Li Feng calmed down considerably. After a brief contemplation, Su Tianhua spoke calmly. "What if Lu Fan truly can produce 3 billion? Wouldn't he that spell fortune for our Su family?" Li Feng countered, "Impossible. That impoverished boy could never come up with 3 billion. Who says it's impossible?" Suddenly, Lu Fan's voice resonated through the living room. Upon hearing this, Li Feng was taken aback and focused her gaze towards the entrance, where her daughter Su Ruohan had returned with Lu Fan to the Su family home. They hadn't run away? This unexpected turn of events left Li Feng somewhat astonished. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Ruohan announced, "Mom and Dad, Lu Fan has secured 300 million. What?" The moment Su Ruohan's words fell, Li Feng and Su Tianhua exchanged incredulous glances. "What do you mean?" Lu Fan chuckled and interjected, "I have indeed brought the 300 million. It is now time for you to honor your promise and cease any interference in Ruohan's marriage." Chapter 27. Reneging on promises. Li Feng could scarcely believe her ears. 300 million? You've brought it? Where is it? Su Ruohan quickly interjected, "Mom, this is true. The Zhou family has agreed to provide us with 300 million. The Zhou family? Su Tianhua and Li Feng were momentarily stunned. Which Zhou family? Su Ruohan rolled her eyes and replied, "Dad, which Zhou family could it be in Lingjiang? It's the Zhou family, one of the 4 great families." Li Feng and Su Tianhua glanced at each other, both displaying expressions of utter disbelief. "The Zhou family is giving us 300 million? Is this for real? Ruohan, how did you manage that? We have no connections with the Zhou family. Why would they help us?" Su Ruohan sat beside Li Feng, while Lu Fan casually found a seat. She grasped Li Feng's arm and said, "Mom, I didn't plead for this money. It was Lu Fan who arranged it." Lu Fan. Li Feng was left speechless. How is that possible? The Zhou family has no ties to that boy. Why would they agree to lend him 300 million? "Mom, why can't you believe me? It was Zhou Ping, the head of the Zhou family, who agreed," Su Ruohan tirelessly explained. But Li Feng continued to shake her head in disbelief. Not only Li Feng, but Su Tianhua also wore a look of incredulity. After a while, Li Feng, growing impatient, said, "Enough already. The head of the Zhou family is willing to lend Lu Fan 300 million? He'd better produce it right now. Otherwise, I cannot possibly believe it. Lu Fan smirked and replied, produce it right now? Do you think 300 million in cash can fit in this living room? Li Feng retorted angrily. If you can't bring it out, just say so. Why all the excuses? Before Lu Fan could respond, Su Tianhua turned to him and asked, Lu Fan, is the matter of the 300 million true? Lu Fan casually replied, rest assured, the Zhou family members are probably at the bank as we speak. Li Feng scoffed, still at the bank? Go on, keep bluffing. I'll be right here waiting. If the money isn't produced by tomorrow, I will see just how shameless you are. Lu Fan smiled. I, too, am curious to see who will be left embarrassed. Just then, Su Tianhua's phone unexpectedly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Habitually, Su Tianhua put the call on speaker and answered. Hello, may I ask who is calling? A courteous male voice came through the line. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Zhou Hu, the general manager of the Zhou Group. The 300 million has been transferred to your company's account, as arranged by the head of the family and Mr. Liu. Please check at your convenience. Su Tianhua's phone on speaker was remarkably loud, resonating throughout the entire living room with crystal clarity. Both he and Li Feng were momentarily stunned upon hearing Zhou Hu's voice. Especially Li Feng, whose heart felt as though it had been struck by a thunderclap. Zhou Hu, the general manager of the Zhou Group? He was the esteemed overseer of the Zhou family, one of the 4 prominent clans, and the most capable aide to the family patriarch, Zhou Ping. Li Feng even questioned whether her ears were deceiving her, suspecting that the caller might be an imposter sent by Lu Fan, a fraud. However, the mention of 300 million was a claim that could easily be verified. After Zhou Hu hung up, Su Tianhua stood frozen in place for an extended moment. Feeling as if he were ensnared in a dream, Li Feng approached and nudged Su Tianhua. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and check the company account balance. Right. Check the company account. Su Tianhua, as if awakening from a daze, hurriedly looked into the company account balance. Indeed, it had increased by 300 million. At that moment, an overwhelming joy surged within Su Tianhua, while Li Feng was utterly flabbergasted. Was it truly 300 million? The two almost simultaneously turned their gazes towards Lu Fan. At that moment, Lu Fan was nonchalantly sitting on the sofa sipping plain water. Observing this, Su Tianhua quickly approached Lu Fan with a beaming smile. Xiao Fan, your uncle has been blind to your worth. From today onward, I shall no longer interfere with your relationship with Ruohan. All right. Lu Fan replied with a smile and a nod. Su Tianhua noticed the plain water on Lu Fan's right and felt an odd sensation. Uncle will go fetch you the finest tea. Lu Fan waved his hand. No need. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave. What could be so urgent? There's no rush, Xiao Fan. A cup of tea won't take long. Wait, I'll pour you some. Su Tianhua rubbed his hands together, feeling invigorated. Meanwhile, Li Feng's face turned pale, her expression exceedingly grim. She walked over to Su Tianhua and said, Tianhua, does this young man truly possess such extraordinary abilities? Of course. Just now you heard Zhou Hu mention that 300 million was arranged by Lu Fan. My daughter's judgment has proven impeccable from this day forth. They may pursue their desires as they please, and we must not intervene. Li Feng couldn't help but purse her lips. No, we still cannot allow her to act recklessly. What do you mean by that? Su Tianhua glared at Li Feng after hearing her words. You're celebrating too soon. Consider this carefully. The Zhou family has provided us with 300 million to help us through this crisis. But have you contemplated the future? If our daughter remains with Lu Fan, will the Song family simply let it go? Do not forget the nature of the Song family. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Su Tianhua hesitated. Among the 4 great families of Lingjiang, the Song family was notorious for their unscrupulous tactics. Within the entire Song clan, not only Song Qingjie but also his father, Song Tian, were relentless in their pursuits, never ceasing until they achieved their goals. Su Tianhua felt a deep-seated apprehension. Are you suggesting that the Song family will not easily let us off the hook? Li Feng nodded, acknowledging the inevitability of their predicament. The Zhou family could assist them temporarily, yet they would ultimately be unable to provide enduring support. Once the Song family resumed their relentless pursuit, they would undoubtedly escalate their hostility towards the Su family. Upon hearing this, Su Tianhua sighed and remarked, Isn't this a contradiction? According to your reasoning, what should we do now? Li Feng, rolling her eyes, retorted, What else can we do but marry our daughter off? Su Tianhua, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "But that's a den of wolves." "What den of wolves? Isn't the young master song notorious?" She countered, "Reflect on your own past. Was your reputation any better than his when you were young? What wealthy heir isn't tarnished in some way? I, too, married you and devoted myself wholeheartedly. Rest assured, Ruohan will not suffer in her new life. Once we step outside, remain silent. Let me handle this," she instructed. After a while, the couple emerged from the tea room. With Su Tianhua drenched in cold sweat, his expression subtly shifting. The most challenging aspect for him was not hatred towards anyone, but rather his resentment towards the Song family and his own indecisiveness. Without uttering a word, he busied himself pouring tea for Lu Fan. Lu Fan accepted the teapot from Su Tianhua with polite words. "There's no need for such formality. I can serve myself." At that moment, Li Feng shot Lu Fan a disdainful glance and sarcastically remarked, "Oh, how considerate. But I wonder if certain individuals can afford our tea that costs 3,000 per tael?" Chapter 28. Do not deduct my points. Li Feng's biting sarcasm met with Su Tianhua's silence. Upon hearing her words, Lu Fan was taken aback. Anyone could discern that Li Feng was targeting him. Despite having just rescued the Su family from a crisis, her lack of gratitude and continued derision was perplexing. Such audacity was truly unparalleled. Nevertheless, Lu Fan had come to understand that Li Feng was a thankless ingrate, while Su Tianhua was a vacillating figure. Easily swayed by her whispers, with just a few words from her, he would immediately lose his resolve. Lu Fan cast a sympathetic glance at Su Ruohan, lamenting the unfortunate circumstance of such a fine girl having parents like these. Having grasped this reality, he no longer felt the need to be courteous. With a cold snort, he declared, "What's the matter? Can't your Su family afford a cup of tea worth 300 million? Su Ruohan, now incensed, retorted, "Exactly. Mom, what do you mean by that? Lu Fan has already helped our Su family secure 300 million, yet you still speak so harshly?" The ungrateful wolf. Turning her elbow outward, Li Feng glared at Su Ruohan and responded, "Don't think for a second that I'm unaware. That 300 million was not something Lu Fan acquired, but rather borrowed from the Zhou family. You." Su Ruohan's face flushed with anger as she leaped from the sofa, shouting at Li Feng, "How can you distort the truth like this?" Li Feng, growing increasingly pleased with herself, continued, "Is there any need to distort the truth? Just look at him. Do you truly believe he could obtain 300 million? The Zhou family probably doesn't even know who this nameless brat is. Well, Mom, I never imagined you would one day reveal such a face. I've had enough." 300 million had been deposited into the company's account, and the Su family had successfully turned the tide. Su Ruohan pondered deeply, realizing she owed nothing further to the Su family. Time and again they pressed her. Perhaps it would be better to sever all ties. With a final sharp retort, Su Ruohan stormed out the door, accompanied by Lu Fan. In this matter, no one understood better than Su Ruohan that without Lu Fan, the Zhou family would never have aided the Su family. To her astonishment, after the crisis was averted, her mother still resorted to such antics. Su Ruohan had utterly reached her limit. All she desired was to escape with Lu Fan, vowing never to set foot in the Su family home again. After leaving Emerald Bay, Su Ruohan wept bitterly, tears streaming down her face as she drove, repeatedly apologizing to Lu Fan. "Lu Fan, I'm so sorry. I never anticipated my mother would behave in such a manner." Lu Fan shook his head nonchalantly, responding, "It's all right. I'm not so easily angered. I once stooped to their level." Su Ruohan retorted, "You're lying. You're just putting on a brave face. Deep down, you're furious, aren't you? How could that be? If I were so easily angered, I would have been driven to despair long ago." Lu Fan chuckled. Having traversed the world for many years, Lu Fan had encountered such matters far too often to be fazed by them. His composure and capacity for understanding were unparalleled. Hearing Lu Fan's words, however, did not bring comfort to Su Ruohan. Instead, she wept even more profusely. She had always been strong, shouldering everything alone, never revealing her vulnerabilities before outsiders. Yet today, due to Li Feng, Su Ruohan could no longer bear the weight. Feeling utterly wronged, she lamented, "You must have taken points away from me in your heart, right? At this rate, I'll completely lose to Qin. Lu Fan paused, taken aback by her words. This little woman? Even now, she was still concerned about competing with Qin. In that moment, Lu Fan found her even more endearing. He comforted her, "All right, stop crying. I truly haven't deducted any points from you this time. But if you continue to cry, I won't hold back. I'm not fond of crybabies. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Su Ruohan quickly wiped her tears. Okay, I won't cry anymore. You mustn't take points away from me. After saying this, Su Ruohan indeed ceased her tears, the fading sunlight casting a beautiful glow upon her. Although she no longer cried, occasional sobs escaped her. Her efforts to suppress her emotions rendering her irresistibly adorable. Haha, very good, Lu Fan remarked, his spirits lifting as he admired Su Ruohan's enchanting visage. Though she maintained a serious expression, warmth blossomed within her heart. For reasons unknown, Lu Fan seemed to possess a magical ability to bring her healing and joy. A faint blush spread across Su Ruohan's cheeks, reminiscent of a bashful young maiden. Especially when she caught Lu Fan's gaze, her heart raced like a startled fawn, and the blush deepened on her cheeks. Su Ruohan understood that perhaps this was the sensation of infatuation. The two of them drove aimlessly around the Lingjiang outer ring. Soon, Su Ruohan emerged from her recent sorrow and asked Lu Fan, "Where are we headed now?" "Let us go find Qin." Lu Fan blurted out without a moment's hesitation. His intention for leaving home that day was indeed to visit Qin at the hospital, but a series of unforeseen events had delayed his journey. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Su Ruohan was momentarily taken aback. How infuriating! Just moments ago, he had exuded warmth and comfort, but in less than a heartbeat, he transformed into an exasperating nuisance. Is this how a straightforward man behaves? Su Ruohan's brows furrowed in irritation. Lu Fan, you scoundrel. Meanwhile, in the evening at the Su family villa, after Su Ruohan and Lu Fan departed, Su Tianhua grew increasingly uneasy. Regardless of whether the 300 million was sought by his daughter or Lu Fan, the Su family had undeniably received that sum. It was one thing for Li Feng to express her lack of gratitude, but to speak disparagingly of Lu Fan was another matter entirely. What if the Zhou family truly assisted the Su family out of respect for Lu Fan? What would become of his pride then? Seated on the sofa, Su Tianhua fumed silently. At that moment, Li Feng remarked, "Tianhua, why are you sitting there in a daze? Come help me select the wedding attire. Our daughter is marrying into the Song family, and we must dress appropriately." The more Su Tianhua listened, the more irate he became. Enough. What nonsense wedding attire? I have yet to agree to marry our daughter off to the Song family. Li Feng was taken aback. Su Tianhua, what are you playing at? You didn't think this way during the day. Our daughter marrying into the Song family is a fortune for the Su family that we have earned over 8 generations. How can you simply change your mind? What utter nonsense. The Song family almost brought ruin upon us. And you still have the audacity to consider marrying our daughter to them? You truly lack backbone. Is it really that serious? The Song family merely employed a few tactics. Once Ruohan is married, we will be one family with the Song family, enjoying endless wealth and glory. A glimmer of greed flickered in Li Feng's eyes. The more Su Tianhua observed Li Feng, the more irritated he felt. Enough, cease your chatter. We will discuss this matter later. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Song Qingjie. Chapter 29. Su Ruohan questions her existence. Who is it? Li Feng inquired as the phone rang. Su Tianhua frowned slightly and replied nonchalantly, Song Qingjie. Upon hearing the name, Li Feng's face instantly transformed into a sycophantic smile. Oh, it's young Master Song. Come, let me handle this. Su Tianhua shot Li Feng a glare and retorted, step aside. You have no part in answering this call. He knew that Song Qingjie's purpose in calling was to apply further pressure on him, compelling him to agree to the marriage of his daughter. With a cold snort, Su Tianhua answered the call. Hello, this is Su Tianhua. Across the way, Song Qingjie feigned familiarity and said, Uncle, it's me, Xiao Song. How is the discussion regarding Ruohan's marriage going between you and Auntie? Su Tianhua paused momentarily, contemplating before responding in a grave tone. Just wait. We have yet to reach a decision. Yet to reach a decision? Upon hearing this, Song Qingjie wore a displeased expression. Uncle, the 3 billion order from my family is not something that waits for anyone. If the Su family declines, my father will certainly offer it to someone else. Therefore, I kindly request you to make a decision soon. Song Qingjie was acutely aware that this 3 billion order had Su Tianhua firmly under his thumb. With such a substantial amount looming over him, he could not afford to stand tall. However, Su Tianhua's next response left Song Qingjie utterly astonished. Upon hearing the figure of 3 billion, Su Tianhua's anger flared. He gritted his teeth and barked into the phone. Do not use that 3 billion to pressure me. Huh. On the other end, Song Qingjie was momentarily taken aback by Su Tianhua's words. What was happening? The usually submissive Su Tianhua had suddenly erupted, exhibiting an unexpected assertiveness in his tone. Feigning calmness, Song Qingjie chuckled lightly. Uncle, what do you mean? Wasn't this all agreed upon? Are you considering a change of heart? A change of heart? From the very beginning, I had no intention of marrying my daughter to you. Su Tianhua's growing ire made him wish to reprimand Song Qingjie immediately. Li Feng's complexion turned pale, fearing that Su Tianhua might provoke Song Qingjie further. She swiftly snatched the phone from Su Tianhua's grasp and, with a pleasing demeanor, said, Young Master Song, I am Annie. Please disregard my uncle's drunken ramblings. He is just speaking nonsense. Oh, Auntie, you must have overheard my conversation with Uncle just now? Yes, I heard. Li Feng hurriedly nodded. Good to hear. My father has stated that the 3 billion order cannot be delayed any longer. It must be finalized this week. I was wondering whether it should go to your Su family or someone else. Just as Song Qingjie finished speaking, Li Feng quickly interjected, Rest assured, young Master Song. I will handle Ruohan's thoughts immediately. She is still young and a bit fearful of marriage. Please do not take offense. Just give me a little more time, and I will surely persuade her. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Andy. After saying this, Song Qingjie promptly hung up the phone. Cursing under his breath, Song Qingjie exclaimed, Damn it, what has gotten into Su Tianhua, daring to speak to me like that? Xin Nana hastily replied, Didn't Li Feng say he was drunk? When would they finally agree to this marriage? All he wanted was to play with Su Ruohan. Why was it proving so difficult? Gently patting Song Qingjie in a comforting manner, Xin Nana remarked, Young master, haste makes waste. The Su family is merely a grasshopper in autumn, struggling to leap, but for a few more days. In no more than 7 days, the Su family will face bankruptcy, and Su Tianhua will find himself in prison. At that point, they won't need to consent. Su Ruohan will have no choice but to come to your residence, and then you may do as you please. Indeed. No more than 7 days. I shall wait for this week. Upon hearing Xin Nana's words, Song Qingjie displayed a smug grin. After a brief moment, he suppressed his smile and shifted the topic, inquiring about that fellow named Lu Fan, who was now with Su Ruohan. Damn it. Su Ruohan actually obtained a marriage certificate with him. Surely she hasn't succumbed to his charms, has she? The thought of being threatened by Lu Fan the previous day filled Song Qingjie with irritation. Xin Nana shook her head. That's impossible. Su Ruohan is certainly not the type to engage casually with anyone. I have never encountered this Lu Fan before. He is likely just a pawn that Su Ruohan has chosen. Rest assured, young Master Song, you belong to one of the 4 prominent families. Why would you fear being intimidated by such a poor fellow? Indeed, Song Qingjie inhaled deeply and nodded. As long as Su Ruohan is still pure, whether or not they marry is of no concern to me. It is merely a dalliance. In her vexation, Su Ruohan did not bring Lu Fan to seek out Qini. After some time spent in the car, night swiftly enveloped them. Left with no other choice, Lu Fan abandoned his plans for the day, and after dinner, he returned to Su Ruohan's small abode. Upon arriving home, Su Ruohan sulked on the sofa, silently watching television. Meanwhile, Lu Fan retreated to his bedroom and did not emerge for a full 2 hours, which perplexed Su Ruohan. Is he truly that disinterested in me? She pondered, repeatedly tugging at the hair of a plush toy, her gaze occasionally darting towards Lu Fan's bedroom door. Could it be that he is indifferent to my allure? Before deciding to cohabitate with Lu Fan, Su Ruohan had contemplated various precautionary measures. She had prepared chili spray and pepper spray, just in case Lu Fan harbored ulterior motives. However, Lu Fan's behavior had greatly exceeded her expectations. Not only did he refrain from any inappropriate advances, but he didn't even spare her a glance. Logically speaking, what man would behave in such a manner? Su Ruohan began to question her own appeal. Am I truly lacking in charm? Surely not. After this realization, she took out her phone to snap a selfie. A light makeup application seemed satisfactory. Then she glanced down, thinking, my figure is not unappealing, is it? So why can't I attract his attention? In the next moment, a daring thought struck her. Could it be that he is incapable? This cheerful young man surely could not possess a deviant orientation, could he? With this notion in mind, Su Ruohan resolved to find an opportunity to test Lu Fan. As she was lost in thought, a yawn escaped her, and fatigue washed over her, causing her to recline on the sofa and drift into slumber. The following morning, she awoke groggily to discover she was nestled in her bedroom's large bed. Realizing she had fallen asleep on the sofa the previous night, and that Lu Fan must have carried her to bed. A warmth blossomed in her heart. Not bad at all. He shows a considerate side. Glancing at the time, she noted that it was already 7:30. Upon stepping outside, Su Ruohan discovered that Lu Fan had already left the house. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Oh no. After just a moment of inattention, he wouldn't be seeking out Qin, would he? Chapter 30. Husband, what brings you here? With that troubling thought, Su Ruohan promptly dialed Lu Fan, eager to ascertain his whereabouts. However, before the ringtone could sound more than twice, Lu Fan had already hung up. Enraged, Su Ruohan exclaimed, "Lu Fan, you scoundrel!" In her life, Su Ruohan prided herself on her tenacity, particularly when it came to the prospect of losing to Qin. She barely touched her meal, hastily donning her favorite elegant attire, and snatched the car keys from the table, intent on pursuing Lu Fan. Yet, just as she grasped the keys, she noticed a small note tucked beneath them. Opening it, she found a message left by Lu Fan, scrawled in a haphazard manner. Love is not possession. It is about letting go and learning to grant each other freedom. Upon reading those words, Su Ruohan felt a wave of despondency wash over her, realizing that Lu Fan had anticipated her pursuit and had left the note as a preemptive measure. Infuriated, she bit her lip, stamped her foot, and in a fit of frustration, tore the note into shreds before discarding it in the nearby trash bin. Meanwhile, after completing his morning exercise, Lu Fan hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to Lingjiang Central Hospital. The hospital, the largest in Lingjiang, was bustling with activity. Upon arrival, Lu Fan headed directly toward the internal medicine department where Qin Yi was situated. In the consultation room, Qin Yi was diligently attending to patients, while Ma Dong, lingering idly, continued to pester her. "Xiao Yi, I was in the wrong the other day at your grandfather's. I shouldn't have proposed in front of so many people, making you feel embarrassed. But it was only because I love you so deeply. How about this? After work tonight, let us go catch a movie." Qin Yi cast an exasperated glance at Ma Dong. "Director Ma, are we even familiar enough for you to call me Xiao Yi? I've mentioned numerous times that you should refrain from that. Furthermore, I am currently attending to a patient, so please do not disturb me." Ma Dong's behavior not only repulsed Qin Yi, but also irritated the family members of the patients waiting nearby. Indeed, how can you, as a doctor, act this way? Can't you see that Dr. Qin is busy attending to her patients? What if a misdiagnosis occurs? Can you bear the responsibility for that? Ma Dong, with an air of arrogance, disdainfully scoffed, "Huh, what a joke. What is the big deal? I am the deputy director of this internal medicine department. Do you honestly think I cannot shoulder that responsibility?" The family members were left fuming, as they held the belief that doctors should embody calmness and respectability. Yet, this so-called deputy director displayed an arrogant demeanor, utterly dismissive of the patients, which was utterly disconcerting. At that moment, Qin Yi had just finished attending to a patient and said, "All done, there is nothing serious. Please proceed to the pharmacy for your medication. And make sure to rest well." "Thank you, Dr. Qin." Patients and their families smiled and bowed respectfully to Qin Yi, but before departing, they cast a fierce glare at Ma Dong and remarked, "Honestly, what an impressive attitude from the deputy director. We shall never return to this hospital again." Ma Dong, unperturbed, chuckled dismissively. "Come or go as you please. Best to find a place where you feel comfortable. What kind of doctor is this? Can he truly heal anyone?" Indeed, with such an attitude, the deputy director seems to think highly of himself. "Let us leave. We won't seek treatment here any longer." Ma Dong's behavior incited disdain among the other patients in the internal medicine department, prompting them to exit as well. It was not just Qin Yi who was left speechless. Many nurses in the department shared her frustration. They had long harbored discontent towards Ma Dong, yet felt powerless to voice their grievances, as he was the deputy director. While the nurses feared Ma Dong, Qin Yi did not. After the patients departed, Qin Yi, infuriated, declared, "Director Ma, I warn you once more to be mindful of your demeanor as a physician and refrain from disrupting my consultations." Rather than feeling ashamed, Ma Dong appeared even more exhilarated, replying, "Xiao Yi, your anger is truly delightful. Leave." Qin Yi shot him a cold glare. At that moment, two nurses approached Qin Yi and said, "Dr. Qin, the patients have all left. Shall we call them back?" Qin Yi smiled and nodded. "Yes, thank you for your efforts. Please ensure you apologize and clarify things with them." "Understood." Just as the nurses were about to exit, Ma Dong called out to them. He sneered, "Why bother calling them back? If they leave, there will be others to take their place." The nurses exchanged concerned glances upon hearing his words. One of them spoke up. But Director Ma, your actions could tarnish our hospital's reputation. The doctor-patient relationship is already strained. Who would dare come to our department for treatment now? Ma Dong laughed heartily, as if the hospital could ever run out of patients. What a joke. No sooner had he finished speaking than a man appeared at the door. Ma Dong grinned and pointed at the man, saying to the nurses, see, a patient? There are plenty more. Just then, the man spoke in a calm tone. I'm sorry, but I'm not here to seek treatment. If you're not here for treatment, what brings you here? Ma Dong was taken aback, then turned to look at the entrance. The next moment, he was left dumbfounded. The visitor was none other than Lu Fan, the man who had revived old Master Qin the day before, the very person Ma Dong despised. It's you. Yes, it's me. Do you have an issue with that? Ma Dong stammered. What brings you to our hospital if you're not a patient? Lu Fan cast a disdainful glance at Ma Dong before turning to Qin Yi, captivated by her presence. At that moment, she wore black stockings that accentuated her straight, alluring legs, complemented by a form-fitting black dress that highlighted her slender waist and ample bosom. With a white coat draped over her, her enchanting aura was magnificently accentuated. Indeed, you are truly the woman I have set my sights upon, Lu Fan remarked with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. His fondness for Qin Yi was already evident, and as a fellow physician, he found her medical profession to be an admirable trait. When it came to Ma Dong's inquiry, Lu Fan replied calmly, I am here to see her. The nurses exchanged whispers, curious about his intentions towards Dr. Qin. Ma Dong grumbled, we are quite busy here. What do you need, Dr. Qin for? Before Lu Fan could respond, Qin Yi, playfully tossing her hair, approached him warmly, embracing him with enthusiasm. Darling, what brings you here? The sight of Qin Yi nestled closely against Lu Fan left the nurses in a state of astonishment. Darling, Dr. Qin is married? With her striking figure and remarkable lineage, Qin Yi was the object of envy for numerous nurses and doctors, and they began to murmur amongst themselves. Ma Dong's expression darkened at this revelation. Not only was he taken aback, but Lu Fan, too, found himself momentarily speechless. This was only their second meeting, and already she was calling him darling. If things progressed further, one could only imagine what might follow. Chapter 31. Let us not be so familiar yet with that thought. Lu Fan felt a surge of delight. As Qin Yi leaned against him, he couldn't help but notice her breathtaking beauty. Consumed by jealousy, Ma Dong could no longer contain himself and burst forth, pointing an accusatory finger. Dr. Qin, this is work time. What kind of decorum is this? Lu Fan shot Ma Dong a glare, but before he could speak, Qin Yi interjected, Darling, let us not mind him. Let us go to the lounge. Very well, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Hum. With that, Qin Yi took his hand and led him toward the lounge. Once they departed, Ma Dong seethed with rage, his teeth clenched, and his eyes ablaze with hatred. The nurses nearby snickered at Ma Dong's expense, intensifying his embarrassment and fury. He barked, What are you laughing at? One more word from any of you, and you'll lose your entire month's salary. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Qin Yi entered the lounge, where she promptly locked the door to keep others out. Darling, what brings you to the hospital to find me? Qin Yi asked, removing her white coat, revealing her perfect form before Lu Fan. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback by her words. While calling him darling in front of Ma Dong may have been an attempt to diffuse the situation, now that they were alone, it left him pondering the implications. He replied gently, You and Su Ruohan are still in my evaluation period. Before we establish our relationship, let us refrain from such familiarity. Oh, this time, it was Qin Yi who was left speechless. Is it possible that there exist men in this world who do not relish being called husband? Very well, how shall I address you then? It would be inappropriate to call you husband, and Lu Fan feels equally unsuitable, while Dr. Lu seems overly formal. Perhaps, I shall simply refer to you as little brother? Lu Fan cast a thoughtful glance at Qin Yi, whose alluring and enchanting figure indeed exuded the essence of an elder sister. He nonchalantly replied, As you wish. Then, until we establish our relationship, I shall call you little brother, she declared, a playful smile curling upon her lips. Lu Fan, she had made up her mind about him. Not merely due to her rivalry with Su Ruohan, but also because of her grandfather's prior counsel. Most importantly, Qin Yi harbored a genuine desire to understand Lu Fan better. If he truly possessed the extraordinary prowess her grandfather spoke of, how could she possibly relinquish such a man to another woman? Lu Fan candidly stated, The purpose of my visit today is to seek employment, with the intention of getting to know you better. Very well. Let us pause for a moment to refresh ourselves with some water. Shortly, I shall introduce you to the dean, Qin replied, remembering her competition with Su Ruohan, and nodded with a smile. Additionally, I wish to learn more about you. As she spoke, Qin, with a glass of water in hand, gracefully settled onto Lu Fan's lap, personally offering the cup to his lips, inquiring, "Little brother, who is better, me or Su Ruohan?" Qin was astute, every smile and glance skillfully teasing Lu Fan's heartstrings. No wonder Su Ruohan referred to her as a seductress. It remains to be evaluated, but for the time being, I find myself more inclined towards you. Such a captivating beauty was hard to resist, and Lu Fan was no exception. As he spoke, he found his hand awkwardly suspended in the air until he discovered that resting it on Qin Yi's waist felt most fitting and comfortable. With a playful smile, Qin Yi half-heartedly took his hand, saying, "How vexing, sister is still at work." Lu Fan chuckled, "Which is more important, work or me?" "Naturally, you are more important, little brother," Qin Yi replied, casting Lu Fan a teasing glare. She then stood to place the glass on a nearby table, stating, "Let us go. I will take you to see the dean. With your exceptional medical skills, securing a position here should pose no issue." "Very well," Lu Fan responded without hesitation, accompanying Qin Yi as they exited the lounge. Just as they emerged, they encountered Ma Dong, who appeared to be up to no good. It turned out he had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Upon learning that Lu Fan was seeking work at the hospital, Ma Dong's smirk widened. He loudly proclaimed in the hospital corridor, in front of numerous doctors and nurses, "I thought Dr. Qin's boyfriend was some elite heir. But it turns out he's just an idle freeloader." "Ignore him," Qin Yi retorted nonchalantly, a faint smile gracing her lips, as she confidently linked her arm with Lu Fan's, pressing closely against him, and continued towards the dean's office without a backward glance. In that moment, Ma Dong resembled a mere clown, subjected to the derisive laughter of passing patients, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. Lu Fan and Qin Yi arrived at the dean's office. Upon knocking on the door, they found Director Yao Shuezhen of the Central Hospital engrossed in his official duties. As soon as he recognized Qin Yi, he swiftly rose to greet her with warmth, exclaiming, "Ah, Dr. Qin, what brings you here? Please excuse the disarray of my office. I haven't had a moment to tidy up. Come, please take a seat." Qin Yi, the legitimate granddaughter of the esteemed Qin family, was well regarded by Director Yao, who had a close relationship with her grandfather. It was largely due to the support and assistance from the venerable elder of the Qin family that Yao found himself in the position of dean. So he treated Qin Yi with great courtesy. "There's no need for such formality, Director Yao. I have come today to introduce someone to you," Qin Yi stated, directing her gaze toward Lu Fan, who stood beside her. Of course, Yao Shuezhen replied, finally noticing Lu Fan. After a careful appraisal, he observed that although Lu Fan was simply dressed, his features were well-defined and exuded a robust vitality, prompting curiosity. Qin Yi continued, "This is Lu Fan. He is a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine and is seeking a position as a physician in our hospital." Traditional medicine, indeed. It is a treasured aspect of our culture, and our hospital is currently in need of practitioners in this field. "I shall arrange for Dr. Lu immediately," Yao Shuezhen responded with delight. He decided to extend a favor, trusting Qin Yi's endorsement, despite being unsure of Lu Fan's capabilities. However, Yao's expression soon grew serious as he added, "Yet, I must convey a few harsh realities. Dr. Qin, you are aware that the hiring procedures have become increasingly stringent in recent years. Without passing the formal examinations, it is quite challenging to secure a permanent position for Dr. Lu. Although I am the dean, I can only offer him a temporary role, and the salary and benefits will likely differ significantly from those of a regular employee." Yao Shuezhen spoke the truth, and Qin Yi understood this well, having entered the hospital through examinations herself. However, with Lu Fan's remarkable healing abilities, she worried that relegating him to a temporary position would be a waste of his talents and feared he might decline the offer. Frowning slightly, she glanced at Yao Shuezhen and inquired, "Is there any possibility of facilitating his transition to a formal position through special talent recruitment?" After a moment of contemplation, Yao Shuezhen nodded. "That is indeed a possibility, but it requires notable achievements or significant contributions to medicine." As for Dr. Lu, before he could finish, Lu Fan interjected, "Director Yao, there is no need for such complications. A simple arrangement for a temporary role will suffice. Chapter 32. Could this be a medical dispute? The primary reason Lu Fan sought employment at the hospital was to gain a better understanding of Qin Yi, while simultaneously fulfilling his duty as a healer. It was, in essence, a dual benefit. He was not particularly concerned about monetary compensation. After all, what difference would a few thousand extra yuan a month make? Therefore, whether in a temporary or formal position, it held little significance for him. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Yao Xuezhen was momentarily taken aback. Many recent graduates exhibited a sense of impatience, eagerly desiring leadership roles as soon as they began their careers, with few willing to diligently start from the grassroots level. Lu Fan's response truly captivated Yao Xuezhen, setting aside his medical skills. The mere fact that he maintained a humble demeanor while being associated with the esteemed Qin family was nothing short of admirable. Filled with excitement, Yao Xuezhen promptly rose from his chair, exclaiming, "Ah, Dr. Lu is indeed a rare talent. Please, take a seat here, and let us engage in a meaningful conversation." Lu Fan nodded and sat down next to Qin Yi, while Yao Xuezhen kindly poured tea for both of them and inquired, "Dr. Lu, in which area of traditional Chinese medicine do you specialize? I am contemplating your assignment to a department." Lu Fan replied, "I am well versed in all fields. Any department would suit me." Yao Xuezhen was taken aback by his response. All fields. At such a young age, Dr. Lu has already achieved so much. Lu Fan smiled modestly, saying, "I cannot claim such achievements. I have merely studied medicine since childhood, which has afforded me a bit more experience than others." He continued, "As for my department assignment, it would be best if it were close to Qin Yi, as I have no other requests." "Very well," Yao Xuezhen nodded. While he found Lu Fan's words commendable, he could not fully place his trust in him just yet. Thus, he resolved not to assign him to a critical position, as one in emergency care would be too risky. Should any medical mishap occur, the hospital would struggle to shoulder the responsibility. As he contemplated where to place Lu Fan, Qin Yi interjected, "How about this, Director Yao? Let us assign Lu Fan to the internal medicine department where I work, as it would allow us to support each other." "Excellent." Yao Xuezhen's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Given that Qin Yi was a renowned physician returning from abroad and Lu Fan was her recommendation, placing him in her department was indeed the most fitting choice. In that case, Dr. Lu will begin in internal medicine, and we can reassess for a more suitable position later. What do you think? "I have no objections. Thank you, Director Yao," Lu Fan replied politely, pleased to be in the same department as Qin Yi. Shifting the conversation, Lu Fan added, "However, I have one more request." Yao Xuezhen responded, "Please, go ahead, Dr. Lu." Lu Fan continued, "Due to my numerous commitments, I cannot be present at the hospital every day like a full-time physician. I can only serve as an honorary doctor. An honorary position offers the freedom to work flexibly, allowing Lu Fan to attend when convenient, as he could not dedicate his days solely to being at the hospital for Qin Yi. That is agreeable. I will have Secretary Lu make the necessary arrangements." Yao Xuezhen promptly acquiesced. Although such a position was typically reserved for distinguished physicians, Lu Fan's connection to the Qin family warranted no objection from him, and permitting this arrangement would not adversely affect the hospital. Just as Yao Xuezhen was about to contact his secretary, a commotion erupted outside the door. The noise was loud enough to hear clearly despite the closed door, resembling the pleas and lamentations of a man. Upon hearing that sound, Yao Xuezhen's expression immediately changed. This could not be a medical dispute, could it? In recent years, such incidents have occurred frequently, severely disrupting the normal order of medical operations within hospitals. Thus, Yao Xuezhen paid particular attention to these matters. To address this concern, he had intentionally positioned his office in the outpatient building, allowing him to swiftly respond on-site for coordination and resolution. He set down the phone and, feeling anxious, said to Qin Yi and Lu Fan, "I apologize, but there may be an incident outside. I must go check it out." Qin Yi shook her head and replied, "Director Yao, please attend to your duties. There is no need to rush." All right, Yao Xuezhen said as he strode forward. Just as he opened the office door, he saw Secretary Lu hurrying toward him. "What is happening? Is it a medical dispute?" Yao Xuezhen inquired, looking at Secretary Lu Mingliang. "It is not a medical dispute." Secretary Lu shook his head. "There is an emergency in the operating room. A patient is in critical condition, and the family is quite agitated. Director, shouldn't you go take a look?" Hearing that it was not a medical dispute, Yao Xuezhen breathed a sigh of relief. However, The situation with the distressed family members was serious, requiring the hospital director to step in to calm their emotions. Without delay, Yao Shuezhen said to Secretary Liu, "Let us go take a look." Meanwhile, Liu Fan and Qin Yi exchanged glances and decided, since we have nothing else to do, let us accompany him. Saving a life is more valuable than constructing a 7-story pagoda. The two quickly followed Yao Shuezhen towards the operating room. Upon descending to the 4th floor, they soon arrived at the entrance of the operating room. As they approached, they witnessed a man, approximately in his 30s and dressed plainly, kneeling on the ground, wailing uncontrollably, clutching the leg of a doctor and refusing to let go. Beside him stood a woman with striking red lips, styled curly hair, and a meticulously crafted appearance. Holding a small handbag, she was the man's wife. The man's face was etched with despair and pleading, while the woman, seemingly unfazed, applied lipstick from a compact mirror, creating a stark contrast between them. In addition to them, a crowd of patients and doctors had gathered at the operating room entrance, some there out of curiosity, while others were concerned about the situation. Among them was Dr. Ma Dong from the internal medicine department, who, while casually munching on sunflower seeds, appeared indifferent, clearly having come to observe the commotion. The man on the ground was named Zhang Jinghua. He pleaded desperately, "Doctor, lives are at stake. Please, save my mother's life." The lead surgeon shook his head helplessly, saying, "Your mother has suffered an acute cerebral hemorrhage. The procedure has been explained to you. We must perform a craniotomy to remove the hematoma. However, you have refused the surgery, and we are powerless to assist further." As the surgeon attempted to leave, Zhang Jinghua clung to his leg, preventing any movement, and once again implored, "Is there truly no other option? Can't we avoid surgery? I beg you. Please think of another solution." Ma Dong stood at the forefront of the crowd, cracking sunflower seeds while narrowing his brows and addressing Zhang Jinghua. "I must say, why are you being so obstinate? Haven't our doctors already informed you? If you wish for your mother to survive, a surgical procedure is imperative. If you refuse, who can you blame?" Chapter 33. The heart of a parent. Ma Dong's sardonic remarks thoroughly infuriated Zhang Jinghua, who was on the brink of emotional collapse. Just then, a loud voice proclaimed, "Director, Yao has arrived." The crowd momentarily froze, and as they caught sight of Yao Shuezhen, they instinctively parted to clear a path. Zhang Jinghua appeared to glimpse a glimmer of hope, a flicker of urgent expectation flashing in his eyes. He swiftly altered his approach, kneeling before Yao Shuezhen and imploring, "Director Yao, I beseech you, you must have a way to save my mother." Observing Zhang Jinghua's pitiable demeanor, Yao Shuezhen bent down, gently patting his shoulder in a comforting gesture. "Please, do not become overly agitated. We fully understand your feelings and are actively seeking solutions. Allow me a moment to confer with the doctors. Can you stand up for just a minute?" It must be noted that Yao Shuezhen possessed a remarkable talent for soothing anxious family members, and indeed, Zhang Jinghua's agitation swiftly subsided upon hearing his words. He nodded vigorously, expressing, "Thank you, Director Yao. Please, I implore you to save my mother." Yao Shuezhen then turned to the lead surgeon, Dr. Du Mingyuan, and the two of them swiftly moved aside. Yao inquired, "What seems to be the issue?" Dr. Du replied, "It is as follows. Director Yao, the patient has suffered from chronic hypertension. Half an hour ago, after an argument with her daughter-in-law, she experienced a sudden acute cerebral hemorrhage and was admitted to our hospital." Cerebral hemorrhage? Upon grasping the situation, Yao Shuezhen was momentarily taken aback. Rescue efforts for a cerebral hemorrhage are straightforward. Why is the family so agitated? Dr. Du continued, "Her condition is quite severe and necessitates immediate surgery. Otherwise, her life is at risk. We have already issued 2 critical condition notifications, yet the family has consistently refused consent for the operation, citing financial constraints. They are adamant about not signing the surgical consent form and insist we explore alternative treatments. But, as you are well aware, Director, there are no viable alternatives for acute cerebral hemorrhage." Understood. Yao Shuezhen inhaled deeply, contemplating for a moment before stating, "I shall endeavor to persuade them." Returning to Zhang Jinghua, Yao spoke earnestly, "Sir, I have gathered a general understanding of your mother's condition. Currently, both domestically and internationally, the most effective treatment for acute cerebral hemorrhage is surgical intervention. Our lead surgeon, Dr. Du, is a seasoned professional with over 20 years of experience. You can rest assured that his judgment is sound." Zhang Jinghua, convinced of Yao Shuezhen's authority, asked, "So it is indeed necessary to proceed with surgery?" "Indeed." Yao Shuezhen affirmed with a nod. Zhang Jinghua, filled with urgency, queried, "But what shall we do if we cannot afford the surgical fees?" Yao Xuezheng assured, "Rest assured. The hospital will initially cover the surgical expenses. A life is at stake. The most pressing matter is to save your mother." "Yes, yes, just save my mother." Zhang Jinghua nodded repeatedly. Yao Xuezheng gestured to Dr. Du, instructing, "Have the family sign the consent form. We shall proceed with the surgery immediately." "Understood." Du Mingyuan took the informed consent form from the nurse and presented it to Zhang Jinghua for his signature. However, at that moment, Zhang Jinghua's wife, Diao Jing, rushed over and snatched the document from Du Mingyuan's hands, exclaiming, "Sign what? Even if your hospital covers the costs initially, we will still have to repay the subsequent surgical expenses, won't we? We will not proceed with this surgery. Zhang Jinghua, your useless mother is already 60. Is it necessary to squander money on this surgery?" She continued, "Let us not forget, we still have a mortgage to pay off. Not to mention the expenses for De Bao and Air Bao's formula, their schooling, and even your mother's cosmetics. Where will you find the money?" The sudden turn of events left Yao Xuezheng utterly flabbergasted. He realized that the greatest obstacle was not Zhang Jinghua, but rather his wife. This woman, heavily made up and not particularly attractive, adorned herself with high-end clothing and accessories, epitomizing a refined, self-serving nature. Zhang Jinghua was known far and wide as a devoted son. Having grown up in a rural village after losing his father at a young age, raised single-handedly by his mother, he excelled academically and eventually secured a university education, a job in the city, and a home, marrying in the process. Having transcended his humble beginnings, Zhang Jinghua's life could be considered inspirational. His mother had finally reached a point of comfort, yet ever since Diao Jing entered their lives, the family had begun to decline. Diao Jing, with her lofty aspirations yet lackluster abilities, spent her days devising schemes, incessantly criticizing Zhang Jinghua for being ineffectual and unambitious. His mother, with a heart full of kindness, refrained from confronting Diao Jing, wishing to spare her son any difficulties. Unfortunately, her concessions only emboldened Diao Jing further. The words spoken by Diao Jing chilled those present, evoking the sorrow of parents who dedicate their lives to their children, only to be met with such disdain in return. Zhang Jinghua, a timid man who feared his wife, ultimately refused to sign the consent form after receiving a few sharp reprimands. He returned to plead with Yao Xuezheng, "Director Yao, I beseech you, consider alternative solutions. Could you possibly prescribe some medication instead?" Yao Xuezheng, at a loss for words, found this situation unprecedented in his years as a director. He looked at Zhang Jinghua and asked, "Let me pose a single question. Do you truly wish to save your mother?" Zhang Jinghua broke down in tears, wailing, "My father passed away early. My mother raised me single-handedly. I cannot bear to lose her. If you wish to save your mother, then sign the consent form." Zhang Jinghua's hand trembled incessantly, unable to make a decisive choice. Diao Jing, with her arms crossed defiantly, declared, "Zhang Jinghua, if you dare to sign that, I will file for divorce tomorrow." At her words, Zhang Jinghua hesitated once more, glancing left and right, yet he remained unwilling to affix his signature. Just then, a nurse hurriedly burst forth from the operating room, exclaiming, "Dr. Du, Ding Yao, it's terrible. The patient is on the brink of death." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinghua's mind went blank, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of dread. With a compassionate heart, Dr. Du Mingyuan promptly made his way towards the operating room. Lu Fan and Qin Yi exchanged glances, and Lu Fan said, "I will go check. Saving the patient is of utmost importance." As an internal medicine physician, Qin Yi nodded in agreement. "Yes, I will accompany you." The group entered the operating room to find Zhang Jinghua's mother lying on the bed, her face pale and her breath shallow, teetering on the edge of a deep coma, her life hanging by a thread. After assessing her condition, Du Mingyuan urgently addressed Zhang Jinghua. "The patient can only hold on for 5 more minutes. You must make a decision quickly." Diao Jing scoffed. "As long as surgery is not performed, any treatment is acceptable." In exasperation, Du Mingyuan retorted, "The only solution is surgery. Otherwise, the patient will perish." At that moment, Lu Fan, after observing the patient's condition, interjected, "Surgery is not necessary. I can save her." Chapter 34. Are you joking with life? Not requiring surgery? The room fell silent in astonishment as everyone turned to face Lu Fan. It quickly became apparent that he was a stranger, not a colleague of the hospital. Du Mingyuan was the first to voice his skepticism. "Hello, friend, what is your identity?" On what grounds do you claim that the patient can be treated without surgery? I am a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, Lu Fan stated, and then elaborated with conviction. I can utilize acupuncture to help the patient eliminate the intracranial hematoma, achieving results equivalent to surgery. Moreover, compared to the high-risk nature of a craniotomy, my acupuncture method significantly reduces treatment risks, minimizes patient trauma, and facilitates a smoother recovery. Since you are a practitioner of traditional medicine, we could consider ourselves colleagues of sorts, Du Mingyuan replied with a faint smile. However, to treat acute cerebral hemorrhage with acupuncture? I believe, my friend, you are jesting with life. Lu Fan responded with a smile. Whether I am jesting with life is a matter that can only be determined through trial. Just then, Ma Dong, who had been observing the commotion, seized the opportunity to mock Lu Fan. At the Qin residence, although Lu Fan had successfully treated the elderly Mr. Qin, a case that had baffled even the renowned healer Li Shui, Ma Dong had always believed it to be mere luck. Furthermore, Mr. Qin's ailment was merely a case of wind cold, while this elderly woman's condition was a genuine acute cerebral hemorrhage. He could not fathom how Lu Fan could possibly treat her. With a cold snort, Ma Dong laughed derisively. Indeed, that young man named Lu is rather presumptuous, isn't he? Even Dr. Du, who has been in practice for 20 years, asserts that this patient's acute cerebral hemorrhage can only be treated surgically. Yet you dare to suggest acupuncture as a remedy? What a charlatan. It's laughable. Lu Fan shrugged, casting a glance at Ma Dong with a gentle smile. Oh, isn't this the esteemed disciple of Dr. Li? You still linger here, you worthless fellow. Qin covered her mouth, chuckling. Haha, of course. How could we have such a lively gathering without our director Ma? Ma Dong's face turned a mix of hues, half green and half purple with anger. Meanwhile, Du Mingyuan re-examined the patient's condition. The patient remained in a deep coma, her breathing increasingly feeble. It was estimated that she could hardly last half an hour, necessitating immediate surgery within 3 minutes. Du Mingyuan spoke solemnly. It's too late. If we don't commence the surgery now, not even a deity could save her. As soon as he finished speaking, Diao Jing retorted vehemently. We cannot proceed with the surgery. We simply do not have the funds. Diao Jing's stance was unwavering. Du Mingyuan, looking helplessly at the hospital director, then glanced at Zhang Jinghua. Driven by desperation to save his mother, Zhang Jinghua knelt before Diao Jing, pleading, My dear, I implore you. We still have 100,000 yuan in savings. Let us use it to save my mother, please. Diao Jing, hands on her hips, delivered a sharp slap to Zhang Jinghua's face, exclaiming, No way. That money is reserved for me to buy a car. If you dare touch it, I swear I'll leave you tomorrow. Witnessing Zhang Jinghua's humble demeanor before Diao Jing, the onlookers felt a pang of sympathy, casting scornful glances at him. To be slapped by a woman in front of so many, without even a hint of retaliation or anger, is the epitome of a man's humiliation. One nurse, familiar with Zhang Jinghua's family circumstances, could no longer bear it. She directed her ire at Diao Jing, saying, How can you, as a daughter-in-law, behave this way? This elderly woman has cared for your 2 children daily, washing and cooking for you, attending to your every need. And now that she is ill, you refuse to help her? Diao Jing laughed scornfully. And who might you be? Just a mere nurse. What gives you the right to admonish me? Shifting her gaze, Diao Jing then addressed Lu Fan. Since you all wish to save her, why not let that young man try? He claims to know acupuncture. And surely it won't cost much, right? I am agreeable to saving her, so don't accuse me of inaction. Lu Fan's expression subtly shifted. The malice in Diao Jing's eyes and tone revealed intentions beyond mere indifference. He discerned that she harbored no belief in his ability to save her mother-in-law. She fundamentally wished for the elderly woman not to survive. Calmly, Lu Fan declared, Allow me to take on the task. As his words echoed, both Chief Surgeon Du Mingyuan and Director Yao Shuezhen furrowed their brows in concern. Du Mingyuan, uncertain, turned to Yao Shuezhen, seeking his counsel. Yao Shuezhen hesitated for a moment, hesitant to place his trust in Lu Fan. After all, if the optimal surgical window was missed, it could lead to the loss of a life. Before he could voice his thoughts, Ma Dong interjected with a mocking laugh. You want to take charge? You lack both the qualifications and the experience to practice medicine. I cannot fathom which misguided individual brought you here, deceiving us into allowing you into our hospital. If something goes awry, can you bear the responsibility? No sooner had Ma Dong finished speaking than Yao Shuezhen's expression shifted. Dr. Lu is under my guidance. Does that imply that I too am blind to the situation? Lu Fan merely smiled subtly, while Ma Dong's countenance grew increasingly grim. Director Yao? You brought him? The realization of his blunder washed over Ma Dong, leaving him flustered and sweating profusely, his previous casual demeanor evaporating as he ceased his snacking. Feeling his authority challenged, Yao Shuezheng let out a disdainful snort. Ma Dong, are you eating seeds during work hours, and right in front of me? Do you even resemble a doctor? At this, Ma Dong hastily discarded the seeds into the trash, retreating to a corner, intimidated into silence. At that moment, Yao Shuezheng came to a resolution. If they would not perform the surgery, then Dr. Lu must give it a try. However, he made it clear that should any medical mishaps occur, the hospital would not be held liable. Zhang Jinghua, still wavering, had yet to voice his opinion when Jiao Jing eagerly interjected, Very well, let the young man proceed with the treatment. Du Mingyuan shook his head, skeptical that acupuncture could yield any positive results. Meanwhile, Ma Dong felt a surge of self-satisfaction. If Lu Fan failed, the repercussions would be significant. He retrieved his phone, ready to document the incident, anticipating charges of practicing medicine without a license and intentional harm. Jiao Jing, on her part, felt a sense of triumph. Hurry and treat her. If this old woman dies, my own troubles will remain concealed. Then I can let Zhang Jinghua extort the hospital, achieving two objectives with one stroke. Lu Fan quickly approached the patient's bedside, his heart heavy with empathy for the elderly woman before him. She was frail and emaciated, her sunken eyes a testament to chronic malnutrition that had stunted her growth. Her hair was silvered, her face lined with wrinkles, and her hands calloused, revealing a lifetime of hardship. It was evident that she was a resilient woman who had endured much suffering. Without further delay, he swiftly retrieved his needle pack, sterilizing the silver needles before deftly inserting them into several acupoints, including Baihui, Rinzhong, and Zhongqiu. He then channeled his own vital energy through the needles into the patient's body. What a remarkable technique! Yao Shuezheng thought to himself, eyes narrowed in astonishment. In his youth, he had dabbled in traditional Chinese medicine for a brief period, but the vastness and intricacies of the field had overwhelmed him, leading him to abandon his studies. In his recollection, the acupuncture techniques taught by the elderly physician he once learned from were nowhere near as swift as Lu Fan's current execution. After administering an injection to the patient, an invisible, intangible dark energy surged forth from her body. Lu Fan's hand glided over the old woman's crown, and as expected, he discovered what he had been searching for. Chapter 35. A medical miracle. What he found was a medium-sized dent scar caused by a blunt instrument, due to the absence of blood and the concealment by hair. A typical doctor would likely overlook it. However, Lu Fan was acutely aware that the old woman's hypertension and agitation were merely triggers for this cerebral hemorrhage, while the direct cause lay within the scar at the back of her skull. In other words, the old woman did not fall ill due to stress. Rather, she had either fallen and struck her head against a blunt object or had been struck by one. Lu Fan's cold gaze shifted towards Jiao Jing. At the time the incident occurred, Zhang Jinghua had been outside working, leaving only the patient and Jiao Jing at home. This meant that the only individuals privy to the inner workings of the situation were Jiao Jing and the patient herself. Yet, observing Jiao Jing's callous demeanor and her arrogant expression, Lu Fan surmised that she was deeply implicated in this matter. He feared that this was not merely a family dispute, but rather a premeditated act of murder. Naturally, Jiao Jing would never voluntarily disclose the truth. Lu Fan could only wait for the patient to awaken to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the incident. Would that be feasible? Watching his mother's expression remain unchanged, Zhang Jinghua was consumed by anxiety. In the next moment, Lu Fan withdrew his fingers, rising to the side to quietly observe the old woman's condition. Suddenly, her upper body shot upright, and a jet of black blood erupted from her mouth, spraying 4 to 5 meters, splattering Jiao Jing, who stood at the foot of the bed. Startled, Jiao Jing recoiled, gazing in dismay at the bloodstains covering her new outfit. Oh no, I just bought this dress for several thousand. That dying old woman, even in her last moments, makes a mess of me. The significant change in the patient's condition shocked the doctors and nurses present. After expelling the blood, the old woman lay back down, showing no signs of improvement. Yet, a satisfied smile crept across Lu Fan's lips. The crowd murmured in confusion. Why did she suddenly vomit blood? Did he actually kill her? Panic ensued. This could constitute a major medical malpractice incident. Witnessing this scene, Ma Dong rejoiced, having recorded the entire episode on his phone. With one hand holding the device aloft and the other gripping Lu Fan's arm, he excitedly turned to the others, exclaiming, "Illegal practice of medicine. Look, he has committed murder. Call the police at once. I'll kill your mother." Lu Fan retorted, shaking off Ma Dong's grip and delivering a sharp slap to his face. The resounding crack echoed in the room, and Ma Dong cried out as he was sent sprawling to the ground. Seeing Ma Dong in such a pitiful state, Qin Yi felt a rush of exhilaration, covering her mouth as she chuckled. She looked at Lu Fan, a wave of admiration swelling within her. A man so charismatic and full of character was utterly captivating. Ma Dong, with his face cradled in his hands, painfully rose from the ground. Feeling utterly humiliated in front of so many colleagues after being struck, like a distraught woman, he began to wail, "Not only did you take a life, but you also resorted to violence. I will call the police this instant." Just as he was about to take out his phone, Yao Shuezhen snatched it away. Concerned that this incident might tarnish the hospital's reputation, he scolded, "What are you yelling about? Is it not chaotic enough already? If this makes the news, who would dare come to our hospital for treatment?" Fearing the situation would escalate, Yao Shuezhen warned the medical staff present, "I advise you all to keep today's events to yourselves. Otherwise, none of you will need to return tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, frightened into submission. Yet Diao Jing refused to be silenced. With her arms crossed, she smugly remarked, "Oh, is this the director of the Central Hospital? Such bravado. After a life has been lost, you would still stifle the truth? Are you attempting to cover it up?" Yao Shuezhen's desire for peace was precisely what Diao Jing sought, as it would allow her to demand exorbitant compensation from the hospital. Momentarily at a loss, beads of sweat formed on Yao Shuezhen's forehead as he feigned composure and wiped his brow, saying, "Dear family member, what do you mean that we have caused a death? We informed you in advance that the patient required immediate surgery, and you refused. How can you shift the blame onto us?" Diao Jing smirked, adopting a brazen demeanor. "Huh? That does not concern us. The patient died under your care, and if we do not receive a satisfactory explanation, we will call the police and expose your unscrupulous hospital to the media." Wait, let's discuss this amicably." Yao Shuezhen, feeling cornered, began to contemplate a compromise involving compensation. At that moment, Lu Fan let out a cold laugh and waved his hand, saying, "Director Yao, I have already revived her. If she wishes to call the police, let her do so. I have been waiting for the authorities to arrive." At this declaration, astonishment flickered in Yao Shuezhen's eyes. "What? You have revived her?" He incredulously glanced at the patient still in a coma on the bed. There was no sign of revival whatsoever. "Indeed," Lu Fan replied confidently, approaching the bedside once more. He swiftly removed all the silver needles and, pointing with 2 fingers, commanded with a fierce voice, "Evil spirit, retreat. Awaken." The moment his words fell, the patient's eyes abruptly opened. The monitors nearby showed that her pulse, blood pressure, and ECG had all returned to normal levels. "Mom, you're awake," Li Jinghua exclaimed, embracing his elderly mother as he wept uncontrollably. Witnessing the patient's miraculous recovery, everyone present was left in utter disbelief. Yao Shuezhen, Du Mingyuan, and the other doctors and nurses all exhibited expressions of incredulity. Had he truly brought her back to life? What a miraculous feat of medicine. Du Mingyuan had been practicing medicine for 2 decades and had never encountered such a situation. The astonishment he felt was beyond words. Meanwhile, Yao Shuezhen was overjoyed, gazing at Lu Fan as if he were a deity. "What a treasure I have stumbled upon." It was imperative to formalize Lu Shenyi's position immediately. Ma Dong, with a grim visage, felt utterly embarrassed, having just humiliated Lu Fan, and now witnessing the patient's miraculous recovery in front of so many. He wished he could vanish into the ground. The crowd was filled with delight, yet only Diao Jing looked on in panic as the elderly woman collapsed to the floor. This cannot be possible. The old woman cannot still be alive. Only one thought consumed her mind. She must flee. Diao Jing squeezed through the crowd, intent on escaping swiftly. But just then, a large hand seized her from the throng. It was Lu Fan. If he had harbored any doubts before, they evaporated upon witnessing the patient awaken and observing Diao Jing's reaction. He instantly grasped her ulterior motives. Chapter 36. This is my woman after being intercepted by Lu Fan. Diao Jing exclaimed, "What are you doing grabbing my hand?" Lu Fan replied with a cold smile, "Why the rush to leave?" Diao Jing, her face a mask of anxiety, insisted, "I have matters at home. Is it not permissible to leave early? Lu Fan chuckled. Oh, matters at home? Surely, you are not feeling guilty, are you? What are you implying? Diao Jing felt a chill run down her spine. Whoever is guilty knows their own heart. Who could be more aware of why the old lady suffered an acute cerebral hemorrhage than you? Diao Jing looked at Lu Fan in terror. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances between Lu Fan and Diao Jing. A nurse inquired, "What is the matter, Dr. Lu? Is something wrong?" Lu Fan replied nonchalantly, "Let us call the police. The reason for the old lady's sudden cerebral hemorrhage is due to her actions." Is that so? The nurses had long suspected something was amiss with Diao Jing. Nonsense. As the truth threatened to surface, Diao Jing erupted, "Do not slander me. This is simply your own small-mindedness, not my concern." Even at death's door, she continued to argue. Lu Fan was undeterred by the woman's denial. He grasped Diao Jing's arm and forcefully pulled her before Zhang Jinghua and his mother. The mother, having been revived, was still overwhelmed by emotion. Entirely unaware of Diao Jing's wrongdoing, Lu Fan turned to the old lady. "Please tell us, what has this woman done to you?" The moment the old woman laid eyes on Diao Jing, her face contorted with fury. Gritting her teeth, she trembled as she pointed at Diao Jing, exclaiming, "You vile woman! You poisoner!" At her words, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then turned their gaze toward the family. "Mother, what is happening?" Zhang Jinghua looked at his mother in astonishment. "Child, this woman cannot be kept. She has been unfaithful, sharing her bed with another man behind your back." "What?" Zhang Jinghua was momentarily taken aback. "Diao Jing, a treacherous woman. This morning, I left for the market without sufficient money and returned home halfway to fetch more. Upon my arrival, I discovered her entangled with another man in our home. When I confronted them, they struck me with a stick, threatening to silence me." The elderly lady's voice trembled with rage as she recounted Diao Jing's transgressions. Diao Jing shouted, "You old hag, do not slander me. There is nothing of the sort." Qin Yi coldly interjected, "Whether there is or not can easily be verified by the community surveillance. You cannot deny this. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to act so brazenly? Believe me, I could easily slap you into silence." As Diao Jing raised her hand to strike Qin Yi, Lu Fan swiftly seized her arm suspended in midair and, with a sudden motion, delivered a resounding slap to her face. With a darkened expression, Lu Fan declared, "This is my woman. Dare you lay a finger on her? How domineering." Qin Yi glanced at Lu Fan, her heart racing as if a small deer were frantically beating within her chest. Although she could have handled the situation herself, Lu Fan's intervention felt different. Stirring her youthful heart with admiration for him, Diao Jing, clutching her stinging cheek, approached Zhang Jinghua with feigned innocence. "Darling, this man struck me. You must teach him a lesson." She desperately shook Zhang Jinghua's arm, but he remained unyielding, his face dark as he coldly inquired, "Did you betray me? Is it you who harmed my mother?" Diao Jing continued her act. "I did not. She merely dislikes me." "I will ask you once more, did you?" Zhang Jinghua pressed, his expression grim. Diao Jing hesitated for a moment. In the next instant, she released Zhang Jinghua's arm, stood up, rolled up her sleeves, and taunted, "Oh, Zhang Jinghua, you truly have some nerve, acting tough in front of me. Yes, I did betray you. What will you do about it? You are worthless and dare not stop me from being with others. I remain with you out of respect. Do not test my patience." Her words sent a wave of shock through the crowd. She admitted it. What a venomous woman. To steal another's man and be so brazen about it. Utterly shameless. Zhang Jinghua's eyes reddened with fury, his fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth, continuing to question her. "So, what my mother said is true?" Diao Jing raised her eyebrows defiantly. "What if it is? Do you have the courage to divorce me? If not, keep your mouth shut." At that moment, a loud slap echoed through the air as Zhang Jinghua turned and struck Diao Jing across the face, leaving a vivid imprint of his fingers. "You dare hit me?" Diao Jing was momentarily stunned by Zhang Jinghua's blow. "You shameless wretch. How could you betray my son, who has been so generous to you, saving every penny just to indulge you? And yet, you dare to engage in such treacherous deeds behind his back. Your heart is truly deserving of condemnation. Who among us would covet your meager coins? I have no intention of associating with you any longer." With a scathing remark, Diao Jing stormed towards the door. However, at that moment, a multitude of nurses and doctors from the operating room intercepted her. One of them stated, "If you truly struck the elderly woman on the head with a stick, I regret to inform you that you will have to wait for the police to arrive before we can allow you to leave." "What?" Diao Jing was taken aback. as she had believed that severing ties with Zhang Jingguo would allow her to escape unscathed. She retorted defiantly, "Who struck her? Do you have any evidence? If you can't produce evidence, I will sue you for defamation." She felt a sense of pride knowing that the elderly woman had not bled, and thus believed these individuals could not hold her accountable. The assembled doctors and nurses were momentarily at a loss. The only evidence they possessed was the elderly woman's testimony, which was insufficient to charge Jiao Jing with intentional harm, lacking in physical evidence. Jiao Jing laughed mockingly, "Huh? There is no evidence, so why don't you all step aside?" Just then, Lu Fan chuckled softly, saying, "Oh, but I possess evidence." The injury to the back of the elderly woman's head serves as the most compelling proof. It is unmistakably a blunt force injury. We can simply summon a forensic expert for confirmation. Jiao Jing stared at Lu Fan in utter disbelief, her composure crumbling as she collapsed to the ground in fear. Minutes later, the police escorted Jiao Jing away from the hospital. Zhang Jingguo's mother finally felt a sense of vindication, able to rise and walk without the need for hospitalization, her health even more robust than before. Applause erupted in the operating room, with everyone praising Lu Fan's remarkable skill. Dr. Du Mingyuan, the lead surgeon, was particularly impressed by Lu Fan's expertise in traditional Chinese medicine. "Dr. Lu, you are truly a miraculous healer. Today, I have witnessed something extraordinary." Chapter 37. What would you like to eat, little brother? Lu Fan smiled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. "There is nothing extraordinary about this. I merely employed a small tactic." He remembered fondly the years he spent in seclusion, often accompanying his master's wife to tend to the elderly in their village. Conditions such as hypertension and cerebral hemorrhages were common ailments that he treated with ease. Dr. Lu's humility is commendable, but this is not merely a small tactic. It is a medical miracle. Previously, Du Mingyuan had held a dismissive view of traditional Chinese medicine, believing it could only provide palliative care, not cure diseases. However, witnessing Lu Fan successfully treat a cerebral hemorrhage through acupuncture left him utterly astounded. If he had been tasked with treating such an acute condition, it would typically require an expensive craniotomy, with a lengthy recovery period, often too arduous for frail elderly patients. Du Mingyuan, filled with excitement, grasped Lu Fan's hand and said, "Dr. Lu, I must seek your guidance on the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine in the future." "Certainly," Lu Fan replied with a gentle smile. Qin Yi was immensely pleased with Lu Fan's performance, reflecting on how her grandfather had indeed chosen the right person. She resolved to seize this opportunity firmly, vowing never to relinquish Lu Fan to another, especially not to Su Ruohan. With this thought in mind, Qin Yi turned to Director Yao Xuezhing and inquired, "Director Yao, considering Lu Fan's successful application of traditional Chinese medicine in saving a patient with acute cerebral hemorrhage, can we regard this as a significant contribution to the medical field? Does it meet our hospital's criteria for transitioning him to a formal employee?" "Absolutely. Of course it counts," Yao Xuezhing exclaimed with great enthusiasm. "Secretary Lu, please coordinate with the HR department and ensure that Dr. Lu is granted formal employment immediately." Such a rare talent was not something Yao Xuezhing could overlook. "Yes, Director Yao." Secretary Lu nodded, promptly dialing the head of the HR department. Ma Dong was left dumbfounded. Only moments ago, he had been discussing with the nurses how Qin Yi's boyfriend was unemployed, and now, within half an hour, he had been swiftly promoted to a formal position by Yao Xuezhing. The bitterness in Ma Dong's heart was palpable. The memory of Lu Fan publicly humiliating him further fueled his desire for revenge. Throughout the morning, Qin Yi and Lu Fan basked in sweet intimacy, sharing snacks and gossip. As noon approached, they strolled hand in hand to a nearby fast food restaurant. Witnessing their affectionate demeanor, Ma Dong seethed with resentment. However, upon seeing them leave the hospital, he thought to himself that he had finally found his opportunity. Outside, Ma Dong followed closely as they entered the fast food establishment. He pulled out his phone and made a call. "Brother Leopard, where are you right now?" "What? You're near the hospital? That is perfect. I need your help to deal with someone." Inside the fast food restaurant, the lunch crowd had gathered, with several tables occupied. Qin Yi and Lu Fan found a relatively quiet spot to sit down. Qin Yi cheerfully said, "Brother, feel free to order whatever you like. It's on me." Lu Fan hesitated before speaking, taking a moment to survey the surroundings. This fast food place was quite ordinary, not at all high-end. The patrons were mostly local office workers and patients visiting the hospital, a stark contrast to the upscale dining establishments frequented with Su Ruohan. He had not expected someone from one of the four prominent families, like Qin Yi, to dine in such a place. Noticing Lu Fan's reservations, Qin Yi smiled and asked, "Why aren't you ordering, brother? Do you think this restaurant isn't fancy enough for you?" "Not at all," Lu Fan shook his head. "On the contrary, I quite enjoy it. I appreciate a down-to-earth woman like you. You're quite nurturing." "Haha, is that so? You certainly know how to flatter," Qin Yi giggled, covering her mouth. "I usually eat here as well. Though it's small, it's clean and hygienic, and the service is decent. Order quickly, brother. I'll take you somewhere nice for dinner later." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Fan asked, "What will we have for dinner?" "Abalone." After hearing this, Qin Yi nonchalantly remarked, "How annoying. My brother only knows how to tease his sister." With a shift in tone, she fixed her gaze on Lu Fan, who was sipping water, and added earnestly, "However, if you truly wish to eat, I would be more than happy to oblige, haha." At that moment, Lu Fan, having just taken a sip, inadvertently sprayed water onto the floor. He was utterly astonished by Qin Yi's carefree demeanor. Observing this scene, Qin Yi burst into laughter. "Haha. What's wrong, brother?" Wiping his mouth, Lu Fan replied, "You are provoking me." "Am I, sister? It was clearly you who first ignited my interest," he retorted. Qin Yi, laughing joyfully, exuded a flirtatious charm reminiscent of the enchanting female demon from Journey to the West who flirted with Tang Sung, stirring a delightful yearning in the heart. "All right. I shan't tease you any longer. Let us order." Lu Fan smiled and said, "I dislike vinegar. You may choose whatever else you like." "Oh," Qin Yi smiled knowingly. "Fear not, brother. I shall not let you feel jealous." They casually ordered 3 dishes and 2 bowls of porridge. "Boss, this venue is reserved by me. Those without business, kindly leave." Just as Lu Fan was about to enjoy his meal after a long morning of hunger, he was abruptly interrupted by a boisterous voice from the entrance. Upon closer inspection, he saw a burly man with a brutish face leading a group of scruffy delinquents. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Despite living in a law-abiding society, there were still so many ruffians in Lingjiang. The moment the boss of the fast food restaurant spotted the burly man, he became flustered. He hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Brother Bao, what brings you here today?" It turned out that the leader of the group was known as Brother Bao, a notorious bully in the area, who made a living extorting protection fees with his gang of lackeys, leaving the local shopkeepers helpless against him. "I brought my brothers here to dine. What is the matter? Are you not welcoming me?" As he spoke, Brother Bao seized the boss by the collar, glaring at him menacingly. "Brother Bao, how could I ever not welcome you?" The boss stammered. Brother Bao snorted coldly, "If that is the case, why aren't you making the others leave? I've reserved the whole place." Yes, I'll have them pack up and leave immediately," the boss replied, gesturing inside. Soon, several staff members hurried out, packing up while apologizing to the remaining customers. Though some patrons grumbled, they swallowed their complaints and refrained from confronting the gangsters. Only Lu Fan and Qin Yi declined to pack their meals, continuing to enjoy their food. Brother Bao pointed at Lu Fan, who was quietly dining in the corner, and barked, "You two over there, why aren't you leaving yet?" Qin Yi furrowed her brows. It would take some time to call for help for her grandfather, and she did not want to put Lu Fan in a difficult position. Thus, she suggested, "Brother, why don't we leave and find another place to eat?" "Leave," Lu Fan replied with a cold smile. "The food here is quite delicious." As he spoke, Lu Fan continued to serve himself, undeterred. The attendant in the shop, witnessing Lu Fan's leisurely demeanor, immediately grew anxious. He beseeched Lu Fan, "I implore you. Guests, please leave quickly. If you do not, we shall find ourselves in dire straits. How can you continue to linger here?" Lu Fan furrowed his brow slightly and regarded the attendant. "My good man, you are not unaware of the situation. That is Brother Bao, someone we cannot afford to provoke. I beg of you, please leave swiftly. I can arrange for the boss to refund your money." "That won't suffice," Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. Brother Bao, with a chilling glare, fixed his eyes on Lu Fan and remarked, "Oh, we have a brave one here? I relish dealing with audacious individuals." The store owner, wishing to avoid enmity from either side, wore a pained smile and said, "Brother Bao, do not engage with him. I shall personally persuade him to leave. Step aside. This is not your concern." Brother Bao shot a glare at the owner and swiftly shoved him onto a nearby chair. In the next moment, he waved his hand, commanding several of his subordinates to encircle Lu Fan and Qin Yi. "You little brat, what do you think you are? How dare you disrespect my brother?" As he spoke, a young man with slicked back hair abruptly overturned the plate of food in front of Lu Fan, sending it crashing to the floor. Not content with this, the youth stomped on the remnants with great force, exclaiming, "Eating! All you know is eating, you glutton!" Qin Yi was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Lu Fan set down his chopsticks, brow furrowed. It was evident that these individuals were deliberately seeking trouble, yet due to the multitude of people he had offended, he could not recall whose men they were. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Whoever they were, they would find that provoking him would lead to dire consequences. Lu Fan turned to Qin Yi with a gentle smile. "Are you frightened?" Qin Yi brushed her hair aside and feigned nonchalance, nodding slightly. "I suppose so. You see, you have frightened my girlfriend," Lu Fan remarked, looking at the youth with slicked-back hair, his expression betraying no sign of disturbance. The young man laughed heartily. "Huh? A man like you, with such a beautiful girlfriend? Do not make me laugh." Ignoring him, Lu Fan calmly said to Qin Yi, "Watch closely. I shall demonstrate something." Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond, and in the instant Lu Fan finished speaking, he sprang into action with remarkable speed. He placed a hand on the back of the slick-haired youth's neck, while his right foot hooked around the youth's ankle. In an instant, the young man lost his balance, his body tipping forward involuntarily, and the next moment, a cry of anguish escaped his lips as he was forced face down onto the remnants of food on the floor. The swiftness of the action left everyone present in stunned silence. When they turned to look at Lu Fan again, he was still seated on the sofa at the dining table, smiling at Qin Yi and saying, "You see, this is what we call a dog eating excrement." Unable to contain herself any longer, Qin Yi burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, what a remarkable move." The earlier furious brother Bao, witnessing this scene, was incensed. "Damn it. How dare you bully our brother? Attack him and make him pay." As the group of thugs charged forward, Lu Fan remained unfazed. Calmly addressing Qin Yi, "Allow me to present another spectacle." With that, he rotated his neck, preparing to stretch his muscles. Suddenly, a fierce commotion erupted. After approximately half a minute, the thugs lay groaning on the ground. Lu Fan remained seated, turning to Qin Yi and casually stating, "This is what one might call a pack of dogs eating excrement." Qin Yi gazed at Lu Fan in disbelief, pondering the caliber of his prowess. She had heard her grandfather mention the existence of martial artists, yet she had never imagined encountering someone like Lu Fan, who could effortlessly dispatch a dozen burly men. He was astonishingly powerful. It appeared that Lu Fan's abilities extended beyond medicine to martial arts, marking him as a master among masters, deepening Qin Yi's admiration for him. Was he even human? The shopkeeper and staff were equally taken aback by this display. At that moment, Lu Fan turned his attention to Brother Leopard, who was writhing on the ground in agony. He placed a foot on the back of Leopard's neck, firmly pressing his face into the ground, and inquired, "Is this enjoyable?" Brother Leopard, wearing a pained expression, replied, "Very enjoyable." Lu Fan paused, taken aback. "Ah, so you enjoy this sort of thing? Let us continue then." Realizing his blunder, Brother Leopard quickly backtracked. "Not enjoyable, not enjoyable." Lu Fan was further astonished. "Not enjoyable? You dare to deem the game I present unworthy?" Near tears, Brother Leopard finally grasped the magnitude of his misstep, pleading, "Brother, I was wrong. We shall never dare again." With a faint smile, Lu Fan asked, "Tell me, who sent you to create trouble for us?" "It was Ma Dong." Brother Leopard blurted out without hesitation. "Ma Dong offered us 5,000 yuan to come here and embarrass you in front of this beautiful lady." Ma Dong. How infuriating. Qin Yi felt a surge of anger. She had always found Ma Dong distasteful, but never imagined he could stoop so low. "Ah, so it's Director Ma," Lu Fan mused, nodding thoughtfully. "Indeed. This is all Ma Dong's doing. I beseech you, let us go, master." Brother Leopard continued to plead from his position on the ground. Of course. I am quite magnanimous," Lu Fan replied with a cheerful demeanor. "However, I am curious, did Director Ma specify how he wished me to be humiliated?" Upon hearing this, Brother Leopard hesitated, visibly taken aback. "Just say it. What are you afraid of?" As he spoke, Lu Fan applied more pressure with his foot, resulting in a series of cracking sounds emanating from Brother Leopard's neck. "I will tell you, brother." Lu Fan slightly lifted his foot. After a moment of indecision, under the mounting pressure, Brother Leopard divulged Ma Dong's orders. "Ma Dong instructed us to hold you down and make you eat excrement from the toilet." A sharp intake of breath. Now that was indeed a rather creative idea. Lu Fan feigned a deep contemplation as he inhaled sharply. "I could allow you to leave. Yet there is something that feels distinctly amiss." Brother Leopard sensed the impending trouble and hastily replied, "Rest assured, my brother. I shall lead my men forth to make Ma Dong eat dirt. Ha ha. Lu Fan erupted into laughter. I never made such a claim. That is entirely your undertaking. Brother Leopard repeatedly assented. Indeed, indeed. This is our task, and it bears no relation to you, dear brother. Very well. Lu Fan acquiesced with a broad smile, lifting his foot from where it had been resting upon Brother Leopard's. Let us proceed. As Brother Leopard prepared to lead his subordinates away, Lu Fan suddenly interrupted. Hold on. The moment Brother Leopard sensed a change in Lu Fan's disposition, a chill gripped his heart. My brother, Lu Fan gestured toward the leftover food on the ground. Trampled and resembling mud, I abhor those who waste food. Upon hearing this, Brother Leopard immediately responded, Fear not, brother. I shall have this place cleaned post-haste. Quick, fetch a broom. Wait, Lu Fan raised a hand. What further instructions do you have, my brother? Brother Leopard inquired, his face adorned with a sheepish grin. Lu Fan chuckled softly, regarding him. Do you not grasp my meaning? I detest those who squander food. Brother Leopard stood momentarily stunned. The implication of Lu Fan's words was unmistakable. He was to ensure that they cleaned up the remnants on the ground. Furrowing his brow, Brother Leopard broke into a cold sweat. Brother, perhaps we should reconsider. This is simply too filthy to consume. Lu Fan glared at him. Too filthy to eat? Would you prefer to join Ma Dong in consuming excrement? Besides, I never instructed you to eat it. Upon realizing the true intent behind Lu Fan's words, Brother Leopard's eyes lit with understanding. In an instant, he delivered a resounding slap to the back of the head of the man who had just overturned Lu Fan's plate. Damn it, this is your fault for disturbing my brother's meal. Hurry up and clean this up, or I shall have your head. The man with the slicked back hair cast a sorrowful glance at the leftovers, now resembling mud, regretting his decision to be the scapegoat. Retribution had arrived. He grimaced under Brother Leopard's scrutiny. Brother Leopard struck again. Hurry up. Do you not see that my brother is displeased? Yes, yes. In the next moment, the slick-haired man, resembling a dog, began to clumsily consume the leftovers, retching as he did so, a scene most gruesome. Lu Fan regarded him with disdain, unperturbed by the spectacle. This was his principle of conduct. A man must be steadfast, resilient in every aspect. If one is ruthless, he must be even more so. He would show no mercy to such individuals. Lu Fan left Brother Leopard to oversee the slick-haired man's grim feast, while the remaining 10 or so subordinates ventured off to find Ma Dong. At that moment, Ma Dong crouched at the entrance of an alley, delighting in his fantasies of Lu Fan's humiliation before Qin Yi. Just then, a group of Brother Leopard's subordinates rushed toward him. Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Dong was filled with joy and approached his group of subordinates with a smile, inquiring, Have you all completed the task so swiftly? Where is my brother Bao? However, a grim silence enveloped the group as one of the leading subordinates suddenly struck Ma Dong across the face. Ouch! Ma Dong was taken aback by the unexpected blow, clutching his stinging cheek as he questioned the assailant. What are you doing? I am Ma Dong, your employer. Bah! Spat the leader, disdainfully hurling his contempt at Ma Dong. Damn it! I am hitting you, Ma Dong. You are the one who has brought us to ruin. The leader's face contorted with rage, his posture indicating an intent to inflict further harm. Ma Dong hastily stepped back, pleading for mercy. What is this? Please, do not come any closer. Brothers, seize him. At the leader's command, the group lunged forward, raining down a flurry of punches and kicks upon Ma Dong's face. The assault persisted for several long minutes, leaving Ma Dong battered and bruised, writhing on the ground in anguish. In that moment, he struggled to comprehend the situation, baffled as to why those he had sent to deal with Lu Fan were now assaulting him. As Ma Dong lamented his fate, the group showed no sign of relenting. The leader commanded, Brothers, let's go. Carry him to the public restroom. What? Why to the restroom? Ma Dong was left utterly flabbergasted. The subordinate bellowed, We're taking you to eat feces. I made a mistake, big brother. I'm sorry. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery. It is only known that Ma Dong did not return to the hospital that afternoon, likely having found refuge in a bathhouse. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Qin Yi enjoyed a tranquil and undisturbed afternoon at the hospital. As the workday drew to a close, Qin Yi approached Lu Fan, saying, Brother, let us return home together tonight. My grandfather wishes to treat you to a meal. Lu Fan paused momentarily and replied, Su Ruohan should be waiting for me at home. I'll return to dine with her. Su Ruohan? Qin Yi was taken aback for a moment and then asked, Brother, have you already moved in with Su Ruohan? A hint of unease brushed over her. Lu Fan replied nonchalantly, "We live together, but we have not shared a room. Do you mind?" Qin Yi instinctively hesitated, then smiled. "Of course, I do not mind. To love a man is to grant him freedom and understanding." Her words struck a chord with Lu Fan, who smiled and asked, "Were those heartfelt words you just spoke?" "Indeed, sister never deceives her brother." Qin Yi forced a smile. Lu Fan grinned in satisfaction. "Good. I have high hopes for you, a perfect score." "Thank you, brother. However, my grandfather insisted that I bring you home for dinner to express his gratitude. It won't take long, and I would like to know you better after the meal." Before Qin Yi could finish her sentence, Lu Fan interrupted, "Know me better?" Qin Yi quickly replied, "If you are unwilling, I will not press you." Lu Fan chuckled and shook his head. "No, I merely wish to inquire how you intend to deepen that understanding." The younger brother, filled with disdain yet teasing his sister, sought to delve deeper into their relationship without reservation, confident that his sister would oblige. Qin Yi, with a flirtatious blink, exuded a captivating charm. "Very well, I concur," responded Lu Fan readily, genuinely interested in understanding Qin Yi, not merely her character, but also her lineage and past. If her relatives mirrored the rudeness of Su Ruohan's parents, it would compel Lu Fan to reconsider his intentions. The Qin family resided not in the affluent district of Lingjiang, but rather on the outskirts, a considerable distance from Su Ruohan's modest abode. As Lu Fan settled into the passenger seat of Qin Yi's vehicle, he noted the contrast. Her ride, a modest red Mazda worth over 200,000, was far less ostentatious than the Benz driven by Su Ruohan. Noticing Lu Fan's lack of a vehicle, Qin Yi inquired, "You still don't have a car, do you? Perhaps I should buy you one someday." "No need," Lu Fan replied, shaking his head. Qin Yi giggled. "So? You don't fancy relying on a woman for support?" "Not at all," Lu Fan clarified. "I simply prefer not to drive. In fact, I enjoy when a woman takes the wheel." "Is that so?" Qin Yi chuckled softly. "You truly are one of a kind." Lu Fan smiled faintly. "I suppose I am rather ordinary. I am a gentle soul, and driving is a rather coarse endeavor for me." Qin Yi paused momentarily, unsure of how to respond. The younger brother, indeed, was a man of contradictions. During their earlier encounter with some unruly patrons at the restaurant, he had shown no gentleness whatsoever. That was different, Lu Fan asserted. "With them, one must be firm." "And what about with me?" Qin Yi probed. "With you, I must also be firm, and even more so," Lu Fan retorted. Chapter 40. The Northern Dipper and the Greedy Wolf. Qin Yi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as they swiftly arrived at the Qin residence. Having previously visited with Su Ruohan, Lu Fan navigated the estate with ease. Upon entering the grand gates of the Qin manor, they were greeted by the venerable Qin Shan, who stood in the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, awaiting their arrival. The moment he spotted Lu Fan, Qin Shan hurried over, a beaming smile adorning his face. "Dr. Lu, I've been eagerly anticipating your visit." Lu Fan offered a composed smile, maintaining an air of respect. "How has your health been, old sir?" Qin Shan chuckled heartily. "Thanks to Dr. Lu's blessings, I not only feel better but even youthful again, as if I have regained 2 decades. Qin Yi linked her arm with Lu Fan's and remarked, "Brother, my grandfather has been insisting that I invite you over for a visit." Seeing Qin Yi grasping Lu Fan's arm without resistance, Qin Shan exchanged a knowing smile, recognizing his granddaughter's cleverness in her unspoken intentions. Lu Fan, with a humble grin, responded, "You flatter me. I hardly deserve such attention." "Huh, brother, you remain quite modest," Qin Shan chuckled, observing the charming pair before him. "All right, ear, don't linger in the cold. Let Dr. Lu inside to sit." "Of course, grandfather," Qin Yi nodded, promptly leading Lu Fan into the house for a meal. Lu Fan nodded slightly. Overall, both Qin Yi and the elder Mr. Qin exuded warmth, creating a sense of comfort for Lu Fan from the very beginning. Upon entering the spacious room, he was greeted by an extravagant banquet laid out on the grand dining table, adorned with a variety of exquisite delicacies. Apart from a few servants, there was an apparent absence of any other guests. Lu Fan found it perplexing. The Qin family was quite prominent in Lingjiang, yet their household appeared surprisingly sparse. The dishes before him were familiar sights. Failing to pique his interest, he merely cast a cursory glance before inquiring of Qin Yi, "Are we the only 3 here?" Qin Yi confirmed, "Indeed, it is just the 3 of us." "Well then," Lu Fan replied, nodding, "it feels a tad desolate." Qin Shan interjected warmly, "Dr. Lu, do not just stand there. Please take a seat." "Certainly," Lu Fan replied with ease as he settled down, with Qin Yi sitting beside him. Qin Shan continued graciously. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. I hope Dr. Lu can forgive us. Lu Fan smiled. You are far too modest, old sir. This banquet approaches the grandeur of a Manchu Han imperial feast. How can you call it lacking? It was evident that the Qin family had extended their utmost courtesy in hosting him. As dusk approached, Qin Shan suggested, let us dine first, afterward. I shall express my heartfelt gratitude for Dr. Lu's life-saving grace. Of course, Lu Fan replied, not wishing to be impolite, and he took up his chopsticks alongside Qin Yi. After a brief meal of about 10 minutes, Qin Shan turned to Qin Yi with a smile. Heir, have you had enough to eat? Qin Yi nodded. Yes, Grandpa. I am full. Very well, Qin Shan said cheerfully. Since you are satisfied, you may retire. I wish to have a private conversation with Dr. Lu. Qin Yi hesitated for a moment, initially thinking her grandfather was about to arrange something favorable for her, only to realize he simply wished for her to step aside. With a playful pout, she asked, Grandpa, what do you want to discuss with Lu Fan? Can't I even listen? You are a young lady. What would you listen for? Be good and return to your room to practice yoga. Perhaps Grandpa will find time to share the details with you later. Yoga? Lu Fan glanced at Qin Yi, suddenly understanding how she maintained such a splendid figure, as she had evidently been practicing yoga. Very well, Grandpa, Qin Yi replied with a hint of irritation, then proceeded towards her room. Once Qin Yi had departed, Lu Fan anticipated that Mr. Qin's demeanor would become serious. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find him even more enigmatic, wearing a broad smile. After dismissing the servants, Mr. Qin leaned in closer and whispered, Dr. Lu, what do you think of my granddaughter? She is quite wonderful, Lu Fan replied with a nod. That is not quite what I meant, Mr. Qin said, frowning slightly. What I intended to inquire was whether Dr. Lu has any interest in my precious granddaughter. Haha. This unexpected query caught Lu Fan off guard. I have only recently met her, he answered candidly. It has nothing to do with time. First impressions always linger. Please do not hesitate to speak your mind, Dr. Lu. Lu Fan smiled gently. Qin Yi is beautiful and possesses a lovely character. I am quite pleased. Really? Mr. Qin exclaimed joyfully. That is splendid. In that case, I shall choose a date for your wedding. Upon hearing these words, Lu Fan felt momentarily dazed. How could it be that he was already being spoken of in terms of marriage? Noticing Lu Fan's look of astonishment, Qin Shan hastily reassured him. There is no need for concern, Dr. Lu. Being men, I understand your thoughts. You're still young and wish to enjoy life for a couple more years. Am I right? Lu Fan was speechless. Qin Shan had articulated the very excuse he had been contemplating. Before Lu Fan could respond, Qin Shan continued with a smile. Do not be troubled, Dr. Lu. If you are willing to accept my granddaughter, I would be more than pleased, even if it is merely as a minor figure in your life. This declaration left Lu Fan even more at a loss for words. It was one thing for Qin Yi to express her admiration, given her undeniable charm, but why was Qin Shan so eager to offer his granddaughter? Lu Fan struggled to comprehend this. His tone became more courteous as he remarked, the Qin family is a prestigious household in Lingjiang. Are you not concerned about what others might say if you marry your granddaughter to me? Laughing at us. The old man burst into laughter. Glancing around to ensure they were unobserved before continuing, the Beidou greedy wolf, you may evade their notice, but not this old man. If our Qin family could associate with a person of your stature, who would dare mock us? That would be the true jest. Upon hearing his codename, Lu Fan's expression shifted. You know of me? He was astonished. His identity was meant to be a closely guarded secret. So how could a man like Qin Shan be aware of it? Dr. Lu, to be frank, I inquired about you through some contacts. You have connections in the military? Lu Fan was taken aback. The name Beidou Greedy Wolf was indeed renowned within military circles, and it would not be surprising if he had acquaintances there. My eldest son, Qin Zhan, and my second son, Qin Zhun, both served in the 5th Legion. The 5th Legion? At the mention of this unit, Lu Fan felt a surge of respect. Years ago, during a significant campaign, the 5th Legion valiantly defended a crucial stronghold, enduring months of combat without resupply, ultimately sacrificing all their lives. Although Lu Fan was quite young at the time, he had heard tales of the Legion's heroic deeds since then. I believe the commander back then was named Qin Zhan. Qin Shan sighed, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, Qin Zhan is the father of Yi. No wonder. Lu Fan surveyed the lavish spread before him and the empty seats, finally grasping why the Qin family felt so sparse. It turned out that those absent had already given their lives for the country. Chapter 41. My generosity regarding this weighty topic, Qin Shan merely laughed it off, choosing not to dwell further. He exclaimed jovially, "Ha ha ha, doctor. Lu need not be troubled. Those events are long past. One must always look forward in life. Though both my sons are no longer with me, heaven has been gracious, allowing me to keep such an exceptional granddaughter like Yi. With a smile, Qin Shan turned to Lu Fan and inquired, "Dr. Lu, do you know why my granddaughter chose to become a doctor?" "Oh, please, do enlighten me, old man." Initially, Lu Fan contemplated this issue as well. Given the prestigious lineage and status of the Qin family, it seemed improbable that Qin Yi would pursue a career in medicine. The young girl was extraordinarily considerate. As her grandfather, I have grown frail with age, and Qin Yi insisted on studying medicine, claiming she wished for me to live a long life. How amusing. Reflecting on Qin Yi's past, a smile of profound happiness unconsciously graced Qin Shan's lips. So that was the case. Lu Fan smiled faintly, remarking, "I wondered how someone from the esteemed Qin family could choose to become a doctor." Qin Shan humbly shook his head with a smile. "You flatter me, Master Lu. Since childhood, Qin Yi has been without parents. I cherish this granddaughter dearly, alas. I lament that I am nearing the end of my days and cannot do more for her." Lu Fan furrowed his brow slightly. "Old sir, you exaggerate. You appear quite robust. Thanks to the great kindness of Master Lu, I have survived, but I am already nearing 70. No matter how strong I seem, how many more years can I expect? When I depart from this world, leaving aside the Qin family's legacy, Qin Yi will have no one to rely on in this life." Lu Fan's frown deepened, recognizing the underlying sentiments in Qin Shan's words. He inquired, "Doesn't Qin Yi have an aunt?" Qin Shan dismissed the notion with irritation. "That daughter of mine is of no account. My daughter, who you met at my bedside, is Qin Xiaoping. Thus, my sole wish is for Master Lu to accept my beloved granddaughter, even if I were to descend into the underworld. I could die with peace of mind." Lu Fan could not help but smirk. "Enough, I understand your intent." It was evident that Qin Shan's primary purpose in bringing Qin Yi here was not merely to express gratitude for Lu Fan's life-saving intervention, but rather to seek a dependable partner for his cherished granddaughter. Qin Shan chuckled. "So does Master Lu agree?" Lu Fan decisively shook his head. "This is no trifling matter. She is currently in fair competition with Su Ruohan. Such matters are best addressed at a later time." "Fair competition?" Qin Shan burst into laughter. I understand. Love is free, and marriage is free. I shall not worry. It is entirely up to Qin Yi's fate." Lu Fan chuckled lightly in response. "You truly are a man of sentiment, old sir." For Lu Fan, the notion of finding a partner cannot be taken lightly. Moreover, at the youthful age of 22, he felt it was premature to contemplate marriage. He intended first to resolve matters with Su Ruohan before embarking on a passionate romance. After leaving the Qin residence, Qin Yi personally drove Lu Fan back to Su Ruohan's home. Upon arriving at the foot of the apartment complex, Lu Fan instructed her, "This is the place. You may drop me off now." With her lively eyes fixed on Lu Fan, Qin Yi inquired, "Brother, which floor does our nun reside on? Is she home? Should I accompany you upstairs to check?" Lu Fan glanced upward, noticing the lights ablaze on the 6th floor. On the 6th floor, she should have returned by now. "Very well, since the nun is at home, I shall refrain from escorting you upstairs. However, I must caution you to exercise great care while sharing a room with Su Ruohan." Lu Fan chuckled and inquired, "Why? Is she going to devour me?" Qin Yi feigned alarm as she replied, "You can never be too sure. Su Ruohan has a peculiar habit." Lu Fan paused, intrigued. "What kind of habit?" Qin Yi elaborated. "She has a penchant for sleepwalking at night, and she might just waltz into your room wielding a kitchen knife." "All right, I understand. Thank you for the warning." Lu Fan nodded, then opened the car door to exit. Qin Yi followed suit, standing by the car and waving cheerfully as she watched Lu Fan ascend the stairs. "Take care, little brother," she called out, deliberately raising her voice. After Lu Fan entered the elevator, she gazed up at the 6th floor window, shaking her fist in determination. "None. Lu Fan belongs to me. Let that infuriate you." Upon entering his home, Lu Fan was met with the sight of Su Ruohan silently seated on the sofa. Devoid of any distraction from television or mobile devices, her expression unreadable and her posture still, resembling a lifeless doll. Noticing his arrival, she did not turn her head but coldly inquired, "Where have you been all day?" "Me?" Lu Fan was taken aback, inexplicably feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet, he stubbornly retorted, "What business is it of yours where I go?" "Humph," Su Ruohan scoffed. You've spent the entire day with Qin Yi, haven't you? Oh, Lu Fan, while changing into his slippers, was momentarily stunned. How do you know that? Have you planted a tracker on me? As he spoke, he instinctively checked his pockets and clothing. Su Ruohan felt a surge of indignation. He had brazenly revealed his association with Qin Yi. Nevertheless, she regained her composure. Why didn't you invite her up to sit for a while? She asked coldly. Lu Fan chuckled at her words. Realizing that Su Ruohan had been covertly observing him from upstairs when Qin Yi had returned him. After donning his slippers, he plopped down on the sofa beside her. Oh? Which act are you playing now, Miss Su? I am quite gracious. A guest is a guest, and I shall entertain her well, Su Ruohan replied with a stern demeanor. And how do you plan to entertain her? Lu Fan asked, amused. Su Ruohan retorted with a frigid smile. Why? With a kitchen knife, a rolling pin, or perhaps a toilet plunger. That wretched bear, Qin Yi, has come down from my floor to vex me. Su Ruohan erupted in frustration, glaring at Lu Fan with intensity. And you scoundrel, despicable man. We are already registered as a couple, and yet you still pursue that vixen, Qin Yi. You will be the death of me. In her fury, Su Ruohan's facade of aloofness crumbled, and despite her attempts to maintain an air of indifference, her emotions overwhelmed her. In the next moment, she brandished her freshly manicured, sharp nails at Lu Fan like a demon. What do you intend to do? Lu Fan panicked, fearing this petite woman might actually claw at him. Su Ruohan nearly shouted, You shall perish, Qin Yi. If I cannot have him, you will not enjoy him either. Since I cannot seize his heart, I shall take his body instead. You shall rue this day. Chapter 42. I am not done, yet as Su Ruohan lunged toward him like a ravenous wolf, Lu Fan was instantly alarmed and hurriedly inquired, Su Ruohan, what are you doing? With gritted teeth, Su Ruohan pressed herself against Lu Fan and declared, What am I doing? Today, I have set my sights on you. Lu Fan responded, You better not act recklessly. Do not forget the mutual non-aggression pact we signed that day. Lu Fan found himself at a loss as Su Ruohan's delicate form completely enveloped him. What nonsense about a non-aggression pact? Today, I shall violate it. Seizing her hands, Lu Fan asked, Su Ruohan, what has gotten into you today? I am not under any influence. I intend to have you. And I shall take photos to send to Qin Yi. That vixen will be furious. Indeed, jealousy can transform a woman beyond recognition. And Lu Fan was left speechless by Su Ruohan's audacity. She even wanted to take photos? He wondered where she had learned such unscrupulous behavior. With her body pressed against his, she emanated a unique fragrance that rendered Lu Fan unable to resist. As a man, he felt an unexpected sense of being overpowered. He warned, If you continue this way, I will not hold back. Su Ruohan scoffed, Not hold back? Come on, I am eagerly awaiting your response. As long as it makes that wretched woman uncomfortable, I am willing to do anything. Lu Fan's gaze remained fixed on Su Ruohan, who showed no signs of embarrassment. Rather, she felt a sense of triumph. After their encounter, Su Ruohan looked at the marks she had left on Lu Fan's neck and gleefully wiped her lips. All right. I've had my fun for today. I shall return tomorrow. Confidently, she thought that with these marks as evidence, Qin Yi would surely be infuriated. You've had your fun? I am far from done. Unable to endure such humiliation, Lu Fan wrapped his arm around Su Ruohan's waist and pushed her onto the sofa. Su Ruohan, momentarily taken aback, felt a rush of anxiety. With flushed cheeks, she placed her hands against Lu Fan's chest, unable to meet his gaze. Realizing the danger was imminent, she playfully protested, What do you intend to do? Lu Fan chuckled coldly, You have ignited my fire. Do not blame me for being merciless. Su Ruohan panicked. I was wrong. I should not have acted that way. It's too late. I'm ignoring you. Su Ruohan's face flushed as she quickly retreated to her room, too timid to emerge again. Watching her return to her room, Lu Fan smiled faintly. This little woman is quite intriguing. Regarding the numerous strawberry marks left on Su Ruohan's neck, he only needed to slightly adjust his internal energy to eliminate the bruises on his skin without leaving a trace. However, those marks on Su Ruohan's neck would certainly take at least 3 to 5 days to fade away. With this in mind, Lu Fan smiled once more, stretched lazily, and returned to his room. Outside, the moonlight was radiant, and as a person of pure yang constitution, this was the most opportune moment for him to practice the Vajra Dragon Elephant technique. This technique is divided into 9 levels, and Lu Fan had just reached the 3rd level, which could be considered a minor accomplishment. At the 3rd level, he was already capable of standing out among the world, and should he truly reach the 9th level, his power would be unimaginable. According to his master's wife, reaching the 6th level of this technique signifies great achievement, while levels 7, 8, and 9 have remained unattainable throughout history. Thus, Lu Fan's ambitions were modest. The 6th level would suffice. Yet the remaining 3 levels each presented formidable challenges, and he had a long journey ahead. Facing the window, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath before commencing his internal energy cultivation. However, just as his energy began to circulate, Lu Fan suddenly sensed a foreign energy flowing swiftly within him. What is this? A glimmer sparked in his eyes. Could it be the Yin energy? Previously, each time he practiced, he endured the torment of his fiery Yang energy, making the cultivation process excruciatingly painful, which was why he had not advanced to the 4th level. Yet today felt remarkably different. As his energy and internal force flowed, Lu Fan experienced an unusual warmth. The Yin energy continuously suppressed the Yang energy within him, akin to a healing remedy alleviating the side effects of his training. Could this Yin energy have been inadvertently transmitted to him by Su Ruohan? A wave of joy washed over Lu Fan. Indeed, Su Ruohan, blessed with the phoenix body, had unexpectedly provided such significant assistance to his cultivation. It dawned on him that this Yin energy was a remnant from when Su Ruohan had left those strawberry marks on him. Realizing this, Lu Fan hesitated to easily dispel the marks. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, he immersed himself in his practice. After a considerable time, a faint golden aura began to emanate from Lu Fan's body. Had he broken through? He suddenly opened his eyes wide. After being stuck at this level for 2 years, he had unexpectedly made a breakthrough today, all thanks to Su Ruohan. Elated, Lu Fan felt invigorated by his newfound strength and was eager to share this delightful news with his master's wife. Just then, his phone rang. Upon looking, he saw it was a call from his master's wife. Chapter 43. I am your master's wife. Lu Fan picked up the phone and said, "Hello, master's wife. Are you feeling lonely and restless?" On the other end, a lively and melodious voice replied, "You mischievous child, how are you speaking?" "I'm sleeping quite well, thank you." At midnight, a call came through, and with a chuckle, Lu Fan remarked, "Who would believe such a thing? Surely, it is nothing but the pangs of loneliness that keep one restless at night." However, the voice on the other end, Lu Linglong, erupted like a lioness. "Enough of that. I wish to discuss serious matters with you." Lu Fan, with a smile, conceded, "All right, master madam, please go ahead." "That's more like it," Lu Linglong huffed. "How are you progressing with the task I assigned you? Have you found any girls of the Tianfeng physique?" "What? Several?" Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. "Didn't you say I only needed to marry Su Ruohan?" Master Madam had indeed mentioned that one would suffice to save his life. Yet she knew him well enough to jest. "Do you truly think you could hang your hopes on just one tree?" "Such words make it sound as if I were a playboy." Lu Fan retorted, "I, Lu Fan, am a man of integrity." "Huh," Lu Linglong scoffed. "You are just like your unprincipled father. Do not think you can deceive me." "My father?" Lu Fan's interest was piqued at the mention of his dad. "Do you know where he is, Master Madam? If only I did. I would love to drag him out for leaving me with such a troublesome child." She fumed. "Hey, how am I troublesome?" Lu Fan chuckled and added, "Master Madam, I have just broken through to the 4th realm." "Is that so?" Lu Linglong's response was rather measured, as if she had anticipated this. "Does that mean you have met that girl from the Su family?" Lu Fan nodded yes. "I have known her for 2 or 3 days now." With a light laugh, Lu Linglong inquired, "And how does she look? Does she meet your expectations?" Lu Fan grinned again. "She is quite decent, though perhaps not quite as charming as you, Master Madam." "Such flattery from you, little rascal. I speak only the truth." "Master Madam," Lu Fan insisted, "enough of this nonsense. The reason I called is to remind you, do not forget your primary objective. You must secure the Su girl within 2 years. Moreover, as a Jiang physique, your cultivation progresses faster than others. But the corresponding costs and side effects are also considerably greater. Thus, proceed with caution and do not force breakthroughs. The Tianfeng girls possess a natural Yin attribute. Their union with your Yang will greatly benefit your cultivation. That is all I have to say. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up now." "Wait, Master Madam. I recall you are also of the Tianfeng physique." Upon hearing this, Lu Linglong's face flushed crimson to her ears. "So, you've grown bold, haven't you? Even thinking of me, your Master Madam." Lu Fan chuckled. "I merely spoke the truth. I had no ulterior motives." With a scolding tone, Lu Linglong replied, "Enough. Begone." Before he could utter another word, The call was abruptly cut off. The master's wife truly perplexes me. She clearly possesses the celestial phoenix physique herself and could assist in overcoming this significant tribulation, yet she insists on compelling me to journey to Lingjiang to wed Su Ruohan. Casting my phone aside, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. After being stuck at the pinnacle of the 3rd level for 2 years, I have finally ascended to the 4th level. No wonder the master's wife was so adamant about sending me down the mountain when her own progress stagnated. It seems only a girl with the celestial phoenix physique can further aid my cultivation and growth. The following morning, as usual, I exercised by the river before indulging in 2 baskets of buns at the shop. By mere coincidence, I encountered Li Malian and her daughter there again. Ever since I helped them resolve their debt crisis, the bald man had ceased his harassment. I felt a great sense of relief as Li Malian shared her plans to borrow more money to open a hair salon near Lingjiang University town, thus sparing herself the need to scurry about for odd jobs. After breakfast and bidding farewell to the mother and daughter, I headed straight home, only to run into Su Ruohan, who was just about to leave for her company. Su Ruohan glanced at me, noting the remnants of the strawberry marks on my neck, and her confusion was evident at my unexpected return. "Lu Fan, why aren't you at work?" she inquired. "Isn't it all because of your antics? Given my current state, how could I possibly go to work?" "I'm not going today." I gestured toward the red marks on my neck as I spoke. "You're not going?" Su Ruohan's displeasure was palpable. Her intent in marking me with so many strawberries was to provoke Qin. Yet here I was declaring my absence from work. Unable to tolerate my defiance, she insisted. "No, you must go to work." With that, she physically pushed me out of the house and into the elevator, then maneuvered me into the passenger seat of her car. Thus, as she hummed a cheerful tune, Su Ruohan drove me directly to the hospital. Upon arriving at the entrance, she glanced at the time and smiled with satisfaction. "What are you up to, Su Ruohan? I've already said I'm not going to work today. Is this how you treat someone? How can you not go to work? You'll lose your bonus," she retorted. I rolled my eyes in response. "I'm merely a nominal doctor here. I come and go as I please. But since I'm here, please let me out quickly." The car door was locked, leaving me unable to escape from the inside. "No, wait a moment," Su Ruohan replied with a cunning smile, shaking her head decisively. She glanced at the time once more. Qin was likely nearing the hospital. Surveying the surroundings, she soon spotted Qin approaching, her alluring high heels clicking against the pavement, a small white handbag in hand, making her way toward the hospital entrance. Coincidentally, Qin noticed Su Ruohan's car as well, with a slight furrow of her brow and a gentle bite of her lip. She turned and strode purposefully towards Su Ruohan's Mercedes. I found myself momentarily stunned, glancing between Qin and Su Ruohan. Even from a considerable distance, Lu Fan could discern the pervasive scent of gunpowder in the air. He sensed that misfortune awaited him today, and after casting a glance at Su Ruohan, he remarked, "Su Ruohan, are you stirring up trouble? What is there to fear?" Su Ruohan retorted with a scoff. "If she can take you home, why can't I bring you to the hospital?" As she spoke, Lu Fan hastily tugged at his collar, attempting to conceal the several strawberry marks on his neck. At that moment, Qin had already approached the vehicle. Chapter 44. Who has offended him? Initially, Qin was puzzled as to why Su Ruohan's car was parked there, until she spotted Lu Fan seated in the front passenger seat. Su Ruohan had been waiting for Qin, and upon her arrival, she urged Lu Fan, "Come on, get out." How dull, Lu Fan thought, feeling little trepidation. When old foes meet, their animosity is palpable. A flicker of hostility flashed in Qin eyes as she turned to Su Ruohan and quipped, "Oh, what brings you to my hospital today? And I? Are you unwell? Shall I tend to you?" With a smile, Su Ruohan replied, "Haha, sorry, I'm not ill. I'm here to drop my husband off at work." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Lu Fan, who was basking in the sun between the two women. "Husband, your colleague has arrived. Why not greet her?" In that instant, Su Ruohan deliberately adjusted her collar, revealing the prominent red strawberry marks she had acquired from Lu Fan's playful retaliation the previous day. The sudden exposure of her fair neck adorned with deep crimson imprints did not escape Qin's notice. "Oh, and I, you haven't developed eczema, have you? Let me take you inside for a check," Qin said nonchalantly. Su Ruohan, feeling triumphant, replied, "My husband has them too. Why don't you check on him first?" "Is that so?" Qin turned to Lu Fan and inquired, "Brother, do you have eczema on your neck as well?" "Brother? How utterly embarrassing." Su Ruohan bit down on her pearly white teeth in irritation at the ambiguous term Qin Yi had used to address Lu Fan. However, the anticipation of witnessing Qin Yi's jealous reaction filled her with delight, overshadowing her annoyance. Just then, Lu Fan turned to Qin Yi and smiled gently. No? I don't have eczema. Do I have anything on my neck? He performed a complete turn, displaying his neck to both women, revealing it to be unblemished. Su Ruohan was taken aback. The strawberry marks had vanished? Panic surged through her. Impossible, she exclaimed, striding up to Lu Fan. I saw those strawberry marks just a moment ago. How can they suddenly be gone? Lu Fan chuckled. What strawberry marks? Su Ruohan, please don't wrong an innocent man. I am indeed a genuine family man. Qin Yi flashed a flirtatious smile. And I, what do you wish for your sister to see? Su Ruohan continued to search Lu Fan's neck, insisting, the strawberry marks were clearly there just now. How can they simply disappear? Qin Yi, seizing the moment, pulled Su Ruohan away from Lu Fan and linked her arm with his. Qin Yi gazed at Su Ruohan and remarked with a smile. This is the entrance of the hospital, surrounded by so many people. How can you dare to act inappropriately towards your brother? Su Ruohan's face flushed crimson as she retorted angrily. Who has acted inappropriately? We were quite affectionate last night. Lu Fan chuckled and said, Su Ruohan, do refrain from making baseless accusations. If you have the proof, present it. Enraged, Su Ruohan pointed at the hickey on her neck, exclaiming, this hickey on my neck serves as evidence. It's your doing. Lu Fan shrugged and rolled his eyes, dismissing her claim. That is merely your word. It hardly constitutes credible evidence. Su Ruohan was utterly speechless. Her intention in coming here was solely to witness Qin Yi's reaction upon seeing the mark on Lu Fan's neck. Yet at this critical moment, that very mark had vanished. All right, Nini, I must return to work. Since you have brought your brother here, you may leave now. I shall take good care of him today. As she spoke, Qin Yi gently adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses with an alluring grace. Lu Fan rubbed his nose and added, indeed. What nonsense about hickeys. I'm still single, so do not unjustly label me. Su Ruohan furrowed her brows, infuriated by the banter between the two. It dawned on her that Lu Fan, being a skilled physician, must have employed some method to erase the hickeys moments ago. Humph. Lu Fan, just wait. Su Ruohan, feeling utterly defeated and embarrassed, decided it was best to leave. Jealousy twisted her features as she cast a glare at Qin Yi and Lu Fan before storming off in her car, departing the hospital. After Su Ruohan left, Qin Yi turned to Lu Fan and inquired, Brother, what was the matter with Nini today? She seemed quite agitated. Lu Fan nonchalantly replied, do not pay her any mind. She is always yearning for my affection and resorts to unfair tactics to compete with you. Is that so? Ha. Qin Yi chuckled lightly, her demeanor seemingly unfazed. Yet deep within, a voice urged her to recognize that Su Ruohan had already begun to make her move, and it was imperative to respond swiftly. Thus, Lu Fan found himself compelled to remain at the hospital for half a day, though fortunately, no complex cases emerged that morning. He and Qin Yi engaged in playful banter. And before long, the morning had swiftly passed. At noon, Lu Fan left the hospital early, taking a taxi back to Su Ruohan's home for a much-needed nap. In the sweltering summer heat, the luxurious hotel in Lingjiang remained delightfully cool. Shin-nana knelt before Song Qingjie, unadorned, attending to his needs. Song Qingjie, gripping Shin-nana's head, drew a sharp breath and queried, what does Su Ruohan and the Su family truly intend? Damn it, another day has passed. How much longer must I wait? Shin-nana, straining in her efforts, stammered, young Master Song, at most 7 days. Please, do not be anxious. 7 days? Song Qingjie replied impatiently, I can hardly wait another day. Let alone 7. I shall call that old fellow Su Tianhua once more. With a funding gap of 300 million, I refuse to believe he feels no pressure. At this moment, he is solely focused on securing Su Ruohan. With that thought, Song Qingjie dialed Su Tianhua's number again. As the call connected, Song Qingjie, with a stern expression, inquired ominously, Uncle Su, have you given any further consideration? On the other end, Su Tianhua paused, feeling a surge of displeasure at the incessant pressure from Song Qingjie. With Li Feng absent, Su Tianhua, in a fit of irritation, resolutely replied, this matter is out of the question. My daughter does not consent, so young master, you would do well to abandon this notion. With that, he promptly terminated the call, unwilling to engage further. After his unequivocal rejection, rather than feeling apprehensive, he experienced an unexpected sense of relief. Meanwhile, Upon hearing Su Tianhua's response, Song Qingjie was fuming with rage. Damn it, he bellowed, forcefully pushing aside Shin Nana and shattering a glass on the floor with a resounding crash. What is it, young Master Song? Shin Nana exclaimed, startled by his outburst, rushing to placate him. Song Qingjie cursed vehemently. That old fool has backed out again? He expects me to relinquish my pursuit. What is this nonsense? Chapter 45. Go cook for me, Su Tianhua has reneged? Shin Nana pondered. This should not be the case. Given such immense financial pressure, Su Tianhua ought to be more accommodating. Song Qingjie, seething with anger, remarked, just days ago, he was in agreement. And now he wishes to breach our deal? Do not fret, young master. Allow me to inquire with the financial department of the Su Group, Shin Nana quickly suggested, producing her phone to dial the company's finance department. After her conversation, she turned pale. Young master, this is dire news. The Su family has acquired 300 million from an unknown source, and they are no longer in need of funds. What? Song Qingjie's expression darkened instantly. No wonder that old man dares to be so obstinate. It appears they are financially secure now. The news of this influx of capital shattered Shin Nana's initial plans. With confidence, she had offered advice to Song Qingjie, only to see it crumble in mere days. Shin Nana, perplexed, queried, but young master, the vicinity of Lingjiang is limited. Aside from the Song family, who could possibly provide such a substantial sum to the Su family in one go? Song Qingjie gritted his teeth in frustration. How should I know? Damn it, how am I to woo Su Ruohan now? Fearing that Song Qingjie might direct his wrath towards her, Shin Nana's eyes glinted with a cunning idea. Young master, do not despair, I have a solution. Song Qingjie's interest piqued. Speak quickly, what is your plan? Shin Nana replied, since Su Tianhua refuses to acquiesce, we must approach Su Ruohan directly. Su Ruohan? Song Qingjie shook his head. She is a fierce woman, a stubborn wretch. If her father disapproves, what makes you think she would agree to me? It is not about her agreement. Shin Nana smirked slyly. Young master, you seem to misunderstand. It is precisely because she is a strong-willed woman that we find it easier to manipulate her. Once the situation is set in motion, who would fear her compliance, right? Song Xiao. Shin Nana whispered conspiratorially into Song Qingjie's ear. We shall turn the tables and employ a strategy of feigned indifference. Upon hearing Shin Nana's plan, Song Qingjie narrowed his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. You always have a way. On a sweltering day, Lu Fan returned home and took a shower. Before he could don his clothes, he lay on the sofa, humming a tune while watching television. The afternoon was blissfully serene. Suddenly, a noise came from the door, followed by the unmistakable sound of the lock clicking open. Su Ruohan pushed the door open, intending to place her bag down, and was taken aback by the sight of Lu Fan sprawled on the sofa, clad only in brightly patterned shorts. Ah! Su Ruohan instinctively gasped, her sharp cry echoing through the entire floor. Unfazed, Lu Fan continued to hum his tune. Lu Fan. Su Ruohan, flustered, grabbed a cushion and hurled it at him. You rogue. How can you lounge at home without clothes in broad daylight? Pervert. Seeing Su Ruohan poised to strike again, Lu Fan seized her arm and effortlessly pinned her down on the sofa. You scoundrel, you're bullying me. Su Ruohan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You were the one who struck first. Su Ruohan retorted defiantly. It was your fault for not wearing clothes at home. Am I not wearing clothes? Does this pair of shorts not count as attire? If you're displeased, I could remove them right now. Besides, I had no idea you would return home for lunch. Lu Fan replied, unabashed. Su Ruohan huffed in annoyance. Fine, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you. Oh, what is the good news? Lu Fan released her and inquired. Su Ruohan beamed with joy. My father just called. I don't have to marry Song Qingjie anymore. Is that so? Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, clearly noticing the delight radiating from Su Ruohan today. Yes, yes. Su Ruohan nodded enthusiastically. I owe it all to you for helping our family with that 300 million. Ah, so now you're grateful? Lu Fan chuckled lightly. Indeed. You are my hero now, and I must repay you handsomely. Lu Fan waved his hand with a smile. Let us forego the repayment. We can just head to the Civil Affairs Bureau to file for divorce. That won't he do. Upon hearing Lu Fan's intention to divorce, Su Ruohan decisively shook her head and continued. I refuse to divorce you. Not only will I not divorce you, but I also intend to pledge myself to you. And then we shall have a whole brood of adorable little babies. How about that? Goodness. Lu Fan felt overwhelmed. Su Ruohan, how can you go back on your word? We agreed that I would help you resolve your crisis, and you would divorce me. With her arms crossed defiantly, Su Ruohan declared, Humph, absolutely not. I have decided that I like you now, so there will be no divorce. Just then, Su Ruohan's phone rang. Who is it? Lu Fan asked warily. It's Song Qingjie, Su Ruohan replied nonchalantly. What does he want to speak to you about? Lu Fan squinted suspiciously. Su Ruohan shook her head. I don't know. Let's listen. With that, she answered the phone, asking coldly, Hello, this is Su Ruohan. How may I assist you? On the other end, Song Qingjie said, Ruohan, I have decided to let go and have already discussed it with my uncle. Let us have dinner together tonight as a farewell. All right, I understand. I'll think it over and get back to you. After hanging up, Su Ruohan turned to Lu Fan and asked, Song Qingjie wants to invite me to dinner. What should I do? Lu Fan replied nonchalantly, What else can you do? Just refuse. I would like to refuse, but the Song family is particularly petty. I'm worried that if I don't go, they might retaliate against the Su family. Su Ruohan furrowed her brows, although she intended to decline. The Song family belonged to one of the 4 prominent families, and she was reluctant to completely sever ties. Then go, Lu Fan said calmly. I want you to accompany me. Su Ruohan gazed at Lu Fan. She had witnessed his capabilities and thought it wise to have someone to rely on in case of unforeseen circumstances. All right, I agree. Lu Fan readily accepted. Given Song Qingjie's cautious nature, it was highly likely that this gathering was a trap. He wouldn't feel at ease if Su Ruohan attended alone. You agreed so quickly? Su Ruohan was taken aback by Lu Fan's prompt response. She didn't expect him to agree so swiftly. Lu Fan smiled and nodded. Of course. A man must act decisively when necessary. Hesitating is unbecoming. Not bad. Su Ruohan smiled in satisfaction, a wave of inexplicable security washing over her. Yet, she then noticed Lu Fan's tone shift. However, I have one condition. Su Ruohan paused, realizing he was not going to make it easy. Speak. Lu Fan chuckled. I haven't had lunch yet. Could you prepare a meal for me? What? Upon hearing Lu Fan's request, Su Ruohan was momentarily taken aback. You want me to cook for you? She pointed to herself, questioning him. Who else would do it? Lu Fan looked into her eyes. There are only the 2 of us here. If you don't do it, then who will? Reclining on the sofa like a lord, Lu Fan added. This is an important assessment. If your cooking is delightful, I may consider granting you extra points. Su Ruohan was speechless but quickly agreed. All right. Today, let me show you the culinary skills of your auntie, as a token of gratitude for accompanying me. More than half an hour later, Lu Fan was delighted to savor the dishes prepared by Su Ruohan. He had assumed that a pampered young lady like her would be incapable of cooking. Yet to his surprise, her food was quite delectable. 2 hot dishes and 1 cold dish all suited his palate. In the evening, Su Ruohan accepted Song Qingjie's invitation and arrived at Lingjiang International Hotel with Lu Fan. This was a 5-star establishment, resplendent and luxurious. And it was also one of the finest hotels in Lingjiang. The venue was indeed quite grand. Lu Fan cast a fleeting glance before murmuring under his breath. The 2 receptionists, one on each side, guided Su Ruohan and Lu Fan. Sir, miss, this way please. Young Master Song's room is 1608. All right, thank you. Su Ruohan replied courteously with a nod. As they registered at the hotel front desk, the staff informed Song Qingjie of their arrival. At that moment, Song Qingjie was waiting for Su Ruohan in a private room. What? Lu Fan is here too? He had initially believed that only Su Ruohan would attend, never anticipating that Lu Fan would accompany her. Lu Fan was an object of deep resentment for Song Qingjie, and upon learning of Lu Fan's presence, a sinister smile crept across his lips. Excellent. Just the opportunity one need to demonstrate my prowess. With that, he issued commands to his associates, preparing to employ underhanded tactics against Lu Fan. Under the guidance of the 2 hotel attendants, Lu Fan and Su Ruohan swiftly arrived at Song Qingjie's private room on the 16th floor. A cursory glance revealed 4 bodyguards clad in black suits and dark sunglasses standing outside room 1608. They stood with their hands behind their backs, tall and imposing, clearly trained professionals. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. Bringing such a retinue of bodyguards for a meal with a girl indicated dubious intentions. However, this only piqued Lu Fan's curiosity further, as he was eager to discover what schemes Song Qingjie was concocting. Upon seeing the 4 bodyguards, Su Ruohan felt a wave of unease wash over her. She tugged at Lu Fan's hand and said, Lu Fan, something feels off. Do not worry, with me around. You will be safe, he reassured her. For such bodyguards, even if there were 40, would hardly pose a challenge to Lu Fan. His words provided Su Ruohan with considerable comfort. The two attendants opened the door to the private room, gesturing for Su Ruohan and Lu Fan to enter. Su Ruohan nodded and glanced at Lu Fan before they stepped inside together. The room was extraordinarily opulent, adorned with numerous antiques and calligraphy. However, the centerpiece was the round dining table, lavishly laden with an array of exquisite delicacies. The ambience of the room was undeniably inviting. Yet Lu Fan's satisfaction was marred by the presence of Song Qingjie, who sat opposite them with a grin that soured the atmosphere. Upon their entrance, Song Qingjie feigned cordiality, rising from his seat with exaggerated politeness. "Ah, Miss Ruohan, Brother Lu, I have finally awaited your arrival." Su Ruohan offered a token smile. "Such a grand spread of dishes. Young Master Song, you truly have gone to great lengths." Song Qingjie waved his hand dismissively with a smile. "Not at all. Just a small gesture. Brother Lu, Ruohan, you are our esteemed guest today. Please take a seat so we can have a good chat. Waitstaff, pour the wine," he called out with enthusiasm. Lu Fan interjected. "Let me enjoy the wine, but my wife will be driving later, so she cannot partake." Song Qingjie was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, Brother Lu, you truly are one of a kind. I initially thought you were the one driving. Turns out it's you, Ruohan," he reassured her. "You can enjoy this wine without a worry. If need be, we can always arrange for a designated driver later." "No, Song Xiao, I really cannot drink." Su Ruohan declined once again. It was not that she was incapable of consuming alcohol, but rather that she was uncomfortable with others driving her car. Moreover, she harbored reservations about the wine that Song Qingjie had brought, fearing it might be laced with poison. With a sigh laced with disappointment, Song Qingjie nodded slightly. "All right then. Since Ruohan does not wish to drink today, I shall not press you. Perhaps just some juice." "Thank you, Song Xiao," Su Ruohan replied politely with a smile. The two waitstaff, witnessing this exchange, remarked, "Song Xiao, we shall prepare the juice right away." "No need, I will fetch it myself," Song Qingjie waved them off. He understood that allowing the waitstaff to handle such a matter could jeopardize his plans for the evening. This behavior piqued Lu Fan's suspicion. Damn, this old chap is indeed up to something. After Song Qingjie exited the room, Lu Fan downed the contents of his wine glass in one gulp. Wiping his mouth, he turned to Su Ruohan. "There's something in this wine, an aphrodisiac." "What? An aphrodisiac?" Su Ruohan exclaimed, taken aback. "How do you know?" "I can taste it," Lu Fan said, gesturing to the empty glass with a smirk. "And you still drank it?" "You emptied it in one go." Su Ruohan was at a loss for words at Lu Fan's bewildering behavior and reached for his throat, insisting, "You must expel it. Don't be ridiculous." Lu Fan pushed her hand away. "This little bit of poison is nothing to me. I am impervious to toxins." "Impervious to toxins? Surely such a person does not exist." Su Ruohan remained skeptical. "You will see soon enough," Lu Fan chuckled. "My master's wife trained me with poison since I was young, having experienced so much. I naturally became immune. Furthermore, my blood can neutralize numerous toxins." "Very well," Su Ruohan replied, albeit half convinced. However, the notion of being raised to endure poisons was rather far-fetched. Lu Fan continued, "The juice he brings will likely be poisoned as well. That is why he insisted on fetching it personally. What should I do then? Should I not drink?" Su Ruohan, now more concerned for herself than for Lu Fan, queried. Lu Fan flashed a confident smile. "What is there to fear? With me here, you can drink without worry. And what if I fall victim to poisoning?" Su Ruohan's eyes widened in alarm. Lu Fan chuckled again. "Do you recall our first meeting? You were poisoned then as well, were you not?" "Oh, that is true." She remembered how Lu Fan had helped her with the aphrodisiac on their first encounter and nodded in agreement. "Apologies for the wait." Just then, Song Qingjie returned, carrying a bottle of orange juice. He approached Su Ruohan directly and filled her glass to the brim with orange juice. "This should suffice. Brother Lu and I shall enjoy our wine, while Miss Ruohan has her juice." At that moment, Song Qingjie noticed that Lu Fan had already emptied his goblet. "Oh, Brother Lu has quite the capacity. Did you finish a glass without waiting for me?" he exclaimed with a laugh. Lu Fan chuckled heartily. "This wine is simply delightful. I couldn't resist sampling it." Song Qingjie nodded with a smile. "Ah, now I understand. I truly enjoy befriending straightforward individuals like you, Brother Lu. Allow me to refill your glass." With a grin, Song Qingjie prepared to pour more wine for Lu Fan. However, Lu Fan swiftly seized the bottle from Song Qingjie's hands. No. It's not fitting for someone of your stature to serve me. Let me pour. Chapter 47. The Great Battle of the Five Flower Beauties. No one understood the toxicity of the wine better than Song Qingjie. He had meticulously prepared 2 bottles of red wine, one devoid of poison for himself, and the other laced with it for Su Ruohan and Lu Fan. And now, Lu Fan was intent on pouring himself from the poisoned bottle. Song Qingjie smiled faintly, not only accepting the situation but also expressing gratitude to Lu Fan. Anticipating such a scenario, he had taken an antidote prior to arriving. Moreover, the effects of the toxic concoction took hold swiftly. Those who drank it would soon succumb. Yet Lu Fan remained upright, indicating to Song Qingjie that he must harbor some suspicion. As for the earlier glass, Lu Fan had not consumed it at all, but had discreetly poured it out while Song Qingjie was distracted. Elated, Song Qingjie felt assured with the antidote coursing through his veins. He harbored no worries that Lu Fan and Su Ruohan would suspect him, nor was he apprehensive about drinking the tainted wine. Indeed, only by partaking in the poisoned wine himself could he instill confidence in Su Ruohan and Lu Fan. After refilling Song Qingjie's glass, Lu Fan returned to his seat, raising his goblet with intent. Song, we have had our share of misunderstandings in the past, and I wish to extend my apologies. Allow me to self-punish with a drink. Song Qingjie shook his head with a smile. Brother Lu, you jest. Those were mere trifles. Come, let us toast in advance. I wish you and Miss Ruohan a lifetime of happiness. He gestured for Su Ruohan to join in the toast. Thank you, Song. Su Ruohan felt uneasy but could not refuse, raising her glass of tainted juice with trepidation. I shall drink first as a sign of respect, Song Qingjie declared loudly, lifting his glass and taking a couple of swigs. Drink. Lu Fan was entirely unconcerned with whether Song Qingjie drank or not. He assumed the demeanor of a true connoisseur. Draining his glass entirely, he then inverted his goblet, proclaiming, Song, you truly bring splendid wine. Let us have more. Song Qingjie was momentarily taken aback. This rustic fellow really did drink heartily, but it was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. Su Ruohan, trusting Lu Fan, hesitated for a moment before also taking a few sips from her glass. Watching them consume the poisoned wine and beverage, Song Qingjie finally felt at ease. He silently praised Shin Nana for her brilliant strategy. She had anticipated every potential scenario at the table and had prepared accordingly. More, Lu Fan declared, not yet satisfied, as he filled his glass again. Song, let us continue our revelry. Song Qingjie nodded with a smile. Very well, let's drink. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lu Fan suddenly slump onto the table with a thud. Su Ruohan, too, was supporting her forehead, feeling dizzy. What is happening to me? Before she could complete her thought, she also tilted over onto the table. Haha. Watching the two of them fall one after another, Song Qingjie was filled with ecstatic delight. Su Ruohan, oh Su Ruohan, aren't you a fierce woman? Today, I shall see just how fierce you can be. Everything was proceeding according to plan. He took out his phone and made a call. Are the flowers all here? How many have arrived? Goodness, 5? How exhilarating. All right, you all come up first. Take Su Ruohan to room 1507 and Lu Fan to room 1508. Tonight, I intend to indulge. After giving his instructions, he hung up the phone. Before long, 4 bodyguards entered the room. Just as they were about to act, Song Qingjie raised his hand to stop them. No hurry. He walked over to Lu Fan, grinning sinisterly. Damn it, you stupid fool. How dare you compete with me for women? Do you even know who I am? However, I won't treat you poorly today. I've prepared 5 flowers just for you. Enjoy. With that, he pulled out a small vial from his pocket, filled with blue pills. These were the potent drugs he often consumed, scientifically known as sildenafil, commonly referred to as Weigo. He intended to force these pills down Lu Fan's throat, though not lethal. They would render him utterly incapacitated. Brother Lu, tonight, I will ensure your satisfaction. Song Qingjie sneered, preparing to pry open Lu Fan's mouth. At that moment, a large hand suddenly grasped Song Qingjie's arm, rendering him immobile. He was taken aback and, upon glancing at Lu Fan, found him wide awake and smiling back at him. Damn it, you're not poisoned. Song Qingjie exclaimed in shock, his body collapsing as the vial slipped from his grip and fell to the ground. Surprised? Unexpected? Lu Fan chuckled, continuing to clutch Song Qingjie's arm. Quickly, restrain him. In a state of panic, Song Qingjie urgently beckoned the 4 bodyguards to subdue Lu Fan. However, how could these mere lackeys stand a chance against Lu Fan? With a powerful push against the chair, Lu Fan executed a spinning kick towards the 4 men. Thud, thud, Thud. The air was filled with their anguished cries as they were struck squarely in the face and sent flying. Without a shred of mercy, Lu Fan seized Song Qingjie with one hand and the poison bottle with the other, pouring its contents down each of the bodyguards' throats one by one. In mere seconds, all 4 bodyguards lay unconscious on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Song Qingjie was left utterly dumbfounded, cursing under his breath, "What the hell? Song Xiao, how do you like my skills?" Lu Fan pressed Song Qingjie's head down onto the chair with his left hand while picking up the vial of sildenafil with his right. "Spare me, good sir. Spare me," Song Qingjie exclaimed in a panic, repeatedly pleading with Lu Fan. "Spare your mother," Lu Fan retorted, delivering a sharp slap that misaligned Song Qingjie's mouth. He then opened the lid of a bottle and forcefully poured all the blue pills inside into Song Qingjie's mouth. Overwhelmed, Song Qingjie realized that he had just ingested a month's worth of medication in one go. This could be fatal. "Young Master Song, I hope you enjoy your evening," Lu Fan remarked coldly, before delivering a swift chop to the back of his neck, rendering Song Qingjie unconscious. Next, Lu Fan cast a glance at Su Ruohan, who lay slumped on the table. Though he feigned poisoning, Su Ruohan had genuinely consumed the toxic juice. Without hesitation, Lu Fan scooped her up and hoisted her over his shoulder, then seized Song Qingjie's arm, dragging him away like a lifeless dog as he descended the stairs. Upon reaching the 15th floor, Lu Fan placed Su Ruohan at the entrance of room 1507, then knocked on the door of room 1508 while still hauling Song Qingjie. The door swung open to reveal a robust woman in her 50s, weighing over 300 pounds, with an exuberant appearance. Peering inside, Lu Fan noted that there were 4 others like her in the room. "Young Master Song is truly fortunate," he mused with a smirk, then cleared his throat and announced, "Here is the person you requested. Young Master Song instructed you to treat him well. Remember, be enthusiastic. Don't worry, young man. I am the foremost among the 5 beauties of Lingjiang. I guarantee young Master Song will be satisfied," she replied with a hearty laugh. "Well then, it seems I must thank you." Lu Fan chuckled, aware that these women had no idea who Song Qingjie was. The 5 beauties sprang into action, dragging Song Qingjie into the room. "Come on, handsome. The aunties have been waiting for you." Lu Fan watched with a grin as Song Qingjie was pulled inside, followed by the sound of the door locking. Moments later, the room erupted with the agonizing cries reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Lu Fan couldn't help but laugh. Young Master Song is indeed quite fortunate. Once all was settled, Lu Fan carried Su Ruohan out of the hotel. Upon reaching the car, he unceremoniously tossed her into the back seat, only for the effects of the love poison within her to take hold. She wrapped her arms tightly around Lu Fan's neck. Chapter 48. A major incident not again, Lu Fan thought, somewhat exasperated. The onset of the love poison was remarkably swift. He had hoped it would wait until he could return Su Ruohan home before manifesting. Now, confined within the car, it was quite inconvenient. Su Ruohan clung to him, her eyes glazed and repeatedly calling his name. "What is it?" "I'm right here. Just relax," Lu Fan said, trying to soothe her. "I want," Su Ruohan began, holding onto him tightly. "What do you want? Are you thirsty?" Lu Fan gently inquired, knowing that those affected by the love poison often felt parched and craved water. Su Ruohan's fair complexion, tinged with a faint blush, rested against Lu Fan's slightly stubbled cheek as she exhaled a breath of murky air, murmuring, "What do you want if you don't drink water?" Lu Fan inquired. "I want." Su Ruohan's gaze was fervent. "You wish to sleep with this handsome fellow?" Lu Fan chuckled, and then he gently lifted Su Ruohan, placing her in the back seat. "Hurry up," she urged once more. Su Ruohan's body was remarkably supple, providing a most pleasant sensation. Lu Fan, feeling somewhat helpless, resorted once again to his old method to help Su Ruohan detoxify. However, he realized he had no tools at hand. Glancing around the car, he discovered there was nothing to draw blood. Surely, he couldn't resort to biting his own finger for her to draw blood, could he? He shook his head in dismay. With no other options left, he decided to employ his final strategy. A security guard passing by, shining his flashlight towards Su Ruohan's Mercedes, couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, remarking on the audacity of the young man. Finally, after a few minutes, Lu Fan successfully assisted Su Ruohan in expelling the toxic substance from her system and drove her home in her own car. It was not until Lu Fan carried Su Ruohan inside that she finally stirred from her deep slumber. As she opened her eyes, Su Ruohan realized she was lying on the sofa, with Lu Fan not far from her. "You're awake?" Lu Fan inquired as he noticed her consciousness returning. Where are we? Su Ruohan's mind was still somewhat foggy. Lu Fan offered her a glass of water, saying, "We are home now. Don't you remember? Home." Su Ruohan's eyes widened in surprise as memories of the evening's events flooded back to her. "Wasn't I poisoned?" she asked urgently. Lu Fan nodded. "Indeed. I have already neutralized the poison." "How did you do that?" Su Ruohan pressed. Lu Fan smiled. "Of course, I used my unique antidote." "Ah, Lu Fan, you scoundrel. You took advantage of me," she retorted. "I saved you, and you are still displeased? Would you prefer I toss you back?" Lu Fan replied with a grin. In truth, he had not done anything untoward to Su Ruohan, for the poison concocted by Song Qingjie was rather ordinary, and Lu Fan had effortlessly facilitated its elimination. Su Ruohan was indignant, convinced that Lu Fan must have taken liberties with her. However, the thought of what would have befallen her at the hands of the despicable Song Qingjie eased her spirits considerably. Better to have Lu Fan's company than to suffer a fate worse than death at the hands of Song Qingjie. After a brief pause, Su Ruohan asked, "By the way, how did we escape? What happened to Song Qingjie?" She was entirely unaware of the events that transpired after she fainted. Lu Fan chuckled. "Young Master Song, I believe, is currently engaged in a fierce battle with the 5 flower goddesses." "The 5 flower goddesses? What is that?" Su Ruohan asked, utterly bewildered. "You'll find out if you look it up online," Lu Fan replied with a light laugh. Driven by curiosity, Su Ruohan retrieved her phone and typed in 5 flower goddesses. Upon seeing the information pop up on her screen, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. Su Ruohan wore a grim expression, beads of cold sweat adorning her brow as she turned to Lu Fan and asked, "Did you really abandon Song Qingjie to those rather ample women?" Lu Fan could hardly suppress a chuckle, replying, "Haha, if young Master Song enjoys it. Who am I to stand in his way?" The 5 beauties were originally intended for Song Qingjie, and Lu Fan's actions were merely a poetic form of retribution. Observing Lu Fan's demeanor, Su Ruohan couldn't help but curl her lip, imagining the scene Song Qingjie was currently enduring, likely a spectacle far beyond one's imagination. Yet, it was a fitting consequence for his earlier underhanded tactics against her. Su Ruohan harbored a profound disdain for Song Qingjie's behavior, and found Lu Fan's actions delightfully satisfying, as long as they didn't lead to his demise. Early the next morning, still clad in her nightgown, Su Ruohan burst into Lu Fan's room exclaiming, "This is bad. Lu Fan is in serious trouble." The dawn light barely illuminated the early hour, just past 4 o'clock, a good half hour before Lu Fan's biological clock would naturally rouse him. "What's the matter? It's far too early, and I haven't had enough sleep," Lu Fan grumbled as he turned over reluctantly. "Oh, come on, Lu Fan. You must wake up and see this. It's truly a catastrophe." With that, Su Ruohan yanked the summer blanket off Lu Fan. In an instant, her face flushed crimson, and a sharp scream escaped her lips, echoing throughout the entire apartment building. She hastily covered Lu Fan with the blanket again, her voice laced with indignation. "Lu Fan, how could you sleep naked?" "What?" Lu Fan wore an expression of utter disbelief, first glancing out the window before turning his gaze back to Su Ruohan. "Are you out of your mind? I was sleeping peacefully, and you barged in without so much as a warning. If you were going to come in, why on earth did you pull my blanket off? And you dare to be angry?" With her cheeks still flushed, Su Ruohan retorted, "But you can't sleep naked." Lu Fan defended himself. "This is my room. I can use it as I please. Is there something wrong with that?" You. Su Ruohan was at a loss for words, finally conceding, "I won't argue with you. Just look at this, something serious has happened." She thrust her phone into Lu Fan's hands. Chapter 49. Song Tian's fury. What could possibly warrant such a fuss? Lu Fan muttered as he accepted the phone. Glancing at the screen, to his astonishment, he was met with several explosive news headlines from Lingjiang. Shocking. A man in Lingjiang faces off against 5 beauties, but succumbs. Now hospitalized for treatment. Terrifying. Is this a reflection of humanity's depravity or a moral decline? In broad daylight, how could a man commit such an act? The incident involving Song Qingjie and the 5 beauties spread like wildfire across major news outlets overnight. Although key areas had been censored, Song Qingjie's face remained unmistakably visible in the reports. The news was brief, yet its virality was astonishing. Within mere hours, it had ascended to the top of Lingjiang's local trending searches. The comment section beneath the news is abuzz with excitement. Is that not Song Qingjie, the scion of the illustrious Song family? Indeed, it is he. How terrifying. Do affluent individuals truly indulge in such antics? How peculiar their eccentricities are. Is the taste of the Song family so extravagant? I am utterly astonished. Gentlemen, is there a complete version available? May I have a word in private? Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that Song Qingjie would prepare such a scheme, even going so far as to have reporters waiting in that room. His machinations against Lu Fan were indeed relentless. Yet, in the end, he harmed himself rather than his target, leading to his own disgrace. Ha ha ha, Lu Fan laughed heartily. At this moment, Su Ruohan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Lu Fan, how can you still laugh at a time like this? She exclaimed. Lu Fan shrugged his shoulders. Isn't it amusing? Should I not laugh and instead weep? Su Ruohan found herself at a loss for words. She too wished to laugh. Desperately so. Yet, her heart was heavy with concern. Song Qingjie was a member of the Song family, and the eldest son no less. With the news spreading so rapidly, the Song family would be utterly humiliated. If his father, Song Tian, were to find out, we would not escape unscathed. Lu Fan chuckled softly, returning the phone to Su Ruohan. What is there to fear? If the sky falls, I shall bear it. Su Ruohan's expression turned serious, her worries unyielding. But they are one of the 4 great families, especially the Song family. Their methods are the most insidious. The 4 great families. Lu Fan scoffed. These mere 4 great families of Lingjiang pale in comparison to the 4 great families of Yanjing. A confident demeanor emanated from Lu Fan, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance in Su Ruohan. He was correct. Lingjiang was merely a small city in the northern Jiang region, dwarfed by the weight of Yanjing. With a tremor in her voice, she asked, Are you confident you can handle them? Lu Fan nonchalantly replied, I have plenty of means at my disposal. Do not worry. Su Ruohan nodded, albeit with a hint of skepticism. However, while Lu Fan might not fear the Song family, what about her own? Should the Song family seek revenge? The Su family would undoubtedly bear the brunt of their wrath, unable to withstand the fury of the Songs. A calamity could very well befall the Su family. Meanwhile, at a leading media outlet in Lingjiang, the general manager convened an emergency internal meeting late into the night. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, What on earth is wrong with you journalists and editors? Do you even know who the male lead of this news is? He is the young master of the Song family, Song Qingjie. Due to the abruptness of the incident and the late hour, the news had been disseminated without prior review. The editor-in-chief and the general manager had been unaware of the unfolding events while still in slumber. One reporter hesitantly interjected, Manager, it was Master Song who instructed us to write it this way. We had no idea he was the one. Goodness, did Master Song instruct you to do this? Has he lost his mind? Regardless of the circumstances, we must swiftly erase the news. If the head of the Song family learns of this, he shall not let us off easily. Manager, it's too late now. The news has already spread like wildfire, came the response. At 7 o'clock in the morning, within the opulent residence of the Song family, priceless porcelain and jade artifacts lay shattered across the floor. Furious upon seeing the news, Song Tian bellowed, Why was I not informed of such a significant event sooner? His voice echoed with rage. The servants within the room lowered their heads, intimidated by Song Tian's darkened expression. Steward, where is that useless Song Qingjie? Bring him to me at once. Trembling, the steward replied, Master, the young master is currently in the hospital. I fear he cannot come. Song Tian's fury subsided as he pondered for a moment before speaking in a low, grave tone. Explain to me what exactly transpired. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Everyone present understood that Song Tian's somber demeanor was far more terrifying than his outbursts of anger. After a lengthy pause, the steward spoke softly, Master, I have inquired with the young master's bodyguards. He has been set upon by someone. Set upon? By whom? Song Tian's expression shifted as he considered who would dare to strike at the Song family in Lingjiang. His immediate thoughts turned to the family's commercial rivals, the Zhou and Qin families, who had long been at odds with them. With such a scandal erupting from Song Qingjie, the reputation of the Song family would be severely tarnished, inevitably leading to a plummet in their market value. Yet, would the Zhou and Qin families truly be audacious enough to act against his son so openly? As he pondered this, the steward slowly continued. It is a young man named Lu Fan. Lu Fan. Song Tian's brow furrowed. He had never heard of such a figure in the underworld. What background does he have? He had only recently arrived in Lingjiang, and his previous endeavors had yet to be investigated. The steward paused momentarily before adding, however, he is now the son-in-law of Su Tianhua and the boyfriend of Su Ruohan. Son-in-law of the Su family? Song Tian's countenance darkened. Damn it. Summon Su Tianhua to see me immediately. Understood, master, the steward nodded in compliance. Meanwhile, at the Su family villa, Su Tianhua and Li Feng were pacing the living room anxiously, akin to ants on a hot pan. Oh heavens! The Song heir is in trouble. And now Song Tian is summoning you. This is clearly a call for trouble, Li Feng implored. Su Tianhua was still trying to comprehend the unfolding events. What on earth is happening? Why would he seek me out if his son is in trouble? It must be the chaos caused by your precious daughter. At that moment, filled with concern for her parents' safety, Su Ruohan rushed home with Lu Fan. Upon seeing her parents safe, Su Ruohan exclaimed, "Mom, Dad, I'm so relieved you're unharmed. This is truly the mess you two have created. Our Su family is finished." Li Feng immediately understood the implications of Su Ruohan's words. Su Tianhua hurriedly addressed Su Ruohan, saying, "Ruohan, please inform your father of what transpired." In Chapter 50, Function Failure, Su Ruohan recounted to Su Tianhua and Li Feng the entire incident of Song Qingjie drugging both her and Lu Fan the previous night. Is that so? That beast dared to perpetrate such an atrocity against my precious daughter, Su Tianhua exclaimed, his anger palpable as he scrutinized Su Ruohan. "Ruohan, are you unharmed?" Su Ruohan shook her head, replying, "Father, I am fine, all thanks to Lu Fan's timely rescue." "Good, that is a relief." Su Tianhua's gaze turned to Lu Fan, filled with gratitude. His daughter was his life. He would rather face danger himself than witness her suffering. However, Li Feng wore a disgruntled expression. "He intended to harm you. And you both fled. Why retaliate against him? This is all your fault, Lu Fan. Now, the Su family has incurred the wrath of the Song family. What shall we do now?" "Mother, both Lu Fan and I were coerced." Su Ruohan replied helplessly, glancing at Li Feng. "Even if you were coerced, you should not have acted that way towards Song Qingjie. The head of the Song family, Song Tian, just called your father, demanding his immediate presence. Clearly, they wish to hold your father accountable." Silence. Before Li Feng could finish, Su Tianhua interrupted. "Song Qingjie brought this disgrace upon himself. The Song family deserves it. Ruohan, I will provide you with 10 million. You and Lu Fan must leave Lingjiang immediately. The farther, the better. The Song family will not let this go." Su Tianhua, for once, displayed a firm resolve, yet he still faced the harsh realities of the situation. Su Ruohan looked at him and said, "Father, I will not leave. And you cannot go to the Song family." Su Tianhua shook his head, reassuring her, "Do not worry. The news of Song Tian inviting me has already been leaked. The Song family, however unruly, will not dare to act openly against me today. At least I am safe for now." Su Ruohan nodded, albeit with skepticism. "But father, how will you handle them?" Su Tianhua sighed, uncertain of the next steps. The hotel was equipped with surveillance cameras. Every action inside was documented. And feigning ignorance before Song Tian would be futile. At that moment, Lu Fan interjected with a light laugh. "How about this? You can claim that everything was my doing," distancing the Su family from the matter. Before Su Tianhua could react, Li Feng stood up, declaring, "Yes, this is entirely your doing. And it has nothing to do with the Su family. Tianhua, when Song Tian inquires, just tell him it was Lu Fan." Su Tianhua furrowed his brow at Li Feng. "At this critical juncture, you are still bickering with Lu Fan?" Li Feng shot Su Tianhua a glare, growing increasingly agitated. "What am I bickering about? It is evident. Had this jinx not appeared, Ruohan would have already married young Master Song, and we would not be embroiled in this predicament. Enough. I will handle this matter with discretion. You need not concern yourself." Su Tianhua rebuked Li Feng sharply, then redirected his attention to Lu Fan. In this critical moment of life and death, the young man's unwavering sense of responsibility is truly remarkable. At this juncture, Su Tianhua had firmly resolved that should this matter be resolved smoothly, he would permit his daughter to wed Lu Fan. In the opulent residence of the Song family, the patriarch, Song Tian, occupied the seat of honor. With 2 rows of individuals clad in black standing below, almost all of them were the family's enforcers. In the center of the hall stood Su Tianhua alone. Amidst an oppressive silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop, Song Tian's expression was grim as he leisurely sipped his tea. Beside him lay a small bed upon which rested Song Qingjie, who had been carried home on a stretcher from the hospital. After a fierce battle with 5 formidable opponents, Song Qingjie was in a pitiful state. 3 of his ribs had been broken, and 1 arm was encased in a cast. Most tragically, however, was a particularly vital injury. The hospital had informed him that due to excessive medication and vigorous activity, it was a miracle he was still alive. Concerning functionality, it had been utterly compromised. It could be said that Song Qingjie was now destined to be estranged from women for life. Now, Song Qingjie was akin to a eunuch. The mere sight of a woman would evoke the lewd laughter of the 5 adversaries in his mind, leading to a wave of nausea. Dad, it's all because of those 2 villains, Lu Fan and Su Ruohan. You must seek vengeance for me. Song Qingjie croaked, tears streaming down his face. Too pained to speak loudly due to the agony coursing through his broken body. Su Tianhua, last night only your daughter and son-in-law were present. You must provide me with an explanation. Song Tian's voice was cold as he addressed the matter. I am also investigating this situation. As for why my daughter and son-in-law were there, I have heard it was an invitation from young Master Song. Su Tianhua realized that the best course of action was to shift the blame entirely onto Lu Fan, but having witnessed Lu Fan's courage at home, he found himself reluctant to do so. Compared to Lu Fan, those who feared for their lives were far more detestable. Upon hearing Su Tianhua's words, Song Qingjie erupted with rage. Su Tianhua, you old fool, are you implying that I am to blame? I kindly invited them for a meal, and they have left me in this state. You are courting death. If you do not hand them over today, you will not leave here alive. Silence, you useless wretch. Song Tian interrupted coldly, his authority palpable. He feigned calmness as he turned to Su Tianhua and declared, You have harmed my son and brought disgrace upon the Song family. Do not mistake me for a fool, Su Tianhua. Before nightfall, deliver them to me, or else. With that, he crushed the teacup in his hand with a resounding crack. Su Tianhua shuddered involuntarily and quickly replied, I understand. I will investigate at once. He then turned hastily and exited the Song family hall. As Su Tianhua left, Song Qingjie was nearly driven to madness. Dad, how can you let him go so easily? He and his daughter are in cahoots. Useless fool. What purpose do you serve for me? Before Su Tianhua's arrival, the news had already been disseminated. Do you still wish for him to perish within the Song family? How would the people of Lingjiang perceive us then? Would the Song family even be able to maintain its standing in Lingjiang? Song Tian rose, casting an indignant glare at Song Qingjie, who lay upon the sickbed. He had initially hoped that Song Qingjie could extend the family lineage and inherit the Song family's legacy, yet now, before the marriage had even been concluded, he had already been rendered incapacitated. Song Tian was seething with rage, yet, after all, this was his own son. Moreover, the Su family had dealt a grievous blow to the dignity of the Song family. This vendetta must be avenged. However, a direct retaliation would undoubtedly be futile. A different approach was imperative. Chapter 51. Are you looking for me? After more than half an hour, Su Tianhua departed from the Song family and returned to the Su villa. At that moment, Li Feng and Su Ruohan were embroiled in a heated argument. The cause of their dispute was Li Feng reproaching Su Ruohan for disregarding her counsel, insisting on provoking the Song family, and embroiling herself with Lu Fan in such a significant predicament. Naturally, Su Ruohan was fervently defending herself. Meanwhile, Lu Fan sat nearby, leisurely savoring the tea leaves worth thousands per ounce, which paled in comparison to the tens of thousands per ounce he had previously tasted. Upon seeing Su Tianhua's return, Li Feng immediately approached him and inquired, How did it go? The Song family didn't cause you any trouble, did they? Not for the moment, he replied. Oh, not for the moment? Does that mean there will be trouble later? Li Feng's visage was fraught with anxiety. Su Tianhua glanced at her, but said nothing, turning his attention to Su Ruohan and Lu Fan. Su Ruohan hastily asked, Father, what did the Song family say? Su Tianhua first shook his head and then sighed, Alas. The Song family has demanded that I hand over someone. From what they imply, it seems they wish for me to surrender Lu Fan. Lu Fan stood up with a smile. Is that so? It appears I am quite favored by the Song family, since they desire my presence. I shall go and meet them. No, Lu Fan, you cannot go. It is far too perilous. Su Ruohan shook her head vigorously, then turned to Su Tianhua. Father, you cannot truly intend to hand Lu Fan over to the Song family, can you? Su Tianhua reassured her, Of course not. Rest assured, Ruohan, your father would never engage in such an act. I have already transferred the money to your account. You must quickly take Lu Fan and leave Lingjiang, never to return. Clearly, Su Tianhua's tone indicated that this previously indecisive individual had made a resolute decision. Su Ruohan shook her head. Father, I will not leave. I wish to stay here with you to weather this storm. Foolish child, what nonsense are you speaking? The Song family will not let you off easily. Today serves as their final warning to us. You must depart before nightfall. Su Tianhua's expression was grave. Can the Song family truly bring us harm? Su Ruohan inquired. Su Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. You have spoken wisely. I have previously mentioned that the might of the four great families of Lingjiang lies not solely in their overt commercial prowess, but rather in the insidious, clandestine machinations they employ behind the scenes. The Song family, particularly, is notorious for their unscrupulous dealings, indulging in acts of violence and arson as mere trifles. With the recent tumultuous affair involving you and Lu Fan, Song Tian has utterly lost his dignity, and they will undoubtedly show no mercy. At this moment, Li Feng turned to Lu Fan, scolding, It's all your fault, you jinx. If it weren't for you, always stirring up trouble, not only have you offended others, but you've also dragged our Ruohan into this mess. Now, it seems our Su family is on the brink of disaster. Lu Fan chuckled softly. Do you truly believe your Su family would fare any better without me? Su Ruohan immediately countered, Mother, what are you saying? Can we really blame Lu Fan for this? It was clearly Song Qingjie who provoked us first. He's a young master of the Song family. You should just endure it. Enough. Su Tianhua bellowed. What has happened has transpired, and discussing it now serves no purpose. The most pressing matter is to devise a plan to navigate through this crisis. At that moment, Lu Fan's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Zhou Ping. Hello, this is Lu Fan, he answered. On the other end, Zhou Ping politely inquired. Dr. Lu, where are you? I have arranged for Zhou Hu to pick you up. Surprised by Zhou Ping's words, Lu Fan realized he intended to visit Zhou Ping for treatment today, but the incident with Song Qingjie had delayed him. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was precisely 10 in the morning. Zhou Ping must be anxiously waiting at home. No need for a pickup, just wait for me at home. I'll arrive in about 10 minutes, he replied before hanging up. Zhou Ping also resided in Emerald Bay, not far from Su Ruohan's home, a fact Lu Fan was keenly aware of. Who was that? Su Ruohan inquired. Zhou Ping, Lu Fan replied nonchalantly. I need to step out for a moment, but I will return shortly. All right, Su Ruohan nodded, understanding that Lu Fan was set to attend to Zhou Ping's medical needs. Lu Fan turned to Su Ruohan, instructing, You all stay at home and do not venture out until I return. Emerald Bay is an affluent neighborhood, and Lu Fan was acutely aware that if the Song family intended to strike against them, it would not be within their home. Thus, remaining indoors was the safest option. Where are you going? Li Feng interjected as Lu Fan prepared to leave. That is none of your concern, Lu Fan retorted, casting a glance at Li Feng. You aren't planning to flee alone, are you? Li Feng asked, apprehensive. Flee? Where could I possibly go? Lu Fan chuckled softly. I'm just heading to the Zhou residence. We can discuss matters upon my return. You must not run away. What would we do if you did? Li Feng continued. Let him go, Su Tianhua interjected. Su Ruohan gazed at Lu Fan with concern. Please be cautious while you're out alone. Lu Fan smiled, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. I shall return shortly. The Zhou residence was a mere stone's throw from the Su family home, and there was no need for a taxi. After departing from the Su household, Lu Fan walked directly towards the Zhou residence. However, halfway there, he sensed someone stealthily trailing behind him. Lu Fan furrowed his brow, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his sharp eyes. The individual approached with a steady gait, neither too fast nor too slow, revealing an evident mastery acquired over many years. A faint smile crept across Lu Fan's face as he mused internally. A killer, is it? Quite prompt in their arrival. He cast a casual glance behind him before swiftly turning to navigate toward a nearby alley. The vicinity was devoid of passers-by, and the alley lacked surveillance cameras, making it an ideal location for action. Upon entering the alley, the assassin who had been following him soon emerged, striding confidently to the entrance. However, upon peering into the alley, the assassin found Lu Fan had seemingly vanished into thin air. Where could he have gone? He glanced around. The alley stretched long with no branches, and Lu Fan appeared to have disappeared entirely. Just then, the assassin felt a sudden chill course through him from behind. At that moment, someone had stealthily circled behind him. How could this be possible? The assassin's expression changed drastically. Under such circumstances, he dared not turn around. At that instant, Lu Fan's cold voice pierced the silence. Are you looking for me? Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the assassin's heart skipped a beat as he gravely replied. Do you know I was following you? Of course, otherwise, how could I have appeared behind you? Lu Fan chuckled, having experienced such situations countless times before. Since you are aware, then prepare to meet your end. As his words fell, the assassin swiftly rotated his wrist, drawing a small dagger from his sleeve and slashing it toward Lu Fan's neck. In a flash, the dagger was upon Lu Fan. Instinctively, he leaned back, and with movements akin to a specter, he seized the assassin's wrist with the weapon. In the next moment, Lu Fan delivered a knee strike to the assassin's abdomen, causing the latter to stagger. That seemingly light kick penetrated deeply into the assassin's very core. Gasping, a mouthful of blood erupted from the assassin's lips as Lu Fan then unleashed a punch to the assassin's right elbow, sending the dagger flying into the air. Lu Fan caught the dagger mid-flight, swiftly reversing it to press against the assassin's chin. Speak, was it the Song family that sent you to kill me? The assassin momentarily faltered, contemplating whether to divulge the truth to Lu Fan. The adversary's prowess far surpassed his own. Perhaps revealing the truth could afford him a chance at survival. Yet, just as he opened his mouth to speak, Lu Fan's knife gently sliced across the assassin's throat. Lu Fan sneered. No need to say anything. I already know. Bang. As the words fell, the assassin collapsed heavily to the ground, never anticipating that Lu Fan would strike with such ruthless decisiveness. Blood flowed incessantly from the assassin's throat and the corners of his mouth. His pupils dilated rapidly, finally freezing in place, leaving only a visage of horror and disbelief. Lu Fan appeared unfazed, casually retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Lu Fan remained composed, having endured far too much in his life. His gaze fell upon the lifeless body on the ground. How should one dispose of this corpse? At that moment, Lu Fan's phone rang again. It was Zhou Hu, the butler of the Zhou family. Upon answering, Zhou Hu chuckled. Dr. Lu, where are you now? I have come to pick you up. It turned out that Zhou Ping had just called Lu Fan, who declined the offer of a ride. But Zhou Ping, unable to shake off his concern, insisted that Zhou Hu personally fetch Lu Fan. However, Zhou Hu did not know Lu Fan's whereabouts and thus called him. Lu Fan glanced at the body on the floor and smiled. Ah, it's you, Butler Zhou? On the other end of the line, Zhou Hu paused. What nonsense about being a great butler. Just call me Xiao Zhou, Dr. Lu. Haha, the esteemed butler is indeed humble. Lu Fan replied with pleasantries before getting straight to the point. How many people did you bring? 6. Zhou Hu responded, puzzled by Lu Fan's inquiry. 6? That's splendid. Drive over. I am currently at Rose Alley, Lu Fan instructed. All right, Dr. Lu, please wait for me. I'll be there in 2 minutes. Lu Fan smiled, hanging up the phone. Just as he was troubled about how to handle the assassin's corpse, Zhou Hu's call arrived. A fortunate coincidence. Zhou Hu should possess the ability to clean up this mess. A little over a minute later, Zhou Hu arrived in 2 cars, accompanied by 4 bodyguards clad in black suits. Upon stepping out, he was met with the sight of the corpse lying in a pool of blood. Zhou Hu was taken aback, asking, Dr. Lu, what on earth happened here? Who is this person? An assassin, Lu Fan replied, casually toying with the dagger in his hand. An assassin? Zhou Hu exclaimed in astonishment. Who did he target? Isn't it obvious? Lu Fan retorted with a smirk. He was here to kill me. Who else could it be? Zhou Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. To kill Dr. Lu. Lu Fan was speechless. Zhou Hu certainly had a penchant for unnecessary chatter. Enough of that. Quickly dispose of the body to avoid attracting trouble. Oh, Zhou Hu finally grasped the situation, hastily directing his subordinates to attend to the body and the bloodied scene. But then, he pondered aloud. But who was this deceased individual? One of the subordinates, after examining the corpse, reported, Sir, this man is an elite assassin from the Song family. What? An elite assassin from the Song family? Zhou Hu gasped in shock. In Lingjiang, the elite assassins of the Song family held unparalleled power. They were masters among masters, and yet, he had met his demise here? With only the body and Lu Fan present, it was evident that Lu Fan had been the one to eliminate him. There were no particularly obvious signs of a struggle at the scene, indicating that the assassin was almost instantaneously dispatched. Zhou Hu couldn't help but gasp. This assassin was renowned for his prowess. What level of skill did Lu Fan possess to have vanquished him so swiftly? Zhou Hu raised his head, a hint of fear in his eyes as he glanced at Lu Fan and inquired, Divine Dr. Lu? Was it you who did this? Lu Fan was taken aback and gently tapped Zhou Hu on the head. What do you mean, I did it? Do you even know how to speak? Oh dear. How foolish of me. Zhou Hu immediately realized that Divine Dr. Lu was merely passing by, and that the assassin had taken his own life. Exactly, Lu Fan chuckled, ruffling Zhou Hu's hair. As the chief steward of the Zhou family, one must possess a sharp mind. Soon, the body was loaded into a vehicle by Zhou Hu's subordinates, and the blood on the ground was meticulously cleaned up. With a satisfied smile, Lu Fan remarked, "All right. Lead me to your family head." "Yes, divine Dr. Lu." Zhou Hu nodded and instructed two of his subordinates to handle the assassin's remains, while he escorted Lu Fan back to the Zhou residence. In Lingjiang City, most assassins were unregistered, and whether they lived or died, they were seldom noticed. In such circumstances, no one would be aware of their fate. Upon arriving at the Zhou residence, Zhou Ping was already waiting outside. "Apologies, Mr. Zhou. I was delayed by numerous matters and kept you waiting." Lu Fan expressed courteously. "Not at all. It is my honor to have divine Dr. Lu visit my humble abode. Whether I wait half an hour or half a year is of no consequence." Zhou Tian replied with a beaming smile. At that moment, Zhou Hu approached Zhou Tian and whispered, "Family head, someone is plotting to kill divine Dr. Lu." "What?" Zhou Ping's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly dismissed those around them, and after ensuring no outsiders were present, he turned his attention to Zhou Hu and Lu Fan. "Divine Dr. Lu, what is happening? Who dares to threaten you?" Zhou Ping's demeanor was tense, and he was particularly concerned about this matter. If anything were to happen to Lu Fan, it would be unlikely for anyone else to cure his illness. Lu Fan chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. These are mere trifles to me." Seeing that Lu Fan was reluctant to elaborate, Zhou Hu interjected, "Family head, the one who intends to harm divine Dr. Lu is from the Song family. They dispatched a B-grade assassin." Chapter 53. The Zhou family takes action. A B-grade assassin? Zhou Ping was taken aback. He was well aware of the hierarchy of assassins from the Song family, which was categorized into 4 ranks: A, B, C, and D, with A being the most formidable, followed by B. The higher the rank, the fewer the assassins, yet without a doubt, they were the elite of Lingjiang City. "Where is that assassin now?" Zhou Ping urgently inquired of Zhou Hu. "He has been killed by divine Dr. Lu." Zhou Hu gestured with a hand across his throat. "Is that so?" Zhou Ping was elated to hear this. He scrutinized Lu Fan once more. "I knew I had not misjudged you. Are you unscathed, divine Dr. Lu?" "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Zhou. I am perfectly fine," Lu Fan replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Good. It is wonderful that divine Dr. Lu is unharmed." Zhou Ping smiled and nodded, then swiftly shifted the subject, inquiring, "I wonder what grievances exist between Dr. Lu and the Song family?" "Grievances? Haha," Lu Fan laughed heartily. "I wonder if Mr. Zhou has seen the news this morning." "I see," Zhou Ping realized. "It turns out it's because of the Song family's incompetent son. Dr. Lu possesses remarkable skills. The Song family intends to harm my wife, Su Ruohan, and seeks to ruin my reputation. I merely retaliated in kind." Zhou Ping nodded again. "Now I understand. I have long heard of the despicable character of that worthless son of the Song family, who has brought himself to this pitiful state. Truly poetic justice. However, from this day forth, Dr. Lu must exercise caution. The head of the Song family, Song Tian, is narrow-minded and vindictive. Given the severity of this situation, they are unlikely to let Dr. Lu off easily." Zhou Ping pondered deeply. "I wish to assist Dr. Lu, but if we openly declare war on the Song family, it may result in mutual destruction. Moreover, in terms of business, the Zhou family has not fared as well as the Song family in recent years." Zhou Ping found himself in a dilemma. Lu Fan chuckled. "No worries. They are merely the Song family. They cannot harm me, so Mr. Zhou need not be overly concerned." "That won't do. We cannot confront them openly. We must take a more covert approach." Zhou Ping reasoned. "It is easy to evade a direct attack, but a hidden strike is far more treacherous. The Song family is insidious and treacherous. We must remain vigilant. I am aware of Dr. Lu's abilities. But what if they target his family? Dr. Lu's self-preservation is assured, but caring for so many others may prove challenging." Thus, Zhou Ping turned to Zhou Hu. "Instruct our most elite experts to provide round-the-clock protection for Dr. Lu and his family." Zhou Hu nodded. "Understood, Master Zhou. I will make the arrangements immediately." Lu Fan glanced at Zhou Ping, recognizing that he approached matters with great composure and consideration. However, Lu Fan could discern that Zhou Ping's earlier remarks were sincere and devoid of pretense. Last time, he readily provided 300 million, and now he offers elite protection without hesitation. Lu Fan felt that Zhou Ping was a reliable ally and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou." "Not at all. Since the last time Dr. Lu treated me, my chronic ailment has not recurred. I should be the one expressing my gratitude," Zhou Ping replied. clasping his hands in appreciation once more. Lu Fan waved his hand. Please, Mr. Zhou, let us proceed with the treatment. Certainly, Dr. Lu. Since Lu Fan last treated Zhou Ping, he seemed rejuvenated, as if a new spirit had taken hold of him, brimming with vitality each day. Upon entering the inner room, Lu Fan retrieved his silver needles, sterilized them, and swiftly targeted the Ashi, Dejiangshu, and Weizhong acupoints at Zhou Ping's waist, simultaneously channeling his internal energy to clear the stagnant flow in the affected area. After 3 cycles of this process, taking less than 5 minutes in total, Lu Fan withdrew the silver needles and announced, "All done. Please follow my prescription to procure the medicine and take it once daily. I will return next week, and you shall be completely healed." As he spoke, Lu Fan took out a piece of paper and pen, jotting down several names of Chinese herbal medicines before handing it to Zhou Ping. "All right, let us move around and see how it goes." Zhou Ping, clutching his searing lower back, sat up from the bed, getting off to stretch his limbs. To his astonishment, he felt no pain whatsoever. "Why do I feel as if I have been rejuvenated by 20 years? Zhou Ping found it hard to believe that a condition he had suffered from for so long had been alleviated by just a few needles from Lu Fan. A divine doctor. This truly is the mark of a true healer. Zhou Ping bowed deeply, tears of gratitude welling up in his eyes. "Thank you, Dr. Lu." Again with the thanks? "I've lost count of how many times you've expressed your gratitude. Really, it's unnecessary." Lu Fan humbly waved his hand. "Huh." Zhou Ping laughed heartily. When a withered tree encounters spring, how can one not express gratitude? Lu Fan chuckled. "All right, you business folks and your pleasantries. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Mr. Zhou." Good. Zhou Hu, see Dr. Lu off." Zhou Ping gazed longingly at Lu Fan's retreating figure, lamenting that such an exceptional talent was already taken. How wonderful it would be if he were his son-in-law. At the Su family villa, Li Feng was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. "It's been so long, that boy still hasn't returned. I told you he must have abandoned us to flee on his own." Su Ruohan comforted her. "Mom, Lu Fan just left half an hour ago. Why are you so anxious? Only you all believe in him. I certainly don't think he will come back." Li Feng replied, her face filled with anger. "Is that so? Then I've returned now. Do you want to do something to show your appreciation?" As he spoke, Lu Fan entered. Li Feng's eyes widened in surprise as she mumbled, "He really came back." Su Ruohan said, "Mom, I told you Lu Fan would return. He went to treat someone. How could he be back so soon?" "Xiao Fan, are you all right?" Su Tianhua scrutinized Lu Fan from head to toe. "I'm fine." Lu Fan shook his head. "But the assassins from the Song family have already begun their actions." "Assassins? The Song family is coming to kill us." Li Feng was instantly terrified. Su Tianhua's expression darkened as he had already suspected this outcome. Su Ruohan had never encountered such situations before, and hearing about assassins made her feel a tinge of fear. Are there really assassins? What should we do now? Lu Fan replied, "We will do what we must. Zhou Ping will send experts to protect us." To be precise, it was to protect the Su family, as Lu Fan himself had no need for such protection. Really? That is wonderful. Su Ruohan's anxious heart felt a surge of relief. The Zhou family was also one of the 4 great clans. Only the 4 great clans could contend against one another. Li Feng paused for a moment upon hearing this and cast an incredulous glance at Lu Fan. "Zhou Ping? Which Zhou Ping?" Su Ruohan exclaimed. "Mom, how can you be so clueless?" "In Lingjiang. Which Zhou Ping could there be but the head of the Zhou family from the 4 great clans?" Chapter 54. Do you doubt our strength? Upon hearing this, Su Tianhua's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, as if he had glimpsed a turning point in their predicament. However, Li Feng appeared utterly dazed, exclaiming, "How could the Zhou family possibly come to our aid? There is no reason for them to do so. We are on the brink of disaster. And yet you speak so boldly." "Mother," Su Ruohan replied, exasperated, "why wouldn't the Zhou family come to our rescue? Let us not forget that the previous shortfall of 300 million was covered by Lu Fan's connections with the Zhou family. Wasn't it you who borrowed that 300 million from the Zhou family? What does Lu Fan have to do with this?" Li Feng insisted. "Darling, quickly call young Master Song, apologize profusely, and implore him to persuade his father to spare our Su family." Su Ruohan felt as if her own mother was driving her to madness. "Mother, how can you think like this? The 300 million has nothing to do with me. The Zhou family assisted us solely out of respect for Lu Fan." Li Feng, in a fit of rage, retorted, "Impossible. He is nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. Ever since he came into our lives, our family has faced nothing but calamities. Su Ruohan shouted back. Without Lu Fan, the Song family would never have pursued us. If it weren't for him, we would have been allied with the Song family, and none of this turmoil would have arisen. Your reasoning is utterly incomprehensible. Su Ruohan felt her patience wearing thin. Have you two finished your quarrel? Lu Fan could not help but chuckle at the scene unfolding before him. With gritted teeth, Li Feng snapped. How can you laugh at a time like this? It is all your fault that our Su family has been plunged into such dire straits. Lu Fan replied nonchalantly. I find great amusement in your flustered demeanor. My apologies, but it is simply irresistible to laugh. If you believe that I am the source of your troubles, should I take my leave? Stop. Where do you think you're going? You cannot leave until this matter is resolved. At this moment, Li Feng still harbored a flicker of hope. She believed that if they handed Lu Fan over to the Song family and married her daughter into that family, they would no longer face any difficulties. Just then, a voice rang out from outside the door. Is Dr. Lu here? Zhou Long requests an audience. Zhou Long. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Fan paused momentarily, as Zhou Long was an unfamiliar name to him. However, it was likely that he was a formidable expert summoned by Zhou Ping. Who is Dr. Lu? Li Feng and Su Tianhua furrowed their brows in concern. Is he from the Zhou family? Let him in. Su Tianhua, perceiving the situation, was about to open the door for Zhou Long. However, Li Feng hurriedly stopped him, saying, No, we cannot open the door. What if he is an assassin? We would all be doomed. He is from the Zhou family, not the Song family. Why would he wish to harm us? Su Tianhua found Li Feng's paranoia excessive. Su Ruohan tugged at Lu Fan's sleeve, saying, Zhou Long must be the expert sent by the Zhou family, correct? I am unsure, but likely, Lu Fan replied, shaking his head. Many prominent families are quite particular about naming conventions. Zhou Long, being of the same generation as Zhou Hu, the steward of the Zhou family, likely held a significant status as well. At this moment, Su Tianhua had opened the door, revealing Zhou Long at the forefront, accompanied by three robust, square-faced men clad in black. Upon entering, Zhou Long immediately recognized Lu Fan, clasped his hands in respect, and said, I am Zhou Long. Paying my respects to the esteemed Dr. Lu. Lu Fan glanced at him. Compared to Zhou Hu, Zhou Long exhibited a composed demeanor, with a strong physique and an aura of a seasoned warrior that suggested he had been a martial artist for many years, likely second only to Zhou Tian within the Zhou family. Observing the three square-faced men behind him, Lu Fan assessed their strength and discerned that they were formidable, surpassing the B-class assassins dispatched by the Song family today. You are the esteemed Dr. Lu? Upon witnessing Zhou Long's respectful demeanor, Li Feng cast a skeptical glance at Lu Fan. Lu Fan, disinterested in Li Feng, turned to Zhou Long and inquired leisurely, Did Mr. Zhou Ping send you? Zhou Long nodded respectfully. Indeed, the head of the family instructed us to watch over you day and night. Lu Fan smiled. Thank you for your efforts. Are you the one sent by the Zhou family to protect us? Li Feng looked at the four men in black incredulously. A thick, murky aura emanated from Li Feng, making Zhou Long feel distinctly uncomfortable. He chose to remain silent, merely casting a cold glare at her. However, this single glance sent a shiver down Li Feng's spine. Oh my, you scared me to death. Esteemed Dr. Lu, we are at your service. With us by your side, the A-class assassins from the Song family won't dare to lay a finger on you. Good. Lu Fan smiled in satisfaction, for as he anticipated, the strength of these four men matched that of the Song family's A-class experts. At that moment, Li Feng let out a laugh. Oh, you all are quite the actors, aren't you? You call yourselves experts? Lu Fan must have found you. Her laughter was utterly out of place. Zhou Long narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you doubt our abilities? Li Feng arrogantly retorted, Of course. Lu Fan, you truly enjoy putting on a show, don't you? Even when death is looming, you still resort to this charade to save face. It's rather amusing. How can you speak like that? Su Ruohan couldn't bear to see Lu Fan humiliated in front of so many skilled individuals from the Zhou family. She quickly turned to Zhou Long and the others, saying, I apologize, everyone. My mother is going through menopause and her temper can be quite extreme. Please don't take her words to heart. It's no trouble. Zhou Long raised a hand. You may not be familiar with us since you are not part of the martial world. Zhou Kuan, demonstrate our abilities to this lady. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the men behind Zhou Long stepped forward. Zhou Kuan clasped his hands together and said, Please excuse us, esteemed Dr. Lu. With that, Zhou Kuan suddenly lifted his right foot and forcefully stomped down onto the marble floor. Instantly, a fierce gust of wind erupted, followed by a thunderous crash. Zhou Kuan's foot shattered the marble slab beneath him, sending cracks radiating outward like a spider's web. Li Feng trembled with fear, her eyes widening as she gazed down at the floor beneath Zhou Kuan's feet. What immense power must this individual possess to cause such devastation? Su Tianhua's expression grew grave as he regarded the man before him. There was no doubt, this was a martial artist from the Zhou family, and a top-tier one at that. Out of the corner of his eye, he cast a glance at Lu Fan, whose expression remained unchanged, as if he were entirely accustomed to such a spectacle. Zhou Long coldly turned his gaze back to Li Feng and inquired, "So, are you now reassured of our strength?" Li Feng was taken aback. It was inconceivable for an ordinary person to achieve such feats. The other party was indeed a master sent by the Zhou family to protect them. Yet, one question lingered. Why would the illustrious Zhou family hold Lu Fan in such high regard? She even sensed an intentional effort from the Zhou family to curry favor with him. While she was lost in thought, Su Tianhua quickly interjected, addressing Zhou Long. "My wife has been disrespectful and blind. I sincerely apologize for her offenses, and I hope Mr. Zhou will forgive her." Zhou Long raised his hand dismissively, stating coldly, "It matters not. Her belief or disbelief is irrelevant to us. We are here to serve Dr. Lu." Li Feng's complexion changed drastically upon hearing this. Zhou Long and his companions were indeed experts from the Zhou family, and just moments ago, she had mocked them as mere actors hired by Lu Fan. They must surely be incensed with her now. She hastily offered flattering words to Zhou Long. "Mr. Zhou, I was mistaken. I lacked discernment and spoke thoughtlessly. Please, show mercy and do not hold it against me." Zhou Long replied indifferently, "As I have mentioned, I have no significant relationship with you. Our purpose is to serve Dr. Lu." Panic surged within Li Feng. Zhou Long's words clearly indicated his displeasure. Each mention of serving Dr. Lu raised questions about what Lu Fan had done to earn such humble respect from these formidable experts. Zhou Long completely disregarded Li Feng. Bowing respectfully to Lu Fan, "Please, Dr. Lu, give your instructions." Lu Fan smiled faintly and replied, "I wonder if Zhou Ping has informed you, but I do not require protection." Zhou Long was momentarily taken aback. "I have heard from the family head and Zhou Hu about your capability to eliminate a B-class assassin from the Song family. However, the Song family employs insidious tactics. While they may not pose a direct threat to you, they will undoubtedly target your family." As he spoke, Zhou Long's gaze shifted to Su Ruohan. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. That is indeed true. This situation complicates matters for Su Ruohan and the Su family. He reminisced about the days of his solitude, cherishing the freedom he once had. When adversaries sought to leverage his family against him, he would merely chuckle, for he had no family to threaten. His only close relation was his master, who was even more powerful than he. If they could not overcome Lu Fan, they would certainly not be able to retaliate against his master. However, now he had to acknowledge that this predicament entangled Su Ruohan and her family as well. The Song family has begun to exert pressure on Su Tianhua, with the onset of darkness serving as a crucial deadline. Should Su Tianhua fail to surrender before nightfall, one cannot predict the extreme measures the Song family might resort to. Even if Lu Fan were invincible, it would be impossible for him to remain at the Su residence indefinitely to protect them. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan nodded and proposed, "Let two remain to safeguard my wife, two to protect my father-in-law, and as for me, there is no need for the Zhou family to concern themselves." "Understood," Zhou Long replied promptly, turning to his companions. "Zhou Qian and Zhou Kuan, you shall protect Mr. Su Tianhua. Zhou Zhen, you will accompany me to guard Mrs. Lu. Let us remember our mission. Even at the cost of our lives, we must not allow Mr. Su or Mrs. Lu to suffer the slightest harm." "Yes," the three responded in unison. "Mrs. Lu?" At Zhou Long's words, Su Ruohan was taken aback, a flush of color rising to her cheeks. Once, she had held Lu Fan in slight disdain, yet now, being referred to as Mrs. Lu filled her with a sense of pride and satisfaction. Upon hearing that her name was absent from the list of those to be protected, Li Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. She hurried to Lu Fan, exclaiming, "What about me? Lu Fan, have you forgotten your mother?" "You?" Lu Fan looked at Li Feng and chuckled softly. "My mother-in-law is so formidable. Does she truly require protection from others?" Li Feng was left speechless. Lu Fan was indeed holding a grudge. Two were designated to protect Su Tianhua, and two for Su Ruohan, leaving her to face danger alone. Simultaneously, Zhou Long cast a glance at Lu Fan, questioning whether this arrangement was prudent. Dr. Liu, should I send 2 more individuals to assist? That won't be necessary. My mother-in-law needs no protection. Your 4 are sufficient. Very well, Dr. Liu, I comprehend. Zhou Long nodded in agreement. Frantically, Li Feng, desperate and overwhelmed, nearly collapsed to the ground. Mr. Zhou, please make a call and arrange for more personnel. Do not heed Lu Fan's nonsense. I require protection, especially protection. Zhou Long shook his head coldly. I'm sorry, but we will only follow Dr. Liu's instructions. Li Feng's eyes widened in shock, completely at a loss. Naturally, she was a person who feared for her life, and when faced with such peril, she disregarded all else. She quickly turned to Lu Fan, donning a facade of flattery, as if nothing had transpired before. Xiao Fan, my good son-in-law, I realize my mistakes. You are magnanimous. Please, do not hold this against me. That is not possible. Lu Fan resolutely shook his head, smiling lightly as he said, I am rather petty and hold grudges. Li Feng was once again left dumbfounded. It seemed Lu Fan was indeed targeting her. She then turned to Su Tianhua, pleading, Tianhua, could you perhaps speak to our good son-in-law on my behalf? Su Tianhua furrowed his brow deeply, displaying an expression of helplessness. It was evident that Lu Fan was quite upset. Having endured countless insults from his wife, it would not be so simple to seek his favor in times of need. Xiao Fan, your mother-in-law. Su Tianhua attempted to interject several times, but ultimately fell silent, his efforts proving fruitless. Li Feng was on the verge of tears, and when she turned to Su Ruohan, it was as if she had found a glimmer of hope. Ruohan, my dear daughter, please speak a kind word for your mother to your husband. The Song family is coming to harm me. Su Ruohan, with a look of helplessness, pouted. Who told you to always trouble Lu Fan? Li Feng, feeling wronged, replied, isn't it for your sake? Su Ruohan retorted angrily, for my sake? If it weren't for Lu Fan, you would have sent me straight into the jaws of a wolf. Is that what you call doing it for me? Li Feng was left speechless, merely staring at Su Ruohan in silence. Forget it, Su Ruohan thought, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Regardless of how despicable Li Feng's actions were, she was still her mother. After her anger slightly subsided, Su Ruohan turned to Lu Fan and said, Lu Fan, my mother acknowledges her mistakes. Please don't be angry anymore. When we return home tonight, I will make it up to you properly. Make it up to me tonight. Lu Fan's eyes lit up at her words. What do you mean by that? Su Ruohan bit her lip, feeling quite embarrassed in front of so many people. I can promise you any request you desire. How about that? Any request? Lu Fan pondered for a moment, deeming this a profitable deal, and readily agreed. All right, I accept. Chapter 56. Could Lu Fan be a pervert? Upon hearing Lu Fan's swift agreement, Su Ruohan panicked. He wouldn't he ask for something outrageous, would he? Perhaps he would want some special service from her. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. Could Lu Fan truly be a pervert? At that moment, Lu Fan turned to Zhou Long and said, you 4 stay behind to protect my parents-in-law. Li Feng rejoiced, my wonderful son-in-law. I truly did not misjudge you. Su Tianhua was left speechless. Zhou Long, puzzled, furrowed his brow and asked Lu Fan, what about Mrs. Liu? Su Ruohan then realized that Lu Fan had left the Zhou family's experts to guard her parents. What would happen to her? Right, Lu Fan, what about me? Naturally. You will be my shadow. From today onwards, wherever I go, you will follow. The Song family harbored the greatest animosity towards him and Su Ruohan. They likely did not harbor such deep hatred for Su Tianhua and Li Feng. Therefore, if the Song family were to strike again, they would undoubtedly target him and Su Ruohan. Lu Fan could not rest easy knowing only the Zhou family's experts were with Su Ruohan. Although he had not yet acknowledged Su Ruohan's position in his heart, upon reflection, he realized she could be quite endearing at times. Lu Fan would not stand by and watch her come to harm. Be my shadow? Su Ruohan hesitated, stumbling over her words. Are you unwilling? Lu Fan countered. Su Ruohan shook her head. It's not that I wouldn't, but you're a man and I'm a woman. What about when I need to use the restroom? Haha. Lu Fan couldn't help but laugh. What are you afraid of? At worst, you can just accompany me to the men's restroom to take care of it together. Hello. Lu Fan. Su Ruohan was utterly speechless, her cheeks flushed crimson. Noticing her embarrassment, Lu Fan solemnly reassured her, do not worry about this matter. A solution will inevitably present itself in due time. What kind of solution? Su Ruohan inquired with curiosity. I shall accompany you to the ladies' restroom to resolve it, he replied. What? Su Ruohan was taken aback. This rogue. She had expected him to devise a clever plan, Yet this was merely a repetition of his previous suggestion. Shameless. In the opulent residence of the Song family, Song Tian slammed his hand against the nearby stone table with a resounding thud. Song Feng is unreachable. What on earth is happening? Song Feng was the B-level assassin who had been swiftly eliminated by Lu Fan at the alleyway. Song Tian had dispatched him to surveil the vicinity of the Su family, with explicit orders to eliminate Lu Fan upon encounter, while capturing Su Ruohan to bring her back to the Song household. As for Su Tianhua and Li Feng, should they refuse cooperation, they were to be discreetly dealt with. Yet now, Song Feng had inexplicably gone missing. The elite of the Song family would not simply vanish without reason. The only plausible explanation was that he had met his demise, for only the deceased could become unreachable. The steward replied, "Master." The last message from Song Feng indicated that he had seen that boy Lu Fan exiting the Su residence, and he intended to approach and eliminate him. He went to kill Lu, only to be killed himself? Song Tian pondered in confusion. Isn't that Lu merely a physician in the internal medicine department of Lingjiang Hospital? With his capabilities, could he possibly have defeated our B-level assassin? The steward shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. "Master, it is likely that another assailant was responsible for Song Feng's demise." "Oh." Song Tian narrowed his eyes. The steward continued. Some associates reported that Zhou Long from the Zhou family was seen heading towards the Su residence alongside his brothers Zhou Qian, Zhou Kuan, and Zhou Zhun. The Zhou family's ascension among the four great families of Lingjiang relied on their formidable warriors. Master Zhou Ping was renowned for his unmatched prowess in Lingjiang, and Zhou Long, along with his brothers, ranked just beneath him in strength, an awareness that Song Tian possessed. Zhou Long, the Zhou family? Song Tian's expression darkened as he turned to the steward and inquired again. "Are you implying that it was the Zhou family who eliminated our men?" The steward shook his head once more. "I cannot say for certain. We currently lack evidence, but I sense a strong likelihood. Even the Zhou family dares to wade into this murky water?" Song Tian's countenance grew grim. He could not fathom why the Zhou family, with their moderate ties to the Su family, would provoke a conflict with the Song family over such a trivial matter. "Master, what should we do now? Should we continue dispatching A-level assassins?" "Absolutely not." Song Tian scoffed coldly. "Song Feng's strength placed him among the top 5 in our family. Zhou Long's prowess is not inferior to any of our A-level experts, making such a course of action exceedingly perilous." At that moment, Song Qingjia, lying on a hospital bed, sat up and began to wail. "Father, are you truly going to let this go? They have injured me so severely. You cannot allow them to escape unpunished." Slap. Before he could finish, Song Tian struck him across the face. "Useless waste, why the urgency? I have already stated that this matter should be considered settled. How many times have I taught you to be cunning and watchful? Yet, you did not heed my words. Now, look at the consequences. You have brought disgrace upon my family." Song Tian covered his stinging cheek and immediately acknowledged his son's misstep, saying, "Father, I was wrong. It's all Lu Fan's fault. He stole my woman and was too ruthless." With tears streaming down his face, Song Qingjia lamented. After delivering a resounding slap, Song Tian's expression softened as he gently caressed his son's cheek, saying, "Enough, my son, do not weep. I shall avenge you. No one dares to harm the son of Song Tian in Lingjiang, for such a person has yet to be born. However, this matter requires careful consideration." After departing from the Su family, Su Ruohan drove Lu Fan directly to her residence. Given the gravity of the situation, she felt compelled to set aside her work and opt for remote tasks. Along the way, Su Ruohan, with her beautiful eyes, turned to Lu Fan and inquired, "Lu Fan, tell me, what is it that you require of me?" Su Ruohan was a woman of her word, having promised to fulfill one of Lu Fan's requests. She intended to keep that promise. "Accompany me to obtain a divorce certificate," Lu Fan stated nonchalantly. "What?" Su Ruohan was caught off guard by his abruptness. This scoundrel was so eager to sever their ties. Anger surged within her, and she almost resolved to initiate divorce proceedings on impulse. However, upon reflection, she realized that divorcing Lu Fan would only serve the desires of that enchantress, Qin Yi. Most importantly, after spending the past few days together, Su Ruohan found Lu Fan to be rather agreeable. With this in mind, Su Ruohan firmly rejected his request, declaring, "That is out of the question. We can discuss other matters." Lu Fan smirked slightly. "Very well, let us save that discussion for later tonight." "Why tonight?" Su Ruohan's cheeks flushed. You cannot possibly intend to do something inappropriate, can you? Inappropriate? Lu Fan chuckled at her vigilance. Did you really think you could foresee my intentions? Chapter 57. Are you so impressive? Lu Fan, with a teasing demeanor, unnerved Su Ruohan. Although they had now obtained their marriage certificate, the thought of engaging in such activities still filled her with trepidation. Lu Fan smiled. What is the matter? Did you not promise me any request? That does not give you license to act recklessly. Su Ruohan's face turned crimson. Who said I would act recklessly? Su Ruohan retorted. Your gaze betrays you. No. Lu Fan replied earnestly, shaking his head. I am still a virgin. I am quite innocent. Su Ruohan's eyes widened in disbelief. You innocent? Tomorrow the sun will rise from the west. Do you not believe me? To trust you would be sheer folly. As Lu Fan gazed at Su Ruohan against the backdrop of the setting sun, her eyes seemed to shimmer like radiant jewels. What are you staring at? Feeling self-conscious under Lu Fan's intense gaze, Su Ruohan fidgeted. I am admiring your beauty, Lu Fan stated sincerely. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Su Ruohan felt somewhat bewildered and at a loss. It turned out this fellow could also offer compliments. With a hint of pride, Su Ruohan retorted, I am inherently beautiful. Even if you praise me, I shall not forgive you. No, Lu Fan shook his head. Your beauty is confined to specific moments and angles. What? Su Ruohan's face flushed with indignation as she argued. I am always beautiful. Thank you very much. Lu Fan shook his head once more. I have come to realize that you are not as aloof as you present yourself. Aloof? Su Ruohan furrowed her brows. Aloofness was merely a facade she wore for outsiders. Lu Fan continued. On the contrary, you possess a hint of hidden allure. Me alluring? Su Ruohan paused, astonished that Lu Fan would use such a term to describe her. She immediately shot back. You are the one who's alluring. I am quite serious. Lu Fan replied earnestly. Su Ruohan instantly dismissed him. Serious my foot. Your mind is filled with schemes, and your heart harbors wicked thoughts. Lu Fan merely smiled faintly. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ruohan inquired, by the way, are you truly formidable? Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Why do you ask such a question? I simply wish to understand why you do not require protection from the Zhou family, nor do they feel the need to protect me, Su Ruohan clarified. Lu Fan replied nonchalantly, because I am quite capable. This single statement left Su Ruohan speechless. What kind of answer was that? Was it not akin to saying nothing at all? What? Do you not believe me? Lu Fan turned to Su Ruohan and asked. Su Ruohan rolled her eyes. Big brother. That is not my intention. I merely wish to know, in what way are you formidable? Are you truly superior to the experts of the Zhou family? Of course. When you witness my true capabilities, you will understand that the members of the Zhou family are far from being experts. Su Ruohan scoffed again. You are just boasting. Your words could almost reach the heavens. Lu Fan chuckled. Believe it or not, it matters not. No, I do believe, Su Ruohan said earnestly. To me, you are exceedingly mysterious. Lu Fan inquired. What is mysterious about me? You possess medical skills, martial prowess, and you are immune to all poisons. That is but a fraction of my merits. It hardly counts. Then what is your greatest merit? Su Ruohan asked with genuine seriousness. I am handsome and charming. Su Ruohan was once again at a loss for words. Heavens, what was I expecting? How can Lu Fan be so self-absorbed? Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, she rubbed her forehead and said, Very well, I acknowledge you. Lu Fan nodded earnestly. Thank you. Taking a deep breath and summoning her courage, Su Ruohan asked. One last question. Go ahead, Lu Fan replied, unperturbed and willing to engage Su Ruohan further. Just as he finished speaking, Su Ruohan unexpectedly asked, Do you like me? Lu Fan was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from Su Ruohan. I want to hear the truth. For reasons unknown. Su Ruohan was particularly concerned about Lu Fan's perception of her. Just a little bit. Lu Fan did not shy away from his feelings. His response was already quite unexpected for Su Ruohan. She had anticipated a straightforward rejection, yet he replied with a hint of fondness. Though it was merely a sliver of affection, Su Ruohan's heart surged with excitement. After all, after so many days of interaction and effort, she had finally garnered a semblance of reciprocation. In the next moment, with hopeful eyes, she gazed into Lu Fan's and inquired, Is it truly just a little bit? Lu Fan nodded. Yes, a little bit is still significant. Upon hearing this, Su Ruohan turned her head away defiantly, letting out a haughty hum. Lu Fan asked, What are you huffing about? Nothing. Even if Lu Fan had casually suggested that perhaps he liked her a bit more, Su Ruohan would have responded without hesitation, confessing her own feelings. Yet, how could he say that a little bit was already enough? Such a straight man. A thoroughly unyielding straight man. Ignoring him, Su Ruohan pressed the accelerator to the floor. After a few days of riding in Su Ruohan's car, Lu Fan found himself gradually adapting to her speed. Upon returning home, they shared a simple dinner in the community before heading back. During this time, Su Ruohan was on edge, fearing that the assassins from the Song family might come after her and Lu Fan. Lu Fan, confident in his abilities, remained unperturbed, indulging in his meals and drinks without a care. Once home, they each took a hot shower. With her hair damp and freshly washed, Su Ruohan emanated a captivating fragrance. Wrapped in a towel, she emerged from the bathroom only to find Lu Fan, clad in oversized shorts, seated in the living room, gazing at her with interest. Su Ruohan let out a sharp scream. Lu Fan, lost in thought, was jolted by her sudden cry, which pierced his nerves and disrupted his concentration. He clicked his tongue. "What are you shouting for? Have you lost your mind? Why are you sitting in the living room instead of your room? And leering at me like a pervert? Who else leering at you?" I was deep in thought. To be honest, had he not caught a whiff of Su Ruohan's delightful scent, he might not have even noticed she had finished her shower. "You rogue." Lu Fan was at a loss for words. "I'm minding my own business." "Are you slandering me?" "That's exactly what it is, and now you can't even handle the truth." Su Ruohan felt as though Lu Fan could see right through her. "All right." Observing her tightly clasped hands over her chest, Lu Fan chuckled. "Since you've labeled me a rogue, let me show you what a true rogue really is." Chapter 58. Go ahead and scream. With that, Lu Fan rose and approached Su Ruohan, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Rogue, you mustn't act recklessly." Su Ruohan was suddenly flustered, her hands tightly clutching the bath towel wrapped around her body, as if a fawn were frantically pounding in her chest. "A rogue?" Lu Fan chuckled. "Today, I shall indeed embrace this rogue persona." As he spoke, his left hand casually rested on Su Ruohan's back, while his right hand slid down to the bend of her leg, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. Su Ruohan found herself utterly defenseless against him. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to scream." "Haha, scream if you wish. It's just the two of us in this room. Even if you shouted until your throat was raw, no one would hear you." With that, Lu Fan carried Su Ruohan to the sofa and unceremoniously tossed her onto it. Her face flushed a deep crimson, her breath quickening. She couldn't help but worry that her first time would be lost in such a predicament. Just then, Lu Fan's fingers suddenly poked at the ticklish spot on Su Ruohan's body. For a moment, she was taken aback, feeling every nerve in her body become restless. "Ah ha ha." Unable to contain herself, Su Ruohan burst into uncontrollable laughter. Amidst her laughter, she exclaimed, "Lu Fan, you scoundrel. What on earth have you done to me?" "Nothing much. I merely tickled your spot. How do you feel? Are you not enjoying yourself?" Su Ruohan was on the brink of collapse, never expecting Lu Fan would resort to such tactics. "I can't take it anymore. I'm about to die from laughter. Lu Fan, I was wrong. Please, let me stop." She wriggled in a chaotic struggle on the sofa. Lu Fan, watching with delight, replied, "What did you do wrong? I shouldn't have called you a rogue. Good husband. Please let me stop." Lu Fan grinned mischievously. "Calling me husband is not enough? I want to hear you say it." Su Ruohan hesitated. "You want me to call you that?" "Absolutely not." "Is that so? Then you may continue to squirm here. It won't last too long, at most half an hour before it subsides." With a wicked smile, Lu Fan sauntered off to his room. "What? Half an hour?" Su Ruohan nearly lost her mind at the thought. "I was wrong. I'll say it, all right." In utter despair, she finally acquiesced, gently parting her lips to utter the two words in a barely audible whisper. The following morning, Lu Fan awoke at his usual time. However, today he did not venture out for his morning exercise by the river. Instead, he practiced some basic energy cultivation at home. If he were to go outside, he would need to bring the slumbering Su Ruohan along. She was, after all, a lazy girl who considered waking up at 6 o'clock a chore, let alone rising at 5 to exercise by the river. As for Su Ruohan's promise to fulfill any of Lu Fan's requests, he had not yet decided on a specific demand, opting to save it for another day. After a simple breakfast, Su Ruohan made a phone call to Su Tianhua and Li Feng, with 4 skilled guards from the Zhou family watching over them. The Song family's assassins had ceased their pursuits. Su Ruohan exhaled in relief. "Wonderful. With the prowess of the Zhou family on our side, the Song family dares not act against us." Indeed, Lu Fan nodded thoughtfully while savoring his meal. However, just as she felt a sense of ease, anxiety crept back into Su Ruohan's heart. Lu Fan, slightly curling his lip, inquired, "What troubles you now? Is there yet another concern?" "But we cannot rely on the Zhou family's guardianship for a lifetime," she contended. Lu Fan paused, realizing the validity of her words. While the Zhou family could protect Su Tianhua and his wife for a time, they could not serve as their eternal sentinels. The Song family, known for their vindictiveness, posed a significant threat. Should the Zhou family depart, Song family assassins could swiftly follow, complicating matters considerably. Should we perhaps resort to that artifact? Lu Fan pondered, recalling the Beidou order he carried with him. It was a meticulously crafted token, primarily used to command several brothers and subordinates. However, it bore an even more crucial function. If anyone dared to provoke Lu Fan, and he possessed evidence, he could legally eliminate the adversary. Lu Fan's confidence in openly dealing with the Song family's B-class assassins stemmed from this very authority. Furthermore, should the Song family dare to strike against him again, he could wield the Beidou order to eradicate them entirely. Yet, he felt it was not yet time for such drastic measures, and he did not regard the Song family with any trepidation. After all, Song Qingjia was the eldest son of the Song family, and resolving this issue would not be a simple task. Su Ruohan's worry deepened as she recalled another matter. "Oh, I remembered something else." "What is it?" "Aside from Song Qingjia, Song Tian has another son." Lu Fan dismissed the concern. "So what?" "It's quite normal for wealthy families to have multiple offspring." "No, his other son is different." Song Tian's second son, named Song Ku, was reportedly sent abroad to a notorious assassin organization at the age of 14. In the past decade, he has returned only twice, and coincidentally, both times coincided with the demise of two rival business magnates opposing the Song family. "Ah, I see." Lu Fan nodded in understanding. The reason the Song family stands among the four great families of Lingjiang is largely due to the contributions of this younger son. "Exactly." Su Ruohan's expression turned grave. "What if Song Ke returns? What shall we do?" Lu Fan smiled nonchalantly. "Then I shall await him. Assassins are most intriguing." "Are you confident?" Su Ruohan looked at Lu Fan with skepticism. "Do you doubt me?" he replied, gazing deep into her eyes. Su Ruohan furrowed her brows. "Never mind. Let us not dwell on this. Where shall we go next?" "Of course, we are heading to the hospital to find Qin. Is that even a question?" Chapter 59. Is your husband not official? "What?" Su Ruohan was taken aback. "At such a critical juncture, you still wish to visit that vixen, Qin? What else should I do?" Lu Fan shot her an exasperated glance. "I cannot simply stay cooped up at home every day." Su Ruohan pouted. "And what about me? You promised to protect me. Are you really going to the hospital with me? Won't that hinder my ability to protect you? It won tea, right?" Su Ruohan was at a loss for words. "Fine, let us go then." In a fit of pique, she thought it would allow her to keep an eye on Lu Fan and Qin, preventing them from engaging in any untoward conduct behind her back. Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. "You head downstairs to drive. I'll change my clothes and join you shortly." "What?" Su Ruohan was even more speechless. "So now I'm your personal chauffeur?" "You're absolutely correct," Lu Fan replied with a nod. "If you're unwilling, I can call Qin to come pick me up." As he spoke, he took out his phone to dial Qin. Su Ruohan hurriedly stopped him. All right. No need for that. I'll drive you myself." "That's more like it." Lu Fan smiled contentedly. Su Ruohan then changed her tone. "However, I need to put on some makeup first. I'm meeting Qin today," she declared, determined to look her best and outshine Qin in terms of presence. Lu Fan frowned slightly. "Do as you wish, but hurry up. Don't be late for work." Got it." Su Ruohan huffed, then dashed back to her room to apply her makeup. After more than half an hour, the two arrived at the hospital entrance. Su Ruohan took a deep breath, contemplating how to deal with Qin today. As soon as the car came to a halt, Lu Fan opened the door and exited. "Wait for me." Su Ruohan quickly followed, linking her arms with his. This action made Lu Fan quite uncomfortable, considering the numerous colleagues around. He was there for work, after all, and it could create a poor impression. "Why are you so close to me?" Lu Fan inquired. Su Ruohan grinned mischievously. "To ensure you protect me better." "What if a killer suddenly appears? What would you do if you couldn't save me?" Lu Fan rolled his eyes. "No one within 10 steps can challenge me. So just maintain that distance." With that, he pushed Su Ruohan away. Su Ruohan stamped her foot in frustration, still clinging to Lu Fan's arm as they entered the hospital. She aimed to provoke Qin, but was dismayed by Lu Fan's lack of cooperation, leaving her both angry and annoyed. Countless men had sought to approach her in the past, but she had never paid them any mind. Yet with Lu Fan, he seemed indifferent to her, even when he had the opportunity to take things further the previous night. Instead, he merely teased her. Su Ruohan was now questioning her existence. I insist on clinging to your arm. She bit her lip and followed him stubbornly. Are you ever going to stop being annoying? Lu Fan sighed, resigned to allow this little woman to have her way. Just then, he sensed an unwelcome gaze fixated on him, and Su Ruohan from his left. Someone's coming. Lu Fan paused and turned his head to the left, glancing casually. Su Ruohan gasped, Who is it? Is it a killer? No, he replied. Lu Fan shook his head and noticed a seemingly ordinary boy approaching them briskly from the left. From a considerable distance, the boy greeted Su Ruohan, saying, Ruohan, long time no see. What brings you to the hospital today? It turned out he had come to find Su Ruohan, and Lu Fan nonchalantly turned his head away. Upon hearing someone greet her, Su Ruohan furrowed her brows, momentarily perplexed as she felt a hint of familiarity with the person before her. Yet she could not recall his name. You are? Su Ruohan inquired as the person drew closer. The boy shot a disdainful glance at Lu Fan before enthusiastically addressing Su Ruohan. Ruohan, don't you remember me? I'm Su Hai, your high school classmate. Su Hai? Su Ruohan lowered her head in contemplation for a moment, then remarked, I remember now. Are you here for a checkup as well? He was a male classmate from Su Ruohan's high school days, who had once pursued her. Unfortunately, she had never acknowledged his advances. No. Su Hai shook his head proudly. I'm a doctor here, officially employed. Oh, Su Ruohan nodded. Su Hai's self-satisfaction left her momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Lu Fan glanced at the time and urged, Let us go, we're going to be late. Su Ruohan nodded in agreement. Wait, Ruohan. As the two prepared to leave, Su Hai hurriedly blocked their path. Is this your boyfriend? He asked, scrutinizing Lu Fan with a disdainful expression, pondering how the once cold goddess Su Ruohan could be walking hand in hand with someone like him. Su Ruohan shook her head. He is not my boyfriend. He is my husband. Husband? Ruohan, you're married? Su Hai was taken aback, astonished that she hadn't informed her old classmate. He had harbored feelings for Su Ruohan since high school, and although their contact had diminished during university, he had always kept tabs on her. Yet, he had never heard news of her marriage. Su Ruohan belonged to a prominent family, and Su Hai had lacked the confidence to pursue her until recently, when he secured a formal contract with the hospital, prompting him to resolve to win her over. Little did he expect that Su Ruohan had already tied the knot, and with someone as unremarkable as Lu Fan, no less. How unfortunate, Su Hai thought bitterly, his feelings churning in discontent. Apologies for the sudden news, Su Ruohan said politely, lightly brushing her bangs aside as she responded to Su Hai. In truth, she hadn't even saved his contact information. Su Hai, feeling irked by Lu Fan, sought to showcase his abilities in front of Su Ruohan while simultaneously undermining Lu Fan. Oh, I see you're here for a consultation. If so, come with me. I can help you secure an appointment with a specialist. Su Ruohan repeatedly waved her hands in refusal. Thank you, but we're not here for a consultation. My husband works here. Oh, is that so? What a coincidence, we are colleagues. Su Hai chuckled upon hearing this, and with a smug smile, he remarked to Su Ruohan, Isn't your husband just a temporary worker? I don't recall seeing him before. Su Ruohan was momentarily taken aback, as Lu Fan had only recently joined the hospital, and she was not well versed in his circumstances. Although her classmate's initial conversation was somewhat agreeable, the subsequent remarks left her increasingly uncomfortable. She glanced at Lu Fan, uncertain of how to respond. Lu Fan turned around, casually chuckling and nodding. You are correct. I am indeed a temporary worker, having just started at this hospital. Chapter 60. Revenge is best served overnight. Upon hearing Lu Fan describe himself as a temporary worker, Su Hai's sense of superiority surged. Oh, a temporary worker? That explains why I haven't seen you before. Su Hai muttered under his breath. The salary difference between a temporary and a permanent staff member is several thousand a month. You really need to put in some effort. Su Ruohan awkwardly nodded, casting a troubled glance at Lu Fan. Su Hai, feigning concern, added, however, our hospital is a top-tier institution. Securing a permanent position here is quite challenging. Don't worry, Ruohan. I have connections that can expedite your husband's transition to a permanent role. How about you join me for dinner tonight, and we can discuss this matter in detail. Typically, women care deeply about their partner's careers. Su Hai calculated that since his uncle was the vice president in charge of personnel at the hospital, he could leverage this situation to coerce Su Ruohan into an intimate encounter. This tactic was Su Hai's usual ploy, often effective on naive young nurses fresh from school and still in their probationary period. Despite Su Ruohan being married, Su Hai was entirely indifferent, even finding the thrill of pursuing a married woman more enticing. As he reached out to grasp Su Ruohan's hand, she instinctively recoiled closer to Lu Fan, a reaction that Lu Fan observed. He swiftly seized Su Hai's wrist, twisting it at a sharp angle, and coldly stated, "Remove your filthy hands and keep your distance from my wife." Su Hai yelped in pain. "Ouch. Why are you like this? Why resort to violence right away?" Lu Fan scoffed. "Had you touched my wife just now, you would already be facing dire consequences." With that, Lu Fan released Su Hai's wrist and forcefully pushed him a meter away. "Care to strike me again? It seems you are ready to jeopardize your position in this hospital." As his words fell, Lu Fan delivered a resounding slap to Su Hai's face. "Do not assume I am unaware of your malicious intentions towards my wife. You'll pay for this." Su Hai retorted angrily, clutching his stinging right cheek. Lu Fan responded with a calm smile. "Wait? There is no need to wait. I can continue to deal with you right now." With that, he delivered another sharp slap, this time to Su Hai's left cheek. Revenge should not be delayed. And this is a guiding principle for Lu Fan. Moreover, considering that the adversary seeks to exploit the opportunity of suppressing him to threaten Su Ruohan, such a transgression against Lu Fan's bottom line is utterly intolerable. Su Hai, covering his face with both hands, exclaimed, "Let us go to the dean's office and report your assault." "Who will you report?" At that moment, Dean Yao Shuezhen of the Central Hospital approached briskly, briefcase in hand. "Dean?" Su Hai, seeing Yao Shuezhen, rushed over as if he had seen his own father, and in a bid to preemptively accuse, said, "Dean, this individual is a temporary worker at our hospital, and he dared to strike me in front of so many people. How arrogant." Yao Shuezhen glanced at Su Hai, entirely disregarding him, and turned to Lu Fan with a smile. "Dr. Lu, I have instructed my secretary to proceed with your formal employment paperwork. In no more than 3 days, you shall be officially recognized and enjoy the privileges of an expert." The remarkable feats of Lu Fan in resurrecting patients from cerebral hemorrhage through acupuncture have spread across numerous hospitals, prompting many doctors to aspire to learn from the Central Hospital. Yao Shuezhen felt a great sense of pride and held Lu Fan in high esteem. "Thank you, Dean Yao," Lu Fan replied courteously with a nod. "What? He can be formalized?" Upon hearing that Lu Fan was about to be officially recognized and would receive expert benefits, Su Hai immediately expressed his discontent. "Dean, he just assaulted me. How can you grant such a person formal recognition? Moreover, he has only recently joined our hospital." "Assaulted you?" Yao Shuezhen finally turned his gaze towards Su Hai. "What happened?" Su Hai, seeking to cast himself as the victim, recounted, "I merely wished to discuss work with him, and then he struck me." "That is not true." Su Ruohan promptly shook her head in denial. "He attempted to take advantage of me, and my husband struck him in defense." "Who attempted to take advantage of you?" "Su Ruohan. How can you slander someone so baselessly?" Before Su Hai could finish his retort, Yao Shuezhen interrupted, "Enough. Cease this uproar in front of so many people at the hospital's main entrance. It is utterly inappropriate." Yao Shuezhen admonished Su Hai. "It is already working hours, and the infectious disease department is so busy. Do you have time to idle here? Hurry back to work." After being chastised by Yao Shuezhen, Su Hai immediately shrank back. "Yes, Dean, I will go at once." He shot Lu Fan a venomous glare before hastily retreating into the outpatient hall. Once Su Hai had departed, Yao Shuezhen once again expressed his apologies to Lu Fan. "He is still young and lacks understanding. Please do not take offense." "It is of no consequence." Lu Fan raised his hand to signal that Yao Shuezhen need not worry. "I see there are numerous patients today. I shall return to my consultations." "Very well." Yao Shuezhen nodded repeatedly. Lu Fan slightly inclined his head in acknowledgement. Then, taking Su Ruohan's hand, exited the hospital and headed towards the internal medicine department. As Lu Fan reached the entrance, Qin Yi approached, vibrant and lively. "Brother, you are here. I missed you dearly after not seeing you yesterday." Lu Fan smiled and replied, "Let us discuss inside." "All right," Qin Yi nodded. "Such a silly panda, always calling me brother. Isn't it a bit too sweet?" As soon as the words fell, Su Ruohan, who had been following Lu Fan, appeared before Qin Yi. Upon hearing the voice and seeing Su Ruohan's face, Qin Yi's smile abruptly froze. "Oh, why did you come too, Nini? with Lu Fan standing between them. One could palpably sense the thick tension brewing. Su Ruohan let out a light laugh. Isn't it simply because I feared you might be lonely? What? Are you unhappy about it, you dead panda? The two of them shoved Lu Fan aside, puffing out their chests and glaring fiercely at one another, neither willing to yield. Lu Fan, wearing a look of exasperation, attempted to mediate. All right. You two have been old classmates for years. Is this really necessary? Humph. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the two finally parted ways. Qin turned to Lu Fan and asked, Brother, what is going on? Oh, it's nothing much. Su Ruohan will be with me for the next few days. In Chapter 61, Who is the Legitimate Wife? Lu Fan recounted the general situation to Qin. After grasping the context, Qin remarked teasingly, I thought so. Nini, you can't keep doing this. Why do you always cause trouble for my brother? He has so much to handle daily. It's quite inconvenient for him. I assent it? Su Ruohan huffed, crossing her arms defiantly. My husband hasn't complained. Why should you care? Of course, your matters are none of my business. I'm just concerned for my brother. He has a lot on his plate. Dealing with a scheming woman like Qin left Su Ruohan at a loss, especially with that expression of a green tea princess, which only fueled her irritation. Handling so much? Do you treat him like a king? Qin replied without a hint of concern. Indeed, in my heart. My brother holds a status even higher than a king. Su Ruohan burst into laughter. Oh, what a flatterer. If he is the king, then I am the rightful queen. While you vixen, are merely a concubine at best. Qin chuckled. You claim to be the queen? Is that so certain? Shall I bring out the marriage certificate for you to see? Knowing she would meet Qin today, Su Ruohan had taken the marriage certificate with her, intending to flaunt her position as the legitimate wife and provoke her rival. It's just a marriage certificate. What is so remarkable about it? Qin said dismissively. My brother has already told me all about your situation. It's merely a sham marriage. Furthermore, he married you for my sake. Nini, you're quite the schemer. You. Su Ruohan glared in frustration. Qin was not wrong. Back then, to secure her marriage with Lu Fan, Su Ruohan had introduced Qin to him. At this moment, Su Ruohan couldn't help but regret her earlier decision. With no other option, she decided to play her trump card, regardless of the circumstances. As long as I do not divorce Lu Fan, you shall not seize the opportunity to intrude. Humph, I shall infuriate you. Qin squinted with a playful smirk. Oh no, I don't need that. One day, when my little brother falls in love with me, we'll leave Lingjiang together and roam the world, living a life akin to celestial lovers. A mere marriage certificate? How could it possibly bind my dear brother? Nini, you really overestimate yourself. Su Ruohan, increasingly infuriated by her words, narrowed her eyes and retorted, Oh really? So you openly intend to be a mistress? Who is the mistress? You. Yes, you. The two women clashed fiercely, their argument intensifying to the point of potential physical confrontation. At last, Lu Fan could no longer tolerate the commotion. The most dreaded scenario for an emperor is chaos in the harem amidst a peaceful realm. He swiftly separated Qin and Su Ruohan, positioning them at the two farthest corners of the internal medicine office. Enough. This is a hospital. Will you cease this endless bickering? If you continue, each of you will lose 10 points, especially you, Su Ruohan. You're already in a precarious situation. Su Ruohan pointed to herself, momentarily at a loss for words. She was incensed. Why was she the one being reprimanded for arguing with Qin? However, due to Lu Fan's authority, she dared not speak further. She turned her head away, striving to ignore Qin Yi's infuriating visage. In a hushed tone, she muttered, Humph, if you want to stop, then I won't stoop to the level of certain loudmouths. Though her voice was barely audible, Qin caught every word. Nini, what did you just call me? Silence. Lu Fan shot a glare at Qin, who promptly fell silent. All right, dear brother, since you dislike it when your sister argues, I shall refrain from stooping to her level. You've been here for a while. Surely you're thirsty. Allow me to fetch you some water. With that, Qin swayed gracefully towards the water dispenser, filling 2 cups, one for Lu Fan and one for herself. Gently offering the water to Lu Fan, she said, Here, brother, have a drink. This gesture drew another scornful glance from Su Ruohan. How flirtatious. No wonder she attracts so many men. After Lu Fan finished drinking, Qin took a sip herself, parched from the earlier argument. Noticing that both had quenched their thirst, Su Ruohan, feeling equally dry, assertively demanded, I want some water too. Where's the paper cup? Qin glanced at Su Ruohan, chuckling lightly. If you desire water, go fetch it from the hospital lobby. The water here is only fit for my brother. Su Ruohan was rendered speechless. You stubborn panda, not even a sip for me? I used to share spicy strips with you back in elementary school. Meanie, that was ages ago. Besides, didn't I share candy with you then as well? Lu Fan was utterly speechless. How could they still be referencing their elementary school days? Furthermore, he could scarcely imagine the two stunning beauties, Qin Yi and Su Ruohan, munching on spicy strips together. Excessive consumption of spicy strips is detrimental to one's health. It's likely that even now, they would refrain from indulging in them. However, the sight of them savoring spicy strips and Taiwanese grilled sausages will undoubtedly be witnessed in the future. Contemplating this, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile inwardly. Su Ruohan, feeling vexed, picked up a paper cup, intending to fetch some water from outside. Lu Fan called after her, saying, "Wait, don't go out, it's unsafe. I must accompany you." Indeed, he almost forgot this matter. Outside, there might be lurking assassins from the Song family. Su Ruohan's range of movement was confined to within 10 steps of Lu Fan. "But I'm thirsty," she retorted, turning back to look at Lu Fan with a pitiful expression. Strangely enough, Su Ruohan's demeanor in that moment appeared rather endearing. Lu Fan chuckled and inquired, "Are you still going to argue?" Su Ruohan shook her head, looking forlorn. "No more arguing." "Good," he replied, then cast a glance at Qin Yi, signaling her to allow Su Ruohan to drink water. Qin Yi, ever understanding, immediately dropped her previous demeanor upon receiving Lu Fan's cue, saying, "All right, for your brother's sake, I won't make things difficult for you. Meanie, you can drink water here." Su Ruohan frowned slightly, but chose not to respond. Heading to the water dispenser to fill a cup, the internal medicine office finally fell into a serene silence, and Lu Fan glanced at the two women, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, these two women were quite obedient to his words, much to his satisfaction. Meanwhile, Ma Dong had requested an extended leave after his previous embarrassment and had not been seen at work for 3 or 4 days. Lu Fan felt considerably better in his absence. Just then, the office's landline rang urgently. It was Director Yao Xuezheng calling. Chapter 62. Can you treat illnesses? Qin Yi picked up the receiver and said, "Hello, Director Yao. This is Qin Yi." "Oh, it's you, Qin Yi. Is Dr. Lu in the office?" On the other end, Yao Xuezheng's tone was somewhat anxious. "He is here," Qin Yi replied. "Great. There's a patient in the emergency room. Please have Dr. Lu come take a look." Yao Xuezheng exclaimed with relief. "All right, I understand. I will inform him right away," Qin Yi said before hanging up the phone. Turning to Lu Fan, she said, "Brother, the director is looking for you. He's at the emergency room." "Yes, I know," Lu Fan acknowledged, putting on his white coat. "You heard all that?" Qin Yi asked, surprised. Given the distance and that she hadn't put the call on speaker, how could Lu Fan have heard so clearly? "Yes, I'll explain later when I return. The director called personally, so it must be urgent." At this moment, Lu Fan had donned his coat and was pulling Su Ruohan's arm, heading for the exit. "Do I need to go with you?" Su Ruohan asked, somewhat taken aback. Lu Fan nodded. "Of course, you must stay within 10 steps of me." "All right." Su Ruohan shot a glance at Qin Yi. Once Lu Fan left, it would just be her and Qin Yi remaining in the office, creating an atmosphere that would be quite awkward. She could hardly imagine it. Upon noticing Su Ruohan following Lu Fan, Qin Yi promptly declared, "I shall accompany you as well." The emergency department was conveniently located near the internal medicine ward, allowing her to swiftly return in case a patient arrived. Upon reaching the entrance, Qin Yi instructed the on-duty nurse, "Call me if anything arises." With that, she hastily followed Lu Fan and Su Ruohan out. Lu Fan soon arrived at the emergency room, where several doctors were already present, including Su Hai, a high school classmate of Su Ruohan whom he had encountered earlier that morning. The moment Lu Fan and Su Ruohan entered the room, Su Hai's attention was immediately drawn to them, and a wave of malevolence surged within him. "So many doctors. Is this a joint consultation?" Su Ruohan remarked to Lu Fan after casting a glance around. Lu Fan smiled. "You seem quite perceptive." He then turned his gaze towards the bed, where a girl of about 14 or 15 lay, still clad in her school uniform from Lingjiang Experimental High School. The girl's complexion was ashen, her breathing rapid, and she appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness, the situation looking exceedingly dire. Beside the bed, a middle-aged man anxiously exclaimed, "Doctor, please, what is wrong with my daughter?" Just as Lu Fan was about to step forward, a young nurse grabbed his arm and said, "Dr. Lu, the hospital director has instructed that this patient was referred by Director Li of the Education Bureau, a familiar of Director Yao." We must do everything within our power to save her. Understood, Lu Fan nodded, aware that it is a physician's duty to treat and save lives. He would exert his utmost effort regardless of the patient's identity. This ailment is rather peculiar. The girl has a fever, yet it has only just reached 38 degrees. Surely, that wouldn't cause unconsciousness? Several emergency physicians shook their heads, uncertain about the patient's condition. At that moment, Su Hai stepped forward, performing a brief examination on the young girl before asking, "When did your daughter start showing symptoms?" The middle-aged man, his brow furrowed with worry, replied, "Early this morning. She complained of a headache. When I touched her forehead, she was burning up. Before I could get her to the hospital, she began foaming at the mouth and then lost consciousness." Su Hai, maintaining his composure, said, "Ah, I see. It's nothing serious, merely a common cold. The unconsciousness is likely due to the high fever. I will administer an antipyretic injection, and she will be fine shortly. Thank you so much, doctor. Please, save my daughter." The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude fervently. Upon hearing Su Hai's diagnosis, several doctors from other departments exchanged skeptical glances. For a fever of 38 degrees, typically would not induce unconsciousness. However, as treating unconsciousness was not their area of expertise, and Su Hai was indeed a bona fide infectious disease specialist, they refrained from voicing their doubts. Once the antipyretic was prepared, Su Hai prepared to inject it into the girl. At that moment, Lu Fan stepped forward and grasped his arm, saying, "Are you certain you know how to treat this? Administering an antipyretic now could very well jeopardize her life." "What do you know?" Su Hai retorted. "You are just a junior doctor. What gives you the right to be here in the emergency room?" Su Hai, upon noticing that it was Lu Fan who had interrupted him, was immediately consumed by anger. Earlier that morning, he had received 2 resounding slaps from Lu Fan at the hospital entrance, and his cheeks still throbbed with pain. Now, confronted with Lu Fan, he longed to unleash a torrent of scorn. A middle-aged man, desperate to save his daughter, interjected, "This young doctor, you have yet to be formally appointed, and your medical skills surely cannot surpass those of Dr. Su. Please refrain from interfering with my daughter's treatment." Faced with such a demand from the patient's family, Lu Fan found himself momentarily at a loss and took a couple of steps back. Su Ruohan turned to Lu Fan and said, "I know your medical expertise surpasses that of Su Hai. Why not explain this to the family?" Lu Fan shook his head, responding, "This is not the time for explanations." At that moment, Su Hai had already administered the fever-reducing injection into the little girl's body. After completing the injection, he assured the family, "Rest assured, you will see results in no more than 10 minutes. "Thank you, doctor." The middle-aged man expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Chin Yi stood quietly at the doorway, observing the unfolding events within the ward. Su Hai was a high school classmate of Su Ruohan and, by extension, also of Chin Yi. During their school days, Su Hai had consistently ranked at the bottom of the class academically, and Chin Yi was well aware of how he had managed to enter the hospital and secure a formal position. After a brief interval of around 7 to 8 minutes, the little girl's complexion visibly improved, and her furrowed brow began to relax. Su Hai, wearing a smug smile, declared, "See? I told you it was just a matter of reducing the fever. Some people lack insight and even suggested it would cost the patient's life. How laughable. Yes. Thank you for healing my daughter. I shall certainly express my gratitude in person another day." However, just then, the girl's condition took a sudden and severe turn for the worse. She began to foam at the mouth, her body convulsing violently, displaying symptoms akin to those of epilepsy. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as everyone present tensed in alarm. The middle-aged man, panic-stricken, turned to Su Hai and demanded, "Doctor, what is happening to my daughter? How could she deteriorate so rapidly?" Su Hai, momentarily stunned, broke into a cold sweat. His experience in the infectious disease department had revolved around treating common colds and flu, and he had never encountered such a situation. At that moment, 2 other doctors rushed to examine the little girl and urgently reported, "Her blood pressure has dropped to 60. The patient is in critical condition." Hearing those words, the middle-aged man felt his composure shatter. "My daughter was perfectly fine this morning. How could she arrive at your hospital in such a state?" He had often seen reports on television about healthy children who, after a brief hospital visit, suffered dire consequences. He never imagined such a tragedy would unfold before him. Grasping Su Hai's hand and shaking it, he pleaded, "Doctor, please think of a solution. My daughter was doing well just this morning." This defies the principles of science. Su Hai, momentarily at a loss, was uncertain about the ailment afflicting the patient and had no viable method to render aid. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, observing Su Hai's flustered demeanor. The middle-aged man's suppressed emotions erupted as he shouted furiously, "If anything happens to my daughter, I will not let you off the hook." As the situation for the young girl deteriorated, Lu Fan stepped forward urgently, saying, "Allow me to take over. There is still hope. Delay for another 3 minutes, and not even a deity could save her. Can you truly save my daughter?" A glimmer of hope flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. "Indeed," Lu Fan affirmed, swiftly retrieving sterilized silver needles, revealing that the root cause of the girl's unconsciousness was poisoning, not the cold and fever Su Hai had suggested. At that moment, Su Hai interjected, "You, and in turn, do you even know how to administer first aid? If anything happens to the patient, you will bear full responsibility." "Huh," Lu Fan scoffed. "That would be 100 times better than your reckless ignorance." "Fine, then let us see if you can save her." Su Hai's mind raced. Lu Fan was the last person to handle the patient, and should she perish, he could conveniently shift all blame onto him, absolving himself of any connection. Ignoring Su Hai, Lu Fan plunged the silver needles into the girl's chest. After a series of rapid insertions, he channeled his vital energy, and soon, the needle tips began to tremble while an unseen dark energy surged from the girl's body through the needles. The expelled toxins violently agitated her system, contorting her face in pain and intensifying the spasms in her limbs. "Doctor, what is happening to my daughter?" The middle-aged man inquired anxiously. Lu Fan had no time to respond, but Su Hai, witnessing the scene, exclaimed with delight, "Look, he is going to kill her." This would allow Su Hai to completely absolve himself of responsibility, casting all blame onto Lu Fan, and once Lu Fan was imprisoned, obtaining Su Ruohan would be effortless. "How can your hospital's doctors behave like this? You claim to be a tertiary hospital." The middle-aged man seethed with rage, nearly rushing at Lu Fan if not for the intervening bystanders. Suddenly, the girl's convulsions subsided, her limbs grew still, and her complexion began to regain its rosy hue. At that moment, a nurse monitoring the instruments exclaimed, "Dr. Lu, the patient's blood pressure has returned to normal, and her heartbeat is stable." Barely had the words left her mouth when the girl opened her eyes and looked at her father, saying, "Daddy, I'm thirsty. I'll get you some water right away." The middle-aged man stood in stunned silence, realizing his daughter was truly out of danger. Su Hai, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Lu Fan had so effortlessly healed the patient with just a few needle insertions. How could this be possible? The onlookers were equally astonished, particularly several doctors from other departments. Is traditional Chinese medicine truly miraculous? Just a few needles, and a life is saved? Indeed, after years in practice, I have never witnessed such extraordinary medical skills. In the ward, the crowd buzzed with discussion. Many nurses recognized Dr. Lu. Isn't he the one who recently used acupuncture to rescue a patient suffering from a cerebral hemorrhage? Dr. Lu's medical prowess is indeed remarkable. After bringing water for the little girl to sip, the middle-aged man inquired, "What ailment does my daughter have?" Dr. Lu clarified, "It's not an illness. She has suffered from food poisoning." The middle-aged man frowned suspiciously. "Food poisoning? She didn't consume anything inappropriate this morning." Dr. Lu responded, "It's likely from yesterday afternoon. The toxin is potent, yet its effects manifest slowly." He then turned to the young girl and asked, "Little sister, what did you eat yesterday afternoon?" The girl pondered for a moment. "A classmate had a birthday, and we had cake and some fruit." "That must be it," Dr. Lu nodded. "Everything is fine now. I have expelled the toxin. Drink plenty of warm water when you return home, and avoid consuming anything questionable." "Thank you, divine doctor." The middle-aged man repeatedly expressed his gratitude. At that moment, Su Hai scoffed mockingly, "What nonsense, divine doctor? It's all nonsense you believe. What good are needles? It's my fever-reducing injection that made the difference." The middle-aged man dismissed Su Hai's self-promotion outright, spitting contemptibly, "Bah! Quack! My daughter nearly perished under your care." Dr. Lu chose to ignore the exchange, suddenly recalling an important question. He quickly turned to the young girl. "You mentioned that your classmate had a birthday yesterday. Did the other students also eat that cake?" "Yes. Everyone mostly had some," the girl nodded. "This is troubling," Dr. Lu frowned. "If the other classmates also consumed that cake, they too might be poisoned." As he pondered, a nurse from the emergency room rushed in hastily. Over a dozen students with symptoms identical to the little girl's had just arrived. Indeed, Dr. Lu gasped in shock. The issue lay with that cake. He hoped it was not a case of intentional poisoning. Soon, a cacophony erupted outside the emergency room as a swarm of unconscious middle school students was brought in. Alongside them were the director of the Education Bureau, the director of the Health Bureau, and the principal of Lingjiang Experimental Middle School, as well as the hospital director, Yao Shuezhen. The Education Bureau director wore a furrowed brow, visibly troubled as he discussed the situation with the Health Bureau director. This is a very typical and serious case of food poisoning occurring in a school. What should we do? Food poisoning among students is a grave matter. Should anything serious arise, both the school principal and even the Education Bureau director would find themselves accountable. Upon seeing the leaders arrive, Suhai immediately approached with a sycophantic demeanor. "Hello, Director Yao?" "Hello, Director Zhang." Yao Shuezhen inquired. "How is it? Has the patient just been treated successfully?" Suhai pointed to the little girl and replied, "She has already been treated by me. Look, she is perfectly fine now." Chapter 64. On-site verification. Upon hearing this, Yao Shuezhen glanced at the little girl sitting on the hospital bed. She appeared spirited and rosy-cheeked, indistinguishable from a healthy child. "Excellent. Truly wonderful." Yao Shuezhen sighed in relief. Food poisoning is inherently a challenging issue. If the toxin is weak, it can be easily remedied through gastric lavage. However, with a potent toxin that can induce coma, hospitals typically lack effective solutions. They can only take blood samples for analysis to identify the toxin's components before administering medication for detoxification, a process that is exceedingly prolonged. Nonsense. My daughter was not cured by this quack. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward to accuse Suhai. "What is going on?" The middle-aged man, named Yu Qingsheng, happened to know the director of the Education Bureau, Zheng Xiangyu, who in turn shared a long-standing friendship with the director of the Health Bureau, Zhang Hongzhen. Consequently, Yu Qingsheng's concerns garnered the attention of both officials. Zheng Xiangyu promptly asked, "What is the matter, Qingsheng? You claim that your daughter was not treated by this doctor?" "Indeed, Director Zheng. My daughter was nearly killed by this charlatan. If it weren't for this young man, my daughter would likely be lost to us now." As he spoke, Yu Qingsheng pointed toward Lu Fan. This immediately captured Yao Shuezhen's interest. He had been curious. In his recollection, Suhai was merely an ordinary physician, and he had not perceived any exceptional skill in his medical practice. Yao Shuezhen swiftly turned to Suhai and asked, "Dr. Su, please tell me, who truly treated the patient?" Faced with Yao Shuezhen's inquiry, Suhai was momentarily taken aback. As a second-rate doctor, he was entirely perplexed by the situation that had just unfolded with the little girl. However, with so many witnesses present, if he were to attribute the success to Lu Fan, where would that leave his own reputation? Contemplating this, Suhai felt a surge of impulsiveness and declared, "Director, I treated her. The family members were unaware of proper first aid. You must trust me." At that moment, Health Bureau Director Zhang Hongzhen interjected. "What medication did you administer to the patient? What about this young man?" Suhai promptly responded, "I used antipyretics." He did not use any medication, just administered a few acupuncture needles. He believed that Western medicine was superior, perceiving traditional Chinese medicine merely as a means of wellness, incapable of effectively treating ailments without pharmacological assistance. With this thought, Suhai felt a surge of confidence. Zhang Hongzhen furrowed his brow and turned to Lu Fan, asking, "This young man, did you truly cure the patient using only acupuncture?" To be honest, Zhang Hongzhen found it hard to believe in the miraculous efficacy of acupuncture. He was more inclined to credit the antipyretic injection administered by Suhai. Lu Fan confidently nodded. "Indeed, I utilized silver needles to expel the accumulated toxins from the patient's body." "Can one expel toxins from the body solely with silver needles?" Zhang Hongzhen chuckled upon hearing this. Evidently, in this era dominated by Western medicine, Lu Fan's assertion had upended his understanding. "Do you not believe me?" Lu Fan squinted at Zhang Hongzhen. Zhang Hongzhen responded with a smile. "I would like to believe you, but if mere silver needles could cure ailments and save lives, what purpose would hospitals serve? What need would there be for all these instruments?" "Indeed," remarked Zhang Hongzhen, the director of the Health Bureau, prompting Suhai to promptly flatter him. "Director Zhang is absolutely correct. What does a mere intern doctor know of medical arts?" Given that the conclusion came from the Health Bureau director, his immediate superior, Dean Yao Shuezhen, felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. At that moment, Lu Fan smiled softly and said, "Very well, there are still many students outside in a state of unconsciousness. Let us bring them in, and we shall ascertain who has healed them." Qin Yi immediately stepped forward, standing beside Lu Fan, and addressed Zhang Hongjin. Lu Fan speaks the truth. It is only fair to let him and Su Hai demonstrate who has truly healed the patients. Seeing Qin Yi supporting Lu Fan, Su Ruohan also stepped forward to stand at Lu Fan's right side. Indeed, it will be evident whose medical skills are superior. The sight of these two stunningly beautiful women flanking Lu Fan was enough to incite envy and admiration from onlookers, particularly Su Hai, who were Su Ruohan and Qin Yi. They were the two most recognized beauties of their high school, and now they stood by Lu Fan's side. Su Hai's face turned ashen. To make matters worse, the Health Bureau Director Zhang Hongjin had called upon him for a live demonstration. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hongjin nodded. You make a valid point. Provided we ensure that no accidents occur, I shall allow the two of you to treat the patients on site. Lu Fan readily agreed. Very well, with me present. I assure you there will be no mishaps. However, those who recklessly treat patients should face some form of punishment, should they not? Indeed, punishment is necessary. Zhang Hongjin nodded in agreement. At that time, we shall determine the penalties based on the regulations of medical and health management, as well as the severity of the situation. Agreed, it is settled. Lu Fan replied with a chilling smile, confident in his abilities. Meanwhile, Su Hai felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Even now, he remained uncertain whether his antipyretic injection had been effective or if it was Lu Fan's acupuncture that had worked wonders. Su Hai felt as though he had been thrust into a precarious situation, and it was too late for regrets. One by one, several patients were brought into the ward. The two chose one each to commence their treatments. Naturally, Su Hai opted for the antipyretic method. Before inserting the needle, Lu Fan glanced at the little boy lying on Su Hai's bed. At this point, all that could be done was to let the poor boy endure a little longer. After sterilizing, Lu Fan skillfully inserted the silver needles into several acupoints on the patient's chest, channeling his vital energy to expel the toxins from the patient's body. As wisps of invisible black smoke emerged, Lu Fan sighed in relief. The patient was no longer in danger and would awaken from his coma within 3 minutes. Thus, it was concluded. Lu Fan turned to Zhang Hongjin and Yao Xuezhen, stating, he will awaken soon. Zhang Hongjin remained incredulous, questioning whether this meant the patient was cured. All eyes then shifted to Su Hai, who was visibly trembling as he clutched the syringe. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally administered the antipyretic into the patient's body. Beads of sweat formed on Su Hai's forehead, and he hastily wiped them away with his sleeve to mask his anxiety. Forcing a smile, he reassured Zhang Hongjin and Yao Xuezhen. He will wake up shortly. Zhang Hongjin nodded with satisfaction, exclaiming, excellent. No sooner had he spoken than the patient on Lu Fan's side opened his eyes, gazing around in a daze. Look, Dr. Lu's patient has awakened. Everyone was left utterly astonished. Lu Fan had managed to heal the patient without any external medicinal interference. The pressure now shifted entirely onto Su Hai. Chapter 65. Su Hai stunned upon witnessing this. Zhang Hongjin quickly removed his glasses and polished them before turning his attention back to Lu Fan's patient. He hurried to the bedside and inquired, young man, how are you feeling now? I feel very well, the patient replied candidly. Incredible. Truly remarkable. Zhang Hongjin exclaimed, delight evident in his gaze as he looked at the others and then back at Lu Fan. Dr. Lu, you are indeed a miraculous physician. Su Hai was thrown into disarray. It was evident whose medical prowess surpassed the other, as Lu Fan had successfully treated the patient. However, Su Hai had already injected the antipyretic, and it was too late for regrets. Just then, the young boy on the bed suddenly convulsed, foaming at the mouth, his complexion turning as pale as death. Simultaneously, the monitoring equipment at the head of the bed emitted a piercing alarm, and a nurse screamed, "This is terrible. The patient is in critical condition." At this moment, the director of the Education Bureau, Zheng Xiangyu, along with Dean Yao Xuezhen and Zhang Hongjin, were thrown into a panic. Should anything happen to the student here, they would all be held accountable. Zhang Hongjin, anxiously glancing at Su Hai, shouted, "What on earth is happening? Did you not claim that you had cured the patient?" Su Hai was utterly dumbfounded, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, rendering him momentarily speechless. At this juncture, Yu Qingsheng stepped forward once more, declaring, "He is a quack. Just moments ago, my daughter nearly fell victim to his incompetence." Zhang Hongjin, now furious, retorted, "How dare you meddle without the ability to heal? I will not let you off lightly." Su Hai was completely stunned. Even the director of the health bureau was enraged. And not even his uncle, who served as the deputy director of the hospital, would be able to save him from this predicament. Realizing this, Su Hai's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Zhang Xianyu urged, Dean Yao, you must find a way to save my student. Of course. Yao Shuezhen agreed. Turning to Lu Fan. Dr. Lu, is there any way you can help in this situation? Yes, Lu Fan replied decisively, hastening to the bedside. The patient's condition was entirely anticipated by Lu Fan. Now that the situation was critical, there could be no further delays. After disinfecting the silver needles, Lu Fan, with practiced ease, swiftly inserted them into the patient's acupoints. Due to the effects of the antipyretic medication, the patient exhibited some signs of rejection during this process. However, it was not a significant issue. 2 minutes later, the young boy in the hospital bed opened his eyes, and all the readings on the monitoring equipment returned to normal levels. The nurse looked at the patient with joy. It's all right now, Lu Fan spoke calmly. You see who has cured the patient. Had we followed his method, these patients would have undoubtedly perished today. Misunderstanding. It's all my fault for misjudging Dr. Lu. Zhang Hongzhen quickly admitted his error. Divine Doctor, you truly are a miracle worker. Zhang Hongzhen suddenly remembered something. Director Yao, I've heard that such a miracle worker has yet to be officially recognized. Director Zhang, the formalities are underway. I assure you all procedures will be completed today. Qin Yi and Su Ruohan also wore expressions of joy. Lu Fan, indifferent to the formal recognition, turned to Zhang Hongzhen and said, all right. There are other patients I must attend to. Of course. Zhang Hongzhen nodded repeatedly. I entrust you with them, Divine Doctor. With that, Lu Fan proceeded to treat the other patients, while Zhang Hongzhen did not forget his responsibilities. He promptly turned to Director Yao and asked, Director Yao, this is a top-tier hospital, and a patient nearly died here. How did such a quack gain entry? Director Yao immediately broke into a cold sweat, as he was somewhat aware of Su Hai's situation. The ease with which he entered the hospital and the rapid transition to a formal employee was entirely facilitated by his uncle, the vice president in charge of personnel. Scoundrel. Fabricating lies and seeking fame. Director Yao glared fiercely at Su Hai, who lay on the ground. People like you are unworthy of being doctors. You are hereby dismissed. You shall never set foot in our hospital again. Su Hai was utterly dumbfounded, pleading, Director Yao, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I will never dare again. Director Yao retorted angrily, no? Pack your things and leave immediately. At that moment, Zhang Hongzhen interjected, how did this person obtain his medical credentials? Were the procedures legitimate? The reckless practice and medication misuse by such individuals tarnish the reputation of the healthcare industry. I suggest we hand him over to the authorities. Very well. I shall notify the police to investigate him thoroughly. Director Yao readily agreed. Upon hearing this, Su Hai was completely stunned. Director, I realize my mistakes. I implore you not to call the police. Su Hai was acutely aware that once the police intervened, the connections he had leveraged to enter the hospital and his irregular transition to a formal employee would be exposed, culminating in the end of his career. Why are you so anxious? Do you feel guilty? Director Yao expressed no sympathy for Su Hai, having previously heard nurses speak of his disgraceful conduct, but was hampered by a lack of evidence until now. Today, with both witnesses and evidence at hand, Yao Shuezhen would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Such scoundrels must not be permitted to linger in the hospital. Having said this, Yao Shuezhen summoned 2 security guards to restrain Su Hai. Meanwhile, under Lu Fan's skilled treatment, the remaining students also recovered from their food poisoning. This incident was satisfactorily resolved, and both directors breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Shuezhen held Lu Fan in even greater esteem. Such an extraordinary doctor, where had Qini found him? The entire morning had been consumed with detoxifying the poisoned students. And once the task was complete, Lu Fan and Su Ruohan returned to the internal medicine office. In front of Su Ruohan, Qin Yi unabashedly exclaimed, Brother, you are truly remarkable. Lu Fan smiled modestly. Where am I remarkable? Qin Yi's cheeks flushed. Of course, you are remarkable in every way, right, brother? Her alluring demeanor captivated those around her with every subtle movement. Oh, you flatterer, Su Ruohan scoffed. I'm tired. Let us go home, Lu Fan. She had no desire to be in Qin Yi's presence for even a minute longer. All right, I actually have something to do at home, Lu Fan nodded. Qin Yi immediately inquired, aren't you having lunch with sister today? Lu Fan replied, perhaps another day. Then let me drive you back, Qin Yi offered, as lunchtime approached, gracefully shedding her white coat in a manner that could only be described as enchanting. No need, She can drive me. Lu Fan pointed to Su Ruohan. Exactly. Su Ruohan quickly agreed, her mind solely focused on separating Lu Fan from Qin. Qin chuckled. Then you must be cautious, brother. Ni has quite the reputation as a road hazard, having taken her driving test 5 times before passing. Lu Fan was taken aback and turned to Su Ruohan. Is that true? No wonder she drives so recklessly. Chapter 66. Qin agrees to cohabitate Lu Fan. You scoundrel, did you just call me reckless? Su Ruohan's brows knitted in anger, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Fan shrugged. Well, you do drive rather fast. Didn't your instructor teach you safe driving? Qin laughed heartily beside them. All right, brother, I mean no harm. If you wish to ride with Ni, I won't stop you. Just remember to stay safe. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow, Lu Fan nodded. Humph, seeing you every day, how tiresome. Su Ruohan glared at Qin with disdain. Brother simply adores me. What can you do about it? Qin teased, sticking out her tongue playfully at Su Ruohan. Su Ruohan huffed. You wretched panda, just you wait. Lu Fan will ultimately be mine. At that moment, Lu Fan had already reached the door, while Su Ruohan continued to spar verbally with Qin. Lu Fan chuckled to himself, entertained by their banter. As he drove home, he fiddled with his small black phone, leaving Su Ruohan perplexed about his activities. Su Ruohan intentionally initiated a conversation, saying, What era are we in? Why are you still using such an outdated phone? Lu Fan chuckled softly, replying, What do you know? This phone is a special internal communication device provided by the state for me, secured with dedicated lines to ensure privacy is safeguarded. I only use it when I need to undertake significant matters. With that, he returned the small phone to his pocket and took out his regular phone to scroll through Douyin. Before long, a cheerful smile spread across Lu Fan's face. Su Ruohan cast a curious glance at Lu Fan's phone screen, and upon closer inspection, she discovered that the videos he was watching were all of beautiful young women dancing seductively. Su Ruohan scoffed. Well, Lu Fan. I thought you were a paragon of virtue. It turns out you enjoy these kinds of videos too. Lu Fan raised his gaze slightly to meet hers and replied. Which man doesn't he appreciate beauty? Su Ruohan retorted. Why don't you watch me instead? Am I not beautiful? You're passable, I suppose. But primarily because you can't dance. I prefer someone who excels in that department, Lu Fan replied without a moment's hesitation. Immediately, Su Ruohan argued back. Who says I can't dance? She had been dancing since childhood, but as she grew up and became busier with work, she had danced less frequently. Lu Fan, intrigued, inquired, You can dance? What can you perform? That depends on what you wish to see, she answered coyly. Lu Fan chuckled. What is there to ask? Obviously a striptease. You scoundrel, she exclaimed. Isn't that what you said? I'll dance whatever you want, and if I'm in a good mood, I might consider giving you extra points. That is not acceptable. Su Ruohan's cheeks flushed, turning crimson once more. At that moment, Lu Fan's phone rang. Be quiet. Qin is calling me, he instructed, urging Su Ruohan to silence. What? Upon hearing Qin Yi's name, Su Ruohan nearly exploded with anger. A vixen is indeed a vixen. She hasn't even reached home yet, and is already calling. Lu Fan grinned mischievously as he answered. Hello, are you missing me so soon? Laughter echoed from the other end of the line as Qin Yi replied. Haha, my dear brother truly understands his sister. Brother, I have thought about what we discussed the other day, and I will proceed as you suggested. Lu Fan inquired, Oh really? What about your grandfather? He agreed as well. So I will be moving soon. Great, I look forward to your good news, Lu Fan said with satisfaction before hanging up. Su Ruohan, with a wary expression, turned to Lu Fan and asked, What has the vixen promised you this time? She agreed to move in with me, Lu Fan said casually. What? Su Ruohan exclaimed, nearly spitting out the water she had just sipped. She looked at Lu Fan in disbelief. You are going to live with Qin Yi? Lu Fan nodded. Yes, we are currently exploring a relationship. How can we know if our married life will be harmonious without cohabiting first? This stage is quite crucial. And what about me? Su Ruohan gazed at Lu Fan with wide eyes. Do you have any objections? Lu Fan inquired. No, don't forget. I am currently evading the pursuit of the Song family. What am I to do if you move in with her? Living with her won't hinder my ability to protect you. Is there an issue with that? Su Ruohan, feeling puzzled, responded, If you move out to live with her, how can you still protect me? Lu Fan paused for a moment. Why would I move out? Renting a place incurs expenses, doesn't it? Su Ruohan was taken aback. You mean you intend to let Qin Yi live in our home? Lu Fan nodded with a smile. Correct, but unfortunately, no points will be awarded for that. Su Ruohan's eyes widened in disbelief. After receiving Lu Fan's precise answer, she felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. No, it wasn't just anger. She felt like committing murder. Was Lu Fan really going to bring his rival, his mistress, into their home? Moreover, that house belonged to Su Ruohan. Is this something a person can do? Lu Fan, you're not human. You're a beast. If she weren't driving, Su Ruohan would have lunged at Lu Fan in a fit of rage. Why are you so agitated? Lu Fan frowned. He said that living together would allow her to better take care of my daily needs. Why not? Furthermore, that house is quite spacious. It's a waste for it to remain empty. If I give a bedroom to Qin, she will even pay you rent. Isn't that wonderful? Lu Fan. Su Ruohan was left speechless. I see you are deliberately conspiring with that vixen Qin to drive me to madness. Lu Fan chuckled. So you agree then? I do not agree to anything. Su Ruohan retorted angrily. Do you not realize that Qin has been my enemy since childhood? And you want to bring her right under my nose? Do you have no heart? Lu Fan replied. Your disagreement is irrelevant because it holds no weight. Fuming. Su Ruohan exclaimed, You wish. Lu Fan declared, We have already made plans. We will move tomorrow. What? Su Ruohan was stunned. Did you consult me about this? I just stated that your opposition is ineffective. Lu Fan, you are inhuman. I will not let this go. Su Ruohan promptly slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt by the roadside. She unbuckled her seatbelt and lunged at Lu Fan. The outcome was evident. Su Ruohan was at a disadvantage. Lu Fan had the upper hand. Do you wish to continue? Enough, enough. Su Ruohan pleaded with a face full of grievance. Husband, I see my mistake. Lu Fan immediately covered Su Ruohan's mouth and said, Hold on, I am not your husband yet, so do not think to take advantage of me. Take advantage of you? Su Ruohan was infuriated. As a woman, how could I take advantage of you? But she only dared to keep those thoughts to herself, not voicing them to Lu Fan. Lu Fan continued to inquire. So, can Qin move in? Fine, whatever you say goes. Very well, now drive carefully. Understood. Su Ruohan felt a surge of frustration as she drove, tears streaming down her face. She despised her inability to contend with Lu Fan, loathed the fact that he could unleash a torrent of mockery upon her even when he was in the wrong. Ultimately, she yielded in a display of weakness, weeping and pleading for mercy. Lu Fan couldn't suppress a chuckle. What my master said is indeed true. You are a rare gem. Even your tears are captivating. In response to Lu Fan's teasing, Su Ruohan retorted, Leave me be. From this day forth, I shall no longer acknowledge your existence. Excellent, Lu Fan remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his features. That means I can wholeheartedly pursue my relationship with Qin. No way. The mere mention of Qin ignited intense jealousy within Su Ruohan, threatening to drive her to madness. To her credit, her tear-streaked visage was indeed enchanting. So much so that Lu Fan couldn't help but pull out his phone and snap 2 quick pictures of her. What are you doing? With a carefree laugh, Lu Fan replied, Just posting a TikTok. It might garner some followers. You scoundrel. Do not post that. Meanwhile, within the expansive and brightly lit living room of the Song family's mansion, Song Tian sat in the main seat, his expression dark and silent. In recent days, he had been contemplating how to eliminate Lu Fan and the Su family. Ever since the scandal involving Song Qingjie had surfaced, the Song family's stock had plummeted, evaporating 10 billion in market value within a mere 2 days. The Song family's reputation lay in tatters, and their business suffered immensely, a situation Song Tian could not tolerate. In a wheelchair, Song Qingjie happened to come across a TikTok posted by Lu Fan. Witnessing the flirtatious banter between Su Ruohan and Lu Fan shattered his heart. Consumed by rage, he felt as though he could shatter his phone against the floor, yet he dared not do so in front of Song Tian. With tears in his eyes, he let out a low growl. Father, please seek vengeance for me. Hurry and call my brother back. Song Ku will surely be able to deal with Lu Fan, and then let us see who dares to mock our family. Enough of this nonsense. Song Tian's expression darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Kuer is quite busy. He cannot simply return at will. He shot a glare at Song Qingjie, noting that his son's greatest flaw was his impatience. Nevertheless, there was truth in his words. If Song Ku were to return, all the challenges facing the Song family would be effortlessly resolved, and no one in Lingjiang would dare to ridicule them again. However, Song Ku was the family's trump card, and Song Tian was reluctant to use him so soon. Mr. Yin, do you have any clever strategies in mind? As he spoke, Song Tian glanced at the man seated to his right, a bearded individual named Yanin. He was a trusted aide and strategist for the Song family, having contributed numerous effective ideas to their decision-making, earning Song Tian's unwavering trust. Yan furrowed his brow. If it were merely a matter of a young upstart and the Su family, it would be manageable. However, I cannot fathom why the Zhou family would choose to assist them. Song Tian, feeling utterly drained, shut his eyes and took a deep, cold breath. The Zhou family, rooted in martial prowess, particularly under the formidable leadership of Zhou Ping, whose strength could only be described as terrifying within the confines of Lingjiang. Fortunately, years ago, Zhou Ping had been ambushed, leaving him with an incurable hidden injury, which had restrained his actions over the years. Otherwise, the Zhou family would have long since outpaced the other three families, leaving them far behind. Yet, even with this limitation, Zhou Ping's power still instilled fear in Song Tian. To this day, he dared not engage the Zhou family in direct conflict. Was there truly no alternative to confronting the Zhou family head-on? Leaning back against the chair, Song Tian spoke coldly. If even Yin had no viable solutions, he would have to summon Song Ku to resolve the matter. Yin regarded Song Tian and remarked, "Family head, there are indeed options. Our inability to confront the Zhou family directly does not preclude us from enlisting external assistance." He continued, "I know several highly skilled assassins. Having them handle this task would be far more effective than our direct involvement, though it will require a significant financial outlay." Hiring assassins? Song Tian paused, considering it a sound strategy. Money is not an issue. Old Yin, make it happen. I will contact them immediately, Yin replied, swiftly tapping his phone. Moments later, he looked up and informed Song Tian, "I've made contact, and they are currently offering promotional rates. Quite a bargain." Chapter 68. A plea for help from Yi Xiaoxiao. Song Tian was taken aback. Assassins are running promotions now? Yin shook his head. Indeed, family head. Every industry is fiercely competitive these days. Show me. Song Tian beckoned, gesturing for Yin to pass him the phone. Yin complied. Opening the advertisement sent by the assassin organization, and Song Qingjie leaned in to take a look. Upon viewing the promotional material, Song Tian shook his head in dismay. This is a bit steep. Did you not just say money is not an issue? The problem is the sheer amount of money. 300 million to eliminate someone of Su Tianhua's standing? Such are the current market rates. Yin furrowed his brow. Song Tian hesitated slightly, then queried, "Old Yin, this isn't a scam, is it? Is it trustworthy?" Yin reassured him, "Rest assured, family head, it's a reputable brand, reliable." With newfound conviction, Song Tian slammed the table, declaring, "Excellent. Then this is settled. The Lu family and the Su family await your end." Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Su Ruohan had dined out and watched a popular film, returning home under the cloak of night. As soon as they entered, Su Ruohan began tidying the house, her teeth clenched at the thought of Qin Yi moving in the next day. She resolved to prepare the smallest and least desirable bedroom, situated farthest from Lu Fan, for Qin Yi's accommodation. Su Ruohan referred to this as isolation. She preferred to be closer to Qin Yi than to allow her any proximity to Lu Fan. Lu Fan, bemused by Su Ruohan's behavior, remarked, "Su Ruohan, is this really necessary? The house is not that large. No matter how far you put her, we'll still encounter each other frequently. Is there truly any distinction?" "Indeed, there exists a significant distinction." Su Ruohan responded with indignation. Allowing Qin Yi to reside in her home was already Su Ruohan's limit. She would not permit her to encroach further. Lu Fan shook his head once more, acknowledging his mentor's words. Jealousy truly has the power to alter a woman's visage. After tidying up the room, an exhausted Su Ruohan settled on the sofa, motionless. After a moment, she suddenly remembered a pressing concern. "Right, Lu Fan. The Song family is currently devising ways to eliminate us. Are you not worried that having Qin Yi move in might endanger her?" Lu Fan replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I have already discussed this with Qin Yi. She is unperturbed, and besides, as long as I am here, she will not come to harm." "Humph, understood." Su Ruohan nodded again, her annoyance palpable. In truth, her intention in raising the matter was to dissuade Lu Fan from the idea of cohabiting with Qin Yi. However, Lu Fan remained indifferent, leaving Su Ruohan at a loss. The two spent some time watching the news, and before long, the clock struck 9. Lu Fan expressed his desire to take a shower and retire for the night, but Su Ruohan adamantly refused, grasping his arm and insisting that he sit on the sofa with her. "What are you doing? What time is it that you still refuse to go to bed?" Lu Fan inquired. With a pout, Su Ruohan replied, "No, This is my last day to enjoy a world for two with you. I cherish this atmosphere. Lu Fan patted her hand with a smug smile. I believe a world for three would be far more entertaining and lively. Su Ruohan retorted indignantly. You scoundrel. At that moment, Lu Fan's phone rang. Su Ruohan swiftly snatched it up, fearing it might be another call from Chini. Whose call is it? Lu Fan asked. Glancing at her, Su Ruohan paused slightly. Yi Xiao? She was still pondering who that name belonged to. Give it to me. Lu Fan quickly retrieved the phone from her grasp, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Just days prior, he had assisted Yi Xiao and her mother in settling her late husband's gambling debts and had provided them with his phone number, urging them to reach out whenever they faced difficulties. A call at this hour could mean trouble with that bald man from the casino returning to harass them. He pressed the answer button. What is the matter, Xiao? Has that bald man come back to trouble you? No, came Yi Xiao's frantic voice, laced with tears. Lu Fan go. It's my mother. She has fainted. Please come quickly. Lu Fan nodded, speaking softly to reassure her. I understand. Stay calm, Xiao. I will be there immediately. Okay, Lu Fan go, hurry. I'll be waiting for you at home. After hanging up, Lu Fan turned to Su Ruohan. Let us head downstairs. We're going to Yi Xiao's house. Me again? Su Ruohan exclaimed, wide-eyed, pointing to herself, feeling reduced to being Lu Fan's chauffeur. Otherwise, Lu Fan shot her a glance. Starting tomorrow, I won't need you anymore. I'll have Chini drive for me. Upon hearing this, Su Ruohan immediately protested. Absolutely not. Your driver shall be none other than myself. Lu Fan was rendered speechless. Was there truly a need for such a contest over the role of a chauffeur? It seemed his allure was simply too overwhelming. He promptly changed his attire, declaring, enough of this banter, let us descend and drive post-haste. Understood. Moments later, Su Ruohan drove Lu Fan to the old district of Lingjiang, where Yi Xiao's residence was located. The hour was 10 at night, and the stillness of the night was eerily profound. It was Su Ruohan's first encounter with such desolation, overgrown with weeds, and an involuntary shiver coursed through her. The residential buildings here were relics from over 2 decades past, many of which had long been vacated. Only a few scattered lights flickered from within. Without lingering, Lu Fan ascended to the 4th floor via the staircase, swiftly arriving at Yi Xiao's doorstep. He rapped upon the door. It opened almost immediately to reveal Yi Xiao. Clad in a soft pink nightgown, her hair cascading down, exuding the vibrant essence of youth. Upon seeing Lu Fan, she exclaimed with palpable excitement, Brother Lu Fan, you must come and see my mother. Chapter 69. Illness knows no gender. Yi Xiao appeared flustered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, suggesting she had recently been in a state of distress. All right, Lu Fan nodded, making his way toward Li Malian's bedroom, with Su Ruohan closely trailing behind. In recent years, Li Malian had been burdened with repaying debts incurred by her late husband, while also supporting Yi Xiao's education. Their home was bleak, furnished with scant items, and even the television was an antiquated model from years ago. Yet, despite these hardships, the household was impeccably tidy, radiating a warm and inviting atmosphere. At that moment, Li Malian lay unconscious on the bed, her brow furrowed, complexion ashen, and beads of sweat adorning her forehead. Her condition appeared dire. Lu Fan extended his hands to take her pulse, quickly discerning the nature and cause of her ailment. When did she lose consciousness? He inquired, casting a glance at Yi Xiao. With urgency and a quivering voice, Yi Xiao replied, my mother returned home around 9, sat on the sofa for a moment, then mentioned feeling a bit dizzy before collapsing shortly thereafter. Did you not call for an ambulance? Lu Fan asked, elevating Li Malian's head as he spoke. Yi Xiao, distressed, responded, no, my mother was afraid of the expenses and insisted I refrain from calling 120, claiming she would feel better after resting for a while. Who could have predicted it would escalate to this? Very well, I understand. Lu Fan sighed in resignation. Remember, next time, it is imperative to call for an ambulance without delay. The plight of the impoverished, who hesitate to seek urgent medical assistance, is indeed heart-wrenching. A hospital visit entails a series of costly examinations and tests, not to mention the time and effort involved, which could potentially delay critical care. It was understandable that Li Malian, a woman of considerable fortitude, would make such a decision. Yi Xiao immediately nodded tearfully. I understand, Lu Fan go. But what exactly is wrong with my mother? She is my only family. Please, Lu Fan go, save my mother. Knowing that Lu Fan was a doctor, Yi Xiao had called him as soon as something happened to Li Malian. Lu Fan spoke in a calm tone. Do not worry, your mother is fine. She is just experiencing low blood sugar and low blood pressure due to excessive stress and overwork. What? Yi Xiaoxiao felt immense pain upon hearing this. My mother has opened a hair salon outside the university town and has been busy with renovations these past few days. She wakes up at 5 in the morning to go to the shop. It's all my fault for not being able to help her. What should my mother do now? Do not fret. I will give your mother a couple of injections, and she will be all right. As he spoke, Lu Fan gestured for Yi Xiaoxiao to come closer. Help me remove your mother's upper clothing. What? Yi Xiaoxiao widened her eyes in shock. Su Ruohan also looked taken aback, saying, if you are treating her, why must she undress? You lecher. How can I give an injection without removing her clothing? Are you not concerned about infection? Lu Fan shot a glare at Su Ruohan. I am a doctor. In my eyes, there is no distinction between male and female patients. Su Ruohan's face flushed with embarrassment, and after a moment of contemplation, she admitted, all right, I misunderstood you. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoxiao was already following Lu Fan's instructions. Lu Fan, go. I lack the strength to remove it. Lu Fan felt awkward about directly assisting in undressing Li Melian, especially in front of her daughter, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Su Ruohan. He stood up and glanced at Su Ruohan. Stop dawdling, you come over to help as well. Call me when you're done. Oh, Su Ruohan, momentarily stunned, quickly complied. Lu Fan turned away to sterilize the silver needles, choosing not to look at Li Melian. Su Ruohan lifted Li Melian's back from behind, working together with Yi Xiaoxiao to remove her clothing. Lu Fan, go, we're done. Lu Fan nodded, returning to the bedside with a few silver needles in hand. At this point, Li Melian's upper garment had been completely removed by Yi Xiaoxiao and Su Ruohan, revealing her fair skin before Lu Fan's eyes. Li Melian had maintained her figure exceptionally well. Her skin was fair and delicate, defying her 35 years of age. The sight of her, who could give birth to such a beautiful daughter as Yi Xiaoxiao, was undeniably tempting, causing even someone as resolute as Lu Fan to swallow hard. In the room were 3 women and only Lu Fan as the sole man. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, Yi Xiaoxiao hurriedly retreated to her own room. Now, only Su Ruohan and Lu Fan remained. Before proceeding with the injections, Lu Fan felt a peculiar discomfort. Yi Xiaoxiao's departure eased his mind somewhat. But being watched by Su Ruohan still made him uneasy. He glanced at Su Ruohan and suggested, would you like to step outside? Me? After a moment of hesitation, Su Ruohan replied, all right, I shall wait for you outside. With that, she turned and walked toward the living room, closing the door behind her. Once alone, Lu Fan began to attend to Li Melian, whose breathing became rapid, her delicate, soft, and elastic form mirroring the rhythm of her breath, creating an irresistible allure. Unable to resist, Lu Fan stole a few more glances before sighing. Being a doctor is indeed a challenging task. Without further hesitation, he proceeded to administer acupuncture to Li Melian. With swift precision, he inserted silver needles into her chest and neck, then gently twisted them to stimulate her sympathetic points, easing her tense nerves while channeling his own vital energy to clear the obstructed blood vessels. After several cycles, Li Melian's condition began to improve noticeably. Her complexion flushed with a visible glow, and her breathing steadied. Lu Fan exhaled in relief, confident that she would soon awaken. However, just as he intended to rise, Li Melian's breathing became erratic once more, her demeanor appearing increasingly disordered. What could be the cause of this? This was a first for Lu Fan, who quickly returned to her side to check her pulse. The moment his hand rested on her wrist, Li Melian unexpectedly grasped his hand tightly. Her face was etched with pain as she pulled his hand to her body. A sense of alarm surged through Lu Fan. Li Melian, having long been deprived of affection, was not exhibiting a mere ailment, but rather an unconscious physical yearning arising from her muddled state of mind. Chapter 70. Haunted by malevolence. Resolving this predicament was not overly complicated. All that was needed was to rouse Li Melian from her slumber, and her restless behaviors would naturally cease. Melian, please wake up, Lu Fan urged, gently slapping her cheeks while calling her name in an effort to awaken her. However, despite his repeated calls, there was no sign of her stirring. Instead, her struggles intensified. This symptom resembled a form of sleep paralysis. Lu Fan quickly realized something was amiss. After facilitating the flow of her vital energy, she should have awakened promptly, yet she remained unresponsive. The reason was clear. She was entangled and tormented by malevolent forces. Lu Fan recalled from ancient texts on the 13 ghostly needles that individuals in a weakened state, plagued by excessive anxiety, were susceptible to such malevolent entities. These spirits, having lived unfortunate lives, often attributed their misery to their families, believing that their kin were the source of their misfortunes. After death, such malevolent spirits transform into wandering souls, refusing to reincarnate, instead lingering in the world to torment their families, fearing that their loved ones might thrive in their absence. They even wish for their kin to become ghosts, eternally bound to them. Reflecting on this, Lu Fan began to comprehend the identity of the malevolent entity currently haunting Li Melian. It was her husband, a compulsive gambler who ultimately took his own life. He had deprived the pair of happiness in life, and even in death, he would not release them. What a narrow-minded man he was. Upon discerning the reason for Li Melian's prolonged unconsciousness, Lu Fan swiftly devised a solution. Such occurrences were rare, yet he had learned certain methods of exorcism from his master while on the mountain. He quickly retrieved a yellow talisman from his bosom and affixed it to Li Melian's forehead. As he recited an incantation, a flash of golden light erupted from the talisman, vanishing almost instantaneously. This was a ghost-restraining talisman, capable of suppressing malevolent spirits. With this talisman in place, the malevolent entity's movements would be curtailed, akin to wielding a magical artifact to control the spirit ensnaring Li Melian. As anticipated, the moment the golden light flickered, Li Melian's suffering visibly diminished, and her forehead relaxed considerably. It was indeed the malevolent spirit at work. A faint smile graced Lu Fan's lips, affirming his earlier deduction. At that moment, the talisman on Li Melian's forehead began to tremble violently, indicating the spirit's desperate struggle to escape its confinement. He needed to act swiftly. Before the spirit could break free from the talisman's control, he had to awaken Li Melian. The first step involved addressing Li Melian's physical needs. Her lack of yang energy had permitted her husband's spirit to invade, but fortunately, Lu Fan possessed an abundant yang constitution, which could restore her vitality. Gently, he caressed her body and inserted a silver needle into her perineum, fulfilling her bodily needs while simultaneously infusing her with his own yang energy. As the energy flowed into her, Li Melian's breathing grew steadier, and her complexion began to regain its rosy hue. While Lu Fan treated her, the talisman suppressing the malevolent spirit quivered intensely, appearing on the verge of collapse. Lu Fan cast a cold glance at the talisman. Should you dare to harm again, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. As he spoke, the talisman ceased its trembling, the spirit quaking in fear. With the spirit subdued, Lu Fan continued his ministrations on Li Melian. After several repetitions, she finally exhaled a cloud of stagnant energy and slowly opened her eyes. Lu Fan swiftly removed the talisman from her forehead and exclaimed with delight, "Aunt Melian, you have finally awakened. What has happened to me? Lu Fan, why are you here?" Li Melian sat up gradually, her face still pale from her recent illness, her hair disheveled. As she brushed aside her bangs, she realized her upper body was completely exposed before Lu Fan. "Ah!" Li Melian exclaimed in a fluster, hastily seizing a nearby blanket to cover herself. Once she had concealed her body, she turned to Lu Fan and inquired, "What has happened to me?" Lu Fan looked at her and replied, "You fainted. Xiao Xiao called me. You must not overexert yourself. Your health is paramount." As Lu Fan's words resonated, Li Melian recalled the events of the day. In her fervent desire to ensure the barbershop's swift opening, she had toiled alone in the shop all day. By the time she returned home, she felt dizzy and disoriented, eventually losing consciousness. With urgency, Li Melian asked, "Did you save me?" "Indeed," Lu Fan nodded. "Oh my benefactor. This is the second time you have saved both my daughter and me. I am at a loss as to how to repay your kindness." As she spoke, Li Melian intended to bow in gratitude, but Lu Fan quickly intervened. "I am merely a doctor. This is my duty." Li Melian's face was awash with gratitude. "Thank you, Lu Fan. I am truly grateful." Just then, a knock resonated at the door. "Brother Lu Fan, how is my mother? Can Sister Su and I come in?" "It's Xiao Xiao," thought Li Melian, her thoughts lingering on her daughter even in her fainted state. "Please wait a moment," Lu Fan called toward the door. He turned back to Li Melian and said, "You should put on some clothes." "Oh," Li Melian blushed, casting an awkward glance at him. Understanding her embarrassment, Lu Fan stood and turned away, choosing not to watch. Li Melian hurriedly fastened her bra and quickly donned her clothes. Only then did Lu Fan open the door for Yi Xiao Xiao and Su Ruohan. "Mom, I'm so relieved you're okay." Upon entering, Xiao Xiao excitedly embraced her awakened mother. The two women were overwhelmed with joy, tears flowing freely. Mom, Brother Lu Fan said you shouldn't overexert yourself anymore. You can leave the work at the barber shop to me from now on. Li Melian smiled and replied, All right, I will remember to rest more. Su Ruohan stood before Lu Fan with arms crossed, her expression cool. Indeed, you are a miraculous doctor, capable of curing any ailment. Impressive. She still harbored lingering thoughts about Lu Fan's earlier suggestion to undress for treatment. Lu Fan offered a faint smile. Are you complimenting me or mocking me? Of course. I am praising you. A miraculous doctor, capable of healing all, Su Ruohan retorted with a sardonic tone. If only I were a man, I would also pursue medicine. Really? Just you? Lu Fan chuckled, turning to organize his needle pouch. At that moment, Li Melian addressed Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, hurry and thank Brother Lu Fan on my behalf. Yes. Xiao Xiao nodded eagerly and dashed to Lu Fan, her face alight with excitement. Thank you, Brother Lu Fan, for curing my mother. I'll definitely treat you to a meal soon. All right, I'll be waiting, Lu Fan replied, affectionately ruffling Xiao Xiao's hair. Yi Xiao Xiao gazed at Lu Fan's face and remarked, Lu Fan, you are incredibly handsome. I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before. With a chuckle, Lu Fan replied, Did we not meet just a few days ago? Not that time. Yi Xiao Xiao shook her head. You resemble a man in a photograph at my home. Chapter 71. The fate of my parents, is that so? Lu Fan smiled, assuming Yi Xiao Xiao was merely speaking whimsically, and dismissed her words. At that moment, Li Melian also fixed her gaze upon Lu Fan. It does seem that way. Allow me to fetch the photo, Yi Xiao Xiao declared earnestly, swiftly returning to the living room to retrieve an aged, slightly yellowed photograph from a drawer. She pointed to the man in the picture and said, Lu Fan, look. Don't you think you bear a striking resemblance to this man? Let me see. Lu Fan did not take it seriously. But Su Ruohan eagerly snatched the photograph from Yi Xiao Xiao's hand. After examining the image and then Lu Fan, she exclaimed, You truly do resemble him. She then handed the photograph to Lu Fan. Take a look for yourself. My goodness, how can there be two such similar individuals in this world? Where do I look similar? Lu Fan asked, intrigued. He maintained a smile on his face, but as soon as he laid eyes on the photograph, his expression abruptly shifted to one of shock. The man in the photograph. Noticing Lu Fan's prolonged silence while staring at the photo, Su Ruohan inquired, What's the matter, Lu Fan? Why are you quiet? She waved her hand in front of his eyes, only to have him grasp her wrist firmly. Stop waving it. The man in this photograph is my father, and beside him is my mother. What? Your parents? Su Ruohan exclaimed in astonishment. Li Melian and Yi Xiao Xiao were equally taken aback. The photograph featured 4 individuals. To the far left stood Lu Fan's father. In the center was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, who was Lu Fan's mother, and to the far right was Li Melian, cradling a swaddled Yi Xiao Xiao. Upon viewing this photograph, Lu Fan felt as though a sharp needle had pierced his brain. His parents had indeed visited Lingjiang. For years, he had sought to uncover the whereabouts of his parents, never anticipating that he would inadvertently discover this at Li Melian's home. He hurriedly flipped the photograph over, knowing that such old photographs typically bore the date of the capture. He was eager to ascertain when his parents had come to Lingjiang. Indeed, the reverse side clearly recorded the date of the photograph, 15 years ago, precisely 2 months after Lu Fan had ascended the mountain. Lu Fan inhaled sharply. He had been merely 7 years old when he parted from his parents, an age at which one should retain some memories. Yet for reasons unknown, his recollections of life with his parents were exceedingly vague, as if he had experienced amnesia. He had only come to recognize their faces through a photograph given to him by his teacher. The appearance of the parents in that photograph closely resembled their likeness in today's picture, which is why Lu Fan recognized them at a glance. Initially, the master's wife had mentioned that the parents sought her assistance in watching over him for a few days, promising to return swiftly. However, they vanished without a trace, leaving no further news. Lu Fan had always believed that after abandoning him on the mountain, his parents had gone missing. Little did he know they had visited Lingjiang after descending. This also elucidates why Master's wife, Lu Linglong, later came to Lingjiang, likely to investigate the whereabouts of his parents at that time. From this information, Lu Fan pieced together a timeline from 15 years ago. 15 years prior, his parents had taken him to Baiwu Mountain and entrusted him to Master's wife, Lu Linglong, before departing. Subsequently, they arrived in Lingjiang. But what transpired there remains unknown to Lu Fan. After losing contact with his parents, Master S' wife journeyed alone to Lingjiang, during which she arranged a betrothal between Lu Fan and Su Ruohan's grandfather. The arrival of Master S' wife stirred quite a commotion in Lingjiang, yet ultimately, she was unable to uncover any traces of Lu Fan's parents and returned empty-handed. Upon her return to the mountain, Lu Linglong commenced Lu Fan's training, which continued for over a decade, during which she never married. Throughout these years, there had been no news regarding Lu Fan's parents. Lu Fan, are these two truly your parents? Li Malian exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. After a moment of reflection, she added, how could I have forgotten? The elder brother in the photograph shares the surname Lu. I used to call him Brother Lu. Yes, my father is named Lu Chun. Lu Fan nodded, recalling that Master S' wife had once told him his parents' names. Aunt Malian, this photograph was taken 15 years ago. What were my parents doing in Lingjiang? The fact that they had taken a picture with Li Malian suggested a certain familiarity, potentially leading to clues regarding their disappearance. To be honest, at that time, my husband and I had just encountered Brother Lu by chance. When Xiao Xiao was born, she was frail and did not walk or speak until she was 3. My husband and I were nearly at our wits' end, having sought medical help for over a year without success. It was during that time that we met Brother Lu. Much like how you encountered Xiao Xiao a few days ago. Upon learning of my daughter's condition, Brother Lu used a few silver needles on her, and within half an hour, she was running about. A few days later, she started calling us Dad and Mom, which brought us immense joy. This photograph was taken during that time. Lu Fan nodded, realizing that his father possessed medical skills. Why had Master S' wife never mentioned this to him? He then inquired, do you happen to know what they were doing in Lingjiang at that time? Li Malian shook her head. I do not know. Brother Lu never spoke of it. And after that encounter, I never saw him again. Sighing in resignation, Lu Fan lamented the further loss of leads regarding his parents. However, since they had visited Lingjiang, it was certain that they had other traces of activity, and thus, Lu Fan found it necessary to remain in Lingjiang. What a coincidence! Li Malian still found it astonishing that 15 years ago, Lu Fan's parents had cured Yi Xiao Xiao's illness. Now, 15 years later, it was Lu Fan who had helped her several times. Perhaps this was fate. Li Malian gazed at the ceiling, inhaling deeply. A look of regret etched upon her face. If only I had heeded Brother Lu's words back then, we would not have fallen to such depths today. Lu Fan, slightly taken aback, inquired, what happened? What did my father say to you? Li Malian lamented. Before Brother Lu departed, he had warned me to keep a close watch on Xiao Xiao's father, insisting that I must never let him play mahjong or poker, nor engage in gambling, for it would surely lead to ruin and calamity. At the time, I dismissed Brother Lu's words, believing that a man playing mahjong was inconsequential. Little did I know how swiftly his words would manifest. 10 years later, Xiao Xiao's father took his own life by jumping into the river due to gambling debts. Reflecting on it now, Brother Lu must have known something profound to have left me such a warning. Chapter 72. The tiger has no dog. Father Li Malian's words were laden with remorse, yet regrettably, the past could not be altered, and all that remained was to look forward. Su Ruohan widened her beautiful eyes and gazed at Lu Fan. Your father can predict fortunes. It seems he is quite the expert. Indeed, after all, a tiger has no dog. Father. Lu Fan nodded, knowing little about his parents, but according to Li Malian, they were indeed skilled. After all, how else could they have known such a formidable hidden master as his teacher's wife? Su Ruohan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Oh please, you're so self-absorbed. What? Are you not convinced? As she spoke, Lu Fan rubbed his palms together. Su Ruohan's face flushed instantly, recalling Lu Fan's capabilities. He truly lacked the finesse to cherish delicate emotions. Ignoring Lu Fan, Su Ruohan turned and walked away. Lu Fan turned to Li Malian. All right, Malian, the past is behind us. Do not dwell in sorrow or regret. Life must carry on. Li Malian nodded. Yes, thank you. Lu Fan, no need for thanks. You and my parents are old acquaintances. It is only right for me to assist you. Your blood pressure and blood sugar are both a bit low. From today on, you must not overwork yourself. Eat more meat, eggs, and dairy to replenish your strength. And hire a few more people at the salon. Do not bear all the burdens alone. Understood, I will remember your words. Li Malian promised. Taking Lu Fan's advice to heart, when suddenly she fainted, feeling a pang of fear. Her departure was inconsequential, but Xiao Xiao was still young and needed care. All right, Malian. It is getting late. We will take our leave, and you should rest early as well. Having said that, Lu Fan gestured for Su Ruohan to go downstairs and prepare the car. Li Malian hurriedly beckoned Yi Xiaoxiao to see off the guests. Xiaoxiao, quickly bid farewell to your brother Lu Fan and sister Su. I know, Mom. After agreeing, Yi Xiaoxiao went to escort Su Ruohan. The hallway light is broken, Sister Su. Please be cautious while going downstairs. Li Malian followed closely behind. Just before exiting, Lu Fan asked Li Malian, Aunt Malian, that bald man from the casino hasn't been bothering you again, has he? Li Malian shook her head, replying, No, thanks to you. That's good. Lu Fan said with a satisfied smile, if he dares to trouble you again, remember to call me immediately. Oh, by the way, there's something I must tell you. Aunt Malian, but do not be alarmed. Li Malian responded, Lu Fan, just speak. I have nothing to fear. Lu Fan glanced around, seizing the moment while Yi Xiaoxiao was absent, and said with a significant tone, This house is not clean. Your husband seems reluctant to leave. What? Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Li Malian's expression changed dramatically, and she hurriedly asked, What do you mean? You have been unconscious for quite a while today. Exhaustion is merely one reason. The other reason is related to Xiaoxiao's father. He may have become somewhat entangled with you. I knew it. When I was unconscious earlier, I dreamt of Xiaoxiao's father choking me, trying to drag me down with him. It turns out to be true. Li Malian was filled with dread, especially recalling the nightmare she had just experienced, leading her to believe Lu Fan's words implicitly. What should Xiaoxiao and I do now? Li Malian looked at Lu Fan, her face a picture of helplessness. I have used talismans to suppress the malevolent presence in the house. It should not trouble you for the next month. If you wish to rid yourselves of it completely, you and Xiaoxiao should move as soon as possible. All right, I understand, Li Malian said, breaking out in a cold sweat and nodding repeatedly. Although the revelation was terrifying, the recent nightmare left her no choice but to believe, as she had felt as though she was suffocating when Xiaoxiao's father was choking her. Fortunately, Lu Fan had come today. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. After leaving Li Malian's home, Lu Fan and Su Ruohan returned home, took hot showers, and then each retreated to their rooms. Under the bright moonlight, Lu Fan sat cross-legged on his bed, continuing his practice of the Diamond Dragon Elephant technique. Suddenly, a warm stream of true energy rose from his dantian, circulating within his body. As time went by, Lu Fan felt an increasing heat within him. After a while, he decided to cease his practice. He had improved a bit compared to yesterday, yet this cultivation could not be rushed. This made Lu Fan think of the pure yin energy within Su Ruohan. After exhaling a breath of turbid air, Lu Fan lay down to rest. While lying in bed, he pondered a question. The Tianfeng body has been discovered. But what precisely is the method of breaking calamities that the Master's wife spoke of? He resolved to inquire about it thoroughly when he had the opportunity. Before long, Lu Fan fell into a deep slumber. In his dream, he encountered a remarkably beautiful girl. She stood beside a wall adorned with blooming roses, her smile radiant. Each expression and gesture captivated Lu Fan's heart. However, in the next moment, the once innocent and carefree girl suddenly turned pale. Her white dress was stained with dark red blood, and she stood before Lu Fan with wide eyes, as if refusing to close them even in death. The name Giant Gate echoed in his mind. Lu Fan abruptly awoke, gasping for fresh air. After a considerable time, he steadied his racing heart and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It had been 2 years, yet he still endured this haunting nightmare. The girl who appeared in Lu Fan's dreams, codenamed Giant Gate, was a member of the Beidou organization he had founded. She was thoughtful, straightforward, and immensely adored within the group. However, 2 years ago, after accompanying Lu Fan on their final mission, she tragically lost her life at the hands of a mysterious organization. The brutal death of Giant Gate had become an obsession for Lu Fan. He had vowed before her gravestone to ensure that this secretive organization would pay in blood for their crimes. Yet, to this day, Lu Fan had found no trace of them. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, followed by the voice of Su Ruohan. Lu Fan, are you all right? I'm coming in. Chapter 73. It must be her. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Ruohan opened the door and entered Lu Fan's room. Who let you in? Lu Fan had yet to emerge from the shadows of his recent nightmare. With a light scoff, Su Ruohan replied, the real culprit. Am I not just showing concern for you? You truly don't recognize kindness. Why aren't you in bed yet? Lu Fan asked, his mood lightening considerably as he regarded her. Su Ruohan hesitated. For the moment she lay down, she would recall the image of Qin Yi appearing before her, leaving her unable to sleep. She turned to Lu Fan and inquired, "Enough about me. What is wrong with you? Why were you shouting just now?" "I'm fine." Lu Fan shook his head. "Really?" Su Ruohan approached him, her concern evident. "Look at you, you're drenched in sweat. Did you have a nightmare?" "Indeed," Lu Fan nodded. "Haha," he said, eliciting laughter from Su Ruohan. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Fan shot her a bemused glance. Su Ruohan found it amusing. "I'm laughing at the fact that a heartless man like you would have nightmares." "Is that so?" Lu Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly. The term heartless seemed to suit him quite well. As he glanced back at Su Ruohan, he was struck by a fleeting resemblance to Giant Gate. Though Su Ruohan exuded a more aloof demeanor, they did share certain similarities at times. Checking the time, which had already slipped past 1 in the morning, he advised Su Ruohan, "You should head back to sleep, it's quite late." "And you?" "I'll rest for a bit, and then sleep." Su Ruohan teased. "Would you like me to stay and keep you company? Experts say that sleeping together can enhance sleep quality." "Sure, then stay," Lu Fan replied. "I would welcome that." As he patted the space beside him on the bed, he added, Come, this spot is reserved for you." Su Ruohan laughed heartily. "Haha, I was just teasing you. Did you really take it to heart? All right, I shall cease my jesting now. I'm heading back to sleep, and you should rest early too. May you not have any more nightmares. Good night." With that, Su Ruohan waved goodbye to Lu Fan before closing the door and returning to her room. After her departure, a subtle smile crept onto Lu Fan's lips. This little woman was, at times, quite endearing. As the night passed without incident, the following morning at the Song residence, Song Tian and his son Song Qingjie gazed in astonishment at the young girl standing before them. She stood roughly 165 centimeters tall, with a well-proportioned and alluring figure, particularly striking in her bosom, and appeared to be in her 20s. Beneath her cap, her face was exceptionally delicate and charming. Song Qingjie gazed at her in fascination, unable to fathom that such a delightful visage belonged to an assassin. At that moment, Song Tian was equally astonished. The assassin they had hired at great expense turned out to be such a youthful girl. Surely, she must still be a student? He immediately turned to Yan and inquired, "Mr. Yan, is this really her? Could there be a mistake?" Yan nodded repeatedly, affirming, "There is no mistake. It is indeed her." Song Tian shook his head, still finding it hard to believe. This girl hardly seemed to possess the demeanor of one who had taken a life. Just then, the girl spoke up. "Who is the employer, and who is to be killed? I have limited time, so I advise against dilly-dallying." Startled, Song Tian stepped forward 2 paces, declaring, "I am the employer. I am Song Tian." "Oh, so it's you," the girl said, appraising Song Tian from head to toe before continuing, "My name is Tong Mumu. Who do you wish to eliminate?" Before Song Tian could respond, Song Qingjie leapt up, exclaiming, "Kill Lu Fan and the Su family trio." Lu Fan. Upon hearing that name, Tong Mumu paused momentarily, sensing a strange familiarity. Surely it was a common name. After all, it was not unusual for many to share it. "Is there a problem?" Song Qingjie inquired. Tong Mumu assured him, "No, just prepare the payment in advance." "Excellent. Wonderful," Song Qingjie exclaimed, nearly leaping from his wheelchair in excitement. With that, she turned and departed. Song Qingjie watched her enticing silhouette, exhilarated. How delightful it would be to have such a formidable assassin as a wife. Yet, the thought of being rendered helpless gnawed at him, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. "Lu Fan, I will ensure you meet a gruesome fate." Meanwhile, Qin Yi took advantage of the weekend to move. As the moving truck arrived below, Lu Fan was still dozing upstairs. Just then, Qin Yi's phone call came through. "Hello, brother, your sister has arrived downstairs. Could you please open the door for me?" "Certainly," Lu Fan replied as he sat up from the sofa, politely offering, "Do you need me to come down and help you with your belongings?" On the other end of the line, Qin Yi smiled as she politely declined, stating, "No need. Grandpa has arranged for 2 people to assist me with the move." "Very well, I shall go and open the door for you." The mere thought of soon cohabiting with Qin Yi filled Lu Fan with a flicker of excitement. He hung up the phone and rose to open the door, only to find Su Ruohan standing silently with her arms crossed, blocking the entrance. Despite having mentally prepared herself throughout the night, the moment Qin Yi was actually moving in, Su Ruohan felt an instinctive reluctance to allow her to settle in so easily. Chapter 74. As long as my brother is happy, what do you intend to do? Lu Fan inquired directly upon seeing Su Ruohan obstructing the doorway. Su Ruohan replied, "I will wait for her to knock, and only then will I open the door." "Move aside. I just promised Qin Yi I would let her in." With a haughty tone, Su Ruohan retorted, I said I won't open it, and that is final. Lu Fan chuckled. You prefer a gentle approach, yet seem to be craving a more forceful one? Noticing Lu Fan's mischievous gaze, Su Ruohan's heart skipped a beat. What do you plan to do? Naturally, to open the door, he replied, as he walked over, effortlessly hoisting Su Ruohan onto his shoulder before swinging the door open. Struggling, Su Ruohan shouted, Lu Fan, you rascal, put me down at once. Be still, he commanded. At that moment, Qin Yi emerged from the elevator, elegantly carrying a chic handbag, and caught sight of the scene before her. Her expression momentarily froze before she burst into laughter. Brother, are you playing a game with an I? No, she is being disobedient, and I am teaching her a lesson, Lu Fan clarified, shaking his head. Feeling utterly humiliated in her current position, Su Ruohan protested again, You scoundrel. Let me down immediately. At that instant, two men clad in black suits approached Qin Yi, each carrying two wheeled suitcases. Miss, where should we place the luggage? Qin Yi gestured for them to set the bags down at the elevator entrance. Place them here for now. First, please retrieve the remaining items from the car. Understood, miss. They nodded, before heading back downstairs. During this exchange, Lu Fan merely cast a fleeting glance at the two men, yet that single glance revealed their impressive skills, rivaling those of the guards stationed at the Su residence. A smile crept onto Lu Fan's face. Indeed, old Master Qin was quite attentive to his granddaughter, dispatching such capable individuals to accompany her. As he set Su Ruohan back on the ground, she immediately erupted. You silly panda? With all this luggage, do you plan to stay at my home until the new year? Qin Yi chuckled. That wouldn't be out of the question, as long as my brother is happy. I would be delighted to stay here for as long as he wishes. Here we go again, with the incessant brother talk. If it doesn't make you feel awkward. It certainly disgusts me. Lu Fan is my husband. Should I start calling you Panda Sister as well? Su Ruohan shot a fierce glare at Qin Yi. Qin Yi scoffed with a faint smile. All right, and I, starting today, the three of us must coexist harmoniously. Your constant bickering will surely vex our brother. Su Ruohan shot her an indignant glare. You. Qin Yi covered her mouth with a playful giggle. Moreover, I find your abode rather cramped. If our brother and I happen to create a ruckus, you must not eavesdrop. Su Ruohan was nearly rendered speechless with exasperation. Panda, you are utterly shameless. How can you utter such words in broad daylight? You are incorrigible. And I chimed in. What my sister says doesn't concern me, as long as brother is happy. With that, Qin Yi stepped closer, pressing her chest against Lu Fan, her delicate fingers caressing his shoulder, as she coyly inquired, Isn't that so, brother? I have no objection. Lu Fan replied with a roll of his eyes. Witnessing Qin Yi's boldness, Su Ruohan felt her composure falter. Is this merely a game of seduction? I can play too. With that thought, she seized Lu Fan's arm, attempting to pull him back to her side. Naturally, Qin Yi would not relent, firmly grasping Lu Fan's other arm. Brother is mine. Thus, the two vied for Lu Fan, one clutching his left arm and the other his right, causing him to feel a surge of anxiety. This spectacle was fortuitously observed by two bodyguards who were assisting Qin Yi with her luggage. Seeing Lu Fan being fought over by two stunning beauties, the bodyguards were nearly brought to tears with envy. When will we ever enjoy such treatment? They lamented, especially as neither Su Ruohan nor Qin Yi showed any sign of relinquishing their hold. One bodyguard could not help but inquire, Miss, what about this box? We'll discuss it later. I am rather busy. Su Ruohan interjected, Lu Fan is mine. He is my husband. Thus, Lu Fan found himself in a tug-of-war for 2 minutes until he could no longer endure it, exclaiming, Stop. I wish to be alone. Who is this alone? Su Ruohan and Qin Yi queried in unison. Goodness, women are terrifying. Someone save me. After a prolonged struggle, Su Ruohan and Qin Yi finally exhausted themselves and released Lu Fan. Both women, now breathless, sank onto the sofa in silence, avoiding each other's gaze. The two bodyguards stationed at the entrance of Su Ruohan's home ensured Lu Fan need not worry about any assassins from the Song family intervening at this moment. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan ventured downstairs to procure some cola. Under the blazing sun, he began to question his life choices, pondering whether bringing Qin Yi to stay with Su Ruohan had been a grave mistake. With the two women squabbling daily, what man could possibly endure? Shaking his head, he hastened toward the supermarket. Upon exiting the community gate, Lu Fan rounded a corner into an alley, just as a girl, engrossed in her grilled sausage, hurriedly approached. Her head down, Lu Fan, caught off guard, collided with her as he emerged from the turn. The two individuals collided with considerable force, causing the girl to drop the sausage she held in her hand onto the ground. Lu Fan paused momentarily, looking down to discover that the girl who had bumped into him was strikingly attractive, her exquisite features complemented by a figure that rivaled even Su Ruohan's. Although she fell slightly short of Qin Yi's allure, she nonetheless evoked a phrase in Lu Fan's mind: youthful beauty with ample bosom. However, before he could collect his thoughts, the girl pointedly accused him. You bumped into me. Lu Fan retorted without hesitation. You were the one who charged at me first. You rogue, compensate me for my sausage. As soon as the words left her lips, the girl's gaze hardened, a flicker of lethal intent flashing in her beautiful eyes. Lu Fan's lips curled in a sardonic smile as he thought, damn, she's quite skilled. In the blink of an eye, the girl brandished a sharp dagger, swiftly aiming for Lu Fan's neck. As she attacked, Tong Mumu felt a surge of pride, believing the funds from the Song family would be easily acquired. Little did she know, Lu Fan's reflexes surpassed hers by several magnitudes. Just as the dagger was about to slice through Lu Fan's throat, he merely sidestepped and deftly pinched the blade between his fingers. Lu Fan smirked. You wish to kill me? After Lu Fan seized her dagger, Tong Mumu struggled to free it but found it utterly immovable. Her pupils constricted, and her expression shifted to one of shock as she gazed at Lu Fan. You are also quite formidable. She had assumed her strike was certain to succeed, but to her astonishment, her opponent was significantly more powerful, both in speed and strength, overwhelming her in an instant. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, looking at Tong Mumu with a cold smile. Of course, and I am far superior to you. Nonsense. I have yet to reveal my true abilities. Let us settle this in a fair duel. With that, Tong Mumu relinquished her dagger and dashed toward the nearby park. Trying to escape, Lu Fan secured Tong Mumu's dagger and swiftly pursued her. This assassin dared to attempt a daylight assassination. One could not help but acknowledge her audacity. Her initial attack had been executed with remarkable speed. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have long succumbed to her blade. Tong Mumu's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from Lu Fan's sight, plunging into the park on her right. It was midday, the weather sweltering, leaving the streets and park largely deserted. In no time, Lu Fan also entered the park, where the lush vegetation and dense trees rendered Tong Mumu's figure completely elusive. He halted in place, a cold smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Tong Mumu had also come to a stop, lurking in the shadows, preparing to strike at Lu Fan. Acknowledging his expertise, she dared not let her guard down. Now that she held the advantage of concealment, she needed to eliminate him within the next move. With this in mind, Tong Mumu retrieved a dart from her pocket, planning to launch a surprise attack on Lu Fan from behind. However, as she grasped the dart, she suddenly froze. In an instant, Lu Fan, who was once clearly visible, vanished without a trace. A sudden loss of target sent a wave of panic through Tong Mumu's heart. Where could he have gone? There were no obstructions around Lu Fan. How could he disappear so swiftly? She frantically scanned her surroundings, eager to pinpoint Lu Fan's location. Just then, a chilling voice echoed behind her. You, as an assassin, are remarkably unprofessional. How could you lose track of my person? A wave of dread washed over Tong Mumu. When had he moved behind her? It was utterly silent. As she attempted to turn and look back, she felt a sharp object pressed against the back of her head. Her own dagger. Tong Mumu's composure shattered. She had lost, utterly and completely. At that moment, Lu Fan's cold voice pierced the air once more. Don't move. If you wish to keep your body intact, answer me one question. Was it the Song family that sent you to kill me? Gritting her teeth, Tong Mumu retorted defiantly. Humph. I wouldn't speak even if it meant death. This is the exemplary professional ethics of a qualified assassin. I concede. Go ahead and kill me. Exemplary professional ethics? Lu Fan chuckled. With such mediocre skills, you dare to emulate an assassin? Tong Mumu closed her eyes and scoffed again. A gentleman does not suffer humiliation. If you intend to kill, then do it. Why all this needless chatter? Are you in such a hurry to meet your maker? Today, I shall ensure you do not die. With that, Lu Fan withdrew the dagger pressed against her head and, in a swift motion, produced a length of rope from his waist, binding her hands from behind. Tong Mumu gasped in shock. What are you planning to do? Do you not understand the ways of an assassin? Naturally, I intend to have some fun with you, he replied. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the other end of the rope over a sturdy branch above, and with a gentle tug, hoisted Tong Mumu into the air. Panic surged through her. When she had first joined the assassin organization, she learned that the treatment of male and female assassins captured was vastly different. Female assassins often endured 100-fold the torment compared to their male counterparts. Consequently, most female assassins concealed poison beneath their tongues to avoid such suffering. Yet, Tong Mu Mu had not done so, as she held unwavering confidence in her abilities. "You rogue, if you have the skill, just kill me," she exclaimed, struggling futilely against the bonds that held her aloft, her body suspended and unable to muster any strength. Lu Fan toyed with the small dagger in his hand, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "Killing you would merely grant you a favor. You are shameless." Tong Mu Mu was on the verge of tears, unable to fathom that her first experience as an assassin would lead to such a terrifying ordeal. If only she had heeded her mother's advice and stayed home. "Huh. I revel in being shameless," Lu Fan replied with a smirk. "Do you know what my greatest passion in life is? It is training female assassins. The more beautiful, the more exhilarating." Listening to their screams was an exhilarating experience. However, as Lu Fan spoke, Tong Mu Mu felt a chill run down her spine. The man before her was utterly terrifying. He was nothing short of a pervert. In a moment of despair, Tong Mu Mu shouted, "Damn it! Just kill me already." Lu Fan chuckled. "You want me to kill you just like that? Wouldn't that be rather undignified for me?" Tong Mu Mu was on the brink of madness due to Lu Fan's torment. "You despicable pervert. If you dare to lay a hand on me, the Tong family will not let you off easily." The Tong family? At her words, Lu Fan's expression shifted momentarily. "Which Tong family are you referring to?" Chapter 76. I know more than just you. This was the first time Lu Fan encountered a killer who introduced herself so readily. This incident subtly indicated that she was indeed a novice assassin, pitifully inexperienced. Tong Mu Mu cried, "There is only one Tong family in Magic City. Which one do you think I am talking about?" With newfound interest, Lu Fan inquired, "And who is your father?" Tong Mu Mu was momentarily taken aback. "My father is Tong Zhan. If he finds out what you've done to me, he will not spare you." "Ha ha, so Tong Zhan is your father?" Lu Fan laughed heartily. "Then you must be Tong Mu Mu. You know me?" Tong Mu Mu blinked in surprise. "Of course, I know you well," Lu Fan replied, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a scar the size of a bottle cap. "See the scar? You bit me, and it still hasn't healed." Tong Mu Mu gasped, suddenly recalling something. With widened eyes, she exclaimed, "You are Lu Fan?" "Of course I am Lu Fan. Are you telling me that as an assassin, you don't even know the name of your target?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Tong Mu Mu's anger surged. "So it really is you. Now I must kill you." "Kill me? Attempting to murder your own husband?" Lu Fan slapped Tong Mu Mu's face. After receiving the blow, half of Tong Mu Mu's face burned with pain. She shouted, "You bastard! How dare you hit me? I will not let you off." Lu Fan chuckled lightly. "Oh, ugly girl, I haven't even settled the score with you yet. And you hold a grudge?" Upon being called ugly girl, Tong Mu Mu's fury boiled over. "You dare call me ugly? Put me down. I will fight you. Why don't you come down yourself then?" Lu Fan found himself increasingly amused by Tong Mu Mu. They shared a rather amusing history. 13 years ago, when Lu Fan had just turned 9, his master's wife took him to a prominent family in Magic City, the very Tong family Tong Mu Mu had mentioned. At that time, the master's wife was there to treat Tong Mu Mu's mother, Fei Hanha, and Lu Fan naturally came to know Tong Mu Mu, who was merely 6 years old then and had not yet blossomed into the graceful figure she was today. After Fei Hanha recovered from her illness, she felt an immense gratitude towards Lu Linglong, the wife of Lu Fan. Fei Hanha and Tong Zhan proposed an engagement for Tong Mu Mu, intending to marry her to Lu Fan when she grew up. Lu Linglong readily agreed, treating it as a jest. However, Lu Fan, who was present at the time, vehemently refused, expressing disdain for Tong Mu Mu's appearance, declaring he would never take such an unattractive girl as his wife. His words struck Tong Mu Mu, who was merely 6 years old, like a bolt from the blue, leaving an indelible shadow in her heart. From that moment on, she secretly vowed never to reconcile with Lu Fan in her lifetime. Lu Fan knelt down and playfully pinched Tong Mu Mu's chubby cheeks, remarking, "I truly didn't recognize you at first. That once ugly girl has grown up quite well." Tong Mu Mu, filled with indignation, retorted, "What do you mean quite well? I have been a stunning beauty since childhood. It's you who is blind. Put me down this instant. Tell me who sent you to kill me, and I will let you go." Suspended from a tree, Tong Mu Mu felt exceedingly uncomfortable. "It's the Song family. Didn't you already know?" she replied. Indeed, it was the Song family, those persistent rogues. Lu Fan smiled at Tong Mu Mu and said, If you had mentioned it earlier, you wouldn't have had to endure so much suffering. With that, he let her down from the tree. If it had been any other assassin, they would have already met a swift demise at Lu Fan's hands. Yet Tong Mumu was different. In light of the fact that my teacher's wife and your parents are old acquaintances, I shall spare you this time. If you dare to stir up trouble again, your parents won't be able to save you. Do you understand? He warned. With a cold huff, Tong Mumu rubbed her arms and shot back. You beast, Lu Fan. One day, I will kill you. With that declaration, she turned and fled, vanishing without a trace. Lu Fan, glancing in the direction she had departed, felt no inclination to pursue her. Fortunately, I was decisive in my refusal back then. The thought of marrying a woman like you is already a headache, he mused. However, on the other hand, he acknowledged that Tong Mumu had indeed developed quite nicely, matching Su Ruohan's stature. With a shake of his head and a smile, he returned to his residence. As soon as Lu Fan exited the elevator, he noticed 2 bodyguards, brought by Qin Yi, nervously stationed at the door of Su Ruohan's room. Inside, chaos reigned. Upon seeing Lu Fan, the bodyguards bowed respectfully, saying, Dr. Lu, you have finally returned. Please go inside and take a look. What is the situation? Lu Fan inquired, frowning. One of the bodyguards replied, as soon as you left, a fight broke out, and it has been going on for quite some time. Lu Fan scoffed. Then why are you two just standing there? Go in and assist your young lady. The bodyguard looked helpless and said, we wish we could. But the young lady won't allow us. She insists on handling Miss Su herself. All right, I understand. Lu Fan, not daring to delay, quickly opened the door and entered. Upon stepping inside, he found 2 women engaged in a fierce struggle. Su Ruohan grasped Qin Yi's chest, while Qin Yi pressed her hand against Su Ruohan's chin, their hair cascading wildly as they appeared entangled in a stalemate, neither willing to relent. Remarkably, their clothing was torn to shreds. Lu Fan observed the scene with a smirk. Summer attire was inherently thin, and a mere tug had rendered it irreparable, creating a rather provocative tableau before him. Upon noticing Lu Fan's entrance, both women glared at him in unison. Lu Fan quickly intervened. Enough? I was only gone for a short while, and you've already descended into chaos? If you don't release each other immediately, I will deduct 20 points from each of you. Humph. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the 2 simultaneously let go. Now tell me, which one of you initiated this? Of course, it was her. They both exclaimed in unison. Su Ruohan, is this how you treat guests? Infuriated, Su Ruohan retorted. She is my rival, not a guest. Qin Yi scoffed. Oh, and I, you are truly petty. If it weren't for my brother saying he would protect you these past few days, I wouldn't have moved in with you. As Su Ruohan attempted to respond, Lu Fan interrupted her. He scrutinized both of them. You two are quite adept, aren't you? After all that commotion, not a scratch on your faces. Yet your clothes are in tatters? Su Ruohan replied indignantly. We had a prior agreement. No face grabbing, no hair pulling. Goodness, Lu Fan chuckled. Women fighting with such rules? Chapter 77. The comparison gathering. Qin Yi giggled. Of course, after all, I relies on her looks, doesn't she? Fuming, Su Ruohan shot back. You're the one who relies on your looks, you silly panda. Silence. No more bickering, Lu Fan interjected once again. If I catch you two fighting again, you'll both have to find somewhere else to live, and I'll stay here alone. Su Ruohan paused, realizing this was ostensibly her home. At that moment, Qin Yi stood up. You must be overheated, brother. Come, let us go to my room and cool down. Qin Yi's collar had been ripped open by Su Ruohan, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, prompting Lu Fan to exclaim internally. Yet, it was evident that Qin Yi remained oblivious to her disheveled attire. Lu Fan, fixated on the scene, remarked, You think that can cool you down? Noticing Lu Fan's lecherous gaze, Qin Yi finally glanced down at herself, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. I need to change. Lu Fan, with a satisfied grin, replied, No need to change. I think you look just fine. Teasing your sister again, you're insufferable. Qin Yi chuckled, then made her way to her room. In the living room, only Su Ruohan remained. She shot Lu Fan a fierce glare. You scoundrel. This is all you're doing. With that, she hurled a throw pillow at him. Lu Fan caught it midair, still trying to ambush me? Su Ruohan crossed her arms in silence, and the atmosphere finally settled into a calm. During this period, Su Ruohan pondered a pressing question. Qin Yi, with her myriad of seductive tactics, posed a considerable threat. Although Su Ruohan initially held a slight advantage merely due to her longer companionship with Lu Fan, The dynamics had shifted dramatically with Qin Yi now residing in her home, enabling her to share daily moments with Lu Fan. Su Ruohan felt her status as the primary partner precariously threatened. If this continued, her defeat seemed inevitable. Reluctant to succumb passively to her fate, she narrowed her eyes and clenched her delicate fists, resolving to take the initiative this time. What she could not attain, Qin Yi would not obtain either. With this thought, a cold smirk graced Su Ruohan's lips as an excellent plan began to form in her mind. However, after a moment of elation, confusion crept in. Why did she harbor such intense animosity toward Qin Yi? In their youth, they indeed competed for possessions, but as they matured, their interactions dwindled, and the hostility diminished significantly. Why, upon their reunion, had it transformed into a level of confrontation that escalated at the slightest provocation? Was it due to Lu Fan? Su Ruohan fumed. Was he truly that alluring? No, he was not appealing in the slightest. He was thoroughly insufferable. By the afternoon, Qin Yi had officially moved into Su Ruohan's residence. And throughout that time, Su Ruohan refrained from instigating any conflict. Meanwhile, Qin Yi and Lu Fan enjoyed each other's company in the living room, indulging in food and drinks, seemingly reveling in their companionship. To Lu Fan's surprise, Su Ruohan exhibited an unusual quietness, which left him quite taken aback. As evening approached, Lu Fan changed his clothes in his room, preparing to descend for dinner. Suddenly, Qin Yi approached him, saying, "Brother, I nearly forgot. There's a high school reunion tonight. Will you accompany me?" "A reunion?" Lu Fan paused. "Isn't Su Ruohan also your high school classmate? Why isn't she going?" At that moment, Su Ruohan, seated on the living room sofa, was equally taken aback upon overhearing their conversation. A reunion tonight? How was she unaware of this? Qin Yi chuckled. "Oh, Ni is notoriously known as the ice queen of our class. With such poor social connections, who would bother to inform her?" Lu Fan found himself at a loss for words. Qin Yi had a point. A woman like Su Ruohan, who was aloof and avoided socializing, would indeed have few close friends. Since she hadn't been notified, there was no need to bring her along. "All right, let us go, brother. You needn't worry about Ni. My 2 bodyguards will remain here to protect her." "Okay." With the assurance of the Qin family's 2 experts, Lu Fan felt somewhat at ease. "Stop." At that moment, Su Ruohan suddenly rose and coldly interjected, "Since it's a reunion, why shouldn't I attend?" Qin Yi crossed her arms and scoffed. "Isn't our Ni above such mundane affairs? Why bother going to such a worldly gathering? If you go, then I will go." Su Ruohan shot a fierce glare at Qin Yi. "Wait for me. I need to apply makeup and change my outfit. Then I shall go as well." Qin Yi initially intended to step out without any makeup, yet upon hearing that Su Ruohan was preparing to apply cosmetics, she felt compelled to match her. Thus, she retreated to her room. 10 minutes later, both had adorned themselves with light makeup. Su Ruohan donned an elegant black evening gown, while Qin Yi dazzled in a fiery red ensemble, exuding charm and allure. Their styles were strikingly distinct, yet both radiated an undeniable magnetism. Lu Fan stood between these 2 goddesses, feeling rather out of place. However, as the focal point of this gathering was not himself, he brushed off the feeling and opted for a casual sports outfit, simple and unpretentious. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at the Coral Hotel. By the time they arrived, many of Su Ruohan and Qin Yi's high school classmates had already gathered. Inside the opulent private room, a myriad of men and women were engaged in lively conversation, reminiscing about the past and discussing their current lives. Lu Fan glanced around and observed that all the male attendees were clad in suits, while the women were heavily made up. The atmosphere was palpably tense, with many individuals subtly flaunting their car keys, designer garments, watches, and handbags, while some pretended to take phone calls, claiming to be negotiating million-dollar deals. As for those classmates who had not fared as well in life, they either chose not to attend or sat quietly in the corners, nearly invisible. It was evident to any perceptive observer that this reunion had devolved into a competition for status, centered not around shared memories, but rather around fame and fortune. With the entrance of Su Ruohan and Qin Yi, the previously boisterous room fell into an abrupt silence. Countless gazes turned toward the 2. Both had been the school beauties during their high school days, and now, having shed their youthful innocence, they were nothing short of breathtaking. The previously glamorous women in the room seemed to pale in comparison to the 2, while the men could hardly take their eyes off them. Su Ruohan and Qin Yi were so stunning that it took a moment for the crowd to register Lu Fan's presence between them. When they finally did, Disdainful expressions surfaced on their faces. Who is this person? How does he stand alongside these two beauties? Doesn't he appear to be one of our classmates? He looks rather unsophisticated. Chapter 78. Observing Qin Es enlightened perspective. Whispers about Lu Fan circulated among the crowd, with some of the remarks quickly reaching his ears, words like unsophisticated and similar sentiments. Yet, Lu Fan felt no anger. The comments from Su Ruohan and Qin Es classmates were, after all, grounded in truth. Even he recognized his own lack of sophistication in this moment, as Su Ruohan and Qin were simply ethereal. Any man standing beside these two enchanting women would inevitably feel overshadowed. Qin scanned the room and noted that most seats were occupied, leaving only 3 spots available by the entrance. Just as she was about to inquire about Lu Fan's preference, a short, bespectacled young man approached them. "Oh, Qin Ruohan. The 2 great goddesses of our class have finally arrived. Without you, this gathering of classmates would lack any charm." The speaker, Zhao Kai, was the class monitor during the high school days of Su Ruohan and Qin. Su Ruohan remained silent, exuding an air of aloofness, while Qin casually remarked, "Zhao, you jest." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Kai turned to Lu Fan and inquired, "Is this brother from our class? I feel like I've never seen him before." The question posed by Zhao was one that everyone present was eager to know. Su Ruohan and Qin exchanged glances and simultaneously responded, "My husband. My boyfriend." The revelation from the 2 goddesses momentarily stunned everyone in the room, followed by a cacophony of chatter. Qin Yi's boyfriend? Su Ruohan's husband? What on earth was happening? Initially, the crowd assumed Lu Fan was merely a stranger who had accidentally wandered into the wrong room. Yet he turned out to have connections with both of these illustrious ladies. The men present could only curse under their breath, wondering how a goddess like Su Ruohan could end up with such a man. Truly, a beautiful flower amidst cow dung. Such a fine cabbage was being ravaged by pigs. Oh no, not just 1 flower, but 2. Meanwhile, the female classmates felt inexplicably relieved. In the end, even the aloof goddess had married an ordinary man? What a farce of divine femininity. She was no different from themselves. With this thought, they sensed a newfound equilibrium in their hearts. Zhao Kai adjusted his glasses, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Your husband? Her boyfriend? He glanced back and forth between Su Ruohan and Qin. Before they could respond, Lu Fan wrapped an arm around both Su Ruohan and Qin Yi's shoulders, stating, "Of course, it's quite literal." He turned to Su Ruohan on his right, saying, "This is my current wife." Then, he looked to Qin on his left, adding, "And this is my current girlfriend." "Ah, this?" After Lu Fan's declaration, Zhao Kai was even more perplexed. This was not right. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" At that moment, another tall individual emerged from the crowd, patting Zhao Kai on the shoulder. "All right, class monitor, why are you so troubled? It's time to take your seats. Fang Xiao will be arriving shortly." He was the sports representative from Su Ruohan's high school class, known for his penchant for the spotlight. After addressing Zhao Kai, he turned to Lu Fan and said, "I'm Fang Diyu, pleased to meet you." Lu Fan nodded politely and shook his hand, introducing himself, Lu Fan. "Haha, Lu Fan. You are quite fortunate to have won the favor of our class's 2 great goddesses. You must be no ordinary person." Lu Fan furrowed his brow slightly. "Did you figure that out?" "Haha, it seems Brother Lu is indeed extraordinary. I would rate your bravado a solid 99, just 1 point shy to keep you humble." Fang Diyu laughed heartily, giving Lu Fan a friendly pat on the shoulder. "From today onward, I shall call you the king of bravado." Upon finishing his words, the room erupted in laughter, and Fang Diyu returned to his seat. Qin could not help but furrow her brow. "Brother, do not be upset. What reason do I have to be angry?" Lu Fan replied with a calm smile, then wrapped his arm around Qin Yi's slender waist. Su Ruohan, filled with jealousy, stamped her foot in frustration. Lu Fan turned to glance at her. What occasion calls for such antics? With that, he extended his right hand towards Su Ruohan. "Now that is more like it." Su Ruohan rolled her eyes in a haughty manner but decisively took Lu Fan's hand. What Qin had, she, as the rightful companion, must also possess. The 3 settled near the entrance, with Lu Fan positioned in the center, flanked by Qin and Su Ruohan on either side. This arrangement only served to draw the ire of their classmates. Why should he, who could casually hold hands with 2 goddesses coveted by many male classmates, be so brazen while they could only watch helplessly? At that moment, Fang Diyu spoke up. "All right, most people are here. Shall we begin?" Suddenly, someone shouted, What is the hurry? Young Master Fong isn't here yet. Upon hearing this, Fong Diu quickly changed his tone, ingratiatingly saying, yes, yes. Young Master Fong has yet to arrive, so let us wait a bit longer. Lu Fan frowned and asked Su Ruohan, who is young Master Fong? You classmates have little ability, but certainly a grandiosity. Su Ruohan replied calmly. He refers to Fong Jing, the eldest son of the Fong family from the four great families. Please refrain from speaking out of turn. Damn, another one from those four great families? Lu Fan was rendered speechless. Was there truly no one else in Lingjiang aside from the four great families? With one mention after another, it seemed he was destined to encounter them all. At this point, Qin Yi interjected, the four great families are merely a fade, hardly worth mentioning. Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, that is music to my ears. Su Ruohan frowned and pinched Lu Fan's thigh sharply. Lu Fan protested immediately. Why are you pinching me? Serves you right. You disregard my words, but heed Qin Yi's? Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. What she says is simply more pleasant to the ear. You keep bringing up the four great families as if I am intimidated by them. At least Qin Yi does not come off as lowly as you do. Su Ruohan huffed in irritation. That's because she is a member of one of the four great families. Lu Fan nodded slightly in agreement. Su Ruohan continued, moreover, that young Master Fong has had his eyes on Qin Yi since high school. You sitting so close to her should be cautious. He might cause you trouble later. Lu Fan chuckled, trouble? I would welcome it. He then turned to Qin Yi and asked, what do you think of young Master Fong? Qin Yi scoffed. Just a spoiled brat who bullies the weak. He pales in comparison to my brother. Lu Fan, pleased with her response, looked at Su Ruohan. See? Look at Qin Yi's awareness compared to yours. Chapter 79. I, Lu Fan, am the rule, the sycophants. Day in and day out. They flatter without fear of being trampled. Su Ruohan was exasperated. In Lu Fan's presence, whatever Qin Yi said was deemed correct, while her own words were always erroneous. Should you dare to speak ill of Qin Yi again, I shall not spare you upon our return. Meanwhile, Qin Yi sat beside them, giggling incessantly. You. Su Ruohan was utterly speechless. This insufferable scoundrel and that cunning vixen. Silence, I am famished, let us dine. With that, Lu Fan promptly seized his chopsticks, preparing to grasp a piece of braised pork before him. Just as he was about to reach for it, Su Ruohan swiftly pressed down on his hand. What are you doing? Lu Fan's actions had left Su Ruohan momentarily stunned. As she watched her favorite braised pork being whisked away, Lu Fan was infuriated. What do you mean, what am I doing? Did I not just inform you? I am hungry and it is time to eat. Su Ruohan reproached him. Did you not notice that everyone else has yet to touch their chopsticks? Is it proper for you to start eating alone? Proper? Lu Fan scoffed. Isn't propriety determined by people? I, Lu Fan, embody propriety. He cast a disdainful glance at Su Ruohan and continued. Moreover, that braised pork will become unpalatable if it cools. Are you incapable of understanding this? Su Ruohan was utterly at a loss for words. At that moment, Qin Yi rose, took her chopsticks, and deftly lifted a piece of the braised pork that had just been taken away, placing it near Lu Fan's lips. Here, brother, eat while it's hot. Be careful. It's hot. Lu Fan smiled contentedly. Ah, you truly understand me. He then relished the piece of braised pork, savoring its flavor. After swallowing, he nodded in approval. The culinary skills are commendable. The taste is quite satisfying, though the meat is a tad overcooked, perhaps a bit too much heat. Is that so, brother? Allow me to sample it as well. Qin Yi replied, a confident smile gracing her lips as she too took a piece of braised pork for herself. After savoring it, she remarked, indeed, you are correct. The meat is slightly tough. This scene left everyone in a state of disbelief. Were these two individuals truly so audacious? Even before the arrival of young Master Fong, they had already begun to eat, showing utter disregard for him. Moreover, it was Qin Yi herself who served him the dish. What extraordinary fortune had they accrued over several lifetimes? Equally bewildered was Su Ruohan. While Lu Fan's lack of adherence to etiquette was one thing, how could Qin Yi, from a prestigious family, be ignorant of the proper dining customs? Everyone had yet to touch their chopsticks, yet they had begun. Su Ruohan was aware of Qin Yi's habits. To maintain her figure, she avoided greasy foods like braised pork. Upon reflection, Su Ruohan began to comprehend. For someone of Qin Yi's stature, it was impossible to be ignorant of dining etiquette. Her actions were clearly motivated by two purposes. One was to please and flatter Lu Fan, while the other was undoubtedly to provoke her, conspiring with Lu Fan to intentionally irritate her. At that very moment, Lu Fan turned to Su Ruohan and said, "Are you going to eat? We will leave once we are full, and I have no time to waste here with you." Su Ruohan, utterly speechless and feeling a surge of frustration, found herself thinking of a particularly apt idiom to describe Qin Yi and him, colluding in mischief. However, Lu Fan's words felt less like a suggestion and more like a command. Disobeying him would surely lead to being ostracized by both him and Qin Yi. "Fine, I'll eat." After much internal struggle, Su Ruohan finally made up her mind. After all, it was merely a meal, and she was determined to partake. Yet, to her dismay, Lu Fan seemed unconcerned about her appetite, as he and Qin Yi happily served each other dishes, reveling in their shared enjoyment. "Brother, try this. I think it's quite good," one would say. "This abalone is a bit too salty," the other would chime in. Such exchanges echoed in Su Ruohan's ears, transforming what should have been a gathering of classmates into a grand display of their affection. Jealousy warped Su Ruohan's expression, nearly pushing her to the brink of fury. Yet, faced with the cunning Qin Yi, she had to maintain a facade of a virtuous wife. Gently tugging at Lu Fan's arm, she softly whispered in his ear, "Come, dear, try the shrimp I've peeled for you." This scene left all present in utter astonishment. How could this wretched fellow be so infuriating? Two goddesses had been reduced to abject humility before him, particularly as they observed their classmates sitting at the table, wide-eyed. Lu Fan casually waved at them, saying, "Eat up. Why are you all just staring? Hurry and dig in. The dishes will get cold." The gathered crowd, already simmering with resentment, found their pent-up frustration erupting in an instant. "Hey, do you even know the rules? The esteemed Feng Shao has yet to arrive, and you're already indulging like this? Be careful. You might end up regretting it." Lu Fan chuckled and replied, "I apologize, but I am not acquainted with Feng Shao. I came here solely to enjoy a meal. If he doesn't show up tonight, I can't just let this feast go to waste, can I?" As the clock struck 8, it was evident that the much-discussed Feng Shao was nowhere to be seen. Clearly embodying the phrase, "all talk, no action," Lu Fan continued to eat, murmuring to himself, "In this day and age, one must watch their manners even while dining. If the guest of honor isn't present, one dares not pick up their chopsticks. What a cowardly behavior. Who are you calling a coward?" A hot-headed classmate slammed the table upon hearing Lu Fan's remarks. Are you getting worked up?" Lu Fan glanced at the agitated individual, a dismissive smirk gracing his lips. "Feng Shao hasn't even arrived yet. You aren't actually considering flipping this table, are you?" The individual, now furious, retorted, "You're looking for a fight, aren't you?" He prepared to confront Lu Fan. At this moment, Feng Diu intercepted him, saying, all right, why are you so upset with the tyrant Wang? It's not worth it. Besides, is it shameful to appear a bit meek in front of young Master Feng? Not at all. In truth, Feng Diu had longed to witness the unfolding drama with Lu Fan, no matter how arrogant Lu Fan was. Once young Master Feng arrived, he would certainly have his share of difficulties. Feng Diu exchanged knowing glances with another individual, signaling him to disregard the commotion. The man soon comprehended that Feng Diu was correct. He had no need to seek attention, as once young Master Feng arrived, Lu Fan would indeed be in for a spectacle. Su Ruohan felt a wave of trepidation. Feng Jing was a narrow-minded hypocrite, fond of flattery. And given Lu Fan's current situation with Qin Yi, he was bound to provoke Feng Jing's ire. Su Ruohan pursed her lips. This Lu Fan had just offended the Song family, and was now on the verge of antagonizing the Feng family. How could he possess such confidence? Did he not value his life? Chapter 80. Both Armine Su Ruohan remained silent, her chopsticks untouched. After a considerable time, when Lu Fan and Qin Yi had nearly finished their meal, Feng Jing finally arrived. It was now 9 in the evening, well past dinner time. The door swung open, revealing a man clad in a black casual shirt, casually strolling in with his hands in his pockets. "Young Master Feng, we have eagerly awaited your arrival." Upon seeing Feng Jing, a young man promptly stood and approached him. With a shout, nearly half the dining table rose hurriedly, flocking to Feng Jing like moths to a flame. "Young Master Feng, we thought you wouldn't make it tonight. We didn't expect you to honor us with your presence. Young Master Feng is truly a person of deep loyalty. You wouldn't understand." Feng Jing waved his hand dismissively. "Apologies, my classmates. I was delayed due to a business meeting this evening. Please do not take offense." In truth, this was merely an excuse. Feng Jing had intentionally arrived 2 hours late to further highlight his own stature. "Young Master Feng, how modest. For a man of your stature." Your presence here today is already a tremendous honor for us. Please, take your seat. As the wealthiest and most powerful man in the room, Fong Jing's arrival silenced any boasting among the other men regarding their careers and assets, for they all understood how trivial their wealth appeared in comparison to his. With Fong Jing's entrance, the gathering transformed from a competition of status into a grand display of sycophancy directed towards him. Having been born with a silver spoon, Fong Jing was accustomed to this adoration. Amidst the flattery, he settled into the seat that Fong Diyu had reserved for him. After establishing his superiority, Fong Jing cleared his throat, instantly bringing silence to the table. Before delivering his belated remarks, he naturally sought out his high school crush, Qin Yi. A quick glance revealed her seated near the entrance, almost directly opposite him. Fong Jing felt a surge of joy at the arrival of his goddess, Qin Yi, and resolved to make a good impression. However, upon taking a closer look, he was utterly dumbfounded. His idol appeared to be completely indifferent to his presence. And to his astonishment, she was serving food to another man. Fong Jing blinked in disbelief, questioning his own vision. But as he focused his gaze on the entrance, he was taken aback to discover that, in addition to Qin Yi, Su Ruohan was also attending to this unfamiliar man. The sight of both goddesses fawning over a stranger left Fong Jing in a state of bewilderment. Who was this friend? He scrutinized Lu Fan, a sinister smile creeping across his face. When asked about the man, Su Ruohan hesitated momentarily, but Qin Yi swiftly interjected, confidently declaring, "This is my boyfriend, Lu Fan." Upon hearing Qin Yi's response, Fong Jing's expression shifted dramatically. Internally, he muttered to himself, when did this woman get a boyfriend, and one as unrefined as this? During his pursuit of Qin Yi, he had been firmly rebuffed. Relying on his status from one of the four prominent families, he had initially contemplated employing some underhanded tactics, only to discover that she, too, belonged to one of the four families, being the legitimate granddaughter of the Qin clan. The thought of scheming was promptly abandoned. After graduating high school, Fong Jing had his father, Fong He, enlist a matchmaker to seek a marriage proposal from the Qin family. But it was flatly rejected by Qin Yi's grandfather. The reason was straightforward. Qin Yi did not consent, and thus the elder did not press the matter. From that moment on, Fong Jing harbored resentment towards the Qin family, and his pursuit of Qin Yi diminished. Yet today, upon learning that Lu Fan was Qin Yi's boyfriend, the flames of his anger ignited. Particularly infuriating was Lu Fan's nonchalant demeanor, which provoked a strong urge within Fong Jing to retaliate. However, he masked his true feelings and feigned composure, remarking, "Lu Fan, what a fine name." He then turned his attention to Su Ruohan, seated to Lu Fan's right, and smiled. "Ruohan, you came as well. I thought you wouldn't make it today." Aware that Su Ruohan was Qin Yi's rival, he sought to provoke her. "Our school's two goddesses. One is Qin Yi, and the other is you. Now that Qin Yi has a boyfriend, Ruohan remains unattached. Your standards are truly high, as expected from our class's aloof goddess." Haha. Fong Jing laughed heartily, ostensibly praising Su Ruohan's discerning taste, while subtly mocking Qin Yi's choice of partner. Su Ruohan, feeling somewhat awkward, brushed her hair aside and replied, "Fong Xiao, you misunderstand. I am already married." "What?" Fong Jing was taken aback. "Ruohan is married? Whereas your husband?" Su Ruohan glanced at Lu Fan before calmly stating, "Lu Fan is my husband." "What? Lu Fan is your husband?" At this revelation, Fong Jing was rendered speechless. This is absurd. Qin Yi is his girlfriend, and Su Ruohan is his wife? After a brief moment of stupor, Fong Jing burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha. Why do I feel a bit confused? What is there to be confused about?" Lu Fan glanced at Fong Jing, replying, "Isn't it just the literal meaning?" Fong Jing scoffed. "It means that both are mine." With that, Lu Fan extended his arms, embracing both Qin Yi and Su Ruohan in a simultaneous hug. Reluctantly, Lu Fan found himself in this predicament. He had not intended to act this way. If he embraced Qin Yi, Su Ruohan would be upset. And if he embraced Su Ruohan, Qin Yi would be angered. Knowing that angering either would lead to further conflict later that evening, Lu Fan ultimately decided to embrace both. At that moment, the expressions of everyone present froze. Who among them was unaware that Qin Yi was the favored one of the esteemed Fong? Now, Lu Fan was brazenly holding both Qin Yi and Su Ruohan in his arms right before Fong Jing. Silence enveloped the crowd. Yet they all understood implicitly that Fong Jing's face was contorted in displeasure, akin to having consumed something distasteful. Fong Jing, already harboring considerable animosity towards Lu Fan, felt an intensified hatred after this blatant display. His mood had been buoyant before arriving, but now he felt as if he had been subjected to an affront. Despite this, he forced a smile, saying, "Brother Lu, you truly are fortunate in love. I, Fong Jing, am in admiration." In response, Lu Fan frowned and asked, "What do you mean by fortunate in love? Two women bickering at home is hardly a blessing. It's a headache, if anything." He shook his head, displaying his unwillingness. Fong Jing's lips twitched, and his expression stiffened further. Was he still considered a person? Fong Jing felt as though he was losing face in front of everyone. He hastily shifted the topic, addressing his classmates at the round table. "I, Fong, have arrived late today. I shall drink a cup as penance." Chapter 81. I just want to beat you. Upon seeing Fong Jing rise, Fong Diyu immediately followed suit. During their high school years, he had been Fong Jing's sycophant. And now, in society, he continued to flatter him. Another individual chimed in. "How can that be? It wouldn't do to let young Master Fong drink alone. Come, everyone. Let us raise our glasses to young Master Fong, wishing him ever-growing success in his ventures." As the words were spoken, dozens of people at the table raised their glasses in unison, proclaiming, "May young Master Fong's business flourish." In this society, where connections reign supreme, all present, regardless of gender, understood that to associate with the Fong family meant a bright future ahead. The feeling of being exalted by the crowd filled Fong Jing with immense joy. Amidst the chorus of congratulations, everyone downed their drinks, while Fong Jing merely pretended to sip before setting his glass down. Only Lu Fan remained seated, showing no inclination to join in the toast. Qin Yi also refrained from standing. As a member of one of the four prominent families, the Qin family held as much power as the Fong family, and she saw no need to flatter Fong Jing. Likewise, Su Ruohan, observing Qin Yi's indifference, chose to remain unmoved as well. After raising their glasses and sharing a drink, the guests finally picked up their chopsticks under Fong Jing's direction. It was already past 9 o'clock, and many were famished, diving into an extravagant feast. At that moment, Lu Fan let out a loud belch, instantly dampening the spirits of those around him. Such a lack of decorum. While others were enjoying their meal, he was burping. Several heavily made-up women cast disapproving glances in Lu Fan's direction. He remained unfazed by their judgment. After all, countless individuals in the world yearned for the opportunity to dine with him, yet remained unfulfilled in their desires. At this juncture, Fong Jing, with a smile, turned to Lu Fan and inquired, "Have you eaten well, Brother Lu?" "Yes, I am quite satisfied," Lu Fan replied, stretching his limbs as he stood. "And how do you find the dishes? Are you pleased?" "Ordinary, at best," Lu Fan answered nonchalantly. Fong Jing burst into laughter. "Haha, Brother Lu, you are indeed a person of candor. I shall certainly befriend you." At that moment, Fong Diyu interjected, "Fong Shao, I recall this hotel is owned by the Zhou family, isn't it? Is that so?" Fong Jing chuckled. "You nearly slipped my mind. Indeed, this establishment is a property of the Zhou family." "Oh dear, Brother Lu, you may have stirred a hornet's nest by criticizing the fare at a restaurant owned by Mr. Zhou." Lu Fan furrowed his brow. "What of it? If I declare the food here unpalatable, what can he possibly do to me?" "True, Mr. Zhou does have quite the temper, but fear not, Brother Lu." Fong Jing laughed. "I have met Mr. Zhou on several occasions. In terms of seniority, I call him uncle. He will surely spare you any wrath for my sake." "Is that so? Then I owe you my gratitude." Lu Fan smiled. "Though, to be honest, I am not well acquainted with him." "Haha." Fong Diyu suddenly burst into laughter. "No wonder you are the king of wit. You've certainly amused me. And you claim not to be familiar with him? He is the head of the Zhou family, one of the four great families. You likely lack even the privilege to meet him. Hey, Fong Diyu, do you even know how to speak?" Fong Jing scolded, directing a frown at him. Brother Lu makes a valid point. He isn't familiar with Mr. Zhou. Are you suggesting he should be? That would be even more absurd. Fong Jing and Fong Diyu continued their banter, their sarcastic tones aimed at belittling Lu Fan. Fong Jing then turned to Lu Fan and said, "Brother Lu, do not take Fong Diyu to heart. He is just a blabbermouth. Sometimes I wish to give him a good smack, ha ha ha." Lu Fan chuckled lightly. "Why not do it now? I am pressed for time." Fong Jing was taken aback. He had never encountered someone so forthright. Hearing Lu Fan's words, Fong Diyu became agitated. "What did you say? Who are you planning to hit? Do you believe I want to deal with you right now?" Lu Fan casually beckoned him. "Come on, I just finished my meal and could use a bit of exertion." "Curse it. If I'm afraid of you, I wouldn't bear the surname Fong. Fong Diyu rolled up his sleeves, eager for a confrontation. What are you doing? Fong Jing pulled Fong Diyu back. Have you had too much to drink? We are all friends here. Is this how you conduct yourself? He turned to Lu Fan and said, Brother Lu, please do not take offense. This lad has had a bit too much to drink today. It's quite all right, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Did not young Master Fong also say that we are all friends? Today, this friend, Fong Diyu, is one I, Lu Fan, have decided to claim. Is that so? Fong Jing exclaimed with delight, pulling Fong Diyu to his feet. Come, Brother Lu, let us toast together. Lu Fan gestured dismissively. I am not one for drinking. I prefer to make friends through martial prowess. There is an old saying in the Jianghu. One does not truly know another without a fight. Make friends through martial prowess? Fong Jing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. What a splendid notion. He chuckled inwardly, for he had been a practitioner since childhood, and combat was his forte. Now, Lu Fan seemed to be courting his own demise, providing the perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson and enlighten him on the true meaning of humility. However, Fong Jing was in no rush. He entrusted this task to Fong Diyu, as openly resorting to violence would tarnish his reputation. Fong Diyu, on the other hand, was more than capable of handling it. He could easily resort to brutality if given the chance. With this thought, Fong Jing signaled to Fong Diyu to administer a severe lesson to Lu Fan. Fong Diyu stepped forward. Brother Lu, since young Master Fong has spoken, I shall reluctantly oblige. Lu Fan smiled nonchalantly. We are all friends here. Let us not be overly formal. We shall spar, but if anyone wishes to concede, we shall end it immediately. Excellent. Both Fong Jing and Fong Diyu exclaimed in unison. In truth, from the moment Fong Jing entered the room, Lu Fan had discerned that he was a martial artist. Albeit one of mediocre skill, akin to an ordinary person in Lu Fan's eyes. He was aware of the camaraderie between Fong Jing and Fong Diyu. Their banter was laced with subtle mockery directed at him. The notion of making friends through martial prowess held no ulterior motives. Lu Fan simply sought to deliver a lesson to the two youths, imparting to them the true meaning of humility. Fong Diyu was a large, robust fellow, one of Fong Jing's henchmen during high school, and he held Lu Fan in utter disdain due to this. Eager to curry favor with Fong Jing, Fong Diyu had long desired to give Lu Fan a good thrashing. The private room was quite spacious, and after moving a few chairs, a large area was cleared. Fong Diyu and Lu Fan stood facing each other, 3 meters apart. Fong Diyu, intent on victory, stretched his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. And with a cold smile, he remarked, I have no regard for weight in my strikes, Brother Lu, so do bear with me. Lu Fan nodded with a smile. I feel the same. Should I happen to injure Brother Fong, do not hold it against me. Haha, what a jest. Fong Diyu laughed heartily, completely dismissing Lu Fan. The onlookers in the private room began to murmur among themselves. This rustic fool dares to make friends through martial prowess? Can he possibly be a match for Fong Diyu? Is he seeking punishment? Such ignorance. How dare he be so arrogant before young Master Fong, even insulting us as cowards? It is time he learned a lesson. As the discussions unfolded, the crowd cleared more space for the two combatants, with Fong Jing laughing heartily. Let us commence. Keep it light. Consider it a performance for our old classmates. With sweet words on his lips, Fong Jing wished fervently for Fong Diyu to eliminate Lu Fan immediately. Even if not to death, he longed for Lu Fan to be mercilessly tormented, rendered a mere shadow of himself, forever unable to hold his head high before Qin. A sinister smile flickered across Fong Jing's face as he beheld Lu Fan and Fong Diyu, each revealing their fists and feet. With a thunderous roar, Fong Diyu lunged at Lu Fan. In an instant, Fong Diyu stood before Lu Fan, sparing no words as he unleashed a powerful hook aimed squarely at Lu Fan's face. The veins on Fong Diyu's arms bulged, indicating he was exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. The moment he struck, a triumphant smile curled on his lips. Lu Fan's movements were sluggish, and this punch would surely leave him dazed, unable to even utter a plea for mercy. However, in the blink of an eye, Fong Diyu found his fist meeting nothing but empty air as Lu Fan tilted back effortlessly, evading the blow. How could this be? A shiver ran through Fong Diyu, his face betraying his astonishment. How could Lu Fan have dodged so swiftly? Unyielding, Fong Diyu feigned a left punch in front of Lu Fan, and taking advantage of Lu Fan's momentary distraction, he launched another hook aimed at Lu Fan's abdomen. Lu Fan reacted with remarkable speed, tilting his head to evade Fong Diyu's attack, while simultaneously gripping Fong Diyu's arm with his left hand. He then executed an elbow strike that connected solidly with Fong Diyu's chest. With a muffled groan, Fong Diyu felt as though his very insides had been shattered. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, a grimace twisted Fong Diyu's face as he was propelled into the air without even a chance to cry out in agony. Lu Fan seized Fong Diyu's arm and executed a throw, crashing him heavily to the ground. The impact was like plummeting from a 10-meter height onto concrete, sending waves of pain coursing through Fong Diyu's body. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. Could it be that Fong Diyu had been bested? I heard he was a fitness instructor now. How could he possibly lose to someone like Lu Fan? In terms of physical prowess, Lu Fan appeared no match for Fong Diyu. Yet here he was, effortlessly flooring him in mere moments, leaving many in sheer disbelief. But Fong Jing remained unfazed. The techniques Lu Fan had just employed were beneath his notice. It was evident that this young man had trained in some combat skills, which explained Fong Diyu's humiliating defeat. With Fong Diyu firmly pinned to the ground, Lu Fan wore a mocking smile as he gazed down at him, asking, "So, Brother Fong, do you yield?" I yield. Fong Diyu gasped, struggling to utter the words. At that moment, he felt as though at least 3 ribs had been broken. Though he was unaware of what Lu Fan had done to him, the intensity of the pain made it clear that if he did not concede, he might very well meet his end at Lu Fan's hands. Damn it, yielding so quickly. A shadow flickered across Fong Jing's face. He had not anticipated that Fong Diyu would concede so swiftly, truly a worthless individual. Upon hearing Fong Diyu's response, Lu Fan merely smiled faintly and released him. Fong Jing clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "I never expected Brother Lu to be such a martial arts practitioner. Impressive skills." Lu Fan laughed heartily. "I have only practiced a few days of Jeet Kune Do, all thanks to Brother Fong for allowing me." "Haha, oh my, Brother Lu, you are being modest. Your humility is commendable, but I must admit, it has ignited my enthusiasm." Fong Jing chuckled as he rolled up his sleeves. "Thus, Brother Lu, let us engage as before, through martial arts. Today, I intend to exchange a few blows with you." As Fong Jing's words fell, the crowd in the private room erupted into a flurry of discussion. Young Master Fong is personally stepping in. Lu Fan is finished. With his girlfriend snatched away, young Master Fong is likely to be serious now. Lu Fan, with a troubled expression, hesitated, saying, "Young Master Fong, is this really appropriate?" Fong Jing, with a smile concealing his blade, replied, "Brother Lu, what could possibly be inappropriate? Rest assured, we shall maintain the same restraint as before. If anyone concedes, we will cease immediately." Lu Fan exhibited a hint of hesitation once more. "What is the matter, Brother Lu? Do you feel it won't be fulfilling enough? How about this? If you manage to defeat me, I will directly grant you 500,000. The classmates present will bear witness. I, Fong Jing, will not go back on my word." Fong Jing was confident, believing that based on Lu Fan's previous encounter with Fong Diyu, he could never surpass him. 500,000. Young Master Fong is indeed generous. The crowd erupted in cheers once again. However, Lu Fan merely shrugged. "I am not interested in money. My wife and girlfriend are quite affluent." "What? Your wife and girlfriend are wealthy?" The crowd gasped. Who is this country bumpkin who can simultaneously court the 2 goddesses, Su Ruohan and Qini? Could it be that these 2 goddesses have lost their senses? With a single statement, Lu Fan once more elevated the crowd's animosity. Fong Jing's lips twitched slightly. "Very well, Brother Lu has a point. Indeed, the Qin and Su families are significant business enterprises. Since you are not fond of money, then I shall let you make a request. If you defeat me, I shall fulfill it." "All right." Lu Fan grinned mischievously. "If I win, will you kneel and call me daddy?" "What?" In an instant, Fong Jing was taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. The room fell silent, stunned by Lu Fan's words. His actions and demeanor were exceedingly peculiar, almost as if he were not a normal person. To demand young Master Fong kneel and call him daddy? Surely, this lad must be mad. Such a blatant provocation. Everyone awaited to see how young Master Fong would retaliate. Humiliated in front of so many, Fong Jing's anger reached a boiling point. Narrowing his eyes, he glared at Lu Fan. "Brother Lu, you cannot be serious." Yet Lu Fan replied, "I am quite serious, indeed." Chapter 83. The contest. Even Su Ruohan approached and tugged at Lu Fan's arm, attempting to dissuade him from his resolute course of action. She was well aware of Fong Jing's formidable prowess in combat. What if Lu Fan were to lose? Even if he emerged victorious, Fang Jing was not an adversary to be trifled with. Provoking him further could make life in Lingjiang exceedingly difficult for Lu Fan. Yet, to her astonishment, Lu Fan displayed a demeanor of utter fearlessness, brushing aside Su Ruohan's hand. Seeing Lu Fan's serious expression, Fang Jing's ire ignited. It's one thing to play around. But what if you lose? Will you then kneel and call me daddy? Lu Fan, with a playful smirk, responded, of course, but let us have our classmates bear witness. Very well. Fang Jing retorted with a series of cold laughs. Let us commence swiftly. With that, he moved to occupy the spot where Fang Diyu had previously stood. While Fang Diyu, having been knocked down by Lu Fan, was unceremoniously dragged aside like a discarded rag doll. Fang Jing stretched his arms and wrists, initially intent on merely teaching Lu Fan a lesson to humiliate him in front of Qin Yi and Su Ruohan. However, the unexpected turn of events brought amusement to Fang Jing. This was a case of self-inflicted peril. He could hardly be blamed for it. With a sudden fierce resolve, Fang Jing lunged at Lu Fan. A powerful punch surged through the opulent private room, the air vibrating with its intensity. Fang Jing's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixated on Lu Fan's face, confident that a single blow would either incapacitate him or leave him gravely injured. Just as the fist was about to connect, Lu Fan unexpectedly executed a swift sidestep, evading the strike with effortless grace. Taken aback, Fang Jing attempted a clawing maneuver aimed at Lu Fan's throat, yet once again, Lu Fan eluded his grasp with ease. Fang Jing furrowed his brow, disbelief flooding his expression as he realized Lu Fan had seemingly vanished from his sight. I'm right here, Fang Xiao? Lu Fan's voice echoed from behind Fang Jing, sending a chill down his spine. How had this kid, who had just been in front of him, managed to maneuver behind him so quickly? Without hesitation, Fang Jing spun around, unleashing a flurry of punches aimed at Lu Fan. Yet, to his dismay, none found their mark. Damn it, what sorcery is this? Fang Jing cursed under his breath, panting heavily. When he finally looked up at Lu Fan, he was met with a triumphant grin. In that moment, Fang Jing began to grasp the gravity of the situation. He was professionally trained, and even when sparring with the experts from his family, he had never felt this overwhelmed. How could he be so fatigued by merely facing someone like Lu Fan? Particularly in front of so many former classmates, he felt utterly humiliated. After another intense yet fruitless assault, Fang Jing, now exasperated and breathless, shouted in frustration, "Damn it! All you do is evade. Do you dare to confront me head-on?" Lu Fan, with a mocking smile, replied, "Isn't it just to avoid hurting you? How audacious!" Fang Jing retorted, seething with anger. Fang Jing, consumed by rage, unleashed another punch aimed at Lu Fan. Lu Fan, with a disdainful snort, lifted his foot and struck Fang Jing's abdomen. In an instant, a wretched scream echoed, and Fang Jing's figure was propelled backward like a cannonball, flying several meters before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. In that moment, everyone was rendered speechless. How could Fang Jing have been sent flying by a single kick from Lu Fan? Is Fang Xiao all right? Immediately, a classmate stepped forward. A look of terror etched on their face, glancing at the others. One audacious classmate remarked, "Don't worry, Fang Xiao in trouble? Unless the sun rises in the west. Fang Xiao, get up quickly. We know you're merely toying with this bumpkin." Yet, at that moment, no one understood the situation better than Fang Jing himself. After being kicked away by Lu Fan, he was profoundly shaken. Initially, he had dismissed Lu Fan during his contest with Fang Diyu, seeing his techniques as mere frivolities. However, after experiencing the true contest firsthand, he realized that this young man was no ordinary individual, but a consummate master. It was his strength that had emboldened him. His earlier clumsiness had merely been a ruse to draw Fang Jing into a trap. How could such a person exist in Lingjiang? Panic surged within Fang Jing as he struggled to rise from the ground. Yet, the moment he moved, he felt as if all his tendons had been severed, unable to muster even an ounce of strength. Coincidentally, Lu Fan's laughter wafted into his ears. "Fang Xiao, the outcome is still undecided. Do get up and continue the fight. You needn't hold back, I'm quite sturdy." Those words sent a chill down Fang Jing's spine. Here he was in such a pitiful state. Yet Lu Fan still spoke of an undecided victor? After experiencing that kick, even the dimmest of minds would recognize that he was no match for Lu Fan. This individual concealed his prowess, skillfully hiding his true capabilities, and Fang Jing regretted his earlier folly. How could he have been so naive? A man capable of captivating both Su Ruohan and Qin Yi, he could hardly be an ordinary person. It was all the fault of those sycophants, whose incessant flattery of Feng Deshao had led him to lose himself. Feng Xiao, do get up. If you don't, I'll have to continue kicking. With Lu Fan's words still hanging in the air, a loud thud resonated. Feng Jing felt Lu Fan land several kicks upon him. The excruciating pain coursing through every nerve in his body, unbearable. In that moment of agony, Feng Jing suddenly recalled the rules of the contest. He could end it simply by conceding. I concede. He tried to shout, but discovered he could not make a sound. Bewildered, he wondered what in the world Lu Fan had done to him. Damn it! Lu Fan continued to rain down kicks, while the classmates in the private room erupted into a cacophony of jeers. Feng Xiao, stand up and take him on. Feng Xiao, how can you endure this? I certainly cannot. Upon hearing the voices of these individuals, Feng Jing felt on the verge of tears. How infuriating. I am nearly beaten to death. Yet you continue to exchange these insipid remarks. After a lengthy pause, someone finally noticed something amiss with Feng Jing, lying motionless on the ground, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Could it be that he had been beaten to death? The man's face paled in horror as he urgently shouted, "Stop!" Feng Xiao is on the brink of collapse. Lu Fan cast him a disapproving glance and replied, Feng Xiao has not yet conceded. How can he be in such dire straits? With that, he resumed his relentless kicks. Lu Fan's precision was remarkable. Each strike deftly avoided vital areas, ensuring that Feng Jing's life remained unscathed. In excruciating pain, Feng Jing summoned every ounce of strength to grasp Lu Fan's pant leg, pleading, I concede. I concede. So quick to surrender? Lu Fan frowned, feeling unsatisfied with the lack of challenge. Yes, I concede. Feng Jing implored once more, mustering all his strength to beg for mercy. Lu Fan offered a faint smile, withdrawing his foot from Feng Jing's body. Very well, since Feng Xiao concedes, this contest shall come to an end. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Feng Jing let out a sigh of relief. It was finally over. But Lu Fan continued, however. The mere utterance of however caused Feng Jing's heart to leap into his throat once more. However what? Feng Jing inquired anxiously. Lu Fan smirked coldly. What was agreed upon before the duel? Wasn't the loser required to kneel and call the victor daddy? At this, Feng Jing's expression darkened considerably, as if he had just tasted something revolting. The thought of kneeling and uttering such words would undoubtedly bring disgrace to the Feng family. Regaining his composure, Feng Jing looked at Lu Fan and warned, Lu Fan, I caution you not to go too far. I am a member of the Feng family. And what of it? Is Feng Xiao attempting to renege on the agreement? Lu Fan stretched and prepared for further action, embodying an unwavering resolve. At this moment, witnessing Lu Fan's ruthlessness, the others in the private room hesitated to come to Feng Jing's defense. After all, the rules had been established prior to their match. Attempting to backtrack now would be indefensible. Yet, the notion of someone of Feng Jing's standing kneeling before Lu Fan and calling him daddy was utterly horrifying. Damn it! Feng Jing cursed inwardly, clenching his teeth in frustration. If he complied, he would undoubtedly lose face. If he refused, he would face another brutal beating from Lu Fan. Feng Jing's heart was heavy with despair. Rather than endure another thrashing, he even contemplated the possibility of conceding. A saying echoed in his mind. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Once he escaped this ordeal, he would ensure Lu Fan regretted it. Just then, the door to the private room swung open abruptly. Zhou Ping, the head of the Zhou family, entered with two subordinates following closely behind. The room erupted with exclamations of, It's Lord Zhou. Lord Zhou has arrived. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow as he glanced towards the tumultuous private room. What on earth was happening? The Coral Hotel was, after all, a property under the Zhou family's ownership, and this evening, Zhou Ping happened to be here conducting business with several clients. After escorting his clients out, he happened to pass by this room. Upon hearing the sounds of a commotion within, he sought information from his subordinates. He learned that the eldest son of the Feng family, Feng Jing, was hosting a class reunion there. Zhou Ping had some understanding of Feng Jing in his presence. Conflicts were inevitable. The ruckus within the room alarmed Zhou Ping, who was concerned that Feng Jing might cause a fatal incident in his own hotel, prompting him to take a look inside. Upon inquiring, several acquaintances of Zhou Ping within the room quickly gathered around him, exclaiming, Master Zhou, someone is wreaking havoc on your territory. You must save young Master Feng. He is on the brink of being beaten to death. Feng Jing was the one being assaulted? Zhou Ping was taken aback, feeling somewhat surprised, and hurriedly glanced towards Fong Jing's position. As expected, Fong Jing was slumped on the ground, battered and bruised. In a pitiable state. Before Fong Jing stood a young man. Zhou Ping frowned. How could anyone in Lingjiang dare to brutalize the eldest son of the Fong family in such a manner? The Zhou and Fong families had a decent relationship, with some business dealings between them. Zhou Ping contemplated that by protecting Fong Jing, he might secure a favor from the Fong family in future business endeavors. So he resolved to intervene. Upon seeing Zhou Ping, Fong Jing's eyes lit up with hope, and he scrambled towards him, pleading, "Uncle Zhou, please save me. This person is about to kill me." Fong Jing felt a wave of relief, knowing that someone dared to cause trouble on Zhou Ping's territory, and the aggressor would surely face dire consequences. Zhou Ping cast a glance at Fong Jing but remained silent, then turned his attention to the figure of Lu Fan. Who was causing such a ruckus here? He inquired. At that moment, Lu Fan was casually twirling a chopstick with effortless grace. Upon hearing Zhou Ping's voice, he turned to face him, his expression unchanging. "What is it?" he asked in a deep tone. "Luciany." Zhou Ping was momentarily stunned upon realizing that the one beating Fong Jing was Lu Fan. He quickly dismissed any thoughts of Fong Jing and clasped his hands in greeting. Zhou Ping pays his respects to Luciany. Zhou Ping had encountered Luciany. As his words fell, the room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was taken aback. The head of the Zhou family, Zhou Ping, was so deferential before Lu Fan? What was their relationship, and who exactly was Lu Fan, regardless of his identity? The fact that Zhou Ping displayed such humility indicated that Lu Fan was undoubtedly someone not to be trifled with. Fong Jing's face turned ashen upon witnessing this spectacle. He stood frozen in place, his expression of astonishment rigid for several seconds. At that moment, Lu Fan turned to Zhou Ping and asked, "Mr. Zhou, what brings you here?" "Oh," Zhou Ping replied hastily, a smile spreading across his face. "It is as follows, Luciany. I was here conducting some business today and happened to pass by. Hearing the excitement, I thought I would come and take a look." "Oh, so that's how it is," Lu Fan remarked with a raised eyebrow and a smile. "I have no pressing matters. I merely accompanied my wife to this class reunion. I was just engaging in a friendly spar with Fong Xiao." Zhou Ping, being an old hand in the world, was well aware of both Lu Fan's and Fong Jing's temperaments. With just a word from Lu Fan, he immediately grasped the recent events that had unfolded. A smile graced Zhou Ping's face as he expressed his delight. "Engaging in friendship through martial arts is splendid. In my youth, I too relished such encounters. Thus, I shall take my leave and not intrude further. I will remain downstairs. Should you require anything, Dr. Lu, feel free to summon me." Lu Fan waved his hand with a smile. "You may attend to your matters. I shall be leaving shortly." "Very well, Dr. Lu, farewell." Zhou Ping left the private room in a hurried departure, visibly relieved. The entire exchange transpired within a mere minute, leaving the faces of everyone in the room awash with astonishment. Who exactly was Lu Fan, that he could command such deference from Zhou Ping? Fong Jing stood there, dumbfounded, watching Zhou Ping exit. If even someone of Zhou Ping's caliber could not save him, what hope was there for himself? The term father emerged from his lips, nearly impossible to suppress. With a mournful expression, Fong Jing cast a pleading glance at Lu Fan. The words "Brother Lu" were on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not bring himself to utter them. Just as Fong Jing summoned the courage to speak, Lu Fan casually wrapped his arm around Qin Yi's waist. Completely disregarding Fong Jing, he smiled at Qin Yi and said, "Having eaten and drunk sufficiently, shall we return home to rest?" He then turned to Su Ruohan with a commanding tone. "Su Ruohan, hurry and go get the car." Fuming, Su Ruohan had no choice but to obey. Lu Fan's words were tantamount to a decree. Chapter 85. Su Ruohan felt like crying, "Let a woman drive?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's command, many male classmates cast envious glances his way, especially considering that the driver was the stunning Su Ruohan. Was this a royal treatment? As the trio prepared to depart, Fong Jing exhaled a sigh of relief, secretly grateful that Lu Fan no longer required him to call him father. What a relief it was to escape such embarrassment. But at that moment, an onlooker in the crowd shouted, "Lu Fan, don't rush off. Fong Xiao hasn't called you father yet." The room fell silent at once. Fong Jing was stunned. Who was this oblivious person, eager to stir up trouble? Fong Jing yearned to drag the speaker out and give them a thorough thrashing. As Lu Fan was about to leave, he halted at the remark. Turning to the crowd, he offered a faint smile and said, "No need. I have too many sons to support, and besides, I, Lu Fan, do not possess a son so foolish. With that, Lu Fan departed the banquet with Su Ruohan and Qin Yi by his side. Though the individual has departed, his words linger, echoing in the ears of the crowd, refusing to fade away. Hearing this, Fang Jing's complexion darkened to a shade of iron. This was an affront, a blatant insult. It was even more humiliating than being compelled to kneel and call someone father. At that moment, another classmate approached Fang Jing, saying, "Young Master Fang, please do not be upset. Sit down and join us for dinner. Everyone is waiting for you." Infuriated, Fang Jing shot a piercing glare at the speaker and coldly retorted, "Get lost." With the situation having escalated to this point, how could one think of dining? He gritted his teeth, fists clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. As a top-tier airborne with a golden spoon, Fang Jing had never endured such humiliation. "Lu Fan, you have provoked me today, and I shall ensure you pay for it doubly in the future." Meanwhile, Su Ruohan drove home, her face marred by concern. In the back seat, Lu Fan and Qin Yi were engaged in flirtatious banter. Heartless scoundrels. Su Ruohan glanced at them through the rearview mirror, her anger mounting. These ungrateful wretches. While she was nearly worried sick, they acted as if nothing had happened. Halfway through the journey, Su Ruohan could no longer contain herself and said, "Lu Fan, could you please refrain from being so impulsive in the future?" Her voice was not low, but alas, Lu Fan was engrossed in conversation with Qin Yi and did not register her words. "Lu Fan," Su Ruohan shouted, slamming on the brakes. The sudden inertia propelled both Qin Yi and Lu Fan forward, nearly causing Qin Yi's head to collide with the front seat if Lu Fan had not caught her. Lu Fan questioned, "Su Ruohan, do you even know how to drive? Why don't you listen when I speak?" Infuriated, Su Ruohan exclaimed, "I am worried about you. Yet you act completely heartless." "What did you say?" Lu Fan inquired. Su Ruohan raised her voice. "I said it was excessive how you bullied Fang Jing at the dinner table. Aren't you afraid he will retaliate against you?" "Afraid? What is there to fear? If I were afraid of him, I would cease to be Lu Fan." Lu Fan furrowed his brow, about to respond when Qin Yi interjected, "Nini, how can you not understand your brother at all? Can he possibly fear such a spoiled rich kid? You know what happened to Song Qingjie for crossing him. Do you think your brother fears that?" "Well said." Lu Fan nodded approvingly at Qin Yi. "You wretched person." Su Ruohan fumed as she drove. "You're just enjoying the chaos, aren't you? When they seek revenge, it will never fall upon you, right?" Qin Yi shot back, "Nonsense. I have confidence in my brother, unlike some who constantly doubt his capabilities." Su Ruohan refused to back down. "I am not doubting. I am merely concerned." "Is that so?" Upon hearing Su Ruohan's words, Lu Fan felt a surprising emotional stir. It seemed that, over time, this young lady had genuinely taken an interest in his affairs. Nevertheless, he nonchalantly remarked, "It appears your concerns are unwarranted." Upon returning home, the trio experienced a tranquil night, with nothing amiss except for a slightly increased frequency of the toilet flushing. The following morning, Qin Yi, looking splendidly adorned, rose early to head to the hospital for work. Meanwhile, Su Ruohan feigned a stomach ache, resolutely refusing to allow Lu Fan and Qin Yi to depart for the hospital together. Left with no choice, Lu Fan stayed at home to accompany her. Presently, the threat from the Song family's assassins had not yet abated, and Lu Fan remained vigilant. After Qin Yi's departure, Lu Fan knocked on Su Ruohan's door. "Enough of the charade. You didn't consume anything that could upset your stomach yesterday, and your menstrual period is still quite distant. Thus, there is no way you could be in pain. Rise and shine." Su Ruohan, puzzled, understood that Lu Fan was a skilled physician who could discern ailments merely by observing one's complexion. However, since they had not crossed paths since going to bed the previous night, how could he possibly know she was feigning illness? "You can tell I'm pretending just through the door?" She couldn't help but inquire. Lu Fan smirked. "Of course, your little ploys cannot escape my notice." "Humph," Su Ruohan retorted. Miffed, it was clear that he was aware of her thoughts, yet he still conspired with Qin Yi to vex her. "Hurry up and come out. My clothes are dirty, and I'm waiting for you to wash them." "What?" Su Ruohan frowned. "You scoundrel, I thought you wanted me to do something else. I will wash my own clothes." "I refuse to do it for you." Protests echoed from her bedroom. "Is that so?" Lu Fan chuckled lightly. "You refuse to wash them? Then I shall make a call to have Qin Yi return and assist me. I am certain she would be quite willing." "You." Su Ruohan was momentarily taken aback. This insufferable rogue was once again using Qin Yi as a means to threaten her. Frustration engulfed her. She realized she was utterly at his mercy. "Now, I will count to 3. Once I reach 3, I will call Qin Yi, he declared. Wait, I'll wash them. Is that acceptable? Su Ruohan, resigned, had no choice but to comply. Lu Fan grinned triumphantly. Now that's more like it. I might consider adding 5 points to your score. You insufferable rogue. Su Ruohan's cheeks flushed with indignation. As she opened the door, Lu Fan was just in time to present her with a heap of clothes. A cursory glance revealed they were mostly his own garments. Yet, upon closer inspection, her face turned crimson as she discovered a pair of his undergarments among the pile. Su Ruohan felt tears welling up. In the end, after scrutinizing the contents repeatedly, she found nothing inappropriate on Lu Fan's undergarments. Su Ruohan furrowed her brow and murmured, could it be that everything stated in the high school biology textbook is incorrect? In the end, with tears in her eyes, she meticulously cleaned and hung out Lu Fan's clothes. The garments were washed in a machine, while the undergarments were hand-washed, organized with precision. From 8 in the morning until noon, Su Ruohan diligently completed the task, and Lu Fan was exceedingly pleased with her efforts. Finally, it was done. Su Ruohan let out a sigh of relief and turned to Lu Fan, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in the television. Lu Fan, I wish to have a word with you. While munching on potato chips, Lu Fan inquired about what. Silently, Su Ruohan settled beside him, not turning her gaze. As she stared intently at the television screen and stated earnestly, let us discuss matters of the heart. Matters of the heart. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. Go on. After all these days, between Qin Yi and me, whom do you favor more? Whom do I favor more? Lu Fan chuckled. Su Ruohan, why would you even ask? What gives you the confidence to compare yourself to her? Though Su Ruohan had mentally prepared herself for this question, Lu Fan's response still left her momentarily stiffened. How dare he? She thought, feeling a surge of indignation. What makes you think I cannot compare to her? Su Ruohan straightened her posture and declared, I possess beauty, figure, and capability. What does that vixen have over me? It infuriates me. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Su Ruohan, you cannot solely mention your strengths. What about your shortcomings? What shortcomings do I have? Su Ruohan huffed in exasperation. Or rather, what do you like about Qin Yi? Lu Fan furrowed his brows. She is kind, gentle, and understanding. Do you possess such qualities? Gentle and understanding? Su Ruohan nearly burst into laughter. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Lu Fan retorted, slightly annoyed. Su Ruohan giggled. You are making me laugh to death. I have known her since childhood. She was the fiercest fighter among the girls, and you call her gentle? Pooh. Lu Fan rolled his eyes dismissively. That was during school. Her current demeanor suits my taste, doesn't it? Su Ruohan scoffed. Oh please, let me tell you. It's all an act. I just don't feel like exposing her FAAD. Hey, are you trying to separate us just to badmouth Qin Yi behind my back? Are you attempting to influence my judgment through such underhanded tactics? Lu Fan exclaimed. If you continue this way, your standing in my heart will plummet. You. Su Ruohan was left speechless. Fine, let us change the topic. She bit her lip and gazed earnestly into Lu Fan's eyes. Do you prefer the gentle, intellectual type? Indeed. Lu Fan nodded. What of it? Su Ruohan smirked coldly. Then you must not choose Qin Yi. Lu Fan shrugged. So if I don't choose Qin Yi, who else would I select, if not you? Gentle, intelligent, sisterly. These 3 descriptors seem utterly unbefitting of you. That is not what I meant. Su Ruohan shook her head. Then what do you mean? Lu Fan felt that Su Ruohan was acting rather peculiar today. Su Ruohan inquired. The girl who will eventually marry you must surely possess the physique of a Tianfeng, correct? Indeed, Lu Fan nodded. As it was precisely because both she and Qin Yi were said to embody the Tianfeng physique that he intended to choose between the two. Su Ruohan grinned mischievously. How about I introduce you to another girl? What? Another girl? Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Su Ruohan, are you feeling well today? He reached out to touch her forehead. Get away from me. I am not ill. I am being serious. What do you mean? Lu Fan furrowed his brow. I am a flower, not a playboy. Why are you introducing me to so many girls? Su Ruohan pouted. Isn't that what you said? You like gentle, intelligent sisters? Lu Fan replied nonchalantly. That is merely one of my criteria for choosing a partner. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ruohan spoke again. What if I told you she also possesses the Tianfeng physique? Lu Fan's eyes lit up at her words. Su Ruohan, what are you talking about? Are there truly so many with the Tianfeng physique in this world? Have they all crossed your path? Qin Yi was introduced to him by Su Ruohan, and now she was suggesting yet another. Lu Fan could not help but feel suspicious. It is true. Her name is Jiang Ro, the dean of the School of Economics at Lingjiang University. Su Ruohan nodded earnestly, briefly introducing her credentials. Her name contains the character for soft. If she truly lives up to her name, she must be quite remarkable. However, being a dean, what does that imply? She must be in her 40s or 50s. Lu Fan was taken aback. Typically, one does not ascend to such a position at a young age. Su Ruohan shook her head. No, she is the same age as me. We were college classmates. Lu Fan burst into laughter. The same age as you? At that age, she is already a dean? You must be joking. It is true. She is indeed a dean. Her family background plays a significant role, but more importantly, it is due to her capability. Having published 7 papers during her 4 years of university, just consider that. Lu Fan was astonished. She could publish while still an undergraduate? Is she a genius? Su Ruohan replied. One might say so. She has received an exceptional education since childhood. And what of her figure and appearance? In Lu Fan's view, women who are both beautiful and talented exist, but they are exceedingly rare. Su Ruohan answered once more. She is no less than me or Qin Yi. Are you certain she possesses the Tianfeng physique? Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan immediately nodded. Please do take me to meet her. Although he was uncertain of Su Ruohan's intent with her remarks today, he clearly understood that choosing a partner is one of the most significant decisions in life. Before making a choice between Su Ruohan and Qin Yi, Lu Fan reasoned that getting to know another female friend would not be a disadvantage. Su Ruohan and Qin Yi both possess admirable physiques and beauty. Despite Lu Fan's repeated assertions that he favors Qin Yi slightly more, he is not entirely satisfied with her, finding it equally challenging to choose between Su Ruohan and her. In light of this, forming a new friendship would allow him to weigh his options without haste. The act of selection is not only a responsibility towards himself, but also towards them. Although he often claims to be an outsider unworthy of their attention, Lu Fan is acutely aware that accompanying him may not necessarily be advantageous. Beyond the traditional obligations of marriage and procreation, Lu Fan bears additional significant responsibilities. Chapter 87. The female assassin goes missing. Upon hearing Lu Fan's suggestion to meet, Su Ruohan immediately acquiesced. This was her chosen method of mutual destruction. If she could not have him, she certainly did not wish for Qin Yi to have him either. Clenching her small fist tightly, Su Ruohan squinted, her inner thoughts conveying, "You bear no significance. I won't let you compete with me. If we cannot both have him, then neither shall." The two reached a consensus and set off, with Su Ruohan driving Lu Fan to Lingjiang University in search of Jiang Ro. Along the way, Lu Fan remained curious about how Su Ruohan had acquainted herself with so many girls of the Tianfeng physique. Could it be that girls of such a nature are drawn to one another? Meanwhile, at the Song family's mansion, Song Tian paced anxiously in the living room, hands clasped behind his back. Tong Mumu had promised to eliminate Lu Fan and the 3 members of the Su family within a day. Consequently, Song Tian had wired the money, yet over a day had passed without any updates from the female assassin. He turned to Yen and inquired, "Mr. Yen, it has been a day. Why is there no word from the assassin? Has she succeeded?" Sweat beaded on Yen's forehead as he furrowed his brow in response. "Master, we have lost contact with the female assassin." Song Tian was taken aback. "What? Damn it, has she fled?" Yen, face etched with distress, replied, "She has even blocked me. I told you that this assassin was unreliable." Song Tian's brow furrowed, sensing a grave situation unfolding. "In that case, contact the assassin's organization at once and demand our money back." Yen nodded vigorously. "Understood, master. I will call them right away." He promptly dialed the number, only to hear a voice on the line. "We're sorry, the number you have dialed is no longer in service. Please try again later." Yen stood dumbfounded. "Master, the assassin organization's number is unreachable." "What?" Song Tian erupted in fury. "Are we just going to lose several hundred million like this? Useless wastrels. Where did you find such an unreliable assassin organization?" Yen, startled, quickly defended himself. "Master, I never anticipated this would happen." Song Tian's expression darkened. His teeth clenched in rage. "Damn it, have I been swindled?" At that moment, seated in a wheelchair, Song Qingjie spoke up. "Father, we should report this to the authorities. We cannot let these swindlers evade justice." As soon as Song Qingjie finished speaking, Song Tian delivered a sharp slap across his face. Upon discovering he had been deceived, Song Tian, already seething with anger, became even more incensed by Song Qingjie's words. "Call the police? What could we report?" What transaction have we engaged in that warrants police involvement? Father, I was wrong. Song Qingjia, clutching his stinging cheek, wore an expression of deep grievance. Father, what shall we do now? Are you not going to take revenge for me? That despicable Lu Fan has caused me this injury. Silence. Song Tian cast a cold glare at Song Qingjia, reprimanding him sternly. Song Tian, filled with exasperation, lamented, "You useless fool. At over 30 years of age, you still behave like a child. This grudge must be avenged. Otherwise, where shall I hide my face?" A shadow flickered in Song Tian's eyes. It was time to summon Kuer back for a visit. Meanwhile, Su Ruohan strolled through the campus of Lingjiang University with Lu Fan. The youthful exuberance of the boys and girls racing across the playground filled the air with the essence of youth. Observing them, Lu Fan could not help but exclaim, "University life is truly wonderful." However, this seemingly innocuous remark suddenly caught Su Ruohan's attention. She turned to Lu Fan and asked, "Why did you pause in the middle of your sentence?" "Did I? I hadn't noticed," Lu Fan replied with a smile, continuing on his path, leaving Su Ruohan standing there, consumed by jealousy. "You insufferable scoundrel, your mind is always on cars. Are you coming or not?" Lu Fan turned to Su Ruohan, inquiring, "Where is the person you want me to meet?" "We'll arrive soon," Su Ruohan replied, biting her lip as she hurried to catch up. She was uncertain if her decision was the right one, but she knew that as long as it made Qin's life difficult, she would consider herself victorious. As for Lu Fan, he was quite eager to meet this individual. A gentle and intellectual sister sounded quite appealing. The two soon reached the entrance of the College of Economics, where Lu Fan suddenly spotted a familiar figure passing nearby. It was a beautiful girl, dressed in standard student attire, with hair that just reached her shoulders. Upon closer inspection, it was Yi Xiaoxiao. As Lu Fan noticed her, Yi Xiaoxiao coincidentally turned to see Lu Fan and Su Ruohan. Instantly, her face brightened, and she approached them with enthusiasm, greeting, "Lu Fan, Su Jia. What are you two doing here?" It dawned on Lu Fan that Yi Xiaoxiao was indeed a student at Lingjiang University. "Oh, we're here to find someone." Lu Fan smiled and asked, "What are you up to?" Noticing the two books Yi Xiaoxiao was holding, Lu Fan took a moment to appreciate her beauty. She truly was a striking young lady. Standing straight, her slender legs complemented her black shorts, while her well-developed figure, though not quite on par with Su Ruohan's, was certainly eye-catching. Like the young girls running through the campus, Yi Xiaoxiao, still unacquainted with the world beyond, radiated a vibrant aura of youthful exuberance, undeniably captivating. "Lu Fan, I'm heading to class," Yi Xiaoxiao replied. "Oh, then you should go. I won't keep you," he responded. See you later, Lu Fan." Yi Xiaoxiao waved goodbye to Lu Fan and Su Ruohan. After her departure, Su Ruohan remarked to Lu Fan, "The little sister seems to have a fondness for you." "Huh?" Lu Fan paused, momentarily taken aback. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Su Ruohan chuckled softly. "I can tell. Her gaze towards you is quite peculiar." "Uff," Lu Fan retorted, casting her an exasperated glance. "You know nothing. That's merely a look of gratitude. I helped her and her mother settle their debts and saved her mother. She is grateful." After saying this, Lu Fan added, "All right, enough chatter. Quickly take me to meet Jiang Ro." Su Ruohan replied, "We can just wait here. I've already spoken to Jiang Ro, and she'll be down shortly." Chapter 88. Encountering Tong Mumu again, is that so? Lu Fan said, a flicker of delight crossing his face. "Well done. I might consider adding 5 points to your score." TCH, Su Ruohan rolled her eyes in exasperation. In less than 3 minutes, a woman clad in a black lace-collared dress descended from the stairs. She was tall, her figure elegantly curvaceous without being excessive. Exuding a gentle demeanor, her exquisite features rivaled those of Su Ruohan, capturing Lu Fan's attention immediately. At that moment, Su Ruohan spoke, "This is Jiang Ro. What do you think?" Lu Fan's gaze remained fixated on Jiang Ro as he responded to Su Ruohan, "A stunning beauty. I'm smitten." "Is that so?" A proud smile graced Su Ruohan's lips. Hearing Lu Fan's words, she felt her objective was achieved. As long as she could divert Lu Fan's attention from Qini, she would feel much more at ease. However, Jiang Ro was not so easily pursued. At this moment, Lu Fan's eyes remained locked on Jiang Ro, for her gentle and intellectual demeanor brought him immense comfort. Upon seeing her, Lu Fan felt an immediate spark of infatuation. Soon, Jiang Ro approached the two. She first greeted Su Ruohan politely before turning her attention to Lu Fan. "Hello, I'm Jiang Ro." Ruohan mentioned she would introduce a friend, "And you must be Lu Fan?" Jiang Ro extended her hand, and Lu Fan confidently took hers, saying, "Indeed, I am Lu Fan. However, my purpose in coming here is not merely to be your friend, but to aspire to be your boyfriend." With that, Lu Fan released Jiang Ro's hand. Her skin was smooth and delicate, a touch that lingered in his mind, yet Lu Fan was not in haste. Jiang Ro's smile faltered momentarily, a look of surprise crossing her features. Lu Fan's directness was astonishing, so much so that even Su Ruohan found it hard to believe. "I say, big brother, is this truly how one pursues a girl? It's rather too forward. Don't you fear you might scare her away?" At this moment, Lu Fan spoke calmly. "I am a straightforward person. I dislike beating around the bush." "Well, I too have no fondness for evasive men," Jiang Ro replied with an unperturbed demeanor. "However, if one is to enter a relationship, I believe it is prudent to know the other person well in advance." Lu Fan nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point, but unfortunately, it seems you may not have the luxury of time." "What do you mean?" A look of surprise crossed Jiang Ro's face. Lu Fan, with a serious expression, stated, "You are ill and do not have much time left." "What?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Su Ruohan was momentarily stunned. "Brother Lu Fan, are you serious? It's only the first day of meeting someone, and you declare they are ill? You even curse them with a short lifespan?" Su Ruohan was utterly speechless. Had she not feared a possible retaliation from Lu Fan, she would have immediately chastised him. However, Jiang Ro appeared remarkably composed, her gaze towards Lu Fan tinged with a hint of curiosity. Just as she contemplated questioning him, she noticed Lu Fan suddenly turning to look behind him. Following his gaze into the distance, she spotted a strikingly beautiful girl with pigtails, holding a skewer of grilled sausage, strolling along the tree-lined path of the campus. To her astonishment, it was none other than Tong Mumu, the assailant sent by the Song family to eliminate Lu Fan. What a twist of fate to encounter her again at Lingjiang University. Lu Fan turned to Su Ruohan and Jiang Ro, saying, "Excuse me for a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, he dashed towards Tong Mumu like a whirlwind. Sensing danger, Tong Mumu, with the instincts of a predator, noticed Lu Fan's approach and, without hesitation, shoved the sausage into her mouth and fled. After Lu Fan departed, Su Ruohan hurriedly explained to Jiang Ro, "I apologize, Jiang Ro. He has a few screws loose. Please do not take his words to heart." "It's all right," Jiang Ro replied with a smile, shaking her head. "But I am curious. What is your relationship with him?" "Huh." Su Ruohan was momentarily taken aback, then stammered, "He is currently my husband." "Your husband?" Jiang Ro was also taken aback. Lu Fan, her husband, desires to be in a romantic relationship with her? This situation was undoubtedly complex. However, a flicker of confusion arose in Jiang Ro's eyes. How does he know that I do not have much time left? Meanwhile, Tong Mumu darted through the crowd like a feral cat, her pace astonishingly swift. Among those of comparable ability, few could match her speed, but alas, the one pursuing her was Lu Fan. They raced like lightning across the campus pathways, attracting a throng of onlookers among faculty and students. Goodness, are they superheroes? How can they run so fast? As she participated in the sports meet, who could possibly outrun them? A physical education teacher shouted, "Students, which college are you from? May I have your name and contact information?" Unfortunately, Tong Mumu had no time to respond. In less than half a minute, Lu Fan caught up with Tong Mumu. Just as he was about to seize her, Tong Mumu suddenly produced 2 darts and hurled them at Lu Fan, hoping to impede his speed. Alas, Lu Fan effortlessly evaded the darts with a leap. Tong Mumu ran with all her might. With her exceptional agility, she leapt onto the bleachers of the school's sports field and successfully concealed herself among the spectators. Phew, surely they won't find me here. Tong Mumu removed the grilled sausage from her mouth, bent down behind the seats, and panted, patting her chest. However, at that moment, a pair of large hands appeared from behind her and roughly grasped her twin ponytails. "Ah!" Tong Mumu cried out in pain. Lu Fan, unbeknownst to her, had stealthily approached from behind, reminiscent of their encounter in the park. With a smug smile, Lu Fan remarked, "Running? Why are you running?" Tong Mumu retorted, "How could I not run when you were chasing me?" "Fair point. But why have you stopped running now?" Lu Fan tightened his grip on her ponytails, as if steering a vehicle, finding it quite amusing. Tong Mumu yelled, "You scoundrel, let me go." Lu Fan leapt beside her. "Let you go? Tell me, what are you doing here on campus? Are you plotting something against me?" Tong Mumu's presence seemed suspicious. As she had coincidentally arrived at Lingjiang University with Su Ruohan that day, leading Lu Fan to believe she was still intent on attacking him and Su Ruohan. Chapter 89. Born with a cold body, Tong Mumum felt like crying. Come on, big brother. I'm a student here. Still making excuses? Lu Fan released her ponytails and forcefully pressed her back against the front row of seats. Simultaneously, he noticed the grilled sausage in her hand. He reached out and snatched it away. It seems you truly enjoy grilled sausages. When he bumped into Tong Mumum yesterday, she had also been holding a grilled sausage. Though she had been looking for trouble then. You bastard, give it back. Tong Mumum fumed. The sausage was her bottom line. She could lose her head or bleed. But she could not part with her sausage. No, Lu Fan declared, taking a bite out of it. Tong Mumum glared at him furiously. You scoundrel, Lu Fan. If you eat my sausage, I will never forgive you in this lifetime. Huh, Lu Fan sneered. It's just a mere sausage. I can always get you another one. However, you are in a precarious situation right now. Speak. Are you planning to assassinate me again? Who wants to assassinate you? Tong Mumum immediately countered. Then what are you doing in the university? Lu Fan retorted. Tong Mumum continued. I am here to study. I am a student here. Dare you deceive me? Lu Fan delivered a forceful slap. Tong Mumu winced in pain. Her delicate face flushed with anger and embarrassment. Lu Fan, you scoundrel. One day, I shall have my revenge. Lu Fan replied with a mocking smile. Planning to harm your husband? Have you forgotten what your mother advised you? Tong Mumu's eyes darted as she recalled her mother, Fei Han He, saying, Mumu, as a girl, you must learn to be gentler. Otherwise, with such a fierce demeanor, your brother Lu Fan will never take a liking to you. How will you ever become his wife? Remembering her mother's words made Tong Mumu seethe with rage. Her rebelliousness, her choices to join the assassin organization, all stemmed from Lu Fan. She was determined to defy her mother and resolutely refused to marry him. I, Tong Mumu, would rather die outside than marry a scoundrel like you. Lu Fan chuckled. That's splendid. I have no interest in you anyway. Tong Mumu was infuriated, her years of training seemingly in vain against him. Just then, a distant school bell rang, and her expression shifted. Let go of me, Lu Fan. I have class to attend. Class. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. What class can a killer like you possibly attend? Tong Mumu, exasperated, retorted, I am a student here, you know. How can you prove it? In a hurry. Tong Mumu exclaimed, look at my badge. I have a badge. At this, Lu Fan flipped her over and reached for her chest, and indeed, there hung a badge. It bore her photo, name, and details of her class, along with her student number at the bottom. Lu Fan scrutinized the badge and read aloud, Tong Mumu. Business Administration, Class 3, Economic College. He paused in surprise. Now do you believe me? Tong Mumu demanded, her voice laced with irritation. Upon finishing, Lu Fan couldn't help but gasp. You really should have mentioned this sooner. He quickly released her, realizing she was indeed a diligent student eager to attend her class. Tong Mumu, exasperated, adjusted her clothes and ponytail, glaring at Lu Fan. You rogue, thief, snatcher of my grilled sausages. I shall have my revenge on you one day. Lu Fan merely smiled. I'll be waiting. Frustrated, Tong Mumu spat out a final threat before sprinting away, fearful of Lu Fan's pursuit. Having just encountered Yi Xiao Xiao on campus, she now crossed paths with Tong Mumu. The city of Lingjiang truly felt quaint. Lu Fan shook his head and returned to the spot where he had met Jiang Ro. Su Ruohan and Jiang Ro were still there. Lu Fan smiled and said, Apologies for keeping you waiting. It's quite all right. No rush, Jiang Ro replied with a gentle smile. In contrast, Su Ruohan wore a fierce expression as she questioned. Lu Fan, where have you been? Why did you run off so quickly? Lu Fan answered truthfully. I went to pursue the assassin. The assassin? Su Ruohan's expression changed upon hearing this. Has the assassin come for us? Do not worry. I have already dealt with it, Lu Fan replied nonchalantly. With the close relationship between my master and the Tong family, I am certain that Tong Mumu would not dare to attempt another assassination. All right. Su Ruohan sighed in relief. Lu Fan turned to Jiang Ro and asked, What were we discussing just now? Jiang Ro responded, You mentioned that I am ill and do not have much time left. Yes, I remember now, Lu Fan nodded. Jiang Ro anxiously inquired, How did you know that I am sick? Su Ruohan was momentarily stunned by Jiang Ro's words. What does this mean? Has she admitted to being ill? I am a divine physician, Lu Fan continued. When I shook your hand earlier, I felt your pulse. You possess a naturally cold constitution, and each time you have your monthly cycle, you endure excruciating pain. Those afflicted with such a condition invariably do not survive past the age of 25. Jiang Ruo's pupils constricted, and she nodded in shock. What? Su Ruohan exclaimed. Is Lu Fan telling the truth? She looked at Jiang Ruo in disbelief. Jiang Ruo was her university classmate, and indeed, the sight of her in pain during her menstrual cycle was horrifying, her complexion as pale as a corpse. But Su Ruohan never expected Lu Fan to claim that she would not live past 25. A sense of discomfort washed over Su Ruohan. How could such an exceptional girl be dealt such an unfair fate? It is true, Jiang Ruo affirmed again. Su Ruohan hurriedly asked, if that is the case, why not seek a doctor for treatment? Because there is no cure for a cold constitution, Lu Fan replied calmly. No cure? Su Ruohan's beautiful eyes widened. He speaks the truth, Jiang Ruo admitted. Over the years, she had sought various doctors, but none could treat her condition. In fact, very few physicians had even heard of the cold constitution. She had only learned about it from an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Only her family knew of her affliction. Yet Lu Fan had merely taken her pulse and discerned the state of her health, leaving Jiang Ruo astonished. She looked at Lu Fan again and gently asked, since you already know that I cannot live past 25, why are you still so intent on being my boyfriend? A faint smile graced Lu Fan's lips. Because I can cure this illness. You can cure it? Jiang Ruo's face reflected disbelief. Indeed. How will you treat it? Jiang Ruo asked again. Through acupuncture, Lu Fan replied matter-of-factly. You will receive treatment once every 5 days for a total of 7 sessions. And then you will be as healthy as anyone else. Is it truly that miraculous? Jiang Ruo gazed at Lu Fan with wide eyes. Since the age of 12, the cold poison within her had continuously troubled her, and after years of treatment to no avail, now Lu Fan spoke of it so effortlessly. Jiang Ruo was not worried about the lack of hope. Rather, she feared the disappointment of yet another failure. Lu Fan spoke again. You will know once you try. Su Ruohan spoke up, suggesting, Jiang Ruo, why not let Lu Fan give it a try? He is indeed a miraculous doctor. I have personally witnessed him cure many with perplexing ailments. Very well, Jiang Ruo nodded, feeling reassured by Su Ruohan's words. Though they were college classmates, Jiang Ruo was perhaps hesitant to place complete trust in Lu Fan, yet she found Su Ruohan's character to be quite trustworthy. Lu Fan followed Su Ruohan as they accompanied Jiang Ruo to her office. The office was modestly furnished, featuring a desk, a cabinet, several chairs, a bed, a coat rack, and a few potted plants. Jiang Ruo turned to Lu Fan and inquired, is it acceptable to proceed here? Indeed, Lu Fan responded with a nod. Please remove your clothing. Jiang Ruo momentarily lost her composure. Having only known Lu Fan for half an hour, the prospect of undressing in front of this unfamiliar man was somewhat awkward. Lu Fan reassured her, I am a doctor. I will not invade your privacy. With Su Ruohan present, rest assured I will not overstep my bounds. Su Ruohan interjected. You ask her to undress without clarifying how much to remove? How do we know you aren't being inappropriate? Completely undress, Lu Fan reiterated. What? Completely? Su Ruohan exclaimed, her eyes widening in indignation. Isn't that rather inappropriate? I am a doctor, Lu Fan reaffirmed. What specific areas will you be treating? Tianshu Yinbao. Lu Fan listed 8 acupoints in rapid succession. Su Ruohan found herself bewildered. That's far too technical. Please mention the locations in simpler terms. The navel region, inner thigh, left side of the heart, underarm, Lu Fan clarified. Su Ruohan was taken aback, realizing why Lu Fan required complete undress. These acupoints were situated in various sensitive areas of the body. Nonetheless, she had faith in Lu Fan, believing he would not act inappropriately with her presence. She turned to Jiang Ruo, seeking her opinion, but before she could speak, Jiang Ruo declared, Ruohan, no need to say more. I trust you and Lu Fan. With that, she locked the office door and approached the small bed, methodically unfastening her garments. Layer by layer, she soon stood completely unclothed, akin to a peeled egg, fully exposed before Lu Fan's gaze. Please lie down, Lu Fan instructed. At that moment, his focus was solely on the patient, devoid of any thoughts of her femininity. Meanwhile, Su Ruohan, a mere observer, felt her face flush with embarrassment, but Lu Fan's expression remained utterly composed. This, after all, exemplified the fundamental professional integrity of a male doctor. Jiang Ruo complied with Lu Fan's directions, and he retrieved his needle kit to sterilize the silver needles. Jiang Ruo possessed an exquisite physique, perfectly described as flawless. Su Ruohan's eyes widened. She had never undressed so completely in front of Lu Fan, yet here was Jiang Ro, entirely bare. Lu Fan regarded Jiang Ro's form as if admiring a masterpiece of beauty, taking in every detail from head to toe. Separate a bit. This is detrimental to my needling. Jiang Ro took a deep breath, then closed her eyes and complied, the blush on her cheeks extending to her ears, clearly revealing her profound modesty and shyness. Lu Fan stated, I am about to begin. Please bear with me. This process will last approximately 10 minutes. Jiang Ro nodded. Soon, she felt 2 fingers on her abdomen, seemingly searching for acupoints. Jiang Ro involuntarily shivered, and in the next moment, she felt a needle pierce her abdomen. Almost immediately, a similar sensation of pricking pain emerged in her chest and armpits, culminating in an area of profound intimacy. As the silver needle entered her body, she could distinctly feel a warm current surging from her dantian throughout her entire being. Oh, Jiang Ro had never experienced such comfort before, whether through medication or intravenous therapy. Her symptoms had never been alleviated so pleasantly as today. Observing the transformation in Jiang Ro, Su Ruohan pursed her lips once more. It seemed there was indeed an effect. Lu Fan was astonishingly remarkable. Su Ruohan felt as if Lu Fan transcended humanity, a surreal sensation enveloping her. Conditions that left others helpless were mere trifles in his hands. As all the silver needles were inserted, Jiang Ro's body began to writhe involuntarily, accompanied by continuous soft moans. Witnessing Jiang Ro's agonized demeanor, Su Ruohan suddenly felt a surge of anxiety, fearing Lu Fan might be causing her harm. She hurried forward to inquire about Jiang Ro's condition, but Lu Fan gestured for her to remain calm. Only Lu Fan understood that Jiang Ro was not in pain. Rather, she was overwhelmed by an exquisite comfort. It felt as if a fierce fire was igniting within her, incessantly expelling the coldness from her body. This fire was, of course, kindled by Lu Fan. The coldness being expelled from her was absorbed into Lu Fan's own body. For Jiang Ro, this coldness was a lethal poison, yet for Lu Fan, it was an exceptionally rare remedy beneficial to his cultivation. This coldness aided Lu Fan in alleviating the torment inflicted by the scorching yang energy within him. Observing Jiang Ro's writhing form on the bed, Lu Fan furrowed his brow. Indeed, the fate of girls born under an entirely Yin sign was often fraught with misfortune, plagued by ailments and hardships. Take Jiang Ro, for instance. Had he not intervened, she would have perished before reaching the age of 25, a tragic waste of life. 10 minutes later, drenched in fragrant sweat, Jiang Ro opened her beautiful eyes and surveyed her surroundings. Jiang Ro, how do you feel now? Su Ruohan inquired anxiously. Jiang Ro hesitated before turning to Lu Fan and asking, Lu Fan, may I turn on the air conditioning now? Lu Fan nodded. Yes, it will not interfere. Wonderful, Jiang Ro exclaimed joyfully. Throughout the treatment, she had felt overwhelmingly hot, akin to being in a sauna. In times past, even during the sweltering summer heat of 36 or 37 degrees, her limbs remained perpetually cold, and the thought of air conditioning was far beyond her reach. However, after receiving treatment from Lu Fan, Jiang Ro once again found her confidence rekindled. She realized that her ailment could indeed be cured. She was eager to share this uplifting news with her grandfather and parents. Chapter 91. Do you want me to live off you? Jiang Ro donned her attire and rose to her feet, having just bared herself before Lu Fan, her cheeks still flushed with a delicate hue. Once dressed, she turned to the two of them and inquired, Lu Fan, what would you and Ruohan like to drink? Plain water. Coffee. Lu Fan and Su Ruohan answered almost in unison. What kind of coffee? You sure are a bother. Lu Fan shot an admonishing glance at Su Ruohan. You. Su Ruohan was rendered speechless with indignation. Never mind. I happen to have some coffee right here, Jiang Ro said with a gentle smile, perfectly hitting the mark and touching Lu Fan's heart. Jiang Ro is indeed wonderful, he muttered softly, coincidentally overheard by Su Ruohan, which earned him another round of disdain. Subsequently, Jiang Ro poured a glass of water for Lu Fan and prepared a cup of coffee for Su Ruohan, warmly attending to both of them. Lu Fan, thank you so much. I truly never thought my illness could be treated, Jiang Ro expressed gratefully. You are too polite, Lu Fan replied. I will continue the acupuncture treatment in 5 days, following the same procedure. Are you comfortable with that? Where will it take place? Jiang Ro asked. It can be at your home or at school. I am flexible, Lu Fan answered. Jiang Ro smiled once more. Then let us meet at school. as I currently reside in the talent apartment on campus. Lu Fan paused, slightly taken aback. As the dean of the School of Economics, she must be well compensated. So why would she live in a talent apartment? Zhang Ro is not a local of Lingjiang, Su Ruohan interjected, preemptively answering for her. All right, Lu Fan nodded. It's fine to meet at your school, but as an outsider, I find it quite challenging to gain entry through your gates. Just now, had it not been for Su Ruohan's familiarity with the security guard, I would not have been able to enter at all. Zhang Ro chuckled. It's due to a recent incident involving a student outside, which has led to stricter campus controls. But rest assured, this matter can be easily resolved. How will it be resolved? Lu Fan inquired. What is your current occupation? Zhang Ro asked. Lu Fan replied candidly. I am a physician, a designated expert at the central hospital. Excellent position, Zhang Ro nodded. Would you consider becoming a university instructor? That way, you would have unrestricted access. Become a university instructor? Lu Fan frowned slightly. Isn't it a bit trivial to suggest I take on teaching just to gain entry to the campus? Certainly not. Did you not just express your desire to explore a romantic relationship with me? I was thinking that if we worked together, we would have more opportunities to understand one another. As Lu Fan pursued Tong Mu Mu, Su Ruohan confided in Zhang Ro about her and Lu Fan's fabricated marriage, to which Zhang Ro expressed her understanding and had no significant objections. Good idea, Lu Fan nodded. I can consider it. Before Zhang Ro could respond, Su Ruohan interrupted. What are you considering, big brother? This is a university. Do you even qualify to teach here? Lu Fan smirked disdainfully. Su Ruohan, whom do you look down upon? Su Ruohan retorted. I know your skills in traditional Chinese medicine are impressive, but it seems Lingjiang University does not even offer a medical program, does it? Do you think I only possess medical knowledge? Lu Fan shot her a sidelong glance. What else can you do? Unperturbed, Lu Fan replied, I have many skills. You've merely witnessed my medical expertise. Such as? Su Ruohan was about to continue, but Zhang Ro intervened directly. It's all right, Ruohan. With my connections, arranging a teaching position for Lu Fan at Lingjiang University will be quite effortless. Su Ruohan nodded in agreement and fell silent, recognizing Zhang Ro's substantial network, given her young age and her position as the dean of the School of Economics. However, Lu Fan shook his head. Do you want me to rely on others? Zhang Ro's expression momentarily faltered. Although it sounded unflattering, there was indeed a hint of that implication. Is relying on others not appealing? Su Ruohan scoffed. Sometimes I wonder why I'm not a boy. If I were, I would certainly seek out a wealthy woman to support me. It's not that relying on others is unappealing. Lu Fan shook his head again. But why should I depend on others when I can earn my own living? Su Ruohan scoffed disdainfully. That makes sense. Zhang Ro smiled and nodded. Lu Fan, you could share your other talents besides your expertise in traditional Chinese medicine. I could arrange a position based on those skills. Talents? Lu Fan was taken aback. I'm quite skilled at fighting. How about I stay here and become a physical education teacher? A physical education teacher? Zhang Ro frowned slightly. As it happens, we are in need of one. Let us make that a pleasant decision. No problem, Lu Fan smiled again. All right, it's getting late. Su Ruohan and I shall head back now, and we will visit you again when we have time. Yes, Zhang Ro nodded eagerly. For some reason, while Lu Fan appeared ordinary, Zhang Ro sensed an enchanting allure about him that was undeniably captivating. After leaving Zhang Ro's office, Lu Fan and Su Ruohan went directly to a small noodle shop for a meal. During this time, Su Ruohan asked, What do you think of Zhang Ro? Lu Fan replied while eating noodles, Pretty good. She's quite lovely. I like her. What do you mean by lovely? Su Ruohan furrowed her brows, momentarily taken aback. The noodles. Lu Fan pointed to the bowl in front of him. Upon hearing this, Su Ruohan instantly comprehended the situation, her cheeks flushing a deep hue that reached her very ears. Ah, indeed, you are quite the lecher. She had presumed that Lu Fan would refrain from peeking while administering acupuncture to Zhang Ro. Yet he had managed to gaze upon her entirely, maintaining an utterly composed facade without so much as a hint of embarrassment. Lu Fan, wearing an innocent smile, replied, It was not my intention to treat her cold physique. It is imperative to study that area. What can I do? He then resumed, eating his noodles. Su Ruohan was left utterly speechless. She even harbored suspicions that Lu Fan had purposefully targeted that area for his acupuncture. Chapter 92. Attending to Li Malian's business after a brief moment of contemplation, Su Ruohan inquired, Lu Fan, are you certain that Zhang Ro will develop feelings for you? Yes, absolutely, Lu Fan replied, raising his gaze slightly. As long as I show interest in her, it is only a matter of time before she falls for me. Su Ruohan rolled her eyes in disbelief, thinking to herself, how can you possess such confidence, my dear brother? Lu Fan cast an impatient glance her way and said, hurry up and eat. We have other matters to attend to afterward. What matters? Since we are here, let us make a stop at the barber shop owned by Li Malian. As he spoke, Lu Fan tugged at his hair. My hair has grown a bit long. I need her assistance in trimming it. Why not let me cut it for you? Su Ruohan retorted, casting a disapproving look at Lu Fan. You? Lu Fan chuckled. I fear you might ruin my looks in your hands. With that, he donned his coat and rose to leave. Su Ruohan quickly finished her noodles, wiped her mouth with a tissue, and followed Lu Fan out the door. Previously, she would never have frequented such humble noodle shops, but since meeting Lu Fan, he had taken her to such places repeatedly, leading her to feel that her goddess-like image had been thoroughly tarnished. A few minutes later, Lu Fan and Su Ruohan arrived at the entrance of Li Malian's barbershop. It was the height of midday, and the weather was sweltering. The shop was nearly devoid of customers, with only Li Malian busy tidying up. Upon hearing the door open, Li Malian immediately greeted them with warmth. Are you here for a haircut? As she removed her apron, she looked up and realized that the visitors were Lu Fan and Miss Su. Oh, I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be Lu Fan and Miss Su. I just made a trip to the school and happened to pass by to see you, she continued. Is that so? Please, take a seat. Li Malian cordially invited them. Lu Fan smiled and glanced around, noting that the barber shop, though modest in size with a total of 6 barber chairs, was impeccably clean and well-equipped. After surveying the space, Lu Fan politely inquired, Aunt Malian, how is business? Li Malian set down her tools and responded, we just opened yesterday afternoon, but business has been quite good. Being close to the university ensures a steady stream of customers. As she spoke, Li Malian brought 2 cups of warm water to Lu Fan and Su Ruohan. Lu Fan said, take your time. I also find this place quite agreeable. Li Malian expressed her gratitude. It is all thanks to you, Xiao Fan, for taking care of both me and my daughter. Without you, I wouldn't have the means or time to open this shop. It's my duty. Lu Fan replied with a smile. By the way, Aunt Malian, my hair has grown. Could you give me a trim? Upon hearing this, Li Malian joyfully responded, of course. I'm free at the moment. Come here, Xiao Fan. Let me wash your hair first. All right, Lu Fan replied politely, then affectionately ruffled Su Ruohan's hair, saying, wait for me here, and don't wander off. If you must move, remember to stay within 10 steps of me. Got it, Su Ruohan nodded. Regardless of the task at hand, Lu Fan always kept her in mind, and for a moment, she felt that he was quite indulgent towards her. A wave of concern washed over her as she pondered whether introducing Jiang Ro was indeed a wise decision. Lu Fan reclined in the shampoo chair as Li Malian personally washed his hair. From this angle, he noticed that Li Malian had a rather ample and firm bosom, appearing quite youthful despite having given birth. A few minutes later, after drying his hair, Lu Fan sat in the barber chair. Li Malian wiped her hands and prepared to drape a cape over him. So, Xiao Fan, what kind of hairstyle are you aiming for? Anything that looks handsome, he replied. Li Malian chuckled. Then I shall unleash my creativity. However, just as she finished speaking, a group of 5 or 6 ruffians barged in. Leading them was a man with yellow hair who, upon entering, scanned the room and immediately spotted Su Ruohan, who was seated and engrossed in her phone. Well, this shop isn't large, but it boasts such a stunning beauty, he exclaimed. Haha, Dogu, let me get your WeChat. Su Ruohan glanced at them, feeling quite uncomfortable, and instinctively moved closer to Lu Fan. Li Malian hastily approached, asking, are you here for a haircut? There's someone ahead, but it will be done shortly. Upon hearing her, one of the ruffians burst into laughter. Look at Do Ji's cool hairstyle. Does he even need a trim? Li Malian observed his messy hairdo and felt utterly speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. The ruffians continued to exchange jests, showing no regard for Li Malian. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired leader scrutinized Li Malian, his expression difficult to read. Are you the owner of this place? Yes, Li Malian nodded repeatedly. Oh, not bad-looking, Dogu remarked, glancing at his companions, followed by another round of raucous laughter. After the laughter subsided, he turned to Li Malian. Tell me, have you paid your protection fee? Protection fee? Li Malian furrowed her brow at this. Young man, my shop just opened yesterday, and I wasn't aware of any protection fee. Unaware? The yellow-haired man paused, then continued. Not knowing yesterday is fine. Knowing today is what matters. Let me inform you that we collect the protection fees for the entire street. Understood? How much is the protection fee? Li Melian, with a tremor in her voice, asked. For a shop like yours, 8,000 a month, 90,000 a year? Hurry and pay up. Don't waste our time. 8,000. Li Melian was momentarily taken aback. Young man, my small shop barely earns 8,000 a month. You demand 8,000 from me. Her face was etched with despair. The costs of rent, renovations, business licenses, and various bureaucratic procedures had already drained her finances. It was merely the first day of operations, and she had yet to turn a profit when these thugs came demanding protection money. How could she conduct her business under such duress? The leader, with a sneer, narrowed his eyes as he appraised Li Melian. Can't come up with it? What business are you running here? He barked. Boys, smash it up. This was their typical tactic. If one failed to pay the protection fee, they would incessantly create trouble, leaving the victim with two options: either close the shop or comply with their demands. Panic surged through Li Melian as she heard the threat to destroy her establishment. Please, kind sir, grant me a few more days, she pleaded. The leader roughly shoved her aside. No way. Smash it. With that command, he seized a chair and smashed the nearest mirror, shattering it into countless fragments. Chapter 93. That mirror cost 50,000 as the shards of glass scattered across the floor. Witnessing her hard work being obliterated left Li Melian in a state of distress. Yet, as a frail woman, she felt powerless against these brutes. Continue smashing until the proprietress pays the protection fee, the leader commanded. Just then, Lu Fan stepped forward, capturing the leader's arm with a swift motion. His icy gaze fixed upon him. Dare to call yourself a brother? Lu Fan scoffed. The man, known as the leader, was of shorter stature and far less imposing than Lu Fan, resembling a mere chick in Lu Fan's grip. Who the hell are you? What do you want? The leader shouted defiantly. Take a guess, Lu Fan replied with a sly smile before yanking the leader's arm forcefully. A piercing scream erupted from the leader, filled with agony. With a swift maneuver, Lu Fan dislocated the leader's arm, rendering it useless as it hung limply. The leader's cries echoed in the air. It hurts. I'm done for. My arm is ruined. The suddenness of the event left everyone present in shock, unable to react. Su Ruohan observed closely and discerned that the leader's arm had indeed dislocated. The remaining thugs, witnessing this, recoiled in alarm. After a brief moment of stunned silence, one of them regained his wits and shouted, How dare you provoke our brother? Get him. At his command, someone brandished a chair and hurled it at Lu Fan. However, before the chair could reach him, the leader let out another agonizing scream, akin to a slaughtered pig, as Lu Fan casually dislocated his other arm as well. Do Ji's arms hung limply at his sides as he twisted his head, desperately shouting at his underlings behind him. Are you all a bunch of fools? Hurry up and stop. Do you want to see me die? Upon hearing the shrill cries of the blonde-haired man, everyone immediately ceased their actions. Li Melian watched in horror, fearing that Lu Fan might sustain an injury. Lu Fan grasped the blonde man's head and forced him down onto the barber's chair. Come on, go ahead and smash another one for me to see, he challenged. After having both of his arms incapacitated by Lu Fan, the blonde man no longer dared to act defiantly and repeatedly begged for mercy. Big brother, I won't dare again. I know I've made a mistake. You're quite perceptive, aren't you? Lu Fan remarked, delivering a sharp slap to the blonde man's face. The sound echoed like a thunderclap, and the man let out a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Lu Fan left a prominent handprint on the blonde's face and turned to Li Melian, inquiring, Aunt Melian, how does that feel? Satisfying? Li Melian was momentarily taken aback. Before she could respond, Lu Fan delivered another slap. The blonde man felt as though he was on the brink of death. Lu Fan pressed on. How about now? Aunt Melian? Still, Li Melian remained silent. With a smile, Lu Fan delivered yet another slap. The blonde man, utterly dazed, felt blood trickle from his nose. He looked desperately at Li Melian, his mind in turmoil, with only one thought racing through it. Please, sister, say you're satisfied. However, Li Melian remained silent. Not because she lacked words, but because she had never witnessed such a scene and was at a loss for how to respond. Thus, Lu Fan continued to rain down slaps on the blonde man's face, delivering more than a dozen resounding blows. Big brother, I was wrong. Please, spare me. I swear I won't do it again. The blonde man cried out in anguish, while the few underlings at the door trembled in fear. Do Ji's face had swollen to a height of at least an inch, and it was clear to them that Lu Fan was a force to be reckoned with. Another time? You certainly have some nerve, Lu Fan retorted, delivering yet another slap. The blonde man pleaded, I was wrong. There won't be another time. Please. His pleas to Lu Fan fell on deaf ears, and he turned to Li Meilan, begging, Sister, I beg you, make him stop. I truly understand my mistake. Li Meilan looked at the blonde man's bloodied face, a wave of concern washing over her. If this continued, it could lead to dire consequences. Not wishing for matters to escalate further, she finally spoke up. Xiao Fan, perhaps we should leave it at this. Upon hearing Li Meilan's words, Lu Fan finally released the blonde man. Trembling and battered, the blonde man cautiously asked Lu Fan, Big brother, can I leave now? Leave? Lu Fan replied with a mocking smile. Tell me, what will happen to this broken mirror? He pointed to the shattered mirror on the ground, questioning the blonde man. I'll pay for it. I'll pay. The blonde-haired man shouted furiously, What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and transfer the money to the boss. Yes, yes, yes. At his command, the thugs at the door swiftly took out their phones. However, Lu Fan raised his hand and said, Wait a moment. Boss, what's wrong now? The blonde man immediately panicked. Tell me, how will you compensate for this mirror? At market price, of course. The blonde man hurriedly replied. Market price? Very well. Lu Fan smiled. Then let me ask you, what is the market price of this mirror? 500, the blonde man stammered. 500? Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, a glint of menace flashing within. 5,000. Upon noticing the shift in Lu Fan's gaze, the blonde man quickly altered his response. Having spent much time as a thug, he understood certain cues. A lesser compensation would surely result in another beating. 5,000. Is that not acceptable? Lu Fan squinted again. The blonde man became anxious. The mirror was certainly not worth that much. You dare ask me? Fine. Since you inquired, let me regale you with the illustrious history of this mirror. Lu Fan proceeded to enthusiastically embellish. The raw materials for this mirror, namely the sand, were airlifted from the Sahara Desert in Africa, then meticulously processed by 80 workers through 300 polishing techniques over the course of 49 days, transforming it into the mirror you see now. Its rarity and intrinsic value. Do you comprehend? And you still propose 5,000? Do you acknowledge the sweat of our laborers? What a show-off. Hearing Lu Fan's extravagant claims, Su Ruohan couldn't help but roll her eyes. She understood that Lu Fan's intent was to extract a larger sum from the thug, a classic case of black eating black. The blonde man was left dumbfounded. Boss, how about 50,000? Is that acceptable? 50,000. At this figure, Lu Fan frowned slightly. That's more like it. So it's settled at 50,000. Just as the blonde man was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Fan continued, What else do you want? The blonde man felt like crying, lamenting his unfortunate luck in encountering such a predicament. 50,000 was merely the cost of the mirror, when you added installation fees, lost work compensation, and emotional distress damages. I won't even ask for more. Just hand over 70,000. What? The blonde man was taken aback. Boss, you increased it by 20,000 for just those few items. What? Do you have a problem with that? Lu Fan asked coldly. Hearing this, the blonde man could only cry. Under Lu Fan's overwhelming pressure, he resigned. No objections. Good, you're doing well. Lu Fan smiled contentedly, resting his chin on his hand. Then noticed the blonde man's hair. It's so hot today. Since you're here, shouldn't you get a haircut before leaving? Yes, absolutely. All right then. Lu Fan laughed heartily. Su Ruohan, bring me the electric razor. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll personally give you a haircut. Sure thing. Su Ruohan chuckled at Lu Fan's antics and soon delivered the electric razor into his hands. Lu Fan seized the electric razor, switched it on, and roughly pressed the head of the yellow-haired individual against the wall. The razor buzzed ominously as Lu Fan deftly wielded it, swiftly reducing the yellow-haired man's locks to mere stubble. The uneven result could only be described as resembling a dog's chew toy. Hilariously, Su Ruohan erupted into laughter, and even Li Meilan could not suppress her amusement. Even the small gang members standing at the doorway, who were brought by the yellow-haired man, found themselves chuckling at the sight of his predicament. As he gazed into the mirror at his own reflection, the yellow-haired man was consumed by a surge of anger. He had never endured such humiliation before. How could he possibly maintain his reputation on the streets after this? However, before Lu Fan, he dared not utter a word. Swallowing his resentment silently, Lu Fan, with a smile, flicked the hair clinging to his hands and remarked, All right, all done. Nice and cool now. That'll be 30,000. Adding the previous 70,000, The total comes to 100,000. Please transfer the money. At his words, the henchmen were momentarily stunned. They had come to collect protection fees, but instead, this brat had extorted 100,000 from them? How could they ever face anyone after this? All the minions stood frozen in disbelief. The yellow-haired man exploded in rage. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and transfer the money. Yes, yes, boss. The moment he spoke, his underlings snapped to attention, hastily transferring the money to Li Malian's account. 100,000 in total. Now that was more like it. Lu Fan smiled contentedly and proceeded to reset the dislocated arms of the yellow-haired man. Now scram, and don't let me catch sight of you again, or I'll make sure to teach you a lesson every time we meet. Yes, yes, we're leaving right now. With that, the yellow-haired man hurriedly retreated with his companions, fleeing the barbershop in a panic. As soon as they exited, the yellow-haired man viciously pointed at Lu Fan, exclaiming, "Damn it, you little brat. If you have the guts, don't run. I'll make sure to kill you later." After uttering his threat, he took off, sprinting faster than a wild rabbit. Inside the shop, Li Malian anxiously exclaimed, "This is bad. He is going to retaliate against us. Lu Fan, you must take Miss Su and leave at once." Lu Fan smiled calmly. "Don't worry, Aunt Malian. We're not going anywhere. We'll wait right here for him." When it came to a few petty thugs, Lu Fan had never regarded them as a threat. In fact, he was rather eager for them to come. Not far from the university town, in a billiard hall, Brother Leopard was engrossed in a game. Just as he was getting into the groove, the yellow-haired man, flanked by his henchmen, rushed in, flustered. "Brother Leopard, we've run into trouble. We hope you can help us settle this score." Brother Leopard scrutinized the bruised and battered yellow-haired man, failing to recognize him at first. With a cigarette clenched between his teeth, he barked, "Who the hell are you? Who let you in here?" The yellow-haired man, looking utterly disgruntled, replied, "Brother Leopard, it's me, Dodo." "Dodo?" Brother Bao furrowed his brow slightly and exclaimed, "Are you kidding me? Did I not instruct you to collect protection fees? How did you end up in such a state?" "Indeed, Brother Bao. I went to collect the protection fee, but that scoundrel not only refused to comply, but also absconded with the previous 10,000 you had received." Huang Mao recounted the situation he encountered at Li Malian's shop. Upon hearing this, Brother Bao was furious and immediately discarded the pool cue in his hand. "How dare they steal my money? Let's go. I want to see this for myself." Approximately half an hour later, Li Malian had just finished cutting Lu Fan's hair. At that moment, a group of over a dozen burly men, led by Brother Bao, forcefully kicked open the glass door of the barber shop. "Who dares to act recklessly in my territory?" Seeing the aggressive demeanor of the intruders, Li Malian was instantly terrified and anxiously urged Lu Fan, "This is bad, Lu Fan. That guy has brought more people to cause trouble. You should escape through the back door." Su Ruohan was also startled by the sudden influx of people. In addition to the group of strong men, Huang Mao, who had just been violently beaten by Lu Fan, was also present. Huang Mao pointed at Lu Fan, who was seated in the barber's chair, and shouted, "Brother Bao, that's the guy who hit me." "All right, I understand." Brother Bao grunted coldly and approached with several of his men. "You little rascal, do you have a death wish? You dare to swallow my money?" Brother Bao's expression was fierce, a menacing grin plastered across his face, while his cervical vertebrae and finger joints emitted unsettling cracking sounds. The weather was sweltering, and he thought it would be a good opportunity to vent his frustrations on this boy. However, as he drew closer, Brother Bao suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the person before him, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Just then, Lu Fan turned his head and coldly regarded him. The moment their eyes met, Brother Bao felt as though he had encountered the king of hell, and he plopped down onto the ground in shock. "Oh my, is that not Lu Fan? Not long ago, at the hospital." He had been tasked by Ma Dong to confront Lu Fan at a restaurant, but instead of causing trouble, he had received a thorough beating from Lu Fan. At that time, he had also been accompanied by this same group of strong men, and the memory of that beating was still fresh in his mind. Just a few days had passed, and here he was again. Cold sweat began to bead on Brother Bao's forehead, and his other subordinates stared in disbelief. Huang Mao, feeling puzzled, rushed forward to support Brother Bao. "Brother Bao, what's wrong?" Before Brother Bao could respond, Lu Fan flashed a friendly smile at him and said, "Oh, if it isn't Brother Bao, it has been a while." Brother Bao nodded with a smile, his heart racing with unease. Yes, what a coincidence to see you here." Huang Mao was utterly stunned to witness his brother's subservience in front of Lu Fan. "What is happening here?"